Since childhood, the little dreamer Urian loved manhwas. The boy was captivated by the fantastic stories of amazing heroes. His childhood room was like a small library, filled with volumes of various manhwas. It was his sweet world. The naive child, holding his breath, time after time immersed himself in a new story, in the twists and turns of the plot, watching the adventures of the hero. But as Jurian began to grow up, more and more often, when the boy read a new story, the main characters began to disappoint him. He increasingly exclaimed that the main character was not cool at all. In Urian's mind, cool was actually something completely different. The boy believed that appearing carefree in ordinary situations, but suppressing everyone with unimaginable power in times of need, that was cool. But such stories were few and far between. And yet Urian continued to read manhwas and dream, completing the stories in his wild imagination. Urian always wanted to become a character who hides his true power from others, but saves everyone during times of terrible disaster. Time passed. The little dreamer grew up, and his main occupation became secretly helping weak people, which no one could know about. He watched over lonely old people and helped them unnoticed. One of the old women regularly felt as if her cart was moving on its own, but when the grandmother turned around, there was no one behind her, and Urian managed to hide so as not to catch the eye of the blind old woman. Grandma was perplexed. Somehow she covered this distance too easily, as if she hadn't been pulling a cart loaded with things. She knew perfectly well that it was usually not so easy to climb this mountain, but at this time, her secret assistant was hiding around the corner of the house, holding his breath. Having taken a rest, the grandmother rolled the cart further, saying, "Oh, it's as if someone is helping me." The young man smiled. "It was dangerous. I almost got caught." Adjusting his glasses, the secret assistant decided that we would finish here for today. Otherwise, I would definitely be caught. And the best part was that no one knew. Tomorrow, I need to try to help my uncle with the fruit stand. The main thing is to find a convenient moment when he walks away and doesn't notice the helper. So 10 years of help passed without anyone knowing about it. And after another day of contentment, Urian was hit by an 8-ton truck. The young man saw the car rushing at high speed straight towards Urian too late. He only managed to scream. When he came to, he looked around, asking where I was, but I had definitely been hit. There was no truck, no road, no blood in sight. Suddenly, the young man heard a female voice. An unfamiliar girl told Urian that he had left his world and entered another, a world of sword and magic. He looked up and was surprised to see a girl with wings like an angel. She told him that she was waiting for him, the chosen one with a pure soul. The beauty explained to the surprised young man that she was the goddess of this world. Her name was Hersia, and she was waiting for Jurian to reincarnate him. The boy was taken aback. How could she have waited for him? Could this beauty with wings really know who he was, where he was from? He was the most ordinary person. Hersia exclaimed, "Yes, of course she knows. Jurian is one of the few people who help others not at all for the sake of being noticed." Many gods were amazed by the good deeds of young Jurian, and they watched the life of this unusual youth with amazement all these years. The boy sadly lowered his head and sighed. Everything was clear. He hadn't thought about this when he was planning his secret operations to help others. The young man said thoughtfully, "I tried so hard to make sure that no one knew anything about this secret help to the elderly, but I couldn't deceive the gods." The goddess looked at Urian in surprise, not understanding why the boy was so saddened when he heard her words about the admiration of the gods of the world. Hersia grinned, as expected. "Jurian is very interesting. He reacts to everything completely differently than other people usually react." She told the young man that she, the goddess Hersia, wanted to bestow her blessing on him, and that Jurian could become anyone he wanted in this world of magic. If a boy wishes, he can become a hero, a demon king, a dragon, or even the ruler of hell himself. She will fulfill any wish. The goddess offered Jurian to choose who he wanted to be in his new life in the new world. The boy's eyes sparkled. Here it was, the moment. Without much thought, the young man declared that he wanted to be a character who hid his power. Garcia was stunned. How to understand this? But why so? But Urian insisted, stubbornly saying that he wanted to be exactly this kind of character. And if she could, Then let her make him exactly like this. The girl asked in surprise what this meant. But Urian stubbornly clenched his fists and explained that this was exactly what he had always lacked. This was what he wanted. When it was unbearably hot outside or indoors, he would secretly fan people and they would feel cool, which made him happy. When no one was there, Urian secretly cleaned the streets. People came out and were surprised. Wow, it's so clean today. It's amazing who cleaned here. But this was not a real character hiding power. Everything was too simple, on an ordinary everyday level, and there was no power. After all, a normal character who hides his strength is always ignored. But he shows everyone his enormous power only at the right moment. And then everyone gasps and exclaims in surprise, looking at the modest hero. Where did he get such strength after all? He was the most ordinary loser. The goddess was puzzled by the young man's unusual wish. She thoughtfully waved her graceful hand in the air, wondering what to do. Then she answered Urian. Everything is clear. You want to get great power, but hide it from everyone and not attract the attention of others. Hertzia announced to the young man that he would be reborn as a commoner in a new world. Urian's face lengthened. It seemed he didn't quite want this. The goddess added that his strength would be greater than that of a hero, a demon king, or a dragon. And the young man exclaimed joyfully, "This is awesome!" But there is one essential condition. As soon as someone finds out about this power, Urian's heart will immediately explode and his life will end. As Urian wished, he will become a man who will have to constantly hide his strength, the guy shouted. Wait, why blow up my heart? Hertzia said, get great power, but go the path of loneliness. I will pray that everything works out for you. With that, she disappeared. 2 years had passed since Urian had arrived in the new world, and he was always wondering, seriously, why the gods didn't like to listen to the end. At this time, toothy monsters appeared in the clearing where the young man was sitting. A pack of wolves, their bloody eyes flashing, approached Urian. He sighed. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm still the strongest, and no one even suspects it. Everything happened the way I always wanted. A few seconds later, the giant, monstrous wolves lay dead in the clearing. The young man instantly killed the deadly monsters. Looking at the dead leader of the wolf pack, Urian grinned. After all, this is an amazing power. It's nice to feel so terrifyingly powerful. Suddenly he saw that one of the monsters growled and flashed its scarlet eyes. The young man exclaimed, God, there were not 5 of them but more. The surviving monster took to its heels, trying to escape the small, secret strongman who had killed all the other wolves in the pack. Urian was surprised. Wow, when did he manage to run so far? These red wolves are so fast, they run faster than the wind. But he had to catch up with him. And by the way, the young man suddenly thought with surprise, but my heart didn't explode when those evil giant monsters found out about his power. But just in case, he jumped on the back of the fleeing wolf and dealt the monster a crushing blow so that no one else would know about its power. The wolf howled in pain, and the boy told himself that he needed to catch them all so that the villagers would be calmer. And Urian himself, too. The young man rushed forward, examining the surroundings to see if another one or more monsters were hiding there, waiting for their comrades with the prey. Finally, the boy sighed with relief. Everything was fine. Now there were no monsters left nearby, and no people either, which meant his secret was not revealed. In the new world, the reincarnated Urian was only 9 years old. The boy smiled. Now it was time to return to his village. He hurried back to the village orphanage, where he lived with several other such young orphans. The girl asked Urian where he had disappeared to again without warning her. The boy replied, Sorry, sister. I have a sudden stomachache, she said to the boy with concern. You should have warned me. You are too weak. Don't go alone. Otherwise, someone might hurt you. Besides, doesn't he know how many predatory wolf packs there are around? Urian, holding back a smile, apologized to the caring girl. Another orphan boy objected, but there aren't that many wolves these days. Usually you can't even go into the garden because of them. And today there aren't any at all. The orphans cried out. Only the prayers of the priests help us. They drive away the wolves, and we can all get busy with the harvest thanks to them. Everyone in the village would like to see fewer wolves, Urian smiled. Now there are significantly fewer monsters in the area. But then the director of the orphanage flew up to the smiling Urian, grabbed the boy by the hair, and shouted that the kid was just a piece of shit. The director threw Lurian towards the stairs and barked at all the inhabitants of the orphanage. "Stop hanging around doing nothing, damn orphans." The girl ran up to the fallen Urian. She carefully stroked the boy on the back, asking with concern how he was feeling. The director growled that he accepted the boy because he was still very young, but he was too weak and completely useless. Ella tugged at the boy and asked, "Yuri, how are you? You need to get up and go to work, otherwise it will be even worse. The director will beat up all the kids." Urian, hiding his smile, asked the director to forgive him. The boy was very pleased, and today he did not get caught pretending to be weak. The director, clenching his fists, barked, "What are you standing there for? Take your brooms and get out, frightened orphans." I'll shout, "Yes, director, let's run and sweep the streets." The man asked the orphans if they all remembered his words. Whoever made a mistake would immediately go to be fed to the wolves that roamed near the village. Urian was happy. No one knows that he dealt with the monsters. This is the character hiding the power. He is happy, even though they are orphans. While sweeping the streets of the village, the orphans loudly said that the director of the orphanage loved them and cared for them, and that even though they were orphans, they were happy, Ella said with a smile. "And the people from the village will give them food," Skinny Urian echoed the girl, turning to passers-by to give them food. The children said with smiles that they wanted to repay for the shelter and asked for encouragement. Passers-by were surprised. The children are still cleaning up today. Someone heard that the orphans volunteered themselves. They were so kind. All thanks to the director. He took in orphans who had nowhere else to go. "It's better to cheer up the kids," one of the women asked her husband. "Darling, give me some chicken. Let the nice orphans eat it." The children licked their lips. Soon, various dishes appeared on a small table, which the kind villagers left for the children cleaning the streets. But as soon as all these goodies went to the table of the director of the shelter, he ate the chicken that was donated to the children with great appetite. And the orphans, who worked all day with brooms in their hands, received only a few boiled potatoes instead of baked chicken. Urian gritted his teeth. That vile director took everything for himself. He deceived the villagers, assuring them that all this food would be eaten by the poor orphans. The younger girl couldn't understand how the delicious, juicy chicken and everything else had turned into nothing but bland, boiled potatoes. She asked Ella, "Sister, that kind aunt gave us chicken for our work. Then why did they only have potatoes on their plates?" The older brother answered the girl, "Just eat. It's better to have a simple potato in your hands than to sit hungry on the street," she sobbed. "It's not fair," Urian muttered through his teeth. "Damn director. Robbing orphans is the last thing you should do." But he pretends to be a noble and kind person in front of others. Suddenly, Ella said with a smile, "Guys, look. Today there is something special." She unfolded a cloth with 4 boiled eggs. Urian exclaimed, "These are eggs." The eternally hungry orphans' mouths started to water. No one believed such happiness. They hadn't eaten eggs for a long time. The girl explained that she hid a few that her aunt gave her. "Eat quickly so we don't get caught or mash the eggs with potatoes." The delighted orphans shouted joyfully, "Hooray for little sister!" The youngest girl said she would eat it right away. "Look at that many boiled eggs!" Urian drooled as he looked at the delicious food. After 2 years of living as an orphan, he had become starved and missed normal, filling food. Seeing the boy's face, Ella handed him her egg and said that he could take her share. The boy looked questioningly at his sister. She told Urian that he was too thin, and the director might fire him because he would no longer be a good worker. The boy exclaimed, "Everything is fine, I'm fine, eat. Otherwise, she will also become thin and weak. Then the director will beat her and also drive her away." But Ella insisted, "No, you eat it or it will go to waste." Urian resisted, saying that it was not necessary. She had to eat it herself. After all, she had saved them. Suddenly, everyone heard Ella's stomach rumble loudly, indicating that it was completely empty. The girl was embarrassed. She really was hungry. Ella's face flushed with embarrassment, and she stuttered that it was nonsense. It didn't mean anything at all. She wasn't hungry. Urian laughed and told his little sister to eat better, because even her stomach was loudly declaring its hunger and needed to be fed. But the girl continued to insist, "No, no, I'm not hungry." Urian looked tenderly at Ella. How amazingly kind she was. When Urian first found himself in this new world for him, he was constantly bullied, shouting, "These damn orphans! There is no escape from them." The boy was still very young and was constantly receiving blows from the rich villagers, but he could not show them his strength. The fat shopkeeper kicked the boy and barked, "I told you not to hang around near my store. You'll scare away all my customers." Having hit the little boy again, the merchant promised that next time he would definitely kill Urian. The boy then realized that the life of an orphan was hell. There is no one to protect you. And violence happens all the time because there are always powerful adults who want to take out their anger on the child. No matter how much you ignore these terrible people, they will still try to get you and beat you, or at least humiliate you. And at that moment, this girl appeared. Seeing Urian lying in the dust, she said to him, "So it turns out you are here all alone." She handed the boy some boiled potatoes and said, "My name is Ella." And when Jurian had eaten, she invited him to come with her. Ella explained that she lives in an orphanage for village orphans. The director there is, of course, very bad, but there is a roof over her head and food. Urian looked at Ella with wide eyes. It was the first time he had met such a kind person in this world, even though she was also a little orphan. Suddenly, the boy heard Ella's stomach growling loudly, and he realized that she was giving him her portion of food. But she herself remained hungry. She took Urian by the hand and led him to the director of the orphanage. Ella asked the man, "Please take this child into the orphanage." The director thought, "This is a boy. Perhaps he will be able to sell him a little later to one of the villagers as a free worker." Ella assured the director with a smile that this boy would do the job very well. She said for sure that if anything happened, she would help. Urian looked at Ella and thought, "She is so sweet. There is not a drop of malice or envy in her soul. She always thinks about the other children in the orphanage." The boy took the egg Ella offered him and quickly peeled it. But he wasn't going to eat it. He just needed to quickly feed it to Ella. Having stuffed an egg into the confused girl's mouth, Urian suggested to her, "Little sister, let's go together to the Magic Academy." The boy explained to Ella that she would be able to attend classes with the magic professors and eat delicious food to her heart's content in the academy's cafeteria. The other orphans were delighted. Could there really be so much food there? Then they too want to go study at the Magic Academy. Kind Ella hugged all the guys and said, "Great, then let's all go there together. We will all study to become great magicians." The children were delighted. And what warmed their exhausted hearts most of all was the thought that they would finally be able to eat their fill of all the most delicious things. And also that they will study instead of working here for free and receiving slaps and boiled potatoes instead of pay. Ella promised the boys that they would survive at any cost, so that they could all live together, help each other, and stand up for each other. The next day, the director told the children that there was great news. The orphans were wary. It seemed that something had happened. The director of the orphanage told the orphans that Ella would be adopted today, so they should all congratulate the girl on this happy event. Urian's face lengthened, which meant that Ella would be taken away, and he would not be able to see her, and they would not be able to go to the Magic Academy together. Tears welled up in Ella's eyes, and she asked the boys to forgive her for not being able to stay with them and help them any longer. One of the orphans joyfully exclaimed, "No, I'm happy for you. Now life will be easier for you." And the girl added, "So envious, little sister." After a pause, the shelter director said with a smile that this was not all the latest news of the day. The second good news concerned Urian. Turning to the boy, the cruel director of the orphanage said, "Urian, you will become the new victim of the wolf god. Congratulations." Ella was stunned. She exclaimed, "Wait a minute, director. You said something completely different. That you would take care of him if I was adopted." The director asked Urian if the boy knew why wolf packs had not been seen in their village lately, and why they had stopped attacking. Of course, Urian knew this. The wolves did not attack because he simply killed them, and new packs do not come seeing the corpses of monsters. The director smiled bloodthirstily and said that it was not true that they did not come. In fact, the monsters simply did not enter the village. This happens because the villagers feed them regularly. The wolf god is very fond of young meat, especially the meat of children. Urian is very short and thin. It is already clear that he will not become a good worker even after growing up. There is no use for him, and the sacrifice will save the village from the wolves. So the children should congratulate him, Urian thought. Now it's clear why they keep orphans. Ella screamed in horror to the director that she herself would become a victim. But please don't touch Urian. He's still little. The girl threw herself between the boy and the muscular director of the orphanage, determined to protect the baby from death. The director's huge fist appeared in front of Ella. He really wanted to hit the obstinate girl who did not want to obey him, but the man stopped in time. The girl needed to be given to the buyer today, and this very expensive item could not be damaged. The director told the frightened girl, "You better never say such a thing, Ella. Otherwise, you really will end up as food for the huge wolves. And if she continues to be stubborn, then they will sacrifice not only Urian, but also all the other children from this orphanage." The angry man ordered the frightened children to take their brooms and get to work. Everyone except Urian. He would get ready. Urian sat with a wreath on his head and sighed. He thought about what he should do now. How to survive and not show everyone his superpower. Maybe secretly deal with that wolf god or whoever he is, and then go on a secret journey through the new world. Suddenly, he heard Ella's voice. The girl was calling Urian. He looked questioningly at the entrance to the room. Where did she come from? When Urian saw Ella, he was stunned. And from surprise, he could not utter a single word about what happened to this beautiful girl. Ella was no longer dressed like an orphan in tattered clothes, but her lush hair was cut short, just like his, the boy's. Urian asked in fear, "Little sister Ella, what happened? Why did your long, beautiful hair suddenly become so short?" Ella asked Urian with a smile, "How do you like it? I cut them myself so that they would look like yours, so that I could get away from you." The girl explained to Urian that they had no time to talk at all. She told the boy to quickly swap clothes with her. Ella began to undress, she said, "Although this is all for girls. But Urian is thin. He should fit into this outfit, and then he will be able to save himself." The boy asked in confusion why Ella was offering him her clothes, and in general, what she was talking about, what it all meant. He did not understand. Ella handed Urian her sweater with a smile, and explained that she had said that morning that she herself would become the victim instead of the boy. Urian was amazed why Ella wanted to do this. He asked her, "You understand what this means? Sacrifice means she will die." The girl laughed. Of course she knew it. Her little brother was also a victim. Their director sent him to be fed to the wolf pack. Urian was shocked by what this girl had to endure in her short life. And yet she remained so amazingly kind. She told Urian that when she first met him there on the street, for some reason it suddenly seemed to her that her brother had come back to life. Ella explained to the boy that her deceased brother and Urian were very similar, so she did not want to take care of him as she once did about her little brother. Urian was sincerely touched by the girl's self-sacrifice. She was consciously ready to go to her death just to save him. Ella said to Urian with a smile, "I don't want my beloved little brother to die again, so quickly run away as far as possible." Urian didn't know what to answer this amazing girl, how to explain that she shouldn't sacrifice herself to save him. He exclaimed, "Then let's run away from here together. Why should we change places? Why does someone have to die?" But Ella objected to Urian. "In this case, they will catch us too quickly. You know how adults run. They will catch up with them right away." Ella sighed. "That's a great idea. The director will start hitting me when he sees my hair cut short. He always does that." Urian himself knows how long the director continues to do this. By the time he comes to his senses, the boy will have time to escape from the village. The girl removed the sacrificial wreath from Urian's head. It was clear that she had already made her decision, and no one could convince her otherwise. Putting a wreath on her head, Ella said sadly, "Urian, live in my place. Try to be happy in this cruel world." The girl explained that the place where she was adopted was not much different from this orphanage, so she would be better able to help him survive. Urian clenched his fist. This 10-year-old girl was saying things like that? And with all the strength he had, he couldn't do anything now. At that moment, the door of the room swung open, and the director of the orphanage appeared on the threshold, holding a huge dagger in his hands. Seeing the girl, he asked in shock, "Ella, what happened to your hair? Why did it become so short, like a boy's?" Urian noticed the huge knife that gleamed in the director's hand. The boy was puzzled as to why the man had brought it. Ella, seeing the director, was a little confused. She said in fear that she just wanted to trim her hair. Urian looked at the knife. The enraged man grabbed the skinny girl by the neck and lifted her up. He shouted at her that she was a very important commodity. But why the hell did Ella end up in such a terrible condition? Now her price will definitely fall. The buyer won't want to pay him much. Urian called out to his little sister Ella, his fist clenched, and a power capable of killing the evil director of the orphanage appeared in his hand. He was already ready to deal a fatal blow to the evil and selfish director who was trading in unfortunate village orphans. And then the boy remembered the goddess's warning that when others learned of his power, his heart would instantly explode and he would die. Urian froze, looking in confusion at the director of the orphanage, at his savior, the kind and brave girl Ella. At the same time, he felt his heart tense in his thin chest. Urian didn't know what to do, whether to save Ella at the cost of his life. And the director of the orphanage continued to strangle the girl. She began to choke, and blood gushed from her mouth. Ella was very close to death. The man suddenly noticed the wreath that was on the girl's head. He grinned. It was clear what mischief Ella had in mind. She is just like her little brother. She also wants to become a sacrifice to save the villagers from monstrous packs of hungry wolves. The director laughed maliciously. How stupid and gullible all these village orphans were, believing everything that adults told them. The man said with a laugh to the barely alive girl, "It seems you didn't understand one very interesting fact. I was that wolf god." Approaching the girl, the director of the orphanage cynically announced to her with a grin that it was he who killed her beloved little brother. By giving his meat and skin to the monsters, the director of the orphanage sold the organs of a small, healthy child at an incredibly high price. The villain asked the girl with a grin, "Who knew that you are much more valuable dead? This is a great honor for such useless orphans." Ella's younger brother was kind until the very end, saying that he was glad to be a victim. He couldn't work, so at least he was useful in some way. The director of the shelter continued to laugh, saying, "So kind." Suddenly he cursed, "It seems that this brainless girl Ella has already died." Little Urian's heart sank with pain and grief. How could he allow this villain to kill defenseless Ella before his eyes? The director of the orphanage lowered the girl's limp body to the floor and looked at the skinny little boy who approached him. The man told Urian with a grin that his little sister was no longer alive, and that he would now have to make do without a protector. Ella, who always worried about him, was ready to give him her last piece, shield him with herself, not thinking about herself at all, is no longer there. Urian remembered their first meeting, and the director angrily told the boy not to worry too much. They would see each other again soon. Before Urian's mind's eye appeared the caring Ella, who had tried to feed him a boiled egg just the previous evening. He remembered how she had put on the boy's sacrificial wreath, although she knew perfectly well that by doing so she was condemning herself to death. Urian exclaimed in despair, "Why did I hesitate? Why didn't I save this amazingly kind and brave girl from the hands of this villain?" The shelter director's eyes widened in surprise at what this weakling was saying. How could he have saved that silly girl from death? But despite the fact that there was a skinny boy in front of the grown man, the director somehow felt that Urian had changed. Urian remembered the question of the goddess Hersia. She asked him, "And yet, why do you so strongly want to become a character who hides power? Isn't the fate of a hero or a demon king much simpler? Is it really so important to Urian that no one sees your actions?" The guy was silent for a moment and answered the goddess, "The hero and the demon king must use their power for the sake of people and demons. But Urian doesn't like this. He doesn't want to be a hero revered by everyone. He doesn't want to be glorified and worshipped. He wanted to use his power for the sake of those whom he himself wanted to protect from evil and unjust creatures, no matter whether they were people or monsters." With these words, Urian waved his hand, dealing a fatal blow to the head of the surprised director of the village orphanage. The muscular man didn't even have time to scream. His grinning head flew off his shoulders and rolled across the floor of the room. The director's huge body swayed from the neck down. He began to decay. The strength in his arms and legs weakened. The villain finally died. Urian's blow was of such unprecedented force that it destroyed part of the orphanage wall. And not just the evil, grinning director. The director's strong hand squeezing Ella's throat weakened, and the girl's body slipped. She began to fall. the wreath flying off her head. Urian ran up and caught his little sister. Ella wasn't breathing. Her thin little body hung silently and powerlessly in the arms of her adopted younger brother. The boy looked at Ella's bloody little mouth and guiltily asked the girl to forgive him for being late and not saving her. Suddenly it seemed to him that Ella sighed almost inaudibly. Urian's eyes widened. Could the girl really have survived after all? He called out to his little sister with hope. And sure enough, the girl turned out to be alive. She sighed again, and a weight literally lifted from Urian's soul. He called Ella with a smile, but the girl did not respond. Although she was still alive, but had suffered too much at the hands of the director. While no one was looking, Urian used his healing powers to cure his kind and brave little savior, Ella. Everything around began to shine. Numerous wounds on the child's body immediately healed. Now Ella was completely healthy. And not just alive, Urian burst into tears and quietly said what a relief it was that it was not too late. A little more and he could have been too late to save himself. The boy suddenly realized that he was in a very strange state now. Despite the possibility of death, he was very happy now. He looked inside himself, trying to understand what was happening to him. Perhaps, in the next few seconds, his life in this world would end. But despite this mortal danger, he has no regrets about what he did. That he killed the director. Suddenly, Urian asked in surprise, "But why am I okay despite the fact that I showed my true power to save Ella?" The girl had not yet woken up. Urian looked at the headless body of the evil director of the orphanage lying to the side, and then the boy understood everything. If he kills the villain before everyone understands his true power, then Urian will not die. That's great. He looked at the sacrificial wreath lying on the floor. Now, in a world new to Urian, a truly shocking PSS was born. Young Urian found himself in this magical world thanks to the goddess Hersia. Time passed, and the boy got used to living in a new world for him. 2 years after his reincarnation, Urian used his powers to save the kind and brave Ella from the vile director of the orphanage. 4 more years have passed since then, and Urian still secretly ran away into the forest to fight the giant monsters of the world. Sometimes the monsters were so terrifying that for a second the boy's heart stopped in fear, wondering if he could cope with such a monster. The monsters sensed this fear and tried to scare the child, wondering where such a small child could get such enormous strength. Urian would sometimes tease the monsters by screaming in terror that he had forgotten to drink his milk that morning, and showing that he was unbearably afraid. The young man cursed. Despite the strength granted by Hersia, he had hardly grown in 4 years and was significantly shorter than his peers. The monster watched the child with interest, and when he asked what the average height of a 13-year-old is, the monster attacked the child. This was just what Urian was waiting for. He immediately struck the monster with his fist, punching a hole in the monster's huge body. The enemy screamed and died. The boy looked at the smoking remains of the monster. Over the years, his strength grew stronger, and he had almost completely mastered it. The young man looked at the defeated enemy. He had never seen anything like him before. There were surprisingly many evil monsters in this world. The giant's bloody eyes went out, and the horned head of the slain monster fell onto the grass of the forest clearing. The enemy of the people was killed by the young man. Urian thought about it and was delighted. Eating the deer antlers from this monster's head would surely make him taller. What luck that was! As before, the boy remained the strongest in this world. The abbess of the monastery called the grown-up Ella and Urian to her. The kind nun told them that they were old enough to take the entrance exams to the Magic Academy. Mother Superior, Sister Arlene, asked the boys if they were well prepared for entering the most prestigious academy of magic. Sister Arlene took in the orphans after the director's death. Ella assured the nun that they were ready, and it was all thanks to her kindness. The nun humbly replied, "Excellent. There must be a reason why God took the director and allowed them, the children, to live." Sister Arlene hoped that the Lord's blessing would help the orphans, and during the exam, Urian and Ella promised that they would definitely be admitted. The Magic Academy is a long-time dream place for poor orphans, where they all wanted to escape from the orphanage and the evil and greedy director. And also, this is a real school of magic, which Urian so wanted to get into, but in his ordinary previous life, it was an unrealistic dream. Besides, the last 4 years had been too boring. The young man had been doing the same thing day after day, and it had already become boring. Urien did nothing but secretly exterminate monsters in the vicinity of the village while no one could notice him. But now that he and Ella are going to the Magic Academy, people will openly ignore him. And that's the most interesting thing. Isn't that the whole point of academies in the fantasy world of sword and magic? The main character who is greatly underestimated by everyone. Urien kept sighing. He was so excited. Finally, his story was taking a serious turn and starting to develop. The orphans arrived at the Royal Academy of Magic, an academy that was once founded by the kingdom's ruling family. A magic school that nurtures the talents of every child, regardless of status, so that people can confront monsters. Today is the entrance exam. One of the applicants was Chris. He said that the nobility here is felt even at the gate. The young nobleman looked around, observing the future students who had arrived at the academy to take the entrance exam. The young man chuckled contentedly. Most of them had blue brooches, which meant they were the same noble students as he was. All nobles. And then one girl caught his attention. She kept away from the others and did not speak to anyone. Chris gasped in surprise. This girl had a red brooch. Could it really be the princess of the royal family herself? It's surprising that the heiress will study with them. Young Christian grinned, which meant the entrance exam this year would definitely be difficult. There were a lot of kids, even the princess herself. And suddenly, the young nobleman heard Ella's voice. She was convincing Urien not to be nervous. They were well prepared for admission. Turning towards the voice, Chris snorted contemptuously. What kind of plebeians are these? Well, exactly. They have black brooches, and what are they doing here? Ella was cheerfully telling her friend at the shelter that they just needed to act like normal. Urien smiled. Only she was nervous here. And then Urien heard Chris laugh. He exclaimed, "Oh my God, forgive me, Your Majesty. The princes from the gateway have arrived." The young man noted that, of course, statuses are not important here. But why did lower beings decide that they could enter the Magic Academy? Others picked up on it. Black brooches, plebeians. Can you at least read? It looks like there will be 2 fewer people in the competition. One of the nobles said, "Who cares? They're finished anyway. Let's at least give them a try and thank His Majesty for this chance." A satisfied Urien smiled. Yes, this is how it should be. A classic plot development for a character who hides power. Ella was offended by Chris's arrogant tirade. The girl lowered her head and stubbornly said quietly, "It doesn't matter. We'll do it anyway." She grabbed Urien by the hand and said, "Let's go." The boy confusedly asked Ella what happened, why she got so angry. Ella excitedly told Urien not to listen to them. You never know what these arrogant, spoiled nobles will say. They don't value people, only their status. And such people never achieve anything serious, either in magic or in their own lives. Urien, catching up with Ella, asked her, "Wait for me, little sister," the young man thought. What a pity. She didn't let him enjoy being ignored. The head of the Magic Academy, Mages, loudly announced that the 29th entrance exam to the academy had begun. He told the applicants that their task was simple. The goal of the students of the Magic Academy was to protect all the people of the world with sword and magic. Therefore, for admission, teachers will test the basic skills of those who wish to enroll in the Magic Academy. Urien heard behind him, "Hey, look, there's a black brooch. There are commoners here too. He can at least lift a sword." A guy came out to the applicants and introduced himself. "I am the instructor who will conduct a sword skills test. My name is Ka Ryun P." He explained to the guys gathered around him in the hall that in order to pass the tests, they would need to take a training sword. Then they had to cut down the target behind them with one blow. Ka Ryun P waved a piece of paper and the figure behind him flew apart. The applicants were taken aback. The instructor cut up the mannequin with ordinary paper. That was too much. Most were delighted. That was amazing. The instructor restored the figure and asked everyone to approach in turn. Tien was listed first. Ka Ryun P called her name. Tien clenched her fists in fear and replied that she was here. The girl timidly stepped forward. She was visibly nervous before the test. The instructor gave her a sword and calmly told her to start whenever she was ready. Not to worry so much. The exam was not scary. The girl asked in confusion if she would really be disqualified if she didn't cut this dummy the first time with a training sword. Ka Ryun-P reassured her that this wasn't entirely true. They didn't have high expectations of applicants. It was important to identify any talent for magic. They will still be at the level of children at first, so they need to try to show something special and give it their all. Tien closed her eyes and slashed with all her might at the dummy with her training sword. Everyone looked at her result with curiosity. The instructor chuckled. The girl cut through the figure to the middle. He praised her and invited the next candidate to take the exam. The next to undergo sword testing was the arrogant nobleman Chris, who was also only able to cut through the dummy halfway. A similar result was shown by Rishal, a young man with a green stone in a brooch, the instructor noted in the report. The middle of the target. Ella was the next one to take the test. The girl clenched her fists. She was sure that she simply had to get in here. Ella responded and stepped forward. Everyone turned to look at the girl with the black stone, and contemptuous laughter could be heard from the crowd of nobles. Urian said to his sister, "I think that if you can get through with a cut only to the middle of the mannequin, then you can handle it very easily." Ella smiled and thanked Urian for his support. Over the years, she had grown to love this boy as if he really were her brother. The girl took the sword in her hands and concentrated. The instructor said that she could begin the test when she was ready to strike. The nobles hissed contemptuously. "I can't believe I have to take the exam with this filth. It won't cut through even half of the figure." Ella heard these taunts, but they didn't affect her. The most important thing for her now was to pass the test and enter the academy. She remembered how their life in the orphanage ended. She still blamed herself for not being able to protect Urian 4 years ago. By studying at a magic academy, she can become stronger, and then no villains will dare to harm her little brother. The girl swung and struck the mannequin, cutting it into 2 pieces at once, and the other entrants gasped in surprise. The instructor's mouth dropped open in surprise. She was the first student in this class who was able to immediately cut through the dummy. Urian smiled happily. His older sister had done a great job and wiped the floor with all those arrogant, clownish nobles. A murmur of surprise ran through the ranks of arrogant young people. Wow! How could a commoner do such an amazing thing? She was the first to cut the mannequin in half. No one could do it. How could a black brooch? What kind of sword is that? We need to take it too. Ella smiled widely and loudly declared that she would be the one to protect her little brother Urian because he was very weak. Ka Ryun-P looked at the girl silently. He was trying to understand how she managed to cut the mannequin so easily on the first try. It's not that simple. The instructor knew perfectly well that there was a magic rod installed in the middle of the target, which prevented the figure from being cut with a training sword. Even if they hit it with all their might, the children shouldn't be able to cut it. They're still too weak for that. Regular weapons won't cut this dummy. To make a complete cut, the girl would have needed to strengthen her weapon with magic. If she had done that, Ka Ryun-P would definitely have noticed. And this is difficult to do even for adults. But the girl coped with such a difficult task subconsciously, simply by concentrating. The instructor noted to himself that the girl was talented and announced the next candidate. Now it was Urian's turn to take the test. The young man took the sword in his hands. The main thing is not to accidentally show his true strength. We must remember that he is a character who hides his strength. He took the sword, frowned, and looked at the dummy standing in front of him, wondering how to calculate the blow so that it would be weak enough. The instructor told the young man to start when he was ready. Ka Ryun-Ping was very interested in what Ella's younger brother would show. Skinny Jurian struck the dummy, trying not to cut it and to show the worst possible result. And he succeeded. The instructor and the other applicants watched the young man closely. Many were afraid that the boy would also turn out to be strong. Seeing the result, the nobles laughed and did not cut through half, which was expected. The commoners are weak because they have nothing to eat. The instructor noted that Urian was clearly not as talented as his sister. The young man smiled. He managed to fool everyone and hide his strength. The next entrance test to the academy was a magic test. All the guys went into a classroom where magic reigned. Chi Li said that she was their instructor for today. They needed to take this magic tool and hit the target behind Chi Li's back. One of the young men told the instructor that he couldn't use magic, but she reassured him that there was nothing wrong with that. The tool will create water instead of the boys. If they can't control the magic, They must shoot at the target one by one. Chris will be the first, the young man sighed excitedly. He picked up the instrument and, looking around triumphantly, said that he was starting. The young man pointed the magic instrument at the target. A stream of energy flowed straight into the target. Young Christian was extremely pleased. Chi Li praised the boy. A good result, not bad at all for a start. He passed the entrance test. Everything is wonderful. The other young nobles exclaimed. As expected of a noble youth, he passed the magic exam with ease. The instructor told Christian, beaming with self-satisfaction, to return to his place. Jurian was next to take the magic test. The boy responded, saying that he was here. Ella clenched her fists and wished her little brother good luck. She was afraid that he would not get in. Chi Li told the boy to take the stick from Chris and come forward, and the previous applicant should pass the instrument to him. But Christian, holding out the magic wand, did not hand it to Jurian, but deliberately dropped it from his hand, and the instrument fell to the floor. Chris looked at little Jurian with mockery. The wand fell to the floor with a clang. Now the boy was forced to bend over. Chris said mockingly to Jurian, his eyes flashing, "Don't even think about receiving anything from a nobleman's hands, you filthy commoner." Jurian looked at the smirking, arrogant Chris with his big eyes and thought, "Well, it seems like the anti-hero has appeared here." Ella called out to her brother with concern. The instructor became indignant, sternly telling the boys, "Hey, don't you dare quarrel among yourselves." But Jurian quickly bent down and picked up his magic wand. He calmly replied, "Everything is fine, little sister, don't pay attention." In fact, Jurian was even happy about Chris's prank, because thanks to him, everyone was looking at him, Jurian, and everything was going perfectly. Jurian anticipated that this would be a real failure in the exam at the Magic Academy. All the nobles would be wildly delighted, and Jurian will eventually become an ideal character who hides his strength, and who didn't even get into the academy on his first try. The young man decided that he had slightly altered the trajectory of the magical flow so that it would not hit the target directly. And then there will be an excellent scene of failure, because this wand is set up in such a way that any mediocrity can pass this magic exam. He applied just a little force and directed the magical flow away from the target, and a huge amount of energy burst out from the magic ball. Jurian looked questioningly at the magical instrument and gasped. It seemed he had miscalculated the force directed at it. The audience's mouths dropped open in surprise at what was going on with this stick. It was behaving very strangely. Not like the other kids. The young nobles were stunned by what this commoner was doing with a magical instrument, and how it was even possible. Jurian let out a confused yelp. It seemed like this wand wasn't designed for even the small amount of magical power he'd put into it. Looking at the cracked magic ball, the young man quietly remarked that he seemed to have run into huge problems. He had been caught. The future students of the academy couldn't take their eyes off the small, skinny boy. No one could understand how he broke his wand. Ella asked Jurian in confusion what he had done, and the instructor silently looked at her future student, trying to discern his strength. The dumbfounded young nobles exclaimed questioningly that this had just happened. This plebeian couldn't possibly be strong. But why did the magic instrument explode? Did this simpleton really have such strong mana? Jurian was confused. It seemed like he was in trouble. And then Chris loudly declared that the whole problem was in the instrument. It seemed that it was simply defective, which is why it exploded in the boy's hands. Chris exclaimed smugly. Everyone understands that this weak commoner simply could not destroy a working instrument. The other nobles nodded. Sure, he couldn't. Everyone was being tested with the same wand. It was bound to break at some point. It exploded right after Chris's attempt. This commoner has no luck at all, Jurian mentally thanked Chris. How good. But Jurian didn't understand why the instrument was so weak. It broke immediately from a very small drop of the young man's strength. Jurian thought that he couldn't get caught right after becoming a character with hidden power, so it was better not to relax. Magus announced the final test. Teams of 3 would enter the forest, kill a magical bear, and bring back its fang. The leader said, no matter how good your skills or mana are, if they can't help you defeat the monsters, prove your courage. Jurian thought about it. It turns out the last test is hunting monsters. Ella, seeing that her brother was thinking, called him and said, everything is fine. The girl reminded Jurian that there was only one step left to fulfill his dream. and he had to do everything possible to take it. The young man answered his sister with a smile that they would try, because they had promised Sister Arlene that they would definitely enter the academy. The head of the academy explained to the children that they would need to gather together according to the color of the brooch's glow. Each team would have its own color. Ella was very surprised. Her brooch suddenly glowed red. She looked around, looking for who would be on her team. Suddenly, Ella heard someone call out to her. An unfamiliar young man said, "I found it. You also have red, which means you are with us." Next to the young man stood a silent princess. Her brooch also glowed red. The guy said, "Come here. We'll go straight to the forest." Chris was indignant. How did it happen that this commoner was on the same team with the princess? Apparently luck. She was just lucky. Urian was pleased. Great. Ella ended up on the same team with strong people, which means she shouldn't be harmed by the monster in the forest. Smiling, Ella waved to her brother, wished him luck, and said that she would go. Their team would immediately set out on a mission. The young man also wished his little sister good luck. Now he needed to figure out with whom he would enter the forest filled with monsters. He was surprised why he didn't have any glow, the nobles whispered. It's lucky we're not on a team with this strange weakling. Urian was glad. It was good that many people ignored him, but did he really not have a team at all? Actually, it shouldn't be like that. Suddenly, Urian heard a boy's voice behind him. He exclaimed, "Oh, I found it!" Also without light. That means we are on the same team. A young man with glasses, very similar to Urian in his past life, addressed him by name, asking, "You are Urian, yes." "I remember." The boy explained that he had been watching Urian during the test. He introduced himself. "My name is Rishal. Let's try to pass the test." The girl next to Rishal blushed slightly and said, "And I, Tien. The three of us ended up on the same team for this final exam." Urian answered the guys with a smile. "Yes, of course, we will do everything possible." The young man sighed. "What a relief. I have a team." And the young nobles were sneering behind the boys' backs. They were laughing and pointing at them. "Look, what a team they've got there. Black and green have come together as one team. They are the worst of the worst. Despicable weaklings and worthless brats." This is also Richal's fourth attempt to pass the test, but he is absolutely useless. Well, he is a commoner. What else can you expect from him? And this is the third one with them, Tien. She is also an abandoned noblewoman, also a useless half-breed. No one needs her. Her relatives have abandoned her. The young, wealthy nobles laughed at the quiet boys. There's nothing to say. A great team. All candidates for elimination. Urian listened to the conversations behind their backs and could not understand what they were talking about. What it all meant. It seemed like they were all outsiders. Is this really Rishal's fourth attempt? He's a stubborn boy. And Tien, an abandoned noblewoman. What does this mean? Who are her relatives? And the nobles continued to laugh at the team, which seemed to them incredibly pathetic and insignificant. At the weakest guys. Urian asked his teammates optimistically, "We can still pass the test, right? We just need to all try hard." Rishal and Tien looked at little Urian in surprise. His confidence in victory surprised them. What was this boy hoping for? Suddenly Rishal smiled. And this guy is a good guy. He's not discouraged. Even though he passed the rest of the tests so-so, almost failed. Rishal clenched his fists joyfully and exclaimed, as expected from Urian, "Well done. I wasn't mistaken about you. Together we will do it." The young man added, "Such a calm and confident behavior among the nobles. I would like to adopt this manner of behavior at the academy." Rishal said, "I think you should gain recognition from others, Urian. Let's definitely enter the Magic Academy." Tien asked in confusion, "Can we really do this?" It seems they were put together in one team as the weakest and most backward applicants. The girl sighed sadly. "It seems I failed the magic and sword tests. Is there any point in going into the forest to take the final exam?" And then Urian realized that it seemed he had gone too far in hiding his strength. He asked again in confusion, "Tests of sword and magic. Wait, so if Tien failed these tests, then what about his results?" He tried to pass the exams worse than everyone else, and he really failed. Urian remembered that during the first test, he tried to only slightly cut the dummy, afraid of smashing it to pieces with his real strength. And during the magic control test, it was even worse. He managed to break a magic instrument, although he did it by accident. The young man was stunned. It turned out that he too had failed to enter the Magic Academy, which he had dreamed of even in his past life. Urian bitterly remembered Ella's words. She told him, "Let's do everything possible to pass the tests and enter the academy." He muttered quietly, "Little sister, it seems I failed you. I tried too hard to hide my strength and appear weak, that I failed everything." But then Rishal intervened in the conversation. He calmed them down, saying that everything would be fine. They could still enroll in the Magic Academy. Rishal explained that, of course, there was nothing to be proud of. But by the fourth time, I already knew everything. All the previous tests could be failed. Because the last test, the monster hunt, gives the most points. So if they join forces, they can still pass. Urian was very happy. He would be able to go with his little sister. Tien asked in surprise why Rishal was acting tough here. Inspired by the hope of success, the boys went into the forest. They had to defeat the monstrous bear and pull out its fang. Fleeing from the huge monster, Rishal muttered that with such success he would not only not be able to enter, but would not even survive here. He turned to Tien, saying, "Young lady, do something. You are a noble woman." But she replied in fear, "I'm sorry, I can't help." Finally, the growling behind him died down. It seemed the bear had seen other prey and had fallen behind the frightened applicants to the Magic Academy. Rishal sighed with relief. They finally broke away. The rumors weren't lying. Killing a monster is a very difficult task for ordinary teenagers. Urian sighed softly. It would have been better if he didn't have a team. Then he would have passed this easy monster hunting test without any problems. To pass the test, you only need to defeat one bear. But Urian cannot hunt while Tien and Rishal are nearby. The young man sighed. What could he do? Alone, he could have dealt with even 100 of these monsters. But now, unfortunately, he was not alone, Rishal said thoughtfully. If this continues, they won't accept us into the academy. We need to urgently come up with something to pass the test. He added that everyone has their own circumstances. I can't fail. This year is my last. There will be no more attempts. Rishal suddenly suggested that we just rip out the bear's fang. In fact, it wasn't necessary to kill it for this. Of course, the goal of the final test is to defeat the monstrous bear and take its fang. But they are too weak for that. So they need to resort to trickery and simply take the fang from the monster, because no one will go to check whether they killed the bear or not. Urian asked in surprise, "Is this even possible?" Rishal chuckled in response. Yes, there is one way, but not everyone might like it. If you look closely, you can see that a bear's teeth always stick out, Urian agreed. And indeed, he hadn't paid attention to it before. Rishal told the guys, "Listen to me. Then the plan will definitely work. Even if we can't kill him, we can at least pull out his fang." They were lucky this year because the bear monster is the easiest enemy in this test. With others, it would have been much more difficult. He handed Tien a small pouch and said, "Young lady, apply this to your body. It will help them all enter the academy." The girl asked in surprise what it was and why exactly she needed to apply it to herself. She didn't understand anything about the plan. Rishal explained that it was deer blood. Bears are very sensitive to smells. He would be so engrossed in it that he wouldn't notice the loss of the fang. Tien's mouth dropped open in surprise. She still couldn't believe what Rishal had planned. Maybe she had misunderstood him. The girl laughed in confusion, saying that she was not a very good runner, so she would not be able to hide from the hungry monster bear. But Rishal reassured her, yes, everything is fine. They will cope in any case. Saying this, the young man actively shook the contents of the bag. He explained to the girl that the bear monster ignores attacks while it eats. Tien's eyes widened in horror that Rishal would say something like that, and he was already opening the bag, saying that while he was eating Tien, he would definitely be able to take the fang from him and even have time to escape. But Urian grabbed Rishal by the hand when he was about to drench the girl with blood. He was simply horrified by the insidious guy's plan. Urian asked him, Are you seriously suggesting that Tien die just so you can enter the academy? Rishal looked questioningly at the little orphan. He could not believe that he did not agree that his plan was excellent. He asked, "What's wrong, Urian? Don't you want to go to the Magic Academy with your older sister Ella?" Rishal pulled his hand out of Urian's grip and explained that without a victim, there was no escape. The monster's attention had to be distracted somehow. The guy asked the surprised Urian, or maybe he had another option on how to defeat the bear and enter the academy. Rishal said angrily, "We have no choice. I have no chance of winning the fight with the monster, because I am at the very bottom." Unlike nobles, commoners are not endowed with strong mana from birth, so people like them must all unite. Rishal added that it would be nice to go through together. Sacrificing one noblewoman, she was sent to a weak team, which means she was abandoned. Tien lowered her head, and Rishal stated, "So we can use this at our discretion. She is an abandoned noblewoman after all." At that moment, the girl remembered her governess's remark. She said, "Lady Tien, I heard that you failed the test again." She reminded the girl that her brother Ricky was so good at magic that the woman sometimes doubted whether they were of the same blood. Young Tien was considered a disgrace to the Count's family by everyone. She was very weak compared to Ricky, although she was not completely devoid of magical power. Tien closed her eyes. Rishal was partly right, and this is what it has come to. A desperate commoner is trying to feed her to a monster. Urian shielded Tien and declared that whether she was abandoned or ignored, every person will have a moment when they shine. The young man exclaimed that Rishal could not decide for others whether they were useful or not. Each person could only decide for himself. Rishal clenched his teeth in anger. She had been counting on Urian's support, but he had sided with this pathetic, abandoned noblewoman. The enraged guy unsafed the lid of the blood tank and poured the scarlet liquid over the team members standing in front of him. He exclaimed, "Well, then you will die with her. It's even better that way. The bear will eat longer, so you can definitely get his fang." As soon as the deer's blood spilled out, the monster bear immediately smelled it and growled threateningly. Deer are the favorite food of these monsters. Before the boys could react, a roaring monster jumped out at them from the thicket. Tien and Urian, covered in blood, turned to face him. Tien screamed in horror. She had never fought monsters before. The girl was confused, forgetting all her skills. But Urian was calm. He wasn't afraid of the bear. He just didn't know how to do it so that he could destroy the monster without showing his strength. He smiled. It was great to be strong and not shake with fear, like that bastard Rishal, who exposed him and Tien to the bear. The huge beast was already very close. He smelled the deer's blood. But for some reason, small people appeared in front of him. The bear stopped. Seeing that the monster had frozen, Tien fell silent. The panic suddenly receded, and the girl began to reason calmly and surprisingly sensibly. She glanced sideways at Urian, who was standing next to her and also covered in blood. This boy covered her with his body, not allowing her to be sacrificed, but it seems he is too weak to cope with this monster. So if something is not done urgently, they will definitely die in this test. The girl took out her magic wand and decided that she needed to destroy the monster herself. After all, she was from a count's family. Meanwhile, the bear was approaching. He sniffed the scent of the deer and growled. His huge fangs were filled with blood. He wanted to eat. Tien clutched her wand and prepared to fight. She was very scared, but she knew that there was nowhere left to retreat. She suddenly thought that maybe the circumstances had developed in such a way that she could finally prove herself and stop being afraid. The girl again remembered the maid's words that she, Tien, was the shame of the family. She failed the tests time after time, not like her brother Ricky. Tien gritted her teeth. Her lips trembled. This is not true. She is not a disgrace to the family at all. She can also become a famous hero like the others. With a wave of her wand, she summoned a windshield, and at that very moment a hurricane swirled around them, stopping the monster's advance. The girl cried out desperately, "I am also a noblewoman, and I can also fight monstrous beasts, and I also have magical powers." She summoned a wind sword, trying to finish off the blood-scented monster bear right next to them. Cutting streams of wind sword flew towards the monster. The bear growled in surprise. This girl turned out to be not so harmless. Tien grinned happily. There you have it. Vile, bloodthirsty monster. It won't be that easy to devour us. We'll still fight." But the cutting streams passed by, and the giant bear wasn't even wounded. The girl was stunned. There wasn't a single scratch on the animal. Urian was surprised. Wow, this bear is so strong. Tien decided that she needed to save at least this young man, and whether she would survive was not important. Air currents swirled around Urian. Tien surrounded him with a shield of wind. He looked around in surprise. The wind blew stronger and stronger. The young man asked in bewilderment what kind of technician this was. The air was cooling. Tien warned that the landing could be hard. She explained to the boy that she could launch things, but had not yet learned how to land them safely. But she could save them from the bear. The girl smiled cheerfully and said, "And yet, this is much better than death from a bear's claws and teeth. So, have a nice flight." Tien waved her wand, and Jurian soared into the air with a cry, leaving the young countess alone with the giant bear monster. She remembered Urian's words spoken here. Abandoned or ignored, every person will have a moment when they shine. The girl thanked Urian for giving her this courage, and thanks to this phrase, Tien believed in her own strength for the first time. The fragile girl stood before the monster, raging with anger, and hoped that Urian would be able to escape. But she did not think about herself at all. The bear swung its clawed paw and dealt a fiery blow to Tien, who was standing in front of it, causing everything around to glow with flames for a moment. The girl swayed and began to fall. Her magical powers were not enough to block the blow of the fire bear monster. The unconscious Tien was caught by strong arms. Urian could not allow the bear to devour such a brave and strong girl. He said to the young countess with a smile, "You see, it's your time to shine. The main thing is to overcome your fear and join the fight." Urian grinned, and the bespectacled man ran away because he was afraid of getting hit. The bear was puzzled about what to do with his small prey. The young man was pleased. It was good that Rishal had escaped, so Urian could save Tien. And the bear turned around and moved towards the children, growling. Baring his teeth, the bear roared and swung his fiery paw at the teenagers again. They both smelled so enticingly of deer blood. Urian dealt the monster a fatal blow and said, "First, I'll take the fangs. After all, I need to pass this final exam." Blood gushed from the giant bear's enormous body. He growled and fell onto the grass of the lawn, his fangs ready to be taken. The young man asked with a smile, "Perhaps it would be worthwhile to make a little fun of that idiot Rishal when he came back to take a look. By the way, where did Rishal run? I don't see him nearby." And the guy ran to a prearranged place. He was already with the others. Several of those with whom Rishal had conspired in advance began an attack on the young aristocrats they hated. Armed with magic wands and swords, they approached the group that included the princess and Tienriki's brother. The young count asked the boys what they were doing. Swords and wands should only be drawn against monsters, and not against their own kind. One of the conspirators turned to Ella and shouted, "Hey, commoner, come here to us. I will help you pass this exam." Ricky objected. Such a question of transferring to another group can only be decided by the director of the academy. Why are they trying to lure her away? The conspirator exclaimed, "We will make all the nobles fail the test, and we will pass it ourselves." The other snorted, "Hey, don't tell them anything." Ricky chuckled. "So the commoners had conspired," one of them objected. "This is all because of you. You want us all to fail." The conspirator shouted to Ella, "I repeat, come here." Ricky asked, "Do you think you can win if she is on your side?" The boy burst out laughing. He told Ricky that he wouldn't be the one defeating the nobles. The other one pulled the talker up. "Hey, stop explaining the details to him." But he, his eyes flashing, exclaimed, "The monsters will do everything. We will use them to kill all the nobles in this remote place." Rishal shouted, "Take him away from here. Who even invited this idiot with us?" Ricky quietly replied, "Everything is clear. Not a bad plan." The young count said, "I noticed that more commoners are taking the academy test this year, so it turns out that this is also part of the plan." The princess turned thoughtfully to Ricky. "It seems these guys know that bear monsters can be easily attracted by the smell of blood." The girl addressed the conspirators. As a member of the ruling family, I want to express my regret about everything that is happening now. It's disgusting that the future defenders of humanity, students of the Magic Academy, are using monsters for such things. She ordered Ricky to capture these guys alive. This is an outrageous case. Nothing like this has happened since the founding of the Academy. The princess was convinced that a thorough investigation needed to be conducted to find out who had used the last part of the exam. Whoever came up with the idea of setting the monsters on the rest of the guys, Ricky rushed into battle. The conspirators got a little scared. A wind sword flashed in the hand of the young count. It was the family's heirloom martial art, which had produced many great heroes. The guy swung his wind sword and many cutting streams flew towards the opponents. The streams were not strong, but sensitive. The conspirators screamed and dropped their weapons. All of them were significantly weaker than Ricky and could not stand up to him in battle. The young count carefully examined the clearing. All the boys were alive, but very scared. He was trying to determine which of them was the leader. And then Rishal, clenching his teeth, said through gritted teeth, "That's it. We've had enough of fighting. Quickly scatter the blood and get out of here. Let the monsters come." The boys immediately grabbed bags of blood and splashed it on Ricky, who was standing nearby, and they diligently spilled blood everywhere. The young count watched calmly as the angry teenagers were doing their work. He finally realized who had started this whole mess with the monsters. But, to the conspirators' surprise, the deer's blood did not reach Ricky. It did not reach anywhere at all, because the blood suddenly evaporated. Rishal couldn't believe his eyes. He opened his mouth in surprise and, stuttering, asked what had just happened and why it had happened. He asked his comrades in confusion why the blood had suddenly evaporated, how this could have happened since Ricky had done nothing. It turned out that the princess did it, she sternly told the guys. "You better give up. You have already disgraced yourselves and your families enough." A representative of the royal family told the conspirators that their plan had failed and that it was now up to each person's guilt to be determined. Ella thought in confusion. Amazingly, I didn't even have to intervene. The team members handled everything themselves. They were so strong. Rishal shook with anger. Had his magnificent plan really failed? And what would the nobles do with all the conspirators now? Turning to the boys, Rishal shouted, "This year is our last chance. There won't be another one. The nobles will forbid them to enroll. Besides, if they are caught, then everything will be over, and they and all their families will suffer for attacking the children of aristocrats." Rishal grabbed the sword and slashed his arm, calling on the others not to give up. They needed to see their plan through to the end. The remaining conspirators angrily clenched their fists. They agreed with the guy and immediately began to inflict wounds on themselves, drawing blood. The princess asked in surprise why they had to go so far. No one was going to punish their families since they were all just children. There was a noise and a terrible growl, and 4 huge, evil bear monsters emerged from the thicket, smelling the scent of fresh blood. Ella was stunned. There were so many monsters. What would happen now? They would definitely hurt someone, and then they would become even more angry because of the blood. The girl exclaimed in fear, "Oh my God, 4 at once! And so huge! How can I cope with them? This exam is really terrible." After all, these are monster bears. Will children, even very talented ones, be able to do anything to them, to defeat these bloodthirsty monsters? The conspirators shouted with a grin, "You won't catch us so easily, damn nobles!" And in response, Ricky called upon the striking wind for help. Cutting blows of crushing force fell upon the giant monstrous bears, cutting off their fanged, predatory heads and paws. The rebels, with their mouths open, watched as the monsters they had summoned to their aid with their own blood quickly perished. Rishal raised his head and looked at the dying bear. He had never even dreamed of such strength as Ricky's. The nobles were truly strong. Ella also opened her mouth in surprise. So this is how nobles fight. They are on a completely different level than ordinary commoners. Ricky told the boys that they shouldn't hurt themselves just because things didn't go according to plan, because they were also residents of this kingdom. After the monsters were killed, the conspirators were tied up tightly and whined pitifully, realizing that a harsh punishment awaited them. Ricky approached Rishal and remembered that his sister Tien was on the same team with the guy. But for some reason, the young man came here without her. The conspirator was silent for a moment, then grinned and answered, and indeed, a malicious smile played on his face. He looked at Ricky. A worried Ella approached the young man, and Rishal said with a smile, "It's great that you're both here. We can tell everyone right away." Rishal laughed and told Ricky and Ella that their brother and sister had been dead for a long time, and that they were weaklings and not fit to hold a candle to their relatives. They were covered in deer blood, so it was as if the bears had torn them to pieces, Ella screamed. Rishal grinned. One could get lucky. The princess ordered Ricky to go to them. There should have been traces left at the scene of the accident. Perhaps it was not too late to save the boys. Ella grabbed the sword and rushed after Ricky, trying to save Urian. But the princess ordered the girl to stay here, next to her. She shuddered and, without turning around, asked the young, imperious mistress why she should stay here instead of going with Ricky. Ella timidly reminded the princess that her younger brother was there, and she had once sworn to always protect him from all sorts of dangers. The princess said to the girl with a sigh, "I understand how you feel. It's hard to hear about this happening to your family." She explained to Ella that if she followed Ricky, she would only get in the way, and perhaps the young count would have to engage in battle. If everything happened exactly as that evil, bespectacled Rishal said, then the scene of the tragedy could be covered in someone's blood. The monsters will smell blood and start gathering. 10 or more. It's hard to say how many there will be when the young count appears. Ricky was skilled enough to deal with all the monsters, but protecting Ella at the same time would be difficult even for him. The princess asked the girl to trust him and stay here. Perhaps everything was not so bad. Maybe Tien and Urian were alive. Ella gripped the hilt of her sword. She mentally called out to Urian. The girl could not allow her little brother to die again. Meanwhile, Ricky was flying through the forest at great speed in search of his little sister Tien and Ella's younger brother Jurian. He had already run through many forest glades, but there was no one anywhere. And suddenly among the trees he saw the familiar silhouette of his quiet sister. On the lawn, with a monster's fang in her hands, Tien lay covered in blood. The girl was safe but unconscious. Ricky called out to her. Suddenly, Ricky noticed that there was someone else in the forest clearing. He looked questioningly at the strange stranger in the academy uniform. The young count stopped, ready to engage in battle, the thought flashing through his mind that it was this man who had wounded his weak sister. Ricky couldn't tell who was in front of him because the boy was wearing a knight's helmet, which didn't allow him to see his face. The stranger in the helmet was surprised to see Ricky in the clearing. He said in confusion how strange it was that it wasn't the bespectacled man who returned to their clearing. Ricky noticed that the stranger had a black brooch in his helmet, which meant they hadn't caught all the evil commoner conspirators. The guy looked at his sister again. She still hadn't come to her senses. Or maybe she had already died. Maybe this freak killed his Tien. Ricky didn't take his eyes off his sister's face. It was as calm and a little sad as always. Would she never speak? The boy rushed towards the stranger in the helmet, shouting how he dared attack his beloved sister, how he dared kill a weak girl. Ricky's eyes flashed with anger as he attacked the helmeted youth with his family's wind sword, not thinking that he could kill the teenager. Their swords met with a clang, but to Ricky's surprise, this short youth was not inferior to him in strength, and the wind sword stopped. Ricky looked questioningly at the boy. How he was able to block his attack? Not even every adult could do that. Urian asked Tien's brother with a grin if it wasn't too dangerous to attack so suddenly. And Ricky was amazed at how quickly the boy reacted. Ricky asked the stranger if he thought he would escape unharmed after treacherously wounding his sister Tien. The young count was becoming more and more surprised. This commoner could also strengthen his sword with magic. Urian was surprised at whom he had wounded. Urian suggested that Ricky calm down for a second and listen. It was clear that he could have misunderstood the whole situation in this clearing. The teenager explained to Ricky that he did not want to harm Tien in any way. But Ricky did not listen to him. He called upon the power of the magical wind for help. Urian remembered how recently the wind of Tien lifted him from the ground and threw him high up towards him. And Rika's wind was probably much stronger. And indeed, a stream of hurricane wind threw Urian quite far from the guy, but he managed to cut the stream with his sword. Stopping at the edge of the forest, the young man noticed that it was dangerous. Urian cursed under his breath. Ricky almost broke his helmet. Throwing the young man away, Ricky covered himself and his sister with a shield of wind and leaned over the girl. He realized with relief that she was alive. The young count said thoughtfully, "A suspicious helmet. my sister unconscious and next to him a surprisingly strong young commoner. Looking at the young man in the helmet, Ricky noticed that he did not look like the attackers. Urian thanked the young gentleman count with a grin. Ricky said, "To acknowledge your amazing moves that allowed you to dodge 2 of my attacks, I will introduce myself." The guy introduced himself. "My name is Ricky. I serve the spirit of the wind Vi, the eldest son of the Viscount. I am entering the Magic Academy with my sister." The young man politely replied, "Yes, of course. Nice to meet you. My name is Yuri Seon-kun. I am also applying to this Magic Academy." The young count asked his new acquaintance, Yuri Song-kun, "You say you are not part of those attackers? Then answer me a question." Ricky was very interested in who did this to his dear sister Tien. Who dared to attack her? She is a very weak girl. Urian was surprised. "Well, the wind. It gets stronger when Ricky is angry," the young man answered thoughtfully. "With his sister, well, everything is fine with her." The young man remembered how he caught her, who had lost consciousness after the attack of the monster bear, and carried her out from under the blow of the huge monster. He explained to Ricky that he had to knock her out, but it didn't harm her in any way. The wind started swirling around him again. Ricky was angry. Urian asked the young count if he was even listening to him. But the wind was swirling around the guy again. He was about to attack the young man. Grabbing his sword, Ricky declared that this time he would definitely break that ugly helmet and find out who was really hiding their face underneath. Urian sighed. It seemed that the misunderstanding couldn't be cleared up so easily. Well, he hadn't really hoped for that. He was a count, after all. The young man clutched the sword in his hand and casually said to Ricky, "I still need to find myself the fangs of the monster bear. So we'll talk another time." Having said this, Urian rushed out of the clearing into the thicket with surprising speed. He really did need the fang to pass the final exam. Ricky was amazed. This guy was fast. His skills were clearly not at the level of a commoner. Not every nobleman was so gifted in magic. The count's son noticed that the movements of this teenager corresponded to those of a knight of average or higher. But Ricky could predict them. Brother Tien instantly appeared right in front of the fleeing Urian. He did not want to let the mysterious young man go without seeing his face. Ricky smiled and told the boy that although he was very fast, his wind sword was much faster. So it was useless to run away from him. The boy put his sword to Jurian's helmet, intending to cut it off and reveal the secret identity of this powerful commoner. The count's son struck with his sword. He was absolutely sure that he had cut the stupid helmet, but there was no one in front of him anymore. He struck the air. Ricky looked ahead in surprise. The strange, short young man had already vanished without a trace, as if a person could disappear into thin air. And yet, the fact remained a fact. The young man in the helmet had disappeared, and in front of Ricky there was an empty clearing. No traces, as if no one had been there. The boy shook his head in confusion, wondering where he had gone. Not a single peer had ever been able to escape from the young Ricky, who was as fast as the wind. Suddenly the young count screamed, feeling that someone had dealt him a short but powerful blow to the back, capable of knocking him out. Ricky began to slowly sink down onto the grass, losing consciousness. He wondered in confusion when he had managed to quietly approach him from behind. Understanding Ricky's confusion, Urian explained to him that it was not himself, but his residual trace. The guy was simply deceived by the vision. The 29th entrance exam was over. An incident occurred. Some took advantage of the monsters and attacked, but the princess dealt with them, and subsequently sent royal investigators to investigate this outrageous incident. The director of the academy announced that everyone had done a great job, and Miss Chi Li noted that the level of students this year was very high. One of the teachers was outraged. How should this be understood? This year there is complete chaos, and it was caused by these vile commoners. Chi Li exclaimed, "Mr. Jerry, refrain from such words. This academy does not look at status, but only at the talent of students." He agreed, it's true. But it was only for show, because the Royal Academy of Magic is the place where nobles can fulfill their duty. Or perhaps the respected Chi Li had forgotten the words of the sage, and she demanded that Jerry not mention her father's words in the context of this school. The head of the academy slammed his fist on the table and barked, "Enough!" and more calmly suggested that the secretary continue his report. The frightened secretary continued, He reported that this year 29 people had passed. In the top 10, he read out the names. The guys crowded around the stand. Finally, a list of those who had been admitted appeared. And of course, everyone was interested in who made it into the top 10. In first place, as expected, was Princess Saruti, a member of the ruling family and a truly skilled and powerful mage. Second place went to the representative of the Wind Spirit clan, Riki. He himself was looking for Yuri-san-kun on the list. He couldn't fail, but he wasn't there. Third place went to the magical swordsman Jade. The guy was happy. Third place. Now his mother will be happy with such a victory for her son. Fourth and fifth place went to sisters Sia Jr. and Mu Sr., who were especially strong when working together. Sixth place went to the commoner Ella. She was delighted. I am in sixth place. My brother would be happy. But where has Urian disappeared to? In seventh place was the son of the Minister of Internal Affairs, Chris. He was shocked. A commoner overtook him. He was sure she cheated. Eighth place went to the bully Rizo, who didn't understand why he had to take any tests and really wanted to kill someone. Ninth place went to a fan of the princess, a strange girl named Hina. She whispered, "The princess herself is here. We can be friends." 10th place was taken by a young man named Goliath. He had long hair and a disgusting character. All the guys tried to avoid him. Tien ended up in 24th place. Tien sighed with relief. She barely got in, and yet she was glad that she got in. Her brother Ricky is in second place. He is truly amazing. The girl ran her eyes over the lists. And what about Urian, who saved her? The young man looked through the lists and chuckled quietly. No one would have thought that he could be amused by his own failure, but in reality, he felt that everything was bad. Despite hiding his power, Urian really wanted to get into the Magic Academy, and yet he failed. It was written that way on the lists. Jurian, a failure. He was among those commoners who were not enrolled. The guy lowered his head. He brought a bear fang. Apparently he showed himself too weak in the magic and sword tests. That's the thing. Suddenly he heard Ellie's voice. She said to her brother Urian, "I heard that you were trapped. It's good that you weren't hurt." The girl explained that she wanted to rush to him right away, but Urian stopped her. "Everything is fine. Sorry for making you worry." He excitedly told Ella that she was amazing. 6th place. He heard there were some advantages for those who made it into the top 10. The girl thanked her brother with a laugh. "I think I was just lucky. I hope luck will be on my side next year too." Urian stared at Ella in surprise. Why in the next one? She had already entered the Magic Academy and even entered the top 10. But the girl objected. She said that she would not apply. They would do it together in a year. She was not ready to leave her brother alone. Ella reminded Urian that they had originally wanted to get into the academy together, and the young man's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Well, little sister." Suddenly they heard Chris laugh. He exclaimed, "Well, great. Fly out, both of you. The Royal Academy is not a place for dirty, poor people." The minister's arrogant son continued to laugh. He was very happy that the commoner who had overtaken him would not be studying here. Urian and Ella looked at the guy in surprise, and he laughed like crazy, happy that the last commoners would leave the academy. Seeing that everyone was looking at him strangely, Chris calmed down for a while and became a little quiet, looking around. But soon Chris was overcome by a new wave of joy, and he began to laugh at Urian and Ella with renewed vigor, filling the hall with laughter. Urian suddenly became angry. He looked at the minister's son and realized that he really wanted to beat all his shit out of this Chris. After listening to the report, Chi Li stood up and asked to wait a minute. She stated that she categorically disagreed with the results. The head of the academy chuckled in surprise and said, "But it seemed to me that everything was expected. The strongest students of the stream made it into the top 10. Chi Li explained that it was not about the top 10. She could not agree with Urian's failure. This boy should have entered. The commission secretary said that Ella's younger brother, who placed 6th, brought the lower jaw, but it was unlikely that he had obtained it himself. Ka Ryun-P said thoughtfully, compared to his older sister, he was not proficient with a sword, and he did not have much prospects in battle. But the magic teacher insisted that this boy had a huge talent in magic, and she paid attention to it. Meanwhile, in the hall, Chris was mockingly laughing at two orphans who had dreamed of entering the Magic Academy since childhood. A delighted Chris began to dance and repeat, "Failed, failed, failed! Talentless commoner and weakling!" This dance looked disgusting. But the minister's son didn't care about it. He was happy that Ella would get out of this academy. Urian looked at Christian's antics and thought, maybe he should hit him. But he didn't do it anyway, so at least punish this freak. Then one of the admissions committee members ran out into the hall and excitedly told the kids that he had an urgent announcement. Among the 29 applicants, they will choose one more who will be admitted. The nobles began to chatter. Apparently it was me. I couldn't fail. An employee of the Magic Academy said that they had already decided on a candidate. It was Urian. He was applying with a magical profile. The nobles, especially Chris, were shocked why a commoner was chosen separately. Isn't this the first Royal Academy of Magic? Ella congratulated Urian. Now they would be admitted together. The young man could not believe that they had really accepted him. What was going on? Chi Li said at the professor's council, "I don't understand how Urian could have failed at all. He has enormous magical potential. Not only does he have enough magical powers to blow up the magical device used for testing, he was able to instantly limit his power, preventing a catastrophe. He simply masterfully controls his abilities." Chi Li was sure that if they let him go now, it would be a huge loss for the kingdom. No one knew where he would go. Jerry objected when the monster bear appeared. If Tien hadn't pushed him away, he would have died. He had little real combat experience. Chi Li retorted, "That's how they earn money at school. In the future, this boy will surely be able to overtake both first and second place." Jerry wondered what this love for commoners was about. Did Li really think that a commoner deserved a place in this school? Chi Li replied, "I think that if anyone doesn't deserve it, it's you, Professor Jerry. The teacher is so blatantly discriminating against the student." The head of the academy slammed his fist on the table again. "Enough! The magic school is a haven for talented warriors. Status doesn't matter." Mages added, "Besides, I trust the opinion and experience of Professor Chi Li. She is one of the few heroic magicians in our country. Seeing how she was asking for the student, it would be foolish to ignore his talent." Professor Jerry grimaced with displeasure. They did not listen to him. Magus explained that he would use his power to specially accept Urian for training with a magical profile. But if this young man fails to show the results expected of him, he will be immediately expelled from the Magic Academy. Urian and Ella were overjoyed. How great it was! They both got in. Now they could learn the basics of magic and combat here. Ricky watched the orphans closely. He was haunted by that meeting in the forest. It was clearly one of the applicants to the academy. But who? The young count approached Urian and estimated his height. He said, "That young man Yuri-san-kun. It seems he was about this height." Urian looked at Ricky in confusion. This young aristocrat turned to be unusually attentive. Would he really find out about his power? The young man remembered perfectly well that it was he who had been at the test with the monster bear, and it was Ricky who had tried to remove that helmet from him. Urian looked at Brother Tien with fear, praying that he wouldn't figure out that the teenager in the helmet and he were one and the same. Otherwise, it would be the end. Ricky looked carefully at Ella's younger brother again. "No, this can't be that same night. This Urian is too weak." Brother Tien remembered their first test, when they had to hit a dummy with a sword. Urian held the sword very uncertainly, and his result was very weak. His sister Ella showed a much more impressive result. No, this is definitely not the guy from the forest. Ricky turned around and walked away. He sighed. It couldn't be that this Urian was so important that he was received in a special manner. Ella asked her brother in surprise what had just happened. The young man smiled, who knows, and he sighed with relief. Everything went well. The next day, everyone was discussing the news about who made it into the top 10 students, and also the special student in the advanced class. Ella couldn't come to her senses. They were here at the academy. Urian noticed that his sister was too tense, but everything went well. The orphans approached the doors of the advanced class. The best students of the stream studied separately from the rest. Urian opened the door. The top-ranked students sat in the luxurious auditorium. The kids stood at the threshold, wondering where they should sit in the classroom. Princess Sarudi and young Count Ricky, who had taken first and second place, sat together. but their faces showed obvious boredom. The sisters who took 4th and 5th place, Sia and Mu, were also sitting together, the elder teaching the younger some magic techniques. Jade was staring at Ellie from the 3rd seat. Goliath was grumbling, and Hina was looking at Saruti with admiration, sighing, "The princess is so cool." Ella asked Urian where we would sit, and he thought, "It's like I'm back in elementary school. Now we're going to learn to read and count. I wonder how training works in this world. Since this is the era of sword and magic, everything will be less developed than in the past life." At that moment, the bully Raizo appeared at the door and rudely pushed Urian away, demanding that he move over and let him through. Ella stepped aside, muttering, "Of course." "Come in," Urian thought with a grin. This must be their local school bully. Chris called out to the hooligan Raizo, who looked questioningly at the minister's son, asking what this rich jerk wanted from him. Chris asked Raizo with displeasure. "What? He just arrived. Almost everyone was already there, and he was the last one to arrive. This is just outrageous." The hooligan casually asked the minister's son, "So what if I come whenever I want, and you're still going to tell me when to come?" Chris told Raizo that he should set an example for the low-born students, and he came even later than those commoners. Raizo roared, "Yes, he came late. And now what? Every freak with a fat wallet will also tell him what to do here. Now he'll get it." Chris asked the bully, "You're Raizo. 8th place for reference. I'm 7th, so don't be so angry." It's still unclear who'll get it. Very pleased with the impression he had made, Chris smiled and told the school bully, "So don't be late for class anymore." Raizo's face darkened with anger. How dare this little bastard tell him what to do and what not to do? And even when? He leaned towards Chris and growled, "Just in case you're a little higher up in the rankings, don't think that means you're stronger than me." He grabbed the frightened Chris and growled, "This test can in no way judge my abilities. Are you tired of living?" Ella said to her brother in fear. "Yuri, they are fighting." The young man saw. He suggested to his sister, "Let's sit here, it's quiet here." The other students also noticed the commotion. A pleased Goliath exclaimed, "Wow, they are fighting." Hina was surprised. Could this really be serious? Jade's cheeks flushed. He looked with loving eyes at Ella, who entered the auditorium. He really liked this girl, and Ella naively exclaimed that it was the first time she had sat on such soft chairs. Urian smiled and agreed with her. Yes, it really was comfortable. The swordsman approached Ella and said with a smile that he was very pleased to meet her. His name was Jade. He was 3rd in their ranking. The girl smiled. "Yes, of course, my name is Ella," Jade said. "No need for formalities. We will be in the same class." He remarked that it was cool that they were in the advanced class, even though they weren't nobles. Something like that hadn't happened since the founding. It was an honor to study with them. Jade suggested that they be friends and not pay attention to their status. Urian thought, "What a bastard. He's trying so hard to please Ella." The swordsman asked the young man, "You are Urian, Ella's younger brother, and you are enrolled in a special order with a magical profile. That's cool." Urian thanked Jade and explained that he was not Ella's biological brother. It was just for information. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise. The swordsman said that Ella is an excellent swordsman and fully deserves to be in the Academy's advanced class. He turned to Urian. "I can't wait to see what you can do if you got into this class. I hope you show yourself." Urian watched Jade with a smile. What a fine fellow. He quickly pulled himself together. It seems like a worthy young man, even though he is a nobleman. The atmosphere in the advanced class was tense, although outwardly everything looked very calm as the guys got used to each other. The first day at the Royal Magic Academy finally ended. Urian and Ella were returning from classes, discussing the events. Urian noted that there was nothing special on the first day. Ella agreed with her little brother. Today, they were all getting to know each other. The young man said dreamily, apparently, "Normal lessons will start tomorrow. I wonder what will happen there. Probably some magical secrets." Ella reminded her brother that they had ended up in the Magic Academy, where they had always dreamed of going, since childhood, when they were still in the orphanage. She suggested to the young man, "Let's enjoy this before the rest of the orphans get here." Urian agreed. "It will be more difficult later." Suddenly, voices were heard behind me. Wow, they really are commoners. Who would have thought? I wonder what happened. They really study here. This was unthinkable before. But this year, the standards have been lowered significantly. If the advanced class is made up of vile commoners, if I were a year younger, I would also have ended up in the advanced class, Urian thought. Second year, of course. How could it be without such scum? One of the students said to the guys, "You better greet us appropriately. After all, we are already in our second year of study." Ella, shielding Urian with her body, timidly said to the tall students, "Hello, we are very glad to see senior students." The broad-shouldered guy answered the girl, "Well, of course, and now quickly undress. Otherwise, we will help you do it now." Ella muttered sorry. The guy exclaimed, "How dare commoners wear the same clothes as the nobility? This is unacceptable." He grabbed Urian by the collar and yelled, "If I tell you to undress, then undress. Otherwise, it will be worse, you poor bastards." The second-year student's rough face was distorted by the anger that choked him. He yelled at the guys who, unlike him, were among the best. The large student tried to lift Urian into the air, but the young man, strangely enough, stood calmly, not showing even signs of fear. The second-year student looked at the small boy in surprise. It was strange, but it turned out to be difficult to lift him. What a skinny freak! And Urian looked at the raging second-year student with a smile. He was not afraid of him, because he knew perfectly well that he was many times stronger than him. Suddenly, the large student heard Jade's voice behind him, who angrily called out to him, asking what Sunbae Nim was doing. Jade reminded Sunbae that a magic academy was not a place to discriminate based on status, and the second-year student glanced sideways. Ella rushed to Urian, and he told his little sister that it was funny. Everything happened here just like in any ordinary school. The swordsman shouted at Sunbae Nim to let the boy go, stating that his actions were bringing disgrace on the Royal Academy of Magic. One of the second years snapped back, asking Jade how he dared to contradict the senior students and stand up for them. Suddenly, the big guy hit Ella, who had run up to Urian on the head. The girl swayed and began to quietly fall onto the stone path. Sunbae Nim angrily yelled at the freshman, "Respect your elders. Otherwise, you won't live to see the next year, you bratty little brats." Jade screamed in horror, "Ella, what's wrong with you?" and rushed to the wounded girl. But she didn't hear him. The big guy's blow was very strong. Blood gushed from Ella's mouth. She was seriously injured. She needed to be healed immediately, or at least called for magical help. Urian's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't think the big guy would dare to hit the girl so hard. But it happened. Anger flashed in Urian's eyes, and he asked Nim belligerently how he, a stupid brute, dared to hit his older sister Ella. Hero Class President Haiwan was calmly drinking tea in the large office of the head of the Royal Magic Academy, Majesa. The head thanked her for taking on the advanced class. She replied, "Well, I did it because I had nothing better to do." Mages laughed. Haiwan was as straightforward as always, but it was even more fun this way. Otherwise, the other professors here were so terribly serious. The principal warned Haiwan that this year's class would be one of the most compelling causes in the school's history. So he approached her. The girl became wary and asked in surprise, "Are there any good reasons?" Well, Magus was apparently talking about those unusual brother and sister. Despite the fact that the nobility was against it, these guys entered in a special order and took a place in the advanced class, didn't they? Haiwan understood why the girl was accepted. She was a commoner, but the way she instinctively charged the sword with mana was simply amazing. If she had been an aristocrat, her place would have been assured. Mages confirmed, yes, Miss Ella was truly incredibly talented. But Haiwan was absolutely sure that the same could not be said about the girl's brother. He had not yet shown himself in any way, and yet he was accepted. Yes, Chi Li insisted that he had hidden talent, but unlike his sister, he had not yet been able to prove himself, showing himself to be weak. However, the head of the academy received him in a special manner. Haiwan asked, "It must have something to do with that very reason." The head of the academy asked Haiwan if she thought the school was what it should be, or just an outlet for the children of aristocrats. The academy was supposed to nurture talent regardless of status. But in reality, the academy became a place of prestige. If this continues, it will lead to the fall of the kingdom. Haiwan replied to the leader that since childhood, she was only taught to fight, so she takes his word for it. It will be better. She relies on his judgment and the reason he mentioned. The leader thanked Hyo. The director looked out the window. Haewon noticed that they were being bullied right under the windows. The head was alarmed. What were they doing? They needed to be stopped. But Haewon stopped Majis. Wait, it's better to just watch. It's never too late to intervene. Let the guys prove themselves. The girl was very curious about the reason why this seemingly unremarkable child was accepted here. So, the enraged elder Nim hit Ella with his fist, wounding the girl. He barked at her to respect her elders and not get in his way. Seeing that Ella was seriously injured, Jade was very scared. The young magical swordsman from the nobility really liked this girl. Ella lost consciousness and began to fall, splashing her own blood, which seriously angered her adopted little brother. The young man didn't expect that a big guy like Nim would beat a girl from his first year. Even in his world, it would be considered shameful. Urien instantly broke free from Nim's clutches and rushed to his wounded older sister Ella, who was falling onto the stone pavement. Jade asked Urien to take Ella to the medical center. Everyone understood that the girl urgently needed help. Otherwise, she would die. The enraged magical swordsman promised to take these scoundrels to the academy administration to investigate the attack on Ella. One of the second-year students was stunned by such impudence. Is this Jade? Seriously, they are the scoundrels. They are already 15 years old. And Nim couldn't understand anything. What kind of nonsense was this? When this little bastard broke free, I didn't relax. How could he do this? Urien bent over his wounded older friend, whom he considered a sister. A thin stream of blood ran from the girl's mouth. The young man remembered when that jerk Nim hit Ella. He filled his fist with mana. Did he really want to kill this kind girl? The image of the blow appeared before Urien's eyes again. What a scoundrel. He was clearly stronger than Ella, and she didn't expect the attack. Urien clenched his teeth. Nim had completely lost his mind. How dare he stand up and attack? He should give him a good thrashing. But he can't reveal his strength. Meanwhile, Jade had a fight with Nim. He was also very angry at the second-year student for hitting the girl he liked. The big guy was perplexed. What nonsense was this? This kid was much smaller than me, but so strong. Could a first-year student really beat him, Nima? Jade tried his best. He really wanted to show himself in front of Ella. He wanted her to admire him as her savior. Nim clenched his teeth. He felt that he was losing. A little more, and this little brat would drag him to the administration by the scruff of the neck, like a puppy. The big man shouted in desperation to his slender companion, Nigel. Use magic immediately. Let's restore the honor of our elders. The guy obediently took out his magic wand, but suddenly stopped. He asked the big guy in fear, and he didn't get anything confused. Using magic on academy grounds is prohibited, Nim barked. Shut up. Suddenly, Urien told Jade to move away. The boy was surprised why Urien hadn't gone to the medical center yet. But at that moment, the young man used healing, instantly healing Ella's wounds. The young man answered Jade. I cured her, so don't worry, I'll handle the rest myself. All the students' mouths dropped open in surprise. Nigel, who specialized in magic, immediately extinguished his wand and stared at the skinny young man in shock. The same reaction was felt by the senior observers who were watching everything that was happening from the window of the director's office of the Magic Academy. Ella woke up and looked at Urien with fear. He smiled. Sister, you're okay, I cured you. But don't overwork yourself. And now Urien decided to show the noble students the first way he learned to hide his enormous magical powers. But turning to the students, Urien was stunned. They all looked at him with their jaws dropped, and the older students even shook slightly. The young man didn't understand what was wrong with their faces. They looked as if Urien had just destroyed a dozen monsters at once before their very eyes. Haewon asked the director of the Magic Academy if he had given this commoner boy special treatment knowing this. Magus was silent. In fact, he didn't know anything for sure, but he could assume that something similar would happen to these orphans. The young man didn't understand why they were all staring at him like that. Ella also looked at Urien in surprise. She didn't suspect anything. Jade asked his classmate in confusion what he was doing. How Ella had recovered so quickly. She was seriously injured after all. Urien was surprised. I mean, how did she recover? I cured her. What are you talking about? Ella carefully told her brother that healing doesn't happen quickly. Before Urien's eyes, orphans appeared with a lesson in common sense, they shouted. In 2 years, we will also go to magic school. This lesson in common sense from the younger orphans was about healing magic. Lessons he had missed at the time because they were unnecessary. Use healing to heal wounds. This can take anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes. Even a priest needs at least 5 minutes. The orphans shouted, "Let's not do stupid things like full instant healing." Today's episode of Common Sense is over. Urian was stunned. He didn't even know. It's even strange how they can't instantly heal people. That's why he lit up with such power, Nigel exclaimed. So that's what kind of special student is this? Nim growled. A commoner. And Jade regretted that he couldn't show himself in front of Ella. At that moment, Haewon appeared in front of the students. The teacher of the heroic class looked at everyone with a serious look. She angrily reminded them that fights between students were strictly prohibited at the academy. And how dare the seniors attack the little ones? Ella asked her little brother in surprise where she came from. And Urian realized that the woman seemed to be watching them. Haewon turned to her siblings and looked at them carefully. These children were really different from the other students. She smiled and remarked mysteriously that there were many interesting students this year, which meant that the academy wouldn't be so boring. Haewon angrily told everyone to scat, promising that in honor of the school year opening ceremony, she would pretend she didn't see anything. The students thanked the teacher in chorus and asked for forgiveness. And Nim quietly growled, "Just you wait, kids. We'll meet again." Ella and Urian came to the dorm. The girl was delighted. "Wow, this must be a private room. There is even a bed here. Great!" Urian confirmed that it was indeed a great hostel. And after the orphanage, it really looked like a luxurious palace. The young man laughed cheerfully as he walked around the room. Everything here was exactly as he had imagined in his dreams about this wonderful, magical academy. Ella said to her brother, "I didn't know you were so talented, complete instant healing. I've never even heard of anything like it." The young man tried to turn this into a joke, saying in bewilderment, "I didn't know it was something incredible. I just wanted to cure her faster." The girl said sadly, "You'll definitely be accepted to a cool place after graduation. For some reason, it seems like our paths will diverge." Urian was upset. He just wanted to save his little sister, not make her sad, because Ella is also a surprisingly talented girl. The young man's eyes filled with melancholy, wondering what he could do to cheer up his previously never despondent, brave little sister. But Ella herself smiled. She clenched her fists and stubbornly said that she would not lag behind her little brother Jurian. Besides, the young man is very close. Ella is also in the advanced class, which means she just needs to try hard, and she will be able to distinguish herself. She suggested to Urian, "Let's support each other until the very end." The boy smiled. "Dear sister, of course, let's go." The next day, Haewon asked the kids if they had a good rest yesterday. She said, "I am the homeroom teacher of the advanced class." The famous heroine addressed the students. "My name is Haewon. Let's be friends, because we have a long way to go." Hina was stunned. "Haewon, she's a hero." Goliath grinned. "What did you expect? This is an advanced class, the best teach here," Urian said in surprise. "So yesterday in the yard it was our class teacher," Ella whispered. "I knew that Haewon was a hero." She asked, "Well, are the beds soft? I think you liked your rooms?" These exclusive rooms for the advanced class. In other words, ordinary students who fail to get into an advanced class do not have such noticeable privileges. From this day on, delicious food, new uniforms, excellent equipment, all this is at your disposal, because you are an advanced class. If you can hold out here until the end, then the school will look at you with envy. Ella and Urian whispered that they were proud. Haewon warned the kids that there was a screening system here, and they only got into this class thanks to the entrance exam. But if their academic performance declines, they will be immediately transferred to a regular class and will lose their current privileges. The class teacher said, "Keep in mind, the number of students in the final year of study in the advanced class was exactly 0. Haewon was wondering how many of them would graduate from the advanced class. Urian said cheerfully, "I'm looking forward to it." The teacher took the chalk and walked up to the big board, saying, "Okay, let's begin," and quickly wrote down a few numbers lined up in a column. Urian's mouth dropped open in surprise. Wait, that's math. It seems like he really was back in elementary school. The young man smiled. Well, it seemed like a good start. And if there was one thing he loved, it was mathematics in his past life, and he knew it very well. Because the advanced class grade is absolute rather than graduated, the number of students in it changes each year. Unlike regular students, the advanced class receives tremendous support and is guaranteed a career after graduation. However, if they fail, they are transferred to the regular class, and the pride they got from getting into the advanced class disappears. Haiwan noticed, for your information, the number of students in the final year of the advanced class was 0, and it remains to be seen whether our protagonist will ultimately be able to graduate from the advanced class and have a successful career. Chris's face lengthened in surprise. He quietly asked, "What is this, mathematics or something?" He thought they were about to start studying magic. Haiwan looked with a smile at the surprised and confused faces of this year's top students at the academy. Many of them were at a loss. Chris raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, can I ask a question?" Haiwan said, "Yes, of course I can. They came here to study." The minister's son stood up and asked why we needed mathematics at the Magic Academy. "I want to study magic, that's why we applied." The famous heroine asked Chris with a smile, "Why do you need magic? And what are you going to do when you have mastered it enough?" Chris replied, "Because I want to become a strong sorcerer like you and help the kingdom." Haiwan smiled. "That's a great answer, but to become stronger, the guys don't need mana or even magic. More than anything else, they need knowledge about the world. That is, science." The teacher added that if you have knowledge, you can easily surpass yourself. Hina was surprised, and what kind of knowledge this is? Haiwan lit a small fire and asked the guys, "For example, what do I need to do to make my fire become much bigger?" Chris immediately replied, "You need to use more mana. Then the flame will become bigger and stronger. The more mana, the stronger the magic." The teacher praised him. Everything was correct. And in that same second, the size of her flame increased several times. Now a huge stream was burning on his finger. Haiwan explained that indeed, this is usually done by using a large amount of mana, which can be very draining. But what if there is no more mana to add? The hero's strength runs out. What to do then? Let the girl with the bun answer. Hina replied that if there is no mana, other sorcerers need to use support spells. Juan said, "That is incorrect." "Well, that's one possible way. But there's a much better way to increase the power and size of fire without using mana." A stream of wind swirled in Haiwan's other hand, and the students looked at their homeroom teacher in surprise, not understanding anything. She explained that it was the wind, and now she was combining these two phenomena into one, and was offering to see what the result would be. The boys fell silent and looked in amazement at the giant fiery whirlwind that Juan had created after combining fire and wind. She explained that when fire meets wind, the fire begins to grow rapidly, Urian mentally added. It is a combustion reaction. Haiwan explained to the class that this was knowledge, and that was why they shouldn't focus only on increasing their mana reserves. First of all, they need to study, comprehend science, knowledge about the world, and today they will start with a simple test to understand the level of their knowledge. The teacher quickly handed out test sheets to the children. The students fell silent, immersed in solving the problems. Many were studying at home. The fountain pens squeaked. This was the very first written test, and everyone wanted to show their best side to the teacher. After a while, Haiwan said loudly, "Stop, okay? Now let's check the answers you wrote. They will say a lot." Having glanced over the collected sheets of paper, the teacher exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, 3 of them got an excellent result." Chris was very worried. The teacher announced that Princess Saruti had done the best on the test. The girl modestly lowered her eyes. Everyone here always praised her. Hina smiled enthusiastically and thought, "This is not surprising for a princess. She is the best in everything. Such a smart and beautiful girl." Haiwan also mentioned Raizo, the bully said in surprise. But only 3 of them were doing everything right. So, was he really one of them? Chris was amazed that Raizo had answered without mistakes. This bastard, this bully, asked the minister's son, "Hey, why are you sweating so much?" Raizo warned Chris sternly. "Just don't tell him you have any mistakes." The smug rich man sweated even more from fear, and the bully was advancing. "You are an aristocrat with an advantage in admission. A diligent bastard, 7th on the list. So cool. Rizzo threatened the minister's son, saying that the ratings change once a month, but I'm not interested in the rankings at all. The main thing is not to be eliminated. The bully looked at the timid Chris with a grin and said, "So from tomorrow onwards, you'll have to try harder. Otherwise, you'll only have yourself to blame." A frightened Chris gasped. He himself knew that he had to try harder. A commoner had already overtaken him. His parents would be simply furious. A high watt continued to announce the best students who did well on the test. Chris's heart sank. He dreamed of being the best, but the teacher announced, and the last one to cope with everything was Urian. The young man smiled. In fact, it did not surprise him at all. Princess Saruti looked at the young man in surprise. She was sure that these orphans had never studied anywhere in particular. Sia also stared wide-eyed at the inconspicuous boy, whom everyone considered the last weakling in the entire stream of students. Ricky glanced sideways at the boy. He was annoyed that he had overtaken him, and old suspicions about him were stirred up in him. Chris asked dismissively how this commoner could pass the test without making any mistakes, when even the aristocrats couldn't pass it completely. Ella asked Urian in surprise where he had learned the answers to all the questions. She knew for sure that they hadn't learned this in the monastery, and the young man chuckled smugly. After all, the knowledge he had once acquired while studying the school curriculum had come in handy. In his past life, he was a student at a Republican high school in the Republic of Korea, suffering from private education. The example Haiwon wrote on the board, Urian can easily calculate in her head. So this test is complete nonsense for him. It was elementary. Now the young man was sure that he would become the best here. His school knowledge from his past life would be quite enough. Goliath laughed, cool. A commoner made almost all the aristocrats in this class. Many here have something to think about. Jade leaned towards Urian and said with a smile, "I won't lose to you." And the young man was not at all against competing with him. Haiwon said that the simple tests were over, and now she wanted to give the students something, and a badge appeared in her hand. The teacher placed the advanced class badge on her hand and cast a simple spell. She needed to multiply the object, and then one badge turned into 11, and each student in the class received their own badge. The kids smiled, and the magic began. Haiwon explained that this was an advanced class badge that they had to attach to their vests to show others their status. Additionally, with these badges, the class's students have access to the very best of the First Royal Magic Academy. For example, they get access to the best food, prepared exclusively for talented students from the advanced class. Urian and Ella were stunned. This was real meat. For orphans who grew up on boiled potatoes, the table looked simply amazing. Ella immediately grabbed a huge piece. She exclaimed, "Urian, it melts in your mouth." "The advanced class is the best. The food here is so delicious," she told her brother. "I want to be here forever." The young man answered with a smile, "You can do it, Ella. Just try. You are talented." The girl enthusiastically suggested to her younger brother that they work hard to get good grades and stay in this class. Haiwon asked the students, "Did you like the food, kids?" "Great. And their next lesson will be about hunting monsters. Unlike the morning test, this lesson will affect their grades, and at worst, they will be expelled from the class, so they need to try hard." Urian asked Ella if she heard. Haiwon said that it will affect the grades. The girl said, "I will definitely take first place." The teacher added that the first-year students were still newcomers and too young to hunt dangerous forest monsters on their own. So, for this lesson, the teacher called the senior students, also commonly known as the joint monster hunting class. "They should be hunting monsters with their lovely elders," Nigel said with a smile. "I missed you so much, little ones." Haiwon warned that teamwork would be taken into account when calculating points, so it would be a good idea to get along. Nim laughed. "Well, arrogant little brats, nice to meet you again, by the way." The teacher said that teamwork is important. Nigel stuck his tongue out at the little one and said, "If I tell her you didn't listen, your grades will get a lot worse, right? Don't be afraid. We are not vindictive, but we can be both good and bad depending on your actions." Jade warned his classmates, Ella, Urian, "I'm sorry, but I hope you'll listen to them. Otherwise, they'll all get bad grades." The magic swordsman sighed. "Although this is very unfair, but I must remain in the advanced class at any cost. This is important." The young man clenched his fist. He really wanted to show himself tough in front of Ella. But still, the interests of his family were more important to him. Ella answered Jade that they also wanted to stay in this class, but there was a reasonable limit to everything. Urian sighed. What should he do? Urian asked Jade and Ella if the senior students would think highly of us even if we obeyed them. But they were angry with us. Look how they giggle, Jurian thought feverishly. He knew one thing. He couldn't let these freaks ruin his grades. And then an idea struck Urian. Now he knew exactly how to get out of this situation and earn excellent grades for the group. He turned to the elders. I beg your pardon, dear elders. They did not understand, dear elders, whether this is good or bad. The young man smiled broadly and asked the stunned second-year students, maybe we could make an interesting bet. Nigel grimaced contemptuously. How dare this commoner offer us a bet? And anyway, what can you do, newbie? But Urian ignored Nigel's snort and said they would show the seniors what they could really do. Nim and Nigel thought about it. It was a bit of a stretch to refuse such an offer, but this little cheeky kid insisted. Nigel still had doubts. He remembered the power of Jurian's magic, and his noble pride objected to a bet with a vile commoner. Urian didn't back down. He was convinced that even though they were newcomers, they were capable of surprising the seasoned second-year students at the academy. Finally, Nigel agreed. He shouted, well, as you wish. If you turn out to be weak, blame yourselves. Because you asked for it. He grabbed the weapon stand, which contained the swords they were supposed to use to hunt forest monsters in class. Nigel threw the weapon rack towards the advanced class students, giving them the first choice of weapons. Nick's companion shouted to the boys, get your swords and everything else you might need during the battle in the forest. Nigel explained to the little ones that there would be a training fight now. They would recognize the first years as equals if they won this fight. Nim licked his lips bloodthirstily and warned the fry, keep in mind this is a real sword, so don't get hurt, but that's possible. Because the teachers can't tell whether you are hit by a monster or a human, Urian asked in confusion. So this will be a training fight. The young man asked the second-year students in bewilderment. Do you want us to fight with real swords? If we win, you will leave us alone. Nigel laughed. Don't be so scared. We're not that bad. We just want to restore the rightful respect of the younger generation for the older generation. The first-year students thanked him unanimously, and Jade even shed a tear, whispering, Mom, I'll still stay in the advanced class. Ella asked Urian which sword she should take. He answered, any, sister, you will win anyway, the girl laughed. Nigel quietly told his friend Nim not to hold back, who angrily replied, of course, we have to deal with these commoners. Soon everyone was armed, and a fight began in a forest clearing between first and second-year students. Everyone understood that this was no joke. The big man Nim's personal sword flashed in his hands. He targeted the commoner Ella, who had decided to contradict him, as his opponent. He struck her with a scream, but the girl managed to block it. She turned out to be not so weak. It was not for nothing that she studied in an advanced class. Nim looked at the girl in surprise. It turned out to be difficult to beat the commoners. These little animals seemed to be ready for anything here. The big guy realized that the commoner had filled the sword with mana, which was strange for first-year students, since they had just entered the academy. The second-year swordsman decided that he too needed to strengthen his weapon, and at the same time take care of his defense. Who knows these little guys? Ella remembered yesterday. I couldn't protect myself, let alone Urian, because I couldn't stay calm in time. The girl was convinced that she wouldn't screw up like that today. This impudent big guy would get it today for yesterday's attack too. I look into Ella's eyes. Nim was scared. He shouted to his friend Nigel, a protective spell, rather. The magician answered, okay, I'll do it now. Nigel waved his magic wand and cast super armor on Nim, making it quite difficult for Ella to attack him. Meanwhile, Jade also entered the battle. It wasn't for nothing that he was a magical swordsman to begin with. He summoned enormous speed to his aid. Flying closer to Nigel, Jade cast a spell and a dark magical clot summoned by him began to swirl around him. Now Jade needed the power to neutralize the mage Nigel. Otherwise, Ella would not be able to defeat the big guy Nim with the sword. The magical swordsman extended his hand, and a dark, demonic sword, the deadly weapon of their warrior family, began to appear. Jade swung his sword with ease and cut Nigel's magic staff in half, causing all of his spells to lose their power at once. The second-year student looked at my hand in surprise and asked in confusion where my staff had gone and why it had suddenly turned out to be cut. Looking towards Jade, Nigel asked in surprise if he had really used a demonic sword, a powerful weapon in battle. Jade put away the demon sword and explained to Nigel with a smile that the main rule was to deal with the enemy team's sorcerer first. Nim growled angrily. Well, since it had come to this, it was time to fight with full force. The big guy clenched his teeth. He would not give in to these commoners. Turning to Urian, Nim shouted, "We will destroy their sorcerer too." Having shouted this, the big man rushed with his sword towards the calm youth. Ella exclaimed, "This will not happen." The girl rushed to intercept, trying to protect her little brother from the big guy. Nim rushed at Urian with a scream, but he stood calmly and waited for the angrily puffing second-year student to approach. He wasn't afraid of him. Urian's face was impassive. He was only concerned about one thing: how not to reveal his true strength and at the same time punish Nim. The young man had a great idea, and his face broke into a smile. It seemed that the big guy who hit Ella would get a beating. Nima was suddenly overcome with horror. He didn't understand what was happening, but for some reason this boy inspired an almost animal fear in the big guy. The second-year student stopped and, stuttering, asked what it was that the boy was instilling in him, why it was paralyzing all his actions in battle. Suddenly the girl screamed desperately. Carefully, there behind her from the forest unexpectedly appeared a giant bloodthirsty monster monkey. And indeed, behind Urian, with blood-red eyes shining, stood a giant, his mouth full of sharp fangs and his paws full of claws. The monster extended its clawed paw towards Urian, intending to grab the boy. But Ella rushed towards her brother with the speed of the wind. Before the young man could do anything, the monster slashed Ella with its claws, and she, bleeding, fell into the arms of the confused Jurian. The boy exclaimed, "Little sister, what's wrong with you?" But Ella had already lost consciousness. Her entire back was cut by the monster's claws. Jade called out to Ella in fear. The swordsman admired this girl more and more. So young and so amazingly brave. The young man immediately summoned his demonic sword. He must defeat the monster immediately and save everyone. And most importantly, save Ella. Flying above the roaring monster, Jade used the second form of the demonic sword, Spiral, and without thinking, rushed at the monster. The magical swordsman instantly pierced the monster's huge head with the spinning demonic sword, killing the monster on the spot. The fanged head of the bloody monkey shattered into pieces, flooding the forest clearing with blood. The monster was defeated surprisingly quickly. A frightened Nim crawled away from the falling monster with a scream. If it hadn't been for Jade's attack, the big guy would have run away from the monkey. Nim muttered, stuttering, that boy had killed the monster with one blow. But the monster had already managed to wound that impudent commoner. Urian told Ella that his little sister had scared him. Was she okay? The girl answered, "Yes, everything is fine. The wound on her back does not hurt at all." The big guy's mouth dropped open in surprise. A complete instant healing, meaning they weren't imagining things yesterday in the academy courtyard. This is the advanced class. At that moment, Jade ran up to the guys, offering Ella to take his vest because her cape was torn. Nim clenched his teeth angrily. These little ones turned out to be strong, he had to admit it. If they had fought, the older ones could have suffered. The big guy casually told the guys, "You've passed, small fry, we won't report you." Urian was surprised. Was it really that easy? After a short silence, Nim added, looking at Urian, "But this mud-blooded idiot, I'll tell you about you. You heal in a strange way." Urian noticed that Nim had a good body. "But this was only a protective spell," Nigel exclaimed. "Right, idiot. Now die." The big guy yelled at the magician, asking if he could do anything himself. But he objected. "Don't push it." The friends were arguing loudly. Urian laughed as he looked at them. They complemented each other perfectly. One could say they were the perfect team of losers and fighters. Meanwhile, Hei-Won was in a small forest hut in the company of other teachers. And for some reason, she really didn't like all of this. The teacher noted that this was not originally supposed to be a combined lesson, and the whole thing looked very suspicious. The interlocutors laughed, yes. Everything suddenly changed. You may not know it, because you are the first here. But we sometimes do this. Haiwan asked in surprise if it was true. But is that really allowed? Since each course must study according to its own program. The guy asked Haiwan to believe in the second year. And the teachers also need a rest. The heroine was surprised. I'm older, but she's on first-name terms with me. Haiwan chuckled and put the glass of drink on the table. But why did the theory lesson suddenly change to a monster hunting lesson? The heroine noticed. And these two are trying too hard to calm me down. Well, their intentions are obvious, but what to do? Looking at the smiling interlocutors, Haiwan said, "Since we have wonderful second-year students, my students will not suffer." They nodded vigorously and laughed. Of course not. On the contrary, the elders will protect the little ones in case of unexpected attacks by animals. The more Haiwan looked at these people, the more she realized that there were cunning and evil traps prepared for the little ones. The heroine thought about what to do with these scoundrels. How dare they pester my first students and even try to harm them, praise their courage, or perhaps kill them on the spot for attempting to kill the future defenders of the kingdom from evil monsters. Haiwan's interlocutors suddenly fell silent. They looked at the renowned warrior with concern, wondering if she had really understood everything. They knew perfectly well that this girl could easily kill them with just a single finger, and nothing would happen to her for it. She was a heroine after all. After some thought, Haiwan decided, okay, let's wait for now. After all, this is an advanced class. They are all very talented and strong. Laryl was very surprised. So this is the family using the demon sword, and it seems to be Jade, the newcomer this year. The guy asked the big guy, "Have you made sure there are no mudbloods?" Nim obediently replied, "Yes, we only brought him." Jade frowned, and he kept wondering what was going on. Why the elders suddenly called him to go with them. Why they created such a mystery. The guy waiting for Nim and Nigel in the clearing nodded to the boys and said patronizingly, "Okay, that was a great job." Jade recognized the guy. It was Laryl, number 1 in the second-year advanced class. He smiled and asked permission to give advice. Now the second year of the Magic Academy is called the Demon's Lair by both students and teachers, because the top one among them is him, Laryl. Last year, he came in first in the entrance exams and told the other students to listen to him without question. But the guys from the advanced class didn't want to obey Laryl just because he was first in line, because they were all rich aristocrats too. Last year, there were 10 people in the advanced class, until Laryl beat everyone else half to death for insubordination. The 3 who submitted remained in the advanced class, while those who stood firm against Laryl's tyranny ended up in the hospital and left the class. That's why there are currently only 4 people in the second year of the advanced class, and there is a very strict hierarchy and discipline among them. Jade was puzzled as to why the entire second year of the advanced class would be here. It was all clearly a setup. But who was doing it? Laryl told Jade that before the boy came to this clearing, he heard something about his family. Jade frowned. A bad start. The second-year demon continued. Jade is from a family that uses a demonic sword, so he has a lot of responsibility in his hands. And Laryl also knows that if Jade can't graduate from this advanced class at the academy, then his entire family will fall. That's true. Jade remembered his conversation with his father in their family castle. The young man was very surprised that there were other magical instruments. He found it very strange that people who couldn't use a demon sword could easily use mana swords as if it was nothing. The young man then asked his father why various magical instruments were becoming more and more popular in the kingdom. Very often, a magic wand is used, which can easily create water, or a magic sword which releases fire at the enemy. As they, the demon sword family, were falling into decline, Jade's father sighed and said to his son, saying that he was their last hope. He took the heir by the shoulders and warned him that he was obliged to graduate from the advanced class of the Magic Academy, no matter what the cost. Father insisted that this was the only way they could prove to everyone in this kingdom that the demon sword family was still alive and well. He repeated to his son, "Listen, no matter what, if you can't finish the advanced class, his mother, brother, sister, and he, his father, will die." Laryl smiled and told Jade that he would let him graduate from the Academy's advanced class if the boy behaved sensibly. Jade was very surprised. What does Laryl have to do with it? How can he guarantee completion of the advanced class of a completely different course? Laryl explained to the young man that this new class was now being watched by people of such stature that it was difficult for Jade to even imagine their strength. The second-year student added that these important people gave them the task and guaranteed that they would not be expelled if they helped complete it. For serious people like them, graduating from the Academy's advanced class is a common thing. Jade was surprised. Ah, so that's how things are. Laryl chuckled, of course. So Jade should go to these commoners and do as he tells him, and no nonsense. The second-year student's face suddenly became arrogant, and he asked the young man if this was much easier than fighting for a place in the advanced class. Laryl stated that he was helping Jade because his family was going through a difficult time, and he had the opportunity to become a worthy son. Jade returned to his classmates. Ella worriedly asked him if he was okay, and Urian asked if the older boys had beaten him. The girl went to Jade, saying that he had not returned for so long that they were already starting to worry. And Urian asked where the elders had gone. Urian was worried that the disgruntled second years would go and talk about how badly they worked as a team. But Jade's sword appeared in his hand. The young man did not expect an attack from his classmate. He stared at Jade in surprise, since they seemed to be considered friends. Urian shouted fearfully at Ella to be careful. The girl looked at her little brother in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Jade's demonic sword flashed through the air and he quickly attacked his classmates, whom Laryl was so eager to kill. Urian managed to shield Ella, who was stunned by the surprise, and a palisade of demonic swords instantly grew around the boys. The boy asked Jade if he thought it was a bad joke. Why did he capture them with these family things of his? As he left, Jade warned Urian to be careful with those swords, and not get too close to them if he wanted to survive. There is a very high voltage between these demonic swords, and if you accidentally touch them, simple treatment will not help. Urian smiled, so Jade made this magic trap with his demonic sword, and the guy is very capable. Jade apologized to Urian and Ella for this prank, and asked the guys to stay there for now. It would be better for everyone, especially for them. The boy explained to his classmates that the elders told him that he could monopolize all the points in the practical lesson of monster hunting. Jade added with a sigh, "You see, I have to stay in the advanced class, but it's normal for commoners to be eliminated." The young man promised his classmates that he would let them out when the lesson was over, and apologized again to the stunned kids. Ella asked her little brother in surprise what Jade was doing, why he locked them here, and even fenced them in with an electric fence. Laryl hit Jade a few times and remarked irritably, "I thought I clearly told him to cut off the commoner's limbs." The second-year student asked the boy in surprise if he was really trying to disobey the people above. He and his family seemed tired of living. Jade raised his battered face to the Academy demon. He didn't answer. The main thing was that now Laryl's weak minions wouldn't get to the guys. Laryl ordered the big guy Nim to find the brother and sister and cut off their limbs. He obediently stood at attention and went to look. A second-year top student explained to Jade that it seemed like the people at the top refused to accept the fact that there were commoners in the magic school, and the second-year student's task is to kill these impudent commoners who dared to infiltrate even the advanced class of the Magic Academy. Laryl warned Jade that other teachers couldn't get in here. It seemed like the people from above had gathered the teachers for this operation. In other words, this task must be completed. Students must not disappoint such serious and influential people of the kingdom. Jade was in despair. Couldn't Hai-Wan come to their aid and save Ella and Urian from those brutal second-year students? And Laryl kept saying, "You have to save your fallen family. Don't you think so? This is your chance to become a good son and heir, Jade." "Tired of beating the young man?" Laryl said with a sigh. I don't understand you. Don't you need to graduate from the advanced class of the Magic Academy?" Jade had done so much for these poor commoners. "But why?" the young man stubbornly replied. "They were not poor commoners." He raised his battered and bloodied face to his tormentor and firmly answered the second-year student that his classmates' names were Ella and Urian. Laryl was surprised. Jade had only been enrolled a day or two ago. Was that enough time to get so close to his classmates? Jade clenched his fist, but his voice didn't waver. And he explained to Laryl that he wasn't saying that because they had become close. Ella is simply a talented swordsman and is quite worthy of studying in the advanced class of the Magic Academy, as proven by the exams. Although Urian is weak in combat and lacks skills in magic, he is a very intelligent young man, and is capable of achieving a lot during his training. This boy will definitely become a wonderful adult, kind and fair, who will lead their kingdom to prosperity. Urien also has amazing healing abilities. In the future, he will be loved by many, and will cure many in the kingdom. Jade was absolutely sure that these guys had a wonderful future, and Laryl, or his patrons, had no right to deprive them of it. The young man firmly said that Ella and Urien would be of greater benefit than any aristocrat who discriminated against them simply because of their status. Laryl chuckled. Useful, you say? Yes, perhaps they could be useful someday if they remained alive today. The sophomore looked into Jade's eyes and reminded him that his family would be doomed to despair, all because the boy had disobeyed. Laryl said that disobeying powerful aristocrats was a crime, and it would lead the Jade family to an even faster decline and death. The sophomore asked Jade if he thought about his naive, innocent brother and sister, who still knew nothing about the world. The young man remembered his younger brothers, Seed and Hazel. How happy they were that Jade got into the advanced class, and even in third place. Jade then laughed happily along with the kids, asking if this was really wonderful. And the kids unanimously repeated that it was very cool. Seed asked his older brother, well, since everything is so good, then probably their father will smile again, and their big family will be happy again. The young man's mouth fell open in surprise. Did so much really depend on his success at the Magic Academy? He had to not disappoint them all. Jade tensed up and pulled himself together. He couldn't show the children how difficult everything was. They had enough already. After all, their father really was always gloomy. He hugged his brother and sister and laughed, saying, "Of course, everything will be fine. They should believe in him, and he will never let them down." Jade then promised the younger ones that he would definitely graduate from the advanced class. What would happen to them, to his father, and also to his mother? Laryl extended his hand to Jade and said that it was not too late. He just had to take his hand, agree to cooperate with them, and that was all. He asked Jade what was wrong with prioritizing family over the future of the country. What wrong his brother and sister had done. Laryl convinced Jade, no matter how much he resisted, that today these commoners would die. The teachers would not save them. Everything was perfectly organized. The second-year demon persistently extended his hand to Jade, urging him to get ready and kill them himself, assuring him that he was not angry with him. Laryl suggested that Jade live like successful aristocrats, without showing pity to pathetic commoners who were not even worthy of their attention. Instead of answering, Jade slapped Laryl's outstretched hand, unwilling to submit to someone who was forcing him to choose between family and friends. The young man shouted to the stunned second-year student, "Get lost, I will never do that." Laryl's mouth dropped open in surprise. The boy is stubborn. Beaten and bruised, Jade cried out, "My friends and family, I can protect them all, and I will not follow the lead of high-born killers." Laryl narrowed his eyes angrily. He didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn and to defend some pathetic commoners. The second-year student warned Jade that he would regret it. His demonic sword began to appear in the young man's hand. He decided to fight. Laryl spent a long time persuading Jade, trying to press on his love for his family, reminding him that if he dropped out of class, the family would die. The second-year student didn't want to admit it, but Jade turned out to be very strong in spirit. And as a magical swordsman, he was also quite gifted. Jade made the final decision to fight. He couldn't let Laryl and his subordinates kill his classmates and friends. The magical swordsman was afraid that if he lost this battle, Ella and little Urien would be in great trouble and might die. Laryl took out a magic dagger and warned Jade that he would stab him 10 times and then find the commoners and kill them himself. Jade was surprised why Laryl used a short dagger for combat. It was very inconvenient, and the risk of getting injured was high. A demonic sword appeared in the young man's hand. He was ready to meet the second-year demon famous throughout the entire Magic Academy. Suddenly, Jade shuddered. He felt that his body suddenly stopped obeying him. He did not immediately understand what had happened to him. What kind of paralysis? Before the young man could come to his senses, Laryl's short dagger had already pierced his body. Blood gushed out, and Jade cried out in surprise and pain. Laryl, looking with pleasure at the suffering of the young man, answered his question, saying that he had indeed used longswords before. The second-year student smiled evilly and continued, "But if you use this dagger, You can look at your victim up close and see the pain. Laryl threw the wounded Jade away from himself and said that there were still 9 more blows to be dealt. Now the young man could not resist. Laryl's classmate laughed. The boy is ready. The ability to restrict movements, no matter how many times you've seen it, it's still creepy. The second one thoughtfully told Jade that they too had disobeyed Laryl at first. But in the end, they had no choice. After all, Laryl doesn't fight. He beats his victims until they submit, he warned Jade. In 10 seconds, he will hit again. Laryl started counting down. 7, 6, 5. At some point, Jade couldn't move. But then the paralysis began to leave him. The second-year student continued counting. 4s, 3s. Jade gathered his strength and again summoned his demonic sword. The weapon obediently appeared. The young man used the 4th form of the demonic sword whip. He desperately attacked Laryl, but he continued to count. The second-year student easily parried the demonic whip and counted 2, 1. Time to deliver the next blow with the short magic dagger. Laryl's eyes were cruel and cold. This boy infuriated him. How could he disobey him, the impudent little brat? And Jade, clenching his teeth, wielded the whip. He wanted at all costs to stop this heartless killer of his classmates. And then the young man felt Laryl strike him again with a dagger, this time from behind. Jade's hands trembled. The whip fell out. Jade groaned faintly, but clenched his teeth and endured the pain. He didn't want to please his tormentor with screams. It was better to endure the sensations. Laryl looked at the young man with interest and smiled contentedly, saying that Jade had a great expression on his face. It was nice to see. The young man's body trembled, and Laryl began to count another 10 seconds. He mockingly began to count out loud. 10, 9, 8. He stood over the crumpled Jade and counted. 6, 5, 4, 3, as the boy's blood dripped from the short dagger. Suddenly, Jade straightened up and used the 3rd form of the demonic sword spear. Several spears flew at Laryl at once, but the leader of the second-year advanced class didn't move. He repelled the attack of the demonic spears and continued his countdown. Laryl's classmate was delighted. It's amazing Jade can create so many copies. This year's advanced class is impressive. The young man frowned, wondering why his spears hadn't hit this monster, how he could defend himself from them so easily, and what he should do now. At that very moment, Jade's palm was pierced by Laryl's dagger. A stream of blood gushed out, and with each blow, the pain became more and more excruciating. Jade couldn't take it anymore and started screaming. The second-year student methodically tormented the young man, still hoping that he would submit to him and kill his friends. Laryl raised the bloody dagger and began the countdown to the next blow again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Meanwhile, Urian was trying to figure out how to get Ella out of here without showing her that he had enormous power. The girl became thoughtful. Finally, she told her brother that no matter how you look at it, what Jade said about the glasses, Urian finished for her. Yes, it was definitely a lie. Ella asked Urian with concern if Jade would be okay. It seemed like the older students were threatening him with something again. Urian, after a pause, replied that if it were only those 2 idiots, Nim and Nigel, Jade would be completely fine. He is stronger. But for some reason, Urian had a bad feeling. He realized that those 2 were just pawns, and behind them stood someone much stronger. And in another part of the forest, Jade received another blow from Laryl's magical dagger and fell powerlessly to his knees on the ground. Not far from the bloody youth stood the shaking giant Nim. He clenched his fists and tried to stop the chattering of his own teeth. Despite his imposing figure, Nim was very afraid of killing students at the Magic Academy, as it was a real crime. Laryl approached Nim and said contemptuously that if they were going to continue to be cowards, then they should get out of here. They were here for one purpose: to kill. A trembling Nim stuttered and apologized to Laryl, who, without turning around, again headed towards the exhausted, stubborn youth. Approaching the guy lying face down, Laryl asked Jade if he was still alive there or not. Now he was going to kill these brother and sister. Laryl stood over the wounded first-year student and said, "In the end, your attempts to stop me were futile. They will die." The Academy's chief tormentor summed it up contemptuously. Your actions were senseless, and you brought only ruin to your family. Laryl sat down next to the stubborn teenager and asked, "Do you regret, Jade, why you ended up in this state? What happened to you?" The second-year student continued to admonish. "Why did your family have to suffer? Why couldn't you pull yourself together, Jade, and agree to everything?" The guy tried to convince the stubborn man, saying, "I can still save them, Jade. Why don't we kill these commoners together and become famous?" Jade answered Laryl in a weak voice. "The duration of the movement restriction is 5 seconds. The reload time of the dagger is 10 seconds. Laryl, covered in the boy's blood, looked at his stubborn victim in shock. The boy was still resisting. The second-year student grimaced and shouted in despair. "What do you know about this? Do you think it changed anything? You're still weaker than me." Enraged, Laryl thrust the dagger into Jade's hand as he lay on the ground, shaking with anger that he couldn't bend it. The young man howled in horrific pain. He no longer had the strength to hold back his screams. His entire body was covered in bleeding wounds. Laryl couldn't believe that the boy was still resisting. In that time, he could have broken the will of any other student at the academy. Hitting him harder, he asked Jade what he was thinking, why he didn't obey him, why he was so unbearably stubborn. After all, he needs to graduate from the advanced class of the academy, or he will allow his family to fall, destroy all his relatives. Laryl couldn't understand why Jade was doing so much for these commoners. Were they really that dear to him? More precious than anyone else? Suddenly, the wounded and battered Jade laughed. He said, "You ask why I don't obey you, despite all the wounds." Laryl's mouth dropped open in surprise, and Jade said cheerfully, "You ask why I behave like this with some commoners?" Jade's body was shaking, but he smiled and said, "You don't have real friends. I can't even express in words how pathetic it is." Laryl's face darkened. A wave of anger washed over him. What friends? How dare this puppy talk to him like that? Such a cool guy. He clutched his favorite dagger tighter in his hand and rushed towards the stubborn first year again. If he didn't want to be a supporter, he would die. Taking aim at his back, Laryl decided to deal Jade the final fatal blow. Enough of this kind of talk here. The guy had almost touched Jade's body when suddenly his dagger vibrated. Laryl stared in surprise at his favorite weapon. He froze and looked around questioningly to see who could have affected the magic dagger so much that it stopped obeying. Suddenly, Laryl received a swift blow. Someone knocked the dagger out of his hand. The blade flew up with a ringing sound. The guy looked back. Jade rose from the ground and also looked around. He was wondering who dared to stand up for him and hit Laryl himself. Suddenly, the young man heard Urian's mocking voice. "So you've decided to monopolize our points for the lesson. How interesting." Having instantly healed his classmate, Urian sarcastically advised Jade to never think of such a trick again. Jade looked at Urian with bewilderment and asked what he was doing here, since he had locked him and Ella in there on purpose to protect them. Laryl's classmate muttered in surprise, "A complete instant healing. So the rumors about this boy are not lying." Laryl also looked in surprise at how in an instant his victim became healthy again. How inconvenient it was, and he wanted to kill him. Urian addressed the second years. "Hey, senior assholes, you won't get away with this. Especially you, the sinister guy nicknamed the Demon." The young man turned to Laryl and boldly threatened the boy to prepare to answer for all the atrocities he had committed at the academy. Laryl laughed maliciously. What luck! A commoner showed up here himself. There was no need to even look for him now. The task was already considered complete. The guy called his favorite dagger into his hand and exclaimed that this commoner was just an idiot. It's not for nothing that they say that the poor are stupid. Laryl laughed loudly, exclaiming, "This cretin crawled here himself, decided to save his friend, so now I'll kill you myself." To the amazement of everyone present, Jurian was not at all afraid. He stood calmly and looked at Laryl, wondering what to do with him. The young man's eyes sparkled. An idea came to his mind. He smiled cheerfully. Urian definitely had no intention of forgiving this rich monster. The second-year students looked in amazement at the thin, self-confident Urian. Who would have thought that this young man would come here himself? Laryl was delighted. Now he would be able to prove himself to his masters by dealing with the arrogant commoner. But for some reason, Urian wasn't at all afraid of the formidable second-year demon. A strange, confident smile played across the first year's face. Seeing Laryl aiming at Urian, Jade summoned a spiral-shaped demonic sword and charged at the second-year student. Laryl turned to Jade in surprise. He was sure that after so many wounds, the boy would not be able to fight for a long time. He asked Jade in surprise if he had already recovered his energy. So that's how full instant healing works. Cool. Laryl struck his opponent with his dagger again. The young man screamed. This second-year student moves literally with lightning speed. Shielding Urian with his body, Jade asked the young man why he had come here. He had tried so hard to keep him and Ella safe. The wielder of the demonic sword spoke bitterly to the young man. "You're so smart, you should have known that it's very dangerous to be here." Urian, seeing the blood on his classmate's back, said, "Jade, you are seriously injured. I thought I healed you, but it seems I missed something." Jade stared at the young man in surprise. He replied that Urian was wrong. He had excellent, even unique healing abilities. Urian smiled happily. Thank God his older sister was now completely safe from these idiots. The young man explained that Ella was now under the protection of the princess's team, and Urian explained the current situation to Saruti and Riki. Jade sighed with relief. Thank God. He most likely wouldn't dare attack Princess Laryl, and he wouldn't be able to handle Riki either. Laryl angrily asked the boys what they were whispering about. He was already getting lonely. It was time to stop this calf-like tenderness. Jade looked at the top 1 second year with apprehension, and Urian laughed in response, lonely, saying, "Well, that's a good comment." Urian's classmate gasped in horror. Laryl's aura was full of killing intent. This second-year student was an amazingly bloodthirsty guy. The young man told Urian to get ready to run away. Laryl turned out to be much more dangerous than he thought. He really wanted to kill them. Urian responded to his classmate with an offended expression, saying that he had just arrived and that it was unfair, especially since Jade clearly needed help here. Laryl laughed evilly and asked who said that he would let them go from here. No. Now they both will remain in the forest forever. Jade realized that Laryl would use his immobilizing ability, but he could immobilize one of them at a time. But who? The young man frantically tried to figure out who it would be. Which of the two of them Laryl would decide to immobilize, in whose path he needed to place a shield. And Laryl, clutching a dagger, had already rushed towards the guys. Jade wondered who the second-year student would attack. Most likely himself. Jade gritted his teeth. How fast this bastard was. The young man summoned his demonic sword. It was necessary to take immediate defensive measures. He raised the 8th form of the demonic sword shield right in front of him. Laryl ran into the obstacle and stopped. It seemed quite natural to Jade that Laryl would try to immobilize him so that she could then get to the weak Urian without interference. The second-year student didn't expect such a hindrance. He cursed angrily, calling Jade an idiot. The shield wasn't that easy to deal with. Urian asked Jade in surprise. This is also a demonic sword. How convenient. This thing can transform into anything. Laryl asked Jade. So he predicted it. He created a shield to protect himself before he was immobilized. Good job. The next second, Laryl was already next to Jade and plunged his dagger into the young man, telling him, "Look how you writhe in pain." Urian's mouth dropped open as he saw the monster bullying Jade and realized his classmate was trying to save him and Ella from him. The young man suddenly called out to Laryl, telling him, "Hey, you sharp bastard! If you catch my eye again, you'll die instantly." Laryl was stunned by such impudence. But Urian's aura was black, the young man added. "I will kill you before you even notice me." The second-year student broke out in a sweat. He was amazed at what it was. Why he suddenly became terribly afraid. Who was this commoner? Urian healed Jade. He asked if he was okay. The owner of the demonic sword asked why Laryl was no longer attacking. Jade explained to Urian, "I had no idea what Laryl was planning, but this was our chance to finish him off and free the academy from the demon." Meanwhile, Laryl shouted at Urian that if he reported what they were doing here, they would all be kicked out of the academy on the spot. The top one of the second-year students stopped short and said wearily, "I've had enough," he ordered the others. "You have 10 minutes to kill them all." The trio of second-year advanced students who had obeyed Laryl stepped forward, evil smiles playing on their faces. They exclaimed that they had been waiting for this. The smallest one laughed. "How wonderful! The chief said that we can kill them all, finally. Jade looked at Leryl's subordinates in confusion. Before this, they had stood quietly to the side and did not interfere. The young man had forgotten about them. He didn't know for sure if he could outrun Leryl alone. But standing up to the entire second year of the advanced class would be problematic. The young man looked at the four of them in bewilderment, their auras filled with blood and merging into one single desire. Even a thirst for murder. These students of the Magic Academy were terrifying in their cruelty and bloodlust. All of them were young, rich villains. Jade cursed silently. What should he do in this situation? These bastards now intend to kill both him and Urien. The young man pulled himself up short. Stop thinking about nonsense. If you just stand there, nothing will change. You need to focus on saving yourself. They need to think about how they can escape from here with Urien, neutralizing the villains at least for a short time. But how to do it? The demonic sword began to spin in Jade's hand again, and the young man stubbornly forced himself to think about how they could escape from these freaks. Jade's gaze became hard. He is the heir of the demon sword family. He can't let some tyrants from the next year kill them. Urien heard his classmate's thoughts. He smiled and quietly said to his friend, "That's enough, Jade. You've already done so much today." The young man quietly dealt Jade a short blow that instantly knocked him out. He didn't need the guy to see anything extra. Jade suddenly felt weak. His eyes began to roll back. He looked around in surprise, not understanding what was wrong with him. Urien caught his falling friend and exclaimed mockingly, "Oh my God, Jade, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? What suddenly happened to you?" Leryl watched the scene, and one of his subordinates laughed loudly, saying that the boy was so scared that he fainted from fear. And Urien quietly said to his friend with a smile, "Leave the rest to me and sleep peacefully, Jade. Everything will be fine now. I guarantee it." Ricky thrust his wind sword into the ground and irritably noted that Urien was late. They had been waiting for him for quite some time, and he still hadn't shown up. Brother Tien asked Ella if Urien just wanted to take his teammate away from the second years. That's all. Ella confirmed that she also thought it was strange, and was very worried that something bad had happened to the boys. She remembered that her younger brother had said that he would be back very soon, but he was not there, and Ella was almost sure that something had happened. Something bad. Princess Cerruti agreed with Ella. She noted that they couldn't just sit and wait. Maybe they should look for the boys. Leryl cursed. Those little ones ran away immediately. How could they have missed them? We can't let them get to the teachers. He rushed in pursuit and shouted to the others that they needed to be found and killed. Under no circumstances should there be any witnesses to this operation. The top one of the second years couldn't believe that scum like this Urien was able to escape with Jade on his back. He was so fast. Leryl repeated that the commoner and Jade needed to be found and killed. But suddenly he stopped in surprise, and a stranger appeared in front of him. Slowing down, Leryl irritably asked the mysterious knight who he was and why he was blocking his path. He really had no time right now. A classmate who ran up to Leryl angrily barked at the knight to quickly get out of the way, as they had a very important mission from the authorities. The knight replied with a grin. Well, well, what an interesting task they have. Besides, he hasn't practiced for a long time. And then he got caught by some scoundrels. The stranger said to the students, "I'll probably take this opportunity to stretch my legs. I hope you don't die too quickly." Leryl grimaced angrily and growled, "Who are you? I'm asking you for the last time, you damn freak. What do you want from us? Why are you bothering us?" The knight replied, "I am Uricem, a genius swordsman. You guys can't handle me, so you can say goodbye to each other for now." Leryl laughed and shouted to his henchmen to kill the knight while he couldn't move. The students rushed at the enemy. Urien replied that it took courage to speak like that, and Leryl watched with a grin as his obedient vassals rushed into battle. Xin Khan, the one who fought most hard against Leryl, is a true symbol of strength, capable of shattering stone with his bare hands. Alo, this one gave in first, submitting to force, a strange brat who madly enjoys killing others, especially those who are weaker. Kelly is the weakest of the three, but he is a tracker who will complete any task no matter what it takes. And that is his strength. Leryl was sure that this weird idiot would die slowly and painfully as the guys tore off his limbs. He asked the knight with disdain that he was just showing off. Apparently, that's all he was capable of. The fucking genius swordsman. Well, well. In the heat of his self-satisfaction, Laryl did not immediately notice that his henchman had received crushing blows, and that suddenly, everyone fell silent. He carefully looked back. There was no one behind him. The second-year student looked around questioningly. Where is everyone? Suddenly, Laryl saw that the butts of his subordinates were sticking out of the trunks of thick trees, and their bodies were completely hidden in the trunks. The second-year demon's mouth dropped open, wondering why he could only see their butts. What kind of force had fused them into these solid trees? The knight took up his sword and explained to Laryl that his immobilization wasn't working on him. Well, enough of these pathetic tricks. It was time to warm up. Laryl was furious. This pathetic buffoon called his superpower to immobilize a pathetic trick. What a freak. The guy angrily called the stranger an asshole and used all his potential to make this knight freeze in place. Urian chuckled and told Laryl to at least listen sometimes when someone talks to him. Otherwise, he will never understand anything. Laryl lunged with a short dagger, but the knight caught the blade with 2 fingers and repeated, "I told you it wouldn't work." The stranger asked the leader of the second-year advanced class with a grin. "Is that by any chance the only thing you can do?" The boy gritted his teeth in anger. This freak dared to mock him, the one who had trampled almost his entire class into dirt and blood. Urian dealt the arrogant second-year demon several painful blows with his hands, causing him to become even more enraged. Laryl yelled at the knight, "Come on! How are you going to defeat me without even swinging a blade? You're just going to hit me with your fists." The knight chuckled and dealt the arrogant freak a few more blows. He knew that this freak loved to cause suffering to others. The stranger took the edge of the blade of Laryl's favorite magical dagger and easily broke it. The blade rang angrily and suddenly fell silent. Laryl was amazed, his mouth open. He looked at his broken weapon in bewilderment. He didn't even imagine that such a thing was possible. The knight asked the guy, "So you are the best among the second-year students. I am a little disappointed. This can't even be called a warm-up." Beads of sweat ran down Laryl's face, and he suddenly felt a little scared. What if this idiot finishes him off here now? But the guy pulled himself together. This couldn't be. He suddenly smiled broadly. Well, he'll have to take up his old weapon again, he said to his opponent with a smile. It has been 4 years since I held a long sword in my hands. It is time to remember about it. The knight exclaimed quite loudly, "How interesting! You won't disappoint me again, really. Show me finally what you are capable of." Laryl once again glared at his opponent, trying to at least slow down his movements so that he could safely attack him from behind. The knight reminded the student with a grin, "I told you it doesn't work, so don't waste your mana on it." The guy, clutching the sword, asked his opponent, "Why do you think that this is the only skill I have? It's even somehow offensive." In fact, Laryl won first place among the second-year students for his speed. He flew past the knight, hitting him with his sword. Urian looked at his shoulder. His cloak was stained with blood and several drops of brown liquid were visible on the ground. Laryl smiled maliciously. He was distinguished by the fact that he was so fast that his movements did not even catch the eye of his opponents. A year ago, there was an assault incident in the advanced class, where this idiot beat his classmates half to death. The reason the academy failed to hold Laryl accountable for his crime was, among other things, because of the speed. The verdict is that despite Laryl's shortcomings, his abilities cannot be ignored. He has the skills the kingdom needs. The villain smugly asked the knight if he really thought he could move at the same speed. No one else could do that. And speed equals strength, which is why he topped the list of the best students at the First Royal Academy of Magic last year. Laryl noticed that the knight had really tough skin. He planned to cut off his left hand, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. The student said, "You're lucky you only got off with a cut." The knight glanced sideways at his cloak smeared with fresh blood. He replied, "Oh, that's what you mean. But it's not my blood. There's not a single scratch on my body. It was just accidentally smeared on by someone quick." Laryl asked him in confusion what he was talking about. The guy didn't even notice that his chest was cut and his entire suit was covered in blood from this wound. The guy slowly lowered his eyes and looked at himself. He was stunned by surprise, seeing a stream of his own blood and a huge wound. He gasped in confusion. How could this have happened when this idiot had managed to wound him, and with his, Laryl's, Wild speed. The knight sighed heavily, putting his sword back into its sheath. It looks like I won't get the workout I so badly needed. Well, that's a shame. Laryl clutched the wound on his chest and cried out in despair that he was a valuable asset to the kingdom. No one dared attack or injure him. The guy shouted arrogantly, "Attacking me is an act of aggression against the kingdom. Anyone, even an aristocrat, will be punished for this." The knight chuckled, simply brilliant, especially considering your plan to kill the guys from the first-year advanced class. Urien remembered how Laryl had tormented the brave Jade, striking the young man one blow after another, deliberately causing pain to the younger one. How the arrogant monster stood with a bloody dagger and admired the suffering of his victim, a youth younger and weaker than him. In Urien's mind's eye, he again saw the exhausted Jade as he had found him in the clearing, lying exhausted on the ground. The knight glanced at the frightened tormentor, who, without a shadow of a doubt, was tormenting the weak and preparing to kill him and Ella. He warned Laryl that it wouldn't end with his head stuck in a tree. At least, not for the bastard Laryl personally. The second-year demon asked the knight in fear who he was, and why he suddenly decided to punish him when others had not done so. The swordsman's eyes flashed, and he replied that he would have to kill Laryl if he told who he really was. So there was no point. Ricky suddenly became wary and turned his head in the direction where the battle between Laryl and a very strong knight unknown to the guy was taking place. The princess asked her classmates. They all feel this strong mana. It is somewhere very close to them, in the forest. Ricky immediately recognized this mana. He met this person during the entrance exam. The young man was sure that it was Uriskun. The princess asked if this was the one Ricky had pointed out as the culprit of the incident at the entrance exam. But what did he want? Ricky took advantage of the wind and rushed to the battle site. The princess turned to Ella, telling her to move. They were in a hurry. The young man rushed with the speed of the wind, hurrying to meet again with the strong knight hiding behind the name Uriskun and the helmet. And so Ricky ran out into the forest clearing. The sight that met his eyes amazed the young man. Everyone in the academy knew about Laryl's terrible fame, and now this monster lay in a pool of blood at the knight's feet. Ricky knew that Laryl, although a villain, was the best among the second-year students. The knight stood over Laryl's prostrate body with a sword in his hands. The boy didn't move. He was still alive, but he had lost a lot of blood. Ricky drew his wind sword and called out to Uriskun, and they met again. And again this meeting took place in the forest of monsters. The knight turned to the young man and remarked in a friendly manner that Ricky could simply call him Juris, since they were, so to speak, friends. The boy ignored the remark, noting that even Laryl, the best among the second-year students, was no match for Uriskun. Ricky was surprised. The knight possessed such enormous power. And yet, he was going to kill the students, Urien objected. I didn't kill anyone. The youth gripped the hilt of the wind sword and said, So you refuse to answer? Not that it matters much. Ricky prepared to fight the knight and warned Uriskun that he would soon have to speak, whether he wanted to or not. The knight asked the young man if he really considered himself stronger than Laryl. Ricky did not answer, but the currents of wind swirled more furiously. Ricky warned Uriskun, If you think you can defeat me again, you better think twice. I won't give up. The boy stated that this time he would use the power of V, the wind spirit who patronizes their family and whom they all serve. Urien wondered what kind of wind spirit this was. Not that he had thought much about it, but this information expanded his knowledge of this world. He remembered Hersia, the goddess, offering Jurien to become a warrior, a demon, or even a king, saying that he could become whoever he wanted. It turns out that there are other species in this world besides humans. It would be good to find out as much about this as possible. Meanwhile, Ricky was preparing for the fight, calling on his patron for help before crossing blades with Uriskun. The young man asked the mighty wind spirit Vi to grant him strength, and at that very moment the air currents around the boy intensified significantly. The knight gasped. Impressive. Maybe he should get himself one of those buffs. It could come in handy at the right moment. The boy's eyes flashed with anger. How dare this Uriskun mock his powerful patron? He needs to be taught a lesson for this. Ricky used an enhanced wind sword technique, increasing its power 1,000-fold, and cutting battle streams of wind flew towards the knight. Now that all of these wind blades were under Ricky's control, he swung his sword, directing all 1,000 swords at the mysterious Yuriskun. And he calmly stood in place and watched Ricky's actions. This boy was clearly one of the talented nobles of the kingdom. The knight chuckled and said that it had certainly become considerably cooler here with so many wind currents. But nothing more. All 1,000 wind swords struck Yuriskun, causing a blinding flash and a huge release of energy. But this did not harm the unknown knight in the least. In his hand, clad in a black glove, was a broad sword, his favorite weapon. Yuriskun cut through the streams by directing the wind swords in the opposite direction. Ricky's attack was easily repelled by the strange knight. The warrior sarcastically remarked that Ricky would have to come up with something better if he really wanted to even try to win. Ricky stared at Yuriskun, trying to figure out where his weak spot was, to find at least some kind of breach in the knight's defense. Suddenly, the boy realized that after the victory, Yuriskun had lost his vigilance. This was his only chance, and he needed to take advantage of it. Ricky decided that he would finish off the boastful knight with one blow, and then he would definitely take off his helmet and see his true face. Noticing the young man's movements, the knight said with a grin, "Oh, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You're repeating the same mistakes again." Yuriskun said to Ricky, "A surprise riddle for you. I seem to be here, but you better watch your back, so where am I really?" The guy froze in bewilderment. He didn't understand what kind of trick this was. Maybe it was just a diversionary tactic. Who knows? This night, suddenly a voice was heard behind Ricky, and the answer was that he saw an afterimage in front of him. Having said this, the knight knocked Ricky out. Losing consciousness, the guy muttered, "Why are you doing this? This is such a cheap move. You should have continued fighting me." Hitting Ricky on the back, Jurian added in his helmet, "At least you are much better than that bastard Laryl, cleaner and braver." The joint forest hunting lesson for predatory monsters for first-year advanced students was urgently cancelled. This happened because Yuriskun was recently considered the prime suspect in the entrance exam incident. Investigators believed that he was the one who used monsters to attack the nobles. And now he appeared again and attacked the students. An angry Hae-won quickly opened the doors of the First Royal Magic Academy's principal's office and walked in quickly. Magus greeted the celebrated heroine and, recently the class teacher of the new advanced class, with a smile. Hae-won asked the director of the Magic Academy if he had been informed about what had recently happened to the boys in the forest. He replied, "Yes. I heard that this incident happened when you were called by other instructors who work with the second year." Hae-won said they wouldn't let me go back to class. The academy director had doubts. "You're clearly not the type to be kept locked up." The girl explained to Magus that she did not resist. She simply did not expect that her students could get injured in class. She expressed suspicion that the incident was organized by someone of high rank who has direct influence over the teachers. Magus chuckled and agreed. He also believed that the true mastermind behind everything that happened was a high-ranking aristocrat. The heroine looked at the head of the academy. Although she was outwardly calm, inside her a storm was raging and lightning was thundering. Magus felt it. His entire office seemed to be suddenly filled with high tension, and there was a strong thunderstorm in the air. Hae-won stood silently in the office, but for some reason the plaster above Magus's head began to slowly crumble, and everything suddenly began to shake. She said quietly, "I pray that you are not involved in this shameful incident of trying to kill the youngest students." Magus looked calmly into the blazing eyes of the celebrated heroine. He understood perfectly well what she was feeling now, standing here. He told the girl that she was not the only one who felt offended by this. He was also very outraged by what happened. "It's outrageous that the students were seriously injured," Hae-won chuckled. Magus added, "I swear I wasn't involved in anything." He stated, "I suspect that the teachers who held you were like that, so thorough interrogations are now being carried out." The head promised to reveal the truth. Hae-won advised to look into the second-year advanced class. They attacked the first-year students. The second-year students are currently in the hospital due to injuries inflicted on them by Yuri Sung-kun, and Magus had lunch to question them immediately after they were discharged. Hae-won thoughtfully asked who this Yuri Sung-kun was, and whether he could be an imperial spy sent here to the Magic Academy. Magus replied, "We haven't confirmed anything yet, but we shouldn't waste any more time trying to find out his true identity." The director was certain that the man was a threat, and was possibly hiding within the academy, waiting for another chance to strike. Meanwhile, Urian was happily devouring the meat, Blushing with bliss, he exclaimed, "This is simply divine. How delicious!" Ella tried ice cream for the first time in her life. She offered her brother to try this too. It was cold, but tasty. He was sweet. As Jurian devoured the meat, he thought it was unlikely that the villain would want to teach them another dangerous lesson after so many of them had suffered. Chris said contemptuously, "Look how they eat." "Typical poor people," the bully replied. "Who would talk? You talk with food in your mouth." The minister's son grimaced with displeasure, turned to Rizzo and angrily told him to go away and not interfere with his meal. Rizzo replied to Chris, "Of course I made an appointment for you at the hospital. Just go and get checked out. Otherwise, you seem nervous." Hina, looking at the orphans, noticed that they said that Ella and Urian were also attacked. But they seemed to be fine. Goliath explained that they had recovered. Sia was quietly enjoying a delicious, exclusive lunch when Big Sister Moo suddenly said, "I want this." The girl almost choked. Wow. Statements that this happened to her sister. Sia carefully glanced sideways at the older one. She quietly asked Moo what she was talking about. But after following the direction of the girl's gaze, she understood everything. At that moment, he entered the hall. Jade smiled widely and greeted Ella and Urian. The young man was finally released from the hospital and he also went to lunch. Seeing the appetite of his brother and sister, he sighed with relief. "Thank God, you both are okay," Urian asked. "Jade, are you feeling better?" The guy answered with a smile. "Yes, I lost consciousness, but my body is fine. I can't understand how this could have happened." Ella, seeing Jade, ran up to him and said, "I heard you sacrificed yourself to protect us." The guy blushed deeply. The girl asked Jade, "From now on, don't go anywhere alone. Let's stick together. We are good friends, aren't we?" The young man literally lit up when he heard this from Ella. Was she really suggesting that they stick together? How long had he been waiting for this from her? Urian mumbled with his mouth full that Ella valued things in rank. Firstly, Urian. Secondly, the lunch menu. And thirdly, Jade. But even this caustic remark from Urian couldn't completely ruin Jade's mood. He was still glad about Ella's words. The joint monster hunting lesson came to an end, and all the first-year students of the advanced class returned to their seats. So several months passed, and Jurian again found himself in danger of expulsion, because he was still hiding his true strength. Magus warned him, "Urian, honor student of magic, if you fail this exam, you will be expelled from the Magic Academy." The young man grinned and replied that of course he understood everything perfectly well and hoped to successfully pass the midterm exam in magic. The director reminded him that you were originally accepted as an honor student of the magic department, but with one condition. He was warned that low grades would lead to expulsion, but the director was confident that he would pass the exam with ease. Professor Mages cleared his throat and turned to the students, asking permission to explain everything to them all. Tests awaited them soon. It's time for the midterm exams. This will be a serious special exam on monster hunting for the advanced class. Each student will enter the Forest of Fortitude, and if they score 20 points, the exam will be considered passed. Rizzo frowned. 20 points, what the hell? What a waste of time and energy, Chris scolded him. How dare you say that? But Majas supported the bully with a smile, noting that this was an excellent question from Rizzo. It was time to tell them something important. All monsters in this world are divided into a total of 5 classes or levels. The higher the level, the more dangerous the enemy. Monster animals such as wolves, bears, tigers, and the like belong to the first, simplest, and easiest level. Weapon-shaped monsters such as swords, bows, and axes are Tier 2, and will be more difficult to deal with. Monsters in the form of natural disasters such as typhoons, torrential rains, and earthquakes belong to the 3rd level. Monsters in the form of various severe infectious diseases, as well as depression and the like, belong to the 4th level. And finally, the only level 5 monster that exists in the world is time. This monster is extremely difficult to defeat. Some of the boys may have already realized that the monster's strength increases along with their deadly ability to kill people. Although the connection with humans itself remains unclear, one thing is certain. Monsters are the enemies of humanity. Jurian listened with interest. Rizzo noted impatiently, "That's understandable, but what are these 20 points?" Chris again pulled the bully up to stop being rude. The headmaster of the Royal Magic Academy once again praised the bully, saying that Raizo had once again asked a relevant, brilliant question. Destroying a level 1 monster gives a student 2 points, while anyone who manages to destroy a level 2 monster gets 5. The chief was sure that details could be omitted, Goliath muttered. So, he wants us to hunt and earn 20 points each. The exam is given 5 days. It is conducted individually. They must prove that studying in the advanced class is not in vain. Urien chuckled. And how should he kill monsters without revealing his abilities? It's better to secretly track down second-level monsters. Mu asked the director of the Magic Academy, what about third-level monsters? How many points are worth for destroying them? Mages smiled. Among the first-year students who asked this question, Mu is the third. Such monsters are worth 20 points. However, if first-year students encounter third-level monsters, they must immediately run away from them to save their lives. Ka-rian P supported the academy director, explaining to the boys that a third-level monster could not be defeated alone. Ka said that they won't be working with third-level monsters in this exam. Chi Li cheerfully waved to her favorite Urien. Hai-Wan stepped forward and assured the students that no one would be able to interfere with the exam this time. Not even a monster or Yuri Sung-kun. The homeroom teacher of the advanced class stated that she would personally oversee the monster hunting exam. So the Hai-Wan kids can only concentrate on the exam, Urien chuckled. Everything is getting better and better. The midterm exam is under very close scrutiny. How to pass it without revealing one's true strength. Mage's result. The first level of monsters is equal to 2 points. The second level is equal to 5 points. In total, you need to earn 20 points. Urien thought that passing this exam would be easy as pie. First and second level monsters are no problem. But there is one caveat. Students taking the exam are watched by many eyes of the academy's teachers, who will definitely notice if something is wrong. Especially her, their homeroom teacher Hai-Wan. She is so worried about her students after the attack by the seniors. Urien's thoughts were interrupted by Chris, who asked him with a grin if the honorary student of magic was aware that this was an individual exam. Chris was sure that all Urien had was the ability to heal, and with that alone, he couldn't earn 20 points. Ella convinced Urien not to worry. She would try to somehow help him pass this practical exam. The young man smiled. Perhaps all these factors would eventually work in his favor. The main thing was not to despair and not give himself away there. Ka-ryun P entered the office of the director of the Magic Academy and reported to Magus that he had completed his part of the preparation for the exam. He informed the assembled teachers that he had sent all the students to their designated places in the forest and that they could now begin. The director praised him, saying that it was an excellent job. While Chi Li was setting up magic balls to observe the forest, the magic teacher bent over 11 balls, each one meant to represent one student taking an exam in the forest. Here, in one of the magic balls, an image of Princess Saruti appeared, the girl carefully walking through the forest with monsters. Chi Li informed the director that all the magical instruments were connected to each other. Magus was pleased with the work. All the guys were now visible. The director, taking one of the balls, thoughtfully asked, I wonder who will pass this exam first. Maybe someone will surprise all the teachers. The secretary exclaimed, This must be Her Highness Princess Saruti. She has a talent for magic far beyond her years. Ka-ryun P countered, Maybe it would be Riki. This guy also seems exceptional. He is an excellent swordsman and is strong. Chi Li added that all the first-year students this year were excellent. And the secretary asked, what about the honor student of the Magic Academy? Jerry grimaced with disdain. This is a commoner. He will never be able to take first place. He is unlikely to pass the exam at all. Jerry burst out laughing. The commoner would soon realize he was expelled. Chi Li objected. Urien must stay at the academy. Chi Li hadn't even seen his instant full healing yet. Hai-Wan calmly said, Everyone just had to wait and see. The class teacher was holding a ball with Urien in it, and she added that soon everyone would know whether he would pass the exam or not. The young man felt that they were looking at him closely. He quietly said, Stop watching me. Otherwise, how will I pass? He looked up and saw a magic ball hanging above him, through which the academy teachers were watching all the boys. Urien understood that he would be expelled if he couldn't score 20 points. But how could he do this without revealing his abilities? The young man looked at the ball spying on him and thought, I wonder what the strength standard of these balls is. Maybe he could break it. Besides, if you think about it, isn't instant full healing an incredible skill in this world? But Urien is still alive. He wondered whether the standard of strength only applied in combat, or whether strength could also be expressed in other, more peaceful ways. While the young man was pondering, a giant, vile, monstrous rat appeared behind him, clearly aiming for the quiet Urien. Turning to the monster, the boy calmly said, Ugh, what a vile creature! And why did it even stomp into this clearing to see him? In response, the rat opened its huge mouth and hissed threateningly at the young man. Urien understood that he needed to come up with something urgently. He glanced sideways at the magic ball. It was obvious that many eyes were watching him now. But the rat wasn't going to give up either. So what should he do? And the ball hung over the forest clearing, Urien thought. He must do what the teachers were already familiar with, so as not to reveal his power to them. The young man took out his magic wand and directed a powerful stream of water straight into the rat's mouth. The monster jumped in surprise. Chi Li was delighted, exclaiming that Urien's water attack was certainly magnificent. Her disciple did not hesitate and attacked the monster. She had never seen a student use the wand she had made so gracefully, and Jerry agreed. It was not bad. Ka Ryun Pi supported. Urien certainly has impressive mana. However, it is too weak to destroy the giant rat. And indeed, the rat, although stunned by the stream of water, was quite alive. Streams of water were flowing from its thick fur, forming puddles. Urien, looking at her, laughed very loudly, saying to the monster, Look how wet you are. You could just die laughing. As expected, using such a small amount of force does not bother Urien's heart at all. It does not even flinch. But at first, when the young man first appeared in this world, any manifestation of strength immediately caused a sharp pain in his heart. Perhaps it was because Urien was trying to show much more strength back then than he had just shown with that rat monster. In other words, the manifestation of a certain amount of force will not be fatal for Urien, which means it is possible to kill the rats. While the young man was thinking, 2 more giant rats appeared in the clearing, all of them glaring angrily at Urien, and he was trying to figure out what exactly was the limit of force he could safely apply without his heart suddenly exploding. Suddenly, another monster appeared in the forest clearing. This was a level 2 enemy, and destroying it gave 5 points. Urien looked up in surprise. It was the first time he had seen a monster of this level. He wondered how to destroy it properly. Taking a closer look, the young man realized that in front of him was a sword monster, a warlike beast armed with several swords at once. Upon seeing the lower-level monsters, the sword monster immediately attacked the huge, toothy rat monsters, frozen in fear. Before they could even blink, the sword monster dealt them several fatal blows, and the entire clearing was covered in rat blood. Urien gasped in confusion. Well, what speed? But now he doesn't have to worry about how to kill giant rodents. He just needs to kill the sword. Having chopped the rats into pieces, the sword monster again flew over the forest clearing, surveying the results of the bloody massacre he had caused. The teachers looked on in horror at what happened in the clearing where Urien was. The monster sword was clearly incredibly powerful. He aimed at the young man and attacked him. The entire clearing was covered in thick clouds of dust for some time. Nothing could be seen. Urien took advantage of this to destroy the enemy that appeared. And when the dust cleared, the sword monster had already been defeated. Chi Li exclaimed, Here it is. Instant full healing, Jerry asked. He took critical damage and came out unharmed. And Urien asked, since it was a level 2 monster, that means he had already earned 5 points. Well, that's a good start. He should continue. I wonder if everything is okay with Ella. She seemed to be planning to go with Jade. He will definitely protect the girl if anything happens. Meanwhile, Jade and Ella were also attacked. He shouted at the girl to be careful and stay behind him. Jade and Ella were attacked by a huge level 2 monster. The boys prepared to repel the attack of the powerful flying enemy. Having prepared their weapons, the boys took a comfortable position. They knew that such monsters attack with lightning speed and don't like to wait long. Ella asked if it was a monster axe. Jade confirmed. He suggested dealing with the enemy and immediately going to look for Urien. The young man was sure that Ella's little brother was probably having a hard time being alone in this forest full of various monsters. The girl thought so too. But now they needed to defeat a huge flying axe, which also had intelligence. Noticing that Jade was using the demon sword, the axe monster rushed to attack. For some reason, this powerful weapon caused anger in him. The duel between Jade and the axe monster began. The guy put all his strength into controlling the demonic sword. But the enemy was strong. Jade gritted his teeth. The enemy was pressing forward. A little more and he would not be able to withstand such a furious attack. The guy knew that Ella was much weaker than him. The young man was puzzled as to why the monster was so strong. There shouldn't have been such powerful enemies here. It was dangerous. Suddenly, Ella stood next to Jade and strengthened his demon sword with the power of her blade to counter the axe. The girl was scared and screamed, putting all her strength into fighting off the powerful monster opponent. Jade frowned and clenched his teeth. He felt that the monster axe was starting to weaken. He needed to make one last push and defeat it. The young man struck and pushed back the monster that was attacking him and Ella. The girl also struck the enemy, and the axe monster retreated. Jade thanked Ella for helping him repel the attack, but she objected. There was no need to say that. They were good friends after all. The young man's cheeks flushed. He confirmed, "Yes, they are close friends." Ella looked at her hands in surprise, saying, "My hands are still shaking." Level 2 monsters are much stronger than level 1 monsters. If Urian gets hit by a level 2 monster, it will be bad. Ella was afraid that her brother might get seriously injured before he had a chance to use his healing gift. She suggested to Jade, "Let's quickly deal with this flying axe monster and go look for Urian quickly." Jade smiled back. He liked this girl more and more. He was ready to do anything for her, just to make her happy. He replied to Ella, "Okay, Jurian will probably need our help to earn points to pass this exam." After coming face to face with a level 2 monster, Ella and Jade gained confidence in their own abilities and their friendship. Jade realized that the axe monster was strong, but not invincible, and Ella wondered if she could deal any damage to the monster. However, the joy of these two soon turned to despair, because a new enemy appeared before them, one that was clearly beyond their strength. The boy and girl noticed that a third-level hurricane monster, even stronger than the axe monster, had appeared in the sky above the clearing. The new enemy attacked the weaker monster first. The axe creaked pitifully and quickly retreated from the clearing. All the teachers stared at the magic balls, watching the progress of the first-year advanced class students. Karyun P watched Urian closely, trying to understand how this boy with no combat experience managed to defeat the sword monster. So far, everything was going well, with the boys in different parts of the forest successfully completing the task and defeating the various monsters attacking them. But suddenly, the images on the balls disappeared. The magic balls themselves suddenly began to crack and crumble, and everything froze. Chi Li exclaimed in surprise. That's why her magic balls were collapsing. That means something clearly just happened in the forest. At this moment, the observer reported to the director that in zones A2, B3, and C1, one third-level monster was spotted. Jerry's mouth dropped open as the third-level observer said there were currently a total of 3 such monsters spotted. Magus thought, "This is strange. In fact, this forest is a forest intended for first-year students of the Magic Academy. This means that only level 1 and 2 monsters should have appeared there. But today, level 3 monsters appeared." The director realized that this was clearly an unusual incident. He jumped up and called out to Karyun P, Jerry, and Hai Wan, the strong fighters. Magus ordered them to go to the squares where third-level monsters were spotted. Jerry clearly did not want to go into the forest. The Academy's director stated that they must protect the students, who are the future of this kingdom, no matter what happens. Meanwhile, a third-level hurricane monster howled menacingly above the boys, and the trees creaked pitifully from the strong wind. Ella looked at her opponent with fear. The girl didn't understand what was happening now, what kind of strange situation this was during the exam. Having collected her thoughts, Ella began to reason, "Okay, this is a third-level monster, but what exactly is it? First of all, they need to understand what this thing is, where they should start in order to defeat this giant monster. It's possible." Ella and Jade looked at the new enemy and figured out how they should attack it in order to damage this wind monster. Jade mistook Ella's thoughtfulness for fear. He shouted at the girl to concentrate. She did not understand what the guy meant. Jade told her friend with a smile that the teachers would probably arrive here soon, but for now, She just shouldn't lose heart. Ella smiled back and said, "Okay, she really liked that guy too. He was so sweet and always encouraged her." But then she remembered about Urian. Was everything okay with him? He could also have encountered similarly strong monsters in the forest. Suddenly, the girl felt her body rising into the air. She screamed, not understanding what was happening to her, why she was flying. Jade extended his hand to her and shouted for her to grab his hand. Ella tensed in fear, but still did not let go of the sword. She made an effort to reach, despite the flow of wind, for the strong hand of the boy, which he extended to save her from the monster. Finally, she grabbed Jade's hand. He shouted for Ella not to let go, no matter what happened. The demon's sword would hold them. The young man thrust the demonic sword into the ground and tried to hold himself and keep Ella close to him until help arrived. Suddenly, Jade noticed that the axe monster had returned to the clearing. It had quietly crept up behind her and was aiming to attack the girl unexpectedly. He shouted at Ella to dodge the axe attack, and at that very second, a giant monster's blow whistled right next to him. Both Jade and Ella were thrown back, screaming, clods of earth flying around them as this second-level monster took revenge on them for the attack. The boys were lying on the ground next to a huge rut left by the axe monster. Jade asked if Ella was okay, and she confirmed it. Jade smiled and sighed. This is quite a test for them, one crisis after another. It's unlikely that the midterms were intended to be like this. Right above the guys hung two monsters, second and third levels. Now they were no longer in conflict, but were looking at the people. The boy and girl carefully rose from the ground and looked at their enemies, whose eyes were glaring angrily at the students. Jade once again called upon his powerful weapon, the demon's sword, as the monsters were clearly about to attack them again. Ella also picked up her sword from the ground. Although she was not as strong as her friend, she did not intend to give up without a fight. Jade told the girl that in order to save themselves, they had to break past the enemies and hide in the forest. Here, in the clearing, they could die. The monster axe appeared in the boy's path again, its bloody eye gleaming angrily and not intending to let the first years go. Jade realized that a giant axe was about to strike, which meant he had to defend himself. Streams of swords began to swirl in front of the young man. Seizing the moment of attack, the guy immediately used the 8th form of the demonic sword shield and blocked the blow of the axe. The monster never expected that this boy would be able to stop him, but the axe attack was smashed against the demonic sword's strong shield. Jade smiled contentedly. As expected, he was able to block this blow. He saved both himself and his dear Ella. The girl didn't waste any time either. She strengthened her sword with magic as much as possible and rushed to attack the axe monster. Ella flew up from behind and struck the monster. The axe monster clearly didn't expect such amazing agility and courage from the girl. The girl struck the enemy's ghostly body with her sword, trying to inflict significant damage on the enemy, and perhaps even kill him. But seeing the result of her attack, Ella hissed in displeasure. She hadn't managed to kill the monster, but she had still caused some damage. One of the monster's wing hung limply. Ella chopped off his shoulder. This blow was not enough for final victory. A worried Jade ran up to the girl and told Ella that he was okay. The shield had blocked the attack of that mad axe monster. Running up to Ella, Jade suddenly remembered her recent conversation with her mother. She asked her son if what he told his father was true. The mother asked the young man if he really intended to sacrifice himself to protect their almost dying family. Jade told his mother that he was completely fine. If he had to do this for the sake of his beloved family, relatives, then he was not afraid at all. Mother looked silently at her brave and talented eldest son, the heir to a once great and powerful family. She said tenderly to her boy, "It's not true, Jade. You can't not be afraid at all. It's normal to be afraid of danger." She took her son by the hands and explained that he did not need to sacrifice himself for the sake of his family. That would be completely wrong. He must use his power to protect himself, his friends and fellow citizens, and he does not have to worry about his family. This is their role as the wielders of the magical demonic sword. Jade whispered the name of his beloved mother. In fact, Jade didn't show his best when he met Laryl in the forest back then. He was truly afraid for his family. If he had fought seriously, the family would have been destroyed by an important nobleman. But if he had not driven out Laryl, he would have lost a friend. So, actually, Jade thought that this was a problem for which he should sacrifice himself. but Urian quickly healed him. And then Ella told Jade with such delight that he wanted to sacrifice himself to protect him and Urian. He was so brave. Later, his younger brother and sister showered him with praise and cheerfully asked Jade to make sure that their brother didn't get hurt next time. But now, in this dangerous situation, he, as the owner of the demonic sword, must show himself as nobly as possible. And suddenly, a flaming skull appeared right above the sword monster. This was the first form of the demonic sword that Jade used. The giant dark sword cut through the second-level monster, destroying the beast. Now the guy used almost all of his strength. Ella was stunned. What was this? Was Jade really so incredibly strong? He just destroyed this axe with one blow. The girl didn't understand what kind of weapon her classmate was using. She didn't see anything at all. Apparently it was some kind of family equipment. She looked at the guy with admiration and thought that Jade was really amazing, but so surprisingly modest and timid. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a third-level hurricane monster appeared in the clearing with a howl, bringing cold. The girl did not immediately understand what was happening, why the clearing suddenly darkened. It became cold, eerie, and the wind howled very piercingly. Jade shouted at Ella to be careful. She looked back and realized that a stronger enemy, a monstrous hurricane, had entered the battle again. Before she had time to think about it, a strong gust of wind lifted her and Jade off the ground and began to quickly rise above the forest. The boys screamed in horror, and within a couple of seconds they were already under the clouds, and the monstrous hurricane lifted the students higher and higher. Ella was puzzled. It was just the wind. How could it make someone rise so high and then fall to the ground? The girl's eyes widened in horror. She felt the monster loosen its grip, and she began to fall rapidly downwards. The girl understood that if she and Jade fell, they would definitely break. Apparently, this is how this third-level monster kills. The boys had already mentally said goodbye to life. The ground was rapidly approaching. But suddenly, something softened their fall. Ella and Jade landed safely, and the girl looked at Urian in surprise. So it was he who just saved them from death. But how? The young man asked his older sister with a smile. This is a third-level monster. How funny it is. It looks like an ordinary hurricane. Jade rose from the ground, scratching his bruised head, and said that he was very glad that Urian was okay, and that they were saving him. Jade told the boy that the teachers were already on their way, and that they needed to wait for them to arrive. Urian asked if the monster was worth 20 points. He asked his classmates with a smile if the three of them could try to defeat this monster and split the points. Jade's mouth dropped open in surprise. Was Urian really serious? How could he even think about it after seeing his power? And Ella suddenly felt ashamed that she was scared. Urian really is a braver person than she is, even though he is younger than the girl. And Urian had only one thought spinning around in his head. Right here. Right in front of him. There were 20 points floating around at once. He had to finish him off. Not long before, Urian found himself in a rather awkward situation when several large monsters jumped out at him at once. By that time, he had already realized that he could safely use a certain limit of strength to defend himself against these monsters. So, in front of him are monsters of the first and second levels. He must first try to destroy them under the supervision of the weakest one. The young man needed to understand what exactly this limit was, and how to avoid going beyond the safe limit. Suddenly, the magic ball that was watching Urian began to crack and crumble. It seemed like something strange was happening in the forest. Urian watched with curiosity as Chi-Li's creation was being used, and the ball quickly became covered in a network of cracks and crumbled. The young man asked, "It turns out that this thing is broken, so right now no one is looking at him, which means he can safely act." Still, Urian was curious about what was going on, as a giant, bloodthirsty rat crept up behind him, ready to eat him. The young man swung his fist and killed the monster with one blow, telling her not to interfere with his thinking. He needed to figure out what to do next. The giant rat only managed to helplessly wave its clawed paws, and its bloodthirsty head instantly flew off its shoulders. Now Urian looked at the stronger opponent. He felt that there was no pain in the heart area. Besides, no one was looking. Well, in that case, you don't have to worry about the power limit. When he's alone, he can simply destroy this flying sword and that's it. Urian ruffled his hair in confusion. But since no one was watching, there was no way to experiment with the power limit. Looking at the monster watching him, the young man asked him, "You know what I mean, right?" The sword's eyes flashed. Urian gasped in confusion. "I understand. I'm already talking to myself. This is already a symptom. I need to go look for Ella. It's already dangerous here." He struck the sword monster, instantly smashing the beast to pieces. It's a shame that it won't count towards his exam score. As he left the clearing, Urian sighed with relief. It was so refreshing not to have to worry about someone watching you. Suddenly, the young man heard Ella's piercing scream. It was so terrifying that Urian realized the elder was in great danger. He turned his head, trying to figure out where his adopted older sister was, wondering why Jade hadn't protected her. Meanwhile, Chi Li was using all her strength to restore the destroyed magic observation balls. Magus asked her to help fix it quickly. She responded, "Yes, of course." She herself was very worried about the guys. Chi Li was perplexed. All the magic tools broke at the same time. Despite being at the 3rd level, this seems strange to her, and the repairs aren't going so smoothly either. What the hell is going on there? 3rd level monsters couldn't have done this themselves. Urian looked greedily at the 3rd level hurricane monster. He urged his friends to try to deal with it together. Ella smiled in response. She liked this idea more and more. Jade, seeing the girl's mood, also imbued with this thought of Urian's, and the monstrous hurricane howled loudly over the forest clearing, dissatisfied that its small, 2-legged victims had managed to escape. The monster attacked the boys again. This time, he decided to kill them one by one. Remembering that Jade killed Axe, Hurricane attacked him first. The young man suddenly felt that he had lifted off the ground and was flying. He didn't even have time to use his demonic sword and save himself. Jade flew towards the forest thicket with a scream. The monster carried him with such speed that Ella did not immediately notice her friend's disappearance. The hurricane hit Jade with great force against a thick tree. The boy screamed. This injury should clearly have killed the brave young man. Ella called out to Jade in fear. The blow was so strong that the fragile teenager would not be able to survive the injuries he received. Jade's body went limp and began to fall to the ground. His whole body was riddled with unbearable pain. He was sure that he would soon die. But Urian managed to instantly heal Jade's wounds. He smiled and quietly said to the young man, "You are amazing, as always." Rising to his feet, Jade shouted to Urian that his healing was perfect, as if the 3rd level monster had never attacked him. The young man smiled. He was very glad that he could use at least a small part of his power to save his friends from danger. Jade thought, "I get it. When Urian said, 'Let's deal with the monster,' it doesn't mean they actually have to win." The guy shouted to Ella to come forward, and the girl happily agreed, and the two of them rushed at the monster, who was stunned by surprise. Jade realized the true meaning of the phrase, "Let's figure it out with him," in order to gather our strength and meet the monster face to face. And this is correct, because it is impossible to escape from such a 3rd level monster. But the intention to win is of great importance. Even if the boys had clumsily tried to escape, they might have been in even more pain. So they had to fight the monster. Jade suggested that they gather their strength and face Hurricane with determination and care for each other, as Urian had said. The young man looked at his inspired friends with a smile. In fact, they had understood him completely wrong. That was not what he meant. He mentally groaned and thought that he had made a mistake. They all should have just run away from this monstrous hurricane monster. And in the confusion, Urian would have simply secretly captured this windblower and would have received 20 points. And the midterm exam would have been passed. Now Ella and Jade desperately attack the monster, stunned by such impudence. But their strength is clearly insufficient to defeat him. Urian watched their desperate attempts and wondered how they could deal with this powerful monster in such a situation. And then Ricky appeared in the clearing. He asked the wind spirit Vi to grant him strength. Then he used the wind sword multiplied by 1,000. Ricky compressed 1,000 wind swords into one mighty blade, and he aimed this deadly weapon straight at Hurricane. The young man gave the command to fire, and a blade of crushing force obediently flew straight at the 3rd level monster, saving the boys. In the heat of battle, the students didn't notice Ricky's appearance. But when the wind sword slammed into their opponent, They realized that help had arrived. Ricky's sword passed through the monster and struck it. The hurricane monster waved its arms in confusion, and the wind in the clearing began to die down. The boys looked in confusion at the powerful weapon that had destroyed such a strong enemy as the hurricane monster with one blow. Ricky was surprised. They came face to face with a third-level monster and did not run away. An admirable knightly spirit. Ella asked in surprise how Ricky was able to defeat a third-level monster. Urian got angry. He considered 20 points as his own. Enraged by Ricky's interference, Jade asked him who he thought he was, stealing their victory when no one had asked him for help. Jade said that we could have easily defeated him ourselves, and there was no need to pretend to be the coolest here. Ella tried to calm her friend down. Urian was also very angry. He supported Jade, saying that Ricky stole their glasses, which means he is a thief. Where will they all get glasses now? Ricky glanced sideways at Urian. The boy increasingly suspected that Ella's younger brother was the mysterious and very strong knight. He answered Urian that he would be happy to give these glasses back. The young man exclaimed with a smile that it was true. This is great. And why is that? Ricky confirmed that of course it wasn't a waste of time to give points to talents that benefited the entire kingdom. Last year, Ricky would have ignored the man with the black brooch. But after meeting Yuri Sung-kun at the test, everything changed. Ricky approached Urian and said that he must prove that he is truly talented and useful for their home kingdom. If the young man shows similar or equivalent abilities, even just a little, he will immediately give him those 20 points. This year's freshmen are all different, including a girl with a talent for swordplay, the first special girl mage Ella. And he is also an amazingly skilled swordsman, whose equal cannot be found in the entire kingdom. It is hard to believe that he is a teenager. Ricky believed that if these freshmen had such talents, he should guide them before they strayed from the true path of goodness. Suddenly, a vile monster appeared behind Ricky. The freak asked in surprise how the guys were able to kill a third-level monster. Hearing the monster's voice, the boys' faces suddenly changed dramatically. Ricky's mouth opened in surprise and his eyes became terribly sad. Jade's face reflected despair, as if he had just seen everyone he cared about killed before his eyes, and he had been unable to help them. Ella's eyes suddenly filled with fear. She looked around in fear, as if looking for support, but she found it nowhere. Only horror. The monster looked at the students of the Magic Academy and told them, "I don't want to die." It was his most powerful death spell. Hearing the spell, Ella, Jade, and Ricky obediently picked up their swords and, as if hypnotized, brought the weapons to their necks. The next second, blood gushed out. The boys inflicted fatal wounds on themselves. Urian asked in surprise what his sister was doing. Urian instantly healed everyone and turned to the new enemy. He had to figure out what kind of monster had suddenly appeared here. The young man asked the freak what he was and why he had come here, why he had attacked them, since they hadn't encountered him before. The vile freak replied, "I have the power to make people kill themselves. I am a fourth-level monster named Darkness." Jade sat down in the clearing, confused, and was overcome by a strange feeling that he had literally just miraculously returned from the other world. The boy suddenly vomited. Ella was also shaking all over. She looked from one classmate to another in fear. Ricky was also shaking. He touched his throat in bewilderment. He couldn't understand what was happening to him, why he was so confused and as if wounded. He tried to remember what had happened. It seemed to him that right now he had almost plunged a sword into his neck. But why had he decided to do it? Urian carefully examined the disgusting freak grimacing next to the students. He had scars all over his wrists and neck, so it really is the infamous fourth-level monster Darkness in front of him. But how did it get here? Into this forest? The monster looked questioningly at Urian. He was surprised why the young man had not committed suicide now, like the rest of his friends. Urian was genuinely indignant. "Hey, multi-armed, colorful freak, do you really think this is a normal question?" Darkness exclaimed, of course. "Killing yourself in front of me. It's quite natural for all people, isn't it? So, why are you still alive?" Urian laughed. "Are you serious? The others are alive too. So it turns out that a level 4 monster isn't that powerful." Ricky came up to the young man from behind and said seriously that he was convinced of his abilities, so he could take back his 20 points. Instant full healing. From self-inflicted wounds to Darkness's psychic attacks, was instantly healed completely. Urian's healing is an ability that is absolutely essential to the kingdom, and Riki is determined that no matter what happens, he will protect him. The boy once again called upon the Great Spirit Vi to grant him the strength to fight another powerful enemy of the people. At that very moment, magical currents began to swirl around Riki, and Merak was surprised. Oh, the young man was under the protection of a great spirit. Riki's eyes flashed angrily. How dare the monster even mention the Great Spirit, desecrating his bright name with his filthy lips. But then suddenly it dawned on Riki that he was talking to a monster. The guy screamed. It can communicate. This creature can speak. This means that in front of them is a creature that has intelligence and consciousness. It is definitely a very powerful 4th-level monster. Riki was puzzled as to why a 4th-level monster was within the kingdom, and in a forest that belonged to the academy. Merak, noticing that the young man was deep in thought, immediately approached him and plaintively uttered his spell. I don't want to die. As soon as the suicide spell was cast, Riki immediately pointed his wind sword straight at his own throat, determined to die. Ella and Jade also put their blades right to their necks. They limply followed the evil death spell of the darkness. Streams of blood spurted again. The monster sighed joyfully. All these pictures of suicides could never bore the villain. But the monster's joy was marred by Urian's angry statement. The young man shouted at the monster to stop it. Merak turned around in surprise. This little boy was still alive. He was definitely not affected by the monster's spell. Urian cast a healing spell, Merak exclaimed. Why haven't these students died yet? It wasn't a coincidence or a miracle. The monster looked at Urian, who carefully picked up Ella, and Merak stated that the monsters had another important target. Merak promised Urian that he would definitely kill him, because the little boy was interfering with their plans, and that was simply unacceptable. Riki shouted at the monster. No, I will send you back no matter what. Vile creature of the 4th level, sworn enemy of people. The guy realized that Urian had withstood the attacks of a 4th-level monster. This was simply amazing magical power for a commoner. Urian asked Riki if he was okay, although nothing else could be expected from the 2nd-ranked advanced class of the academy. And also instant full healing even from attacks of a 4th-level monster. Each ability exceeds the student's data. Suddenly, Riki saw that Merak had quietly approached Ella and Urian and was already raising his huge, deadly hand over the young man. The boy shouted loudly at Urian, trying to warn him of the danger threatening him from the enraged monster of darkness. Jade also noticed this and immediately used the first form of the demonic sword against the monster. But the sword only pushed Merak. However, Jade's demonic sword attack delayed the monster, preventing the darkness from sneaking up on Urian and Ella and killing them. Seeing the result of his attack, Jade cursed. Why even the first form of the demonic sword didn't work on this freak? And darkness continued to stretch his green, deathly hand with black nails towards Urian. Jade shouted at him to run away. Urian turned around and looked at Merak. What a pity that there were so many people here. Otherwise, he would have given this vile killer a hard time. Riki objected to Jade. There was no need for that. He would take everyone away from here now. They all had to save themselves from the monster. The boys summoned a wind. A strong stream of air gently picked up the boys and carried them away from the dangerous forest clearing. And Riki remained there. Unlike the screaming Jade and the groaning Ella, Urian flew completely calmly. Riki showed himself from the best side. Suddenly, Urian looked at the guy in surprise. It turns out he is Tien's brother. He behaved exactly the same way as she did back then. When she entered, that time Tien was also amazing when she tried to save Urian. It turns out they are brother and sister. They look the same. Merak chuckled in bewilderment. That bastard carried that kid away with the wind. Well, that means there will be no one left to save that bully. The monster asked Riki, "Is this all you can do? And why didn't you run away, but only tried to save your classmates?" Riki chuckled. He knew perfectly well that he would never be able to escape from a level 4 monster. Even a knight couldn't do it. The boy clutched the wind sword and told the monster that he would buy time. And very soon, a truly strong warrior would appear here in the forest. Merak laughed, warrior. Then everything is clear. And you are trying to buy time to join this very strong warrior. The monster said to the guy, "You look like a coward, don't you?" At that very moment, Ricky's lips began to tremble and tears welled up in his eyes. How long could he resist the magic of darkness? 5 seconds? No, just 3 seconds. And his hands began to shake and stopped obeying. Gathering his last strength, Ricky called upon his patron. In desperation, he called out Vi's name so that the Great Spirit would save him from death. Suddenly, a Qilin appeared in the clearing. Merak twisted his multi-faced head in surprise. He did not expect this creature to appear. Merak's eternally sad face became even sadder. Would they really take even this sacrifice away from him and not allow him to finish off the boy? The Qilin quickly flew past and landed in a nearby clearing, clearly coming to the aid of a student at the Magic Academy. The sudden landing raised clouds of dust, and Merak asked Ricky in surprise if he really knew about it. But the communications were broken, and yet the monster was sure that the appearance of a protector would not save Ricky from certain death, since the darkness had not yet attacked him directly. The guy thought in confusion, was he really going to die now from the magic of this vile monster, having committed suicide? He wouldn't want that. But then, Ka Ryun-P appeared and said, I just came face to face with a 3rd-level monster, but this opponent is stronger. Picking up Ricky in his arms, the instructor asked if this ugly figure was apparently a 4th-level monster, Darkness. But where did he come from? Merak said contemptuously. There is no point in answering such a rude question. How ill-mannered the teachers at the academy are these days. Ka Ryun-P decided not to engage in battle with such a strong and dangerous opponent when his students were nearby. He summoned the wind and super speed. Jade and Ella landed safely in the clearing. The young man was quietly moaning, and Ella was worried about her younger brother even in her sleep. Meanwhile, Urian was hanging in the air. He made sure that everything was okay with his friends and went back to Ricky and the monster Merak. He could not allow this noble youth to perish. But what he saw in the forest clearing left him confused. Ka Ryun-P carefully examined his opponent. The cuts on his hands, the wounds on his neck. There was no doubt. It was Darkness himself in front of him. The instructor thoughtfully noted that this specific appearance, scars and wounds, this is clearly a 4th-level monster, an enemy of people, Darkness. The 6-armed, multi-faced monster grinned. Well, the academy teachers recognize him, which means he's popular among people. Ka Ryun-P knew that 4th-tier monsters were the enemy's main force, and if they appeared in the kingdom, it would be an emergency. He grabbed Ricky and called on the wind and super speed to help him. He needed to urgently alert the country's leadership about this danger. In a matter of seconds, Ricky and Ka Ryun-P moved away from the clearing where the monstrous killer of people, Merak, was located. Ricky covered his ears. The young man wondered in bewilderment how the wind could make such a strong sound. With such flights, it wouldn't take long for him to go deaf, but Merak wasn't going to let them go. As soon as the teacher and student breathed a sigh of relief, a 4th-level monster appeared in front of them. As time went on and Ka Ryun-P still hadn't returned, the academy director began to seriously worry about what was actually happening in their forest. Mages cast questioning glances at the green thickets, which always seemed so calm and friendly to him. The director tried to contact the teacher through a magical means of communication, but he did not answer, which means something happened. And then the director was called by a worried Chi Li. She exclaimed that something seemed wrong here. Mages asked why she decided so. She replied that no matter how many 3rd-level monsters there were, it was impossible for the magical means to destroy them all at once. Moreover, they cannot even be repaired. There is interference in communication. There can only be one conclusion. A more powerful enemy has appeared. The director of the academy understood perfectly well that Chi Li was right. Indirect indicators had long been appearing that peacetime was passing. Mages tried to contact Haewon through magical communication, but the heroine did not respond. The director was very worried about this. His eyes flashed as he thought. 3rd-level monsters suddenly appeared in the forest for 1st-year students during the exam. Then, at the same time, an unnatural destruction of communication devices occurred. All of this simply cannot be a mere coincidence. Mages frowned. Perhaps a monster with a high level of intelligence had appeared on their territory. These are 4th-level monsters. But why did the attack happen during the 1st-year exams? Was the target Princess Saruti? Mages sparked with anger. The director of the Magic Academy exclaimed, "Whatever it is, don't underestimate me. I'm not an ordinary official of the kingdom, he informed Chi Li. Until the kingdom night arrives, I will go to the scene to protect the students. Magus mentally asked Ka Ryun-Pi not to die and to wait for him at all costs. He was already on his way to help them, and the fencing instructor already realized that they had failed to escape from the fourth-level monster that had invaded the kingdom. Merak philosophically noted that perhaps, looking at each other like this, the warrior man thinks that they are the same. Because that is true. The monster stretched out his vile hands towards the teacher, trying to grab him and strangle him. He tried to show how much stronger he was. Merak growled that the little man should know his place. He would never even come close to being comparable to a high-level monster. Ricky called out to the teacher, warning him of the danger threatening him. The boy was scared, wondering if anyone would come to their aid. But Ka Ryun-Pi was confident in his own strength. He made a barely noticeable movement with his hand to push away the ugly hands that were reaching out. Suddenly, the teacher jumped up, and in Merak's hands remained only his jacket, always thrown over his shoulder like a cape. Rushing forward, Ka Ryun-Pi summoned his wind sword, also given to him by the great wind spirit V, whom he served faithfully. Immediately next to the man's right hand, a powerful sword began to glow. It was significantly more powerful than the weapon that young Riki wielded. Having strengthened his sword with magic, the servant of Vi rushed into battle. He boldly attacked this multi-armed and multi-faced deadly monster. Merak was even a little amused by this, how self-confident these people were. The monster quietly watched Ka Ryun-Pi attacking him. The monster again extended its dead hand towards the warrior's head, trying to grab him. But he successfully dodged the monster. The giant hand clenched into a fist, and it seemed as if Merak had finally grabbed his nimble opponent with the wind sword. But the monster's fist was empty. Ka Ryun-Pi was already on the other side of the suicide-instigating monster floating in the air. Darkness turned his head. This small man really moved too quickly for the insignificant and weak race of people. Having noticed the enemy, the monster extended one of its 6 arms towards him, trying to grab and crush him like an annoying mosquito. But Ka Ryun-Pi dodged again. He continued to circle around the darkness, looking for an opportunity to finish off the bloodthirsty monster. The warrior contemptuously told the monster that he was too slow, even though he was at the 4th level of development of the monsters of this world. Ricky watched his teacher in amazement. His movements were so fast, as expected from a true swordmaster. He would probably be able to defeat a level 4 monster. But then, Merak cast his signature spell. I don't want to die. Ka Ryun-Pi froze. His expression changed. His thoughts became clouded. He did not expect a mental attack from the monster. Ricky understood what was going on and shouted at the teacher at the top of his lungs to not give in to the spell and to fight the urge to kill himself. The man, unexpectedly for himself, suddenly pierced his own leg with a sword, and a stream of fresh blood gushed from the huge wound. Ka Ryun-Pi looked at the wound in surprise. He did not immediately understand why he pierced his own leg. What suddenly came over him? The man realized that this monster's power made people want to commit suicide. What a treacherous monster this darkness was. The wings of wind behind Ka Ryun-Pi began to melt. The wound he inflicted on himself took a lot of mana. The fighter instantly became weaker. Merak contemptuously asked the man what had suddenly happened to his arrogance, why the tone of his conversation had changed and become pathetic. Ka Ryun-Pi felt the monster's words coming into his head again and again, filling him with despair and leading to helplessness. It was as if darkness had thickened around the warrior. It was not for nothing that this 4th-level monster was called Darkness. It was truly capable of this. But Ka Ryun-Pi didn't give up. He bit his lip until it bled to regain his sanity. No, he wouldn't give in to psychic attacks. He asked the monster what its purpose was. Why the 4th level, which had been inactive for many years, appeared now. Merak laughed. The man had just received a blow and immediately began to change strategy, from active combat to gathering information. Interesting. The monster answered evasively. Well, of course we are going to destroy all people. The goal of monsters has not changed over many years. Ricky shouted to the teacher that they had to run. They couldn't stay here any longer. It was too dangerous. Especially since Ka Ryun-Pi was wounded. The young man reminded the warrior that he had bought enough time. Ka Ryun-Pi mentally agreed with the student. This was indeed true. You need to think wisely, because Karyun P didn't come here to kill level 4 monsters, but to save the guys. So far, not a single student has died. We need to quickly return and report the appearance of a 4th level monster in the kingdom. But Mrak had no intention of letting the teacher and student go. He had been chasing them for too long, and it was still too early to report him to the authorities. The monster directed a bloody aura at the people. Riki and Karyun P fell to their knees and began to choke. They did not have the strength to escape. The teacher and student groaned. They were suffocating. Now the darkness attacked them directly, without any psychic attacks, simply killed. Mrak was delighted. He admired the agony of people and exclaimed, "This is a wonderful sight. The monster will never get tired of it." Riki and Karyun P were getting weaker. The young man had already lost consciousness, but the man was still trying to resist the magical influence. But now the warrior buried his nose in the ground. The monster's huge hand hovered over the people, and the satisfied Mrak said to them, "Good night." At that moment, Tien suddenly felt uneasy. She stopped in the middle of the corridor, and everything inside the girl went cold. Tien quietly asked if something had happened to her brother. It couldn't just be like that. The girl walked towards him with concern, and Mrak's pleasure was interrupted again. He noticed a magical glow under his hand. He stared at his hand in surprise. The monster couldn't believe his eyes. It was a 6-winged creature. Where did it come from? And at the most inopportune moment, another bummer. Taking a closer look, Mrak asked, "Father, is this really the Great Spirit of the Wind V in front of him? And why did the Great Spirit come to the world of people?" The 6-winged one was indignant. "Great Wind Spirit V. Am I your friend or something like that? How dare you not use it?" The angry Great Spirit instantly tore off one of the monster's vile, deathly blue arms, and Mrak screamed in fear. The monster stared at the Great Wind Spirit Vi in surprise, wondering why she came here. Was it really because of these little people? Among the only 4 great spirits in this world, Vi is the most selfish being with a nasty, harsh personality. Mrak respectfully apologized, saying that he had been rude to the Great Spirit. He had lacked respect, and he deserved to be punished by the spirit. However, everyone knows that great spirits do not interfere in the affairs of people and monsters. But what is the Great Spirit of the Wind doing here now? The 6-winged girl covered the dying people with her body. She did not immediately answer the darkness's question. She knew that the monster was partly right. The beings that control nature and order in this world are called the 4 great spirits. They are the strongest and wisest. Each of the great spirits has its own character, power, and, of course, admirers among people and other creatures of this world. Among the spirits, the most selfish with a disgusting character is the beauty and aesthete Vi, the Great Spirit of the Wind, strong and capricious. Receiving no answer, Mrak carefully repeated his question about what the higher being was doing here in the forest, among pathetic people and monsters. Vi collected her thoughts. She knew for sure that she had to protect her servants at any cost, even if it meant finishing off this darkness. She calmly answered the monster, "I am only here to negotiate," even though it may seem strange to such a worm. Mrak was truly surprised at what the Great Spirit who controls everything in this world was going to negotiate with him about. Vi said, "Don't kill the 2 behind me. Instead, I won't interfere even if you kill all the other people in the forest." Great Spirit Vi knew that after all, darkness didn't come here to kill these 2, did he? So why insist on it? Mrak asked how it was that the Great Spirit, directly involved in maintaining nature, was negotiating with me. And all this for the sake of 2 saccharine people. For the monster, it was incomprehensible how a higher being could condescend to these pathetic creatures. Vi smiled cheerfully. "Yes, these guys really do look good. And I like beautiful things. That means I don't like you." Mrak remained silent. He had to be very careful with Vi, otherwise she might just tear him to pieces in a fit of violent rage. He said cautiously, "Initially, when it comes to great spirits, they would not interfere directly." Vi objected. "Nonsense." Vi hurried Mrak. "Decide quickly. Don't achieve your goal and die at my hands. Or agree and quickly get out of here." The monster was outraged. This is how negotiations are. Is this an offer or a threat? One thing is clear. These people are dear to the Great Spirit of the Wind, V. It is also obvious that fighting the Great Spirit to kill these two is not in line with the goal, but it appeared to protect them. But then, in the future, they will borrow all the power of the Great Spirit to protect other people and fight monsters of all levels. So it would be better for the monsters if darkness went against the Great Spirit right now and killed these two humans, Vi said contemptuously to the monster. Look at yourself. Who do you think you are that you decided to go against the Great Spirit of this world? She directed a resounding snap of her graceful fingers in the direction of the ugly killer monster who was about to contradict her. The force of Vi's blow was such that Merak was immediately torn to pieces and scattered across the forest clearing. The monster was terrified by such force. The multi-faced monster looked around in confusion, slowly beginning to collect its scattered parts and restore its body. Vi asked the monster, "Do you even know how to negotiate? Accept your punishment? And die." 4 more times a painful death. The darkness howled in horror as this fragile beauty scattered his parts across the clearing again, dealing a painful blow to his half-dead body. The mistress of the winds of this world snapped her fingers again, and a deafening explosion resounded across the clearing, tearing the monster apart. She explained to the monster, "You see, I am negotiating because, after all, I am a great person, unlike monsters." Vi looked at the pieces of darkness scattered around and added, "Right now, I can just destroy you on the spot." What was left of the darkness after V's second click looked pitiful. And who would have thought that it was a level 4 monster? The scraps slowly began to gather into a dirty sludge, which constituted the life essence of this vile creature. Soon, a 6-armed, 3-headed level 4 monster, known in the world as Darkness, appeared again from the dirty puddle. Having recovered, Merak shouted, "Okay, let's come to an agreement, because my goal here in this forest must be achieved." He stated to Vi, "Just know that I am making concessions for my goal." The Great Spirit roared for the villain to quickly disappear while he is still alive. The darkness did not keep itself waiting long. It immediately rushed out of the forest clearing before the angry Great Spirit wiped it off the face of the earth. Vi asked in surprise if it was time for the monsters to start moving again. Then her charges would need a lot of strength. She turned to those who had faithfully served and worshipped her, to those who had been nearly killed by that hideous suicide monster, Merak. Vi passionately pressed herself against Ricky's handsome face. She exclaimed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy coughed hoarsely. The girl pounded the boy's head with her small fists and screamed, "Wake up! Let me hear your voice, Ricky!" Feeling the even breathing of the handsome young man, Vi sighed with relief and said, "I'm glad you're alive and finally safe." Vi glanced sideways and looked at Ka Ryun P lying next to Ricky. He was also a handsome young man, but now he had turned into a warrior. She shed her light on the handsome man lying unconscious, who, like Ricky, had faithfully served and worshipped her all this time. Vi noted with regret that Ka Ryun P still did not use the power she had given him in gratitude for his service to the spirit. The Great Spirit of the Wind calmed down a little. Her 2 faithful knights remained alive, and everything else in this forest worried her very little. But Merak was tearing and throwing rage. He was forced to run away from the Great Spirit. This girl tore 2 little people out of his hands. The monster howled angrily. What a humiliating situation this was. The little 6-winged girl almost destroyed him and drove him away. Darkness exclaimed, "We can't waste any more time. We will fulfill the purpose of our stay here in this vile forest." And then the monster was going to trample the growing young seedlings until this unpleasant sensation became refreshing. The angry monster promised that no one would get out of here alive today. This forest would be filled with fresh human blood. The monster gathered its strength, preparing to fill the entire forest space with a feeling of despair, grief, and a desire for suicide. The darkness concentrated and released a powerful column of its murderous, depressive energy into the sky, killing everything living and bright. But before the monster could finish the action, he noticed with surprise that he was not alone here. Merak stared at the young man in surprise. Suddenly, Merak recognized him. This was the same boy who didn't let him kill those little kids. Could it be that he had returned again? And indeed, Urien stood before Merak. He told the monster that he had hesitated again, and this almost cost his sister her life. Even when Ella was injured, he couldn't find a way to solve it without revealing his abilities. But now was the time. Merak didn't understand what the boy was talking about. The only thing that surprised him was that the boy didn't run away with all the other children. Leaning towards Urian, the monster said, "Don't worry. Even if you run away, everyone in this forest will still die a painful death." The bloodthirsty darkness cried out, "Disappear. All hope here today will turn into despair and fear, leading everyone to death." The monster grabbed Urian by the neck and began to strangle him. Merak remembered that suggestion magic had no effect on this naughty kid. Please, Darkness said, "You know that the hands of someone who tries to commit suicide are more desperate than anyone else's, right?" It seemed that the teenager was not resisting at all, and the monster was already ready to celebrate victory. At least he had finally killed one of the little ones. But suddenly Urian calmly grabbed Merak's hand and tore it away from his throat. The young man yanked the monster's hand so hard that the hand flew off. Urian said, "Hey you! You always try to act like you're making others commit suicide. Stop talking that nonsense." The guy told the stunned monster, "You can't kill anyone because you're nothing. An empty space, just a screaming freak." Blood gushed from the monster's eyes. He was extremely outraged that today everyone was trying to humiliate him, the great and deadly one. A huge number of predatory dead hands with black nails reached out to Urian, trying to finish off this insolent little fellow. Urian suddenly remembered how, just recently, Ella, obeying the spell of the monster darkness, pierced her delicate thin neck with a sword. He calmly said to the monster, "I have correctly assessed your strength. From now on, I will not hesitate and will simply destroy you, vile creature." Streams of energy swirled around Urian's fist. He concentrated his power and dealt a crushing blow to the monster. The force of this blow was such that a clearing was formed in the forest, and as a result of the attack, the 4th level monster Darkness was destroyed. With the appearance of a level 4 monster that had been hiding for the past few years, an emergency meeting was called in the kingdom of Rarente. King Brehedin reported that there had been no noticeable movement of 4th-tier monsters over the past few years, but then one of them appeared on the examination grounds of the Royal Magic Academy, threatening students and teachers. Magus explained that at that time, the teacher and student Ricky, who were at the scene, protected the students from the darkness. After this, they lost consciousness but remained unharmed. It seems that the great wind spirit Vi protected them from the evil monster. Viscount Drade suggested that perhaps the great spirit V had engaged in a fierce battle with a level 4 monster and killed it. Drade asked. Everyone had seen this incident, hadn't they? And it was lucky that all the students and teachers remained alive in the forest. Magus said, "I can't even imagine what kind of struggle could have led to the forest landscape becoming so unusual." Viscount Reyes asked if the level 4 monster was stronger than before. Surely its strength had been growing over the past few years. One of the nobles groaned. If a single 4th level monster can fight a great spirit, then humanity has no hope. Viscount Zertis sternly shouted at the aristocrats to calm down and stop their pitiful chatter. They were, after all, in a meeting. Zertis also asked the gentlemen not to forget that they were standing before His Majesty the King, and not in their living room or even bedroom. Zialefdin replied to the nobles, "Although the 4th level monster has become stronger, we have also become much stronger recently. The defense system has become more reliable, and the power of each knight shines even more. So there is no need to panic so much." The Knight Commander concluded that if we remain vigilant and maintain our current position, humanity will not give in to the monsters. The king confirmed that it was true that the strength of people lies in their ability to prepare for crises and cope with them successfully. Brehedin ordered Majas to find the entry route of the 4th level monster and take action, and he bowed to the king. The king told the commander that everyone must be carefully prepared to protect the citizens at all times. The knight bowed. The director of the academy turned to the king. "Your Majesty, there is one more matter that I would like to discuss." The king nodded. "Magus reminded me that every year we have a friendly competition with the Empire, but I would like to postpone it this year." The king chuckled. "It's an annual event where our students compete with the Empire's students in their skills." The director confirmed that it was absolutely true that this year, due to the movement of monsters, it looks like the competition will have to be postponed. Viscount Reyes immediately intervened in the conversation, exclaiming, "What nonsense! The kingdom of Rarente cannot disgrace itself like this in front of everyone." The minister was indignant. It was impossible to postpone the competition. Have you forgotten the Empire's recent statement regarding this monster? While the Empire, our rivals, displays such confidence, our kingdom simply cannot show cowardice. The Empire had suffered a series of defeats in the last 3 years. They definitely wanted to win the competition this year. Mages countered. 4th-level monsters have high intelligence. They would never have appeared in the academy without a reason. The nobles shouted about how other countries would treat Rarenta then, and that in the future we might lose our dominance in the war with the monsters. But the director of the academy did not agree, he said. Nevertheless, we cannot expose students, both our own and those from outside, to danger. Certus thought, indeed, if the monsters suddenly attack, we won't be able to attack if the knights are deployed. Mages said we were overconfident and we are in danger. More than one level 4 monster might appear at the competition. Viscount Reyes, covered in gold, asked in confusion if this meant that if monsters suddenly appeared here, we would lose. The king loudly ordered everyone to stop. The ruler believed that the opinions of both sides were fair, and everyone had their own arguments. Without confirmation of the purpose of the monster's appearance, holding an event may not be a very good, even dangerous, idea. But if we refuse to compete, the Empire will use our refusal as a pretext to engage in political maneuvering. In other words, the kingdom of Rarenta is faced with a very difficult dilemma, whether to hold the competition or abandon it. The king suggested that in that case, let's ask the students of the Royal Academy of Magic directly what they think. The director of the academy opened his mouth in surprise. Did His Majesty really want to base such a decision on the opinions of the students? The king ordered to bring those who fought bravely against darkness, Ka Ryun Pi and the student Riki. Magus obeyed the ruler. In addition, Brehedin ordered to bring a special student of magic, Urian. The king wanted to see this unusual young man. Soon, the director of the Magic Academy, along with Ka Ryun Pi, Riki, and Urian, arrived in the capital of the kingdom and went to the palace. Urian was noticeably worried. He didn't understand what could have happened, why he and Riki were suddenly invited to King Brehedin himself. And so they all found themselves in the throne room. Magus reported to His Majesty. He brought teacher Ka Ryun Pi, students Riki and Urian. The king ordered everyone to raise their heads. During the recent attack by the dark monster, their calm reaction deserved praise. Urian thought that this was true, the king, but he continued, "Thanks to your courage, peace and tranquility in the kingdom were preserved." One of those present quietly asked, "Is this guy a student or a commoner?" Reyes thought that his son Chris had failed. The king added, "Your high rewards will be prepared gradually. But I have not called you here today only for this reason." A friendly competition with the Empire was planned for a few months, and Jurian wondered what kind of competition it was. The competition not only strengthens friendship between countries, but is also an important event that attracts the attention of all countries. In fact, at first glance, this show demonstrates the military and magical power of each country, the ability to fight monsters. The country that wins the competition gets more sponsors and better prospects. Jurian was surprised that the king was so honest with them. Brehedin explained to the boys that our kingdom was considering withdrawing from the competition this year due to the darkness's attack. This is because no one knows if the monsters will appear again. So the king wanted to hear the opinions of those who had encountered the darkness. They had withstood the attack of a level 4 monster, and their opinion was valuable. But at the mention of darkness, Riki's face stretched out in horror. Riki's mind once again flashed back to that vile monster that made people inflict mortal wounds on themselves. The king asked Riki what was wrong. He suddenly became very pale. The guy shuddered. Sweat was streaming down his face, and there was fear in his eyes. Brehedin told the guys, "Don't be shy. Please share your honest opinions as participants in all these events." The nobles began to make noise. They could not speak out of fear. Well, they were directly faced with such a terrifying situation. Urian heard the shouts. The pride of the Magic Academy collapsed. In such a state, perhaps it would be better to postpone the competition. Urian clenched his fist, resentment for the school boiling inside him. He knew that Mrak was no more. He had personally destroyed him in the Academy forest. He suddenly bowed to His Majesty, saying that he was a special student of Urian magic and would answer His Majesty's question. First of all, Jurian said that he was very honored to be invited here, and he was sincerely grateful to the king for the praise. If the king allows, Jurian is ready to express his opinion regarding the competition, which is important for the kingdom. As everyone knows, the three of them encountered a fourth-level monster, Darkness. And that monster was truly incredibly strong. Ricky felt a wave of despair suddenly rise up inside him. The same one that Darkness had inspired in him when he was in the Academy Forest. But Jurian unexpectedly declared to those present and to the king, however, "We were never afraid of this monster. This helped us to endure." The young man explained that instead of panicking, the three of them focused on finding ways to overcome this problem and save everyone else. And if a level 4 monster appears at the competition again this year, it won't be able to disrupt the important event. This time, they, the students of the Royal Academy of Magic, will show that they can defeat a 4th-level monster, no matter who it is. Viscount Zertis exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! Wow!" Director Majas turned around and looked at the impudent boy in confusion. One of the nobles asked with a grin what was wrong with this commoner. Reyes replied that he had no idea what kind of insolence he had. The commander of the Royal Knights, Zialeftine, looked closely at this brave young man, trying to understand why Jurian said this. The king looked at the boys thoughtfully. The ruler really liked the boy's bold speech. He had no fear of the enemy at all. Suddenly, the king burst out laughing and exclaimed, "Excellent! This is very good. This is exactly the answer everyone expected from the students of the academy." Brehedin stated with a smile that inviting the guys here was the right decision, which means the competition will take place this year. Urian's mouth dropped open in surprise. The reaction was different from what he expected, and the king addressed Urian with his personal order. The king ordered Urian to become the representative of the kingdom and take part in the competition. All the aristocrats were shocked. Urian also did not expect that the ruler of the kingdom of Brehedin himself would give him such an honor. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. How could this be possible? Viscount Reyes begged King Brehedin to reconsider, as this competition was a source of pride for the entire great kingdom of Reyrenta. How could a commoner be made a representative of the kingdom? Reza was ashamed of how other countries and empires would perceive them. Magus angrily rebuked Reyes, reminding him that Urian was not a commoner, but a special student of the academy specializing in magic. Minister Reyes snorted in displeasure at Magus and demanded that he stop his stupid jokes. How did they even get him? Suddenly, Ricky entered the argument. Urian can overcome the attack of a level 4 monster with his instant full healing. Urian looked questioningly at Ricky, who continued that the young man could play a simply amazing role in this competition. Urian couldn't believe his ears. Why Ricky was suddenly behaving like this? He had always treated him suspiciously, almost dismissively. Marquise Ricasezo arrogantly remarked that instantaneous complete healing was impossible. The boy from the academy must have gotten something wrong. Ricasezo explained in a mentor-like tone that healing technically meant the regeneration of body tissues. They could not be restored immediately. It is about helping with regeneration to speed up healing, not about directly healing wounds or curing all diseases. Therefore, instant healing was theoretically impossible, Jurian realized, which is why people were so surprised back then. Ricasezo suggested that it was illusion magic that made them not feel pain. Ricky was indignant. That was not the point. Ricky stated that Urian's healing was obvious, but the academy director stopped the young man's angry statements with a gesture, deciding to take the floor. Magus, holding back his anger, said to the Marquis Ricasezo, "The magic you know is not the whole world. There are sorcerers better than you." Ricasezo almost choked with indignation, but only the presence of the king stopped the magician from further arguing with Magus. And the director of the academy suggested that, "Why don't we demonstrate here to prove instant complete healing?" Viscount Reyes asked in bewilderment how to prove this. Ricasezo grumbled, "Prove it or not, it's simply impossible to do." Magus asked Urian if he could do it. The young man confirmed that he was ready to heal any wound right here and now. Urian was perplexed as to how everything had ended so strangely. After all, he had just tried to help the academy for a moment. What had happened? The young man firmly declared to everyone present that instant complete healing was entirely possible, and that this was not a fantasy or an illusion. The aristocrats made a noise of surprise. Could this really be true? But how could this be verified in practice? Maybe the commoner was lying. Everyone was puzzled as to how they could test it. They wouldn't inflict wounds on themselves in the hope that this upstart would be able to heal. Xerxes stepped forward. 4 years ago, he received a scar on the battlefield. Initially, it was twice as big, and it has been undergoing treatment for several years. But despite long treatment, this scar has not healed completely. If complete healing is possible, the scar must heal. Magus objected. Wait a minute, Duke Xerxes. Jurian's healing is the ability to heal freshly received wounds. Healing an old scar was a different matter entirely, and the director was afraid that Jurian might not be able to heal the Duke's scar completely. Reyes grumbled. Are you suggesting we harm someone in a situation where we don't know if the healing is real? Requisezo noted that a scar is also a wound. If it is truly an instant, complete healing, then it should heal completely immediately. Magus shouted at the Marquis, "How dare you doubt my words?" And Jurian asked to be allowed to try once. In fact, Jurian himself was very curious to know if he could heal the scar too. The Marquis was right. It was also a wound. The director of the academy asked Jurian if he agreed. The young man answered in the affirmative. Everyone froze, looking at Xerxes and his healer. Jurian approached the Duke and suggested, "Let's begin." He extended his hand to the wide scar and began healing with life energy. The Duke watched in surprise as the brown stripes on his strong arm began to instantly disappear, as if there had never been a wound there. Jurian finished. Xerxes' hand was completely healthy. He looked at it in bewilderment and could not believe that this was reality. He stuttered as he told everyone that his painful, huge scar had disappeared completely. Not even the slightest trace remained, and that his arm didn't hurt. And the skin on my hand became clean and soft, like a 3-year-old child's. This is simply an amazing talent of the young academy student. The aristocrats present in the hall opened their mouths in surprise. Could this really be true? And could this boy perform such miracles? Even the most vicious opponents of Jurian's jaws dropped. The scar really did disappear, which means the boy will be a great magician. The king also looked at the result of the experiment in surprise, and the boy turned out to be a truly extremely talented sorcerer. Everyone was vying with each other to ask, Xerxes, if the scar had really disappeared, how could a commoner perform such amazing magic? But the Duke felt that not only the scar had disappeared, even the sore throat, which had been like a cold, had also instantly gone away. He declared that it was not an illusion or a delusion. Jurian's instant full healing was definitely real. It worked perfectly. The commander of the knights quietly said to the king, "Your Majesty, this is not just a pleasant surprise. This is literally a revolution in medicine. If you use instant full healing on the battlefield or in everyday life, it will have wonderful effects. Moreover, if the kingdom can commercialize the healing, it will significantly advance medical technology." Jurian was very pleased with the result, which meant it worked on scars too, and fat aristocrats were already shouting at him from all sides. Viscount Reyes asked the young man how many times a day he could use his instant full healing to heal. The young man was surprised. He was asking so clearly. Jurian answered, "About 3 times, and then you definitely need to charge up." Chris's fat father frowned with displeasure. "Only 3 times a day?" Well, okay. Then the young man couldn't heal the scars on his skin. Hearing Reyes' words, the others became indignant. The minister had been acting a little rude lately because his skin was damaged. Others shouted at Reyes not to talk such nonsense. This rare and extremely valuable magic was not only for the skin of the fat minister. Ricky smiled, as expected from Jurian. He was able to show his talent despite the snorts of those arrogant aristocrats. The king ordered everyone to calm down. Thus, the amazing magical abilities of the student of the Jurian Academy were proven. He has enough qualifications and talent to be a representative of the Kingdom of Rarente, and he is still very young. Before his abilities manifest, he must at least graduate from the academy. The director will provide him with support. The king turned again to the student Jurian. The young man knelt down and bowed to His Majesty the ruler of the kingdom. Brehadin told the young man to represent Rarente at the upcoming magic competition and contribute to the development of the kingdom. The young man responded with an enthusiastic exclamation. "The student mage of the Jurian Academy gladly accepts Your Majesty's important and honorable order." Jurian suddenly felt that somehow the situation seemed to have become a little more acute. and he felt pain in the area of his heart. After hearing the young man's cheerful answer, King Berhiden suddenly added, "Please befriend my daughter, Princess Saruti." This unusual request greatly surprised Urian, and he stuttered as he replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Saruti is a beautiful and very talented girl." The next day, the whole academy was discussing this news. Chris was angry. It was incredible. Urian was directly recognized as king. But what angered Chris even more was that His Majesty had appointed Jurian as a representative member of the first year at the competition. The young man answered Chris with a smile that he didn't even know how this could happen. Ella exclaimed, "Amazing! I'm very proud of you." And Jade added with a smile that Urian's healing deserved recognition. Chris shuddered with anger. The commoner walked around him. Chris arrogantly stated, "I can't put my pride on the line and agree to this. First, Urian has to defeat him in combat." Jade reminded Chris that His Majesty recognized Urian, or Chris did not agree with the king. He was ready to challenge the decision of the country's ruler. But suddenly Urian answered Chris, "Okay, let's fight, since you insist on it so much. But then there is no point in complaining to Daddy." Ella and Jade stared at the boy in surprise. This was the first time Urian had agreed to compete with any of the students. Chris clutched his wand feverishly and arrogantly exclaimed, "Let's have a magical duel, you dirty commoner." Ricky listened to Chris yell, "If you lose to me, resign as a representative." He was very ashamed of Chris's behavior. Sisters Sia and Moo also lowered their eyes. Everyone understood that Chris was behaving simply disgustingly and deserved to be punished. Goliath was pleased with the sudden fight, and Rizzo had prudently stocked up on a large bag of popcorn to make it more fun to watch. Ella and Jade were actively rooting for Urian, shouting phrases of support and offering to kick the arrogant boor's skinny ass. Hina was perplexed. Is this normal? Maybe they should be stopped. She was standing very close to her idol, Princess Saruti. The girl was at the height of bliss because of this, not knowing what to do, because the princess herself was right next to her. What happiness it was. The princess also didn't know if this was normal, but since the teacher was also here, then everything was probably fine, and all they had to do was watch this show. Hai-1 suggested that the duel participants prepare for a magical duel. They must listen to the terms of the duel and not violate them. Urian wondered if it was normal for a teacher to act like this, encouraging magical duels between academy students. Princess Saruti looked at Urian with wide eyes. She did not understand how he was able to receive approval from her father, the king of Brehedin himself. The girl decided that she would look after Urian to understand how talented this orphan boy from the common people was. Hai-1 warned that the fight was conducted according to the rules of the magic school, and it would be conducted with the condition that no harm would be caused to each other. The teacher asked the students if they were comfortable with the conditions of a magical duel within the walls of the First Royal Academy of Magic. Chris, as always, grimaced with displeasure and arrogantly said, "I think we should agree to the proposed conditions for a magical duel." The minister's son arrogantly declared that if it were not for the conditions of the Magic Academy, the commoner could have suffered seriously at his hands. Urian replied that Chris was indeed persistent and was methodically asking for a good beating, which could be arranged if that was what he wanted. Hai-1 stopped the students' bickering by drawing a battlefield on the floor and began explaining the concept of the upcoming magical duel. She extended her hand, and soon a magic coin began to sparkle in her hands. Everyone listened attentively to their class teacher. The heroine explained that this fight was called Coin Move, and the one with the best magic and the greatest strength would win. Urian had never heard of such a concept of competition before, and tried to understand the essence of this fight, and what he needed to do to win. The winning conditions in this game are to move the coin towards your opponent and hold it there for 5 seconds to win the competition. That is, if one moves a coin to the opponent's field and it remains there for 5 seconds, the game ends and the other loses. However, the coin in this competition moves only with the help of magic. It cannot be touched with hands or feet. The driving force is only its own mana. In addition, there is an additional condition. If the coin goes beyond the market, the one who moved it too much loses. Goliath remarked, "It seems simpler than expected." Rizzo countered, "It may seem simple at first glance, but it is far from so." Sia said that essentially, you need stronger magic than your opponent to move the coin. and lack of control leads to loss. Jade added that players may intentionally reduce their power midway to create a situation that is outside the rules of the game. The princess concluded, "So, from strength to control, it all depends on strategy. It's simple. But in this match, you still need to take a lot into account." Ella once again shouted words of support to her younger brother and wished him to finally wipe the nose of that arrogant, rich tyrant, Chris. And Chris contemptuously declared to the entire audience, "Commoner, I have long wanted to crush you, like a vile insect that is settled here." Urian replied, "Well, try it if you can. Oh yeah, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to practice before the competition." Through this magical duel, Urian was able to experiment with the limits of power he could safely use for himself. Chris concentrated. He pulled himself together, persuading himself not to rush. He needed to calculate everything very precisely in order to win for sure. Viscount Reyes' son tried to make decisions quickly. Even before the match began, he had developed a strategy for conducting the battle based on moving the coin. Right after the match started, he decided to cover the coin with his magic so that it couldn't be touched. That would be half the victory. Chris was sure that after this, the despicable commoner would start to get nervous and make mistake after mistake, because he was, in essence, a weakling. And then he, the son of the royal minister, will be able to show himself. Maybe he will even be sent instead of Jurian to that competition. Chris was going to fix the position of the coin with strong magic on this guy's side. Then the commoner would definitely lose. And after this, Chris will only have to enjoy the puzzled expression on the commoner's face. This will be the long-awaited revenge. Chris laughed to himself. This upstart was about to experience the worst 5 seconds of his pathetic life. It was time to put him in his place. Hai-Won warned both players to get ready. Chris smiled to himself, anticipating his victory in the match. Urian also smiled. He knew that he was much stronger than Chris, but the rude antics of the minister's son were already really annoying him. Hai-Won gave the signal to begin, and the arrogant Chris immediately shouted, "Know your place, commoner! Now you will know what magic is." Goliath was surprised. Chris pressed with force. Rizzo explained, "Anyone would probably do the same. Fighting against a commoner, right? After all, it is generally accepted that a commoner should have weaker magic than a nobleman. But this is an incorrect statement." But despite all Chris's efforts, nothing was working. He was sweating from the strain. His whole strategy was falling apart. The minister's son looked at the field in confusion and could not understand why the coin was on his side and not on his opponent's side. Urian smiled calmly, looking at Chris's confused face, and without making any loud statements, he simply moved the coin to his opponent's field. Hai-Won could hardly contain her smile, he warned. "I'm checking the readiness to stop the competition. I'm starting the countdown of seconds." Sia was very surprised. This young man Urian is very fast and accurate. Who would have thought that he would so easily defeat this loud Chris? Mu confirmed that this young man, of course, is not as good as Sia, but he is also quite impressive. The boy is really great. He beat Chris. Princess Saruti stared in surprise at the coin that had frozen in place. It was strange that Chris couldn't move it at all, and Chris strained with all his might, trying to move the coin. He felt it was heavy, like a mountain, this extraordinary amount of magic. Chris felt something similar during the entrance exam, when Urian accidentally broke the magic tool with his mana. Chris suddenly declared that many mistakes had been made in relation to this commoner. It seemed that he had deceived everyone on the exam. But suddenly, the coin started moving across Chris's field. The minister's son fell silent and stared at the coin. He knew for sure that he himself could not move it. Hina's eyes widened in surprise. She whispered, "The coin is moving. But somehow strange. Who is moving it so unusually? Definitely not Chris." Ella was worried that Urian was losing, but Jade reassured her that everything was fine. Her little brother was just having fun. Ricky laughed and asked Urian, "You yourself directly moved the coin across the opponent's field, drawing some kind of sign." Chris saw that despite the fact that the class was almost entirely made up of aristocrats, the boys were clearly not on his side, but on Urian's. He stuttered as he asked his opponent what he was up to, while the coin drew a large black letter on Chris's field. Viscount Reyes' son was shaking with anger and angrily asked Jurien what the hell this message was and how he was supposed to understand it all. Jurien laughed in response and explained that it was nothing special. It didn't matter. Just a little school joke, don't pay any attention to it. Haiwan warned. I'm starting the countdown. Chris angrily clenched his teeth and muttered, Commoner, I won't let you win and humiliate me. The teacher counted. 5, 4. Chris strained with all his might, trying to move that damn coin. But it didn't move. As Haewon continued counting, 3. Chris gathered all his strength, and suddenly, an incredibly loud cry of despair burst from his chest. Rizzo barely audibly said what this idiot was planning. Would he really go to such an extreme? For this, he would be kicked out of the Magic Academy. A huge column of energy shot up from the spot where Chris stood, and everyone froze in surprise. Could it be that the minister's son had gone crazy because of the duel? Chris seemed to have turned into a huge stream of mana, a blazing fire. He was ready to die. But take this commoner with him. Hina couldn't believe it was a magical rampage. But such things are forbidden within the walls of the Magic Academy, and it is very dangerous. Jade immediately summoned a demon sword and shouted at Ella to stay behind him. He could protect her with his shield. Haiwan looked at Chris with apprehension. She had always considered him a spoiled tyrant, but not a potential killer. She shouted to the guys, everyone should be very careful. A very strong magical explosion could happen at any moment. Everyone should move away. And Jurien calmly said, You are still the best, Chris. I assumed this from the very beginning of my appearance at the Magic Academy. Meanwhile, the unbridled flow of magic continued to rage in the hall. Jurien intuitively found the thread feeding this flow of mana. He clenched his fist, cutting off the source of Chris's magical frenzy. Now the mana supply had stopped, and there was simply nothing left to rage on. At that very second, the flaming magic pillar disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There was no longer a threat of an explosion. Everyone was already safe. Chris stood in the middle of the hall, confused, his mouth slightly open in surprise, the remnants of his magic burning out around him. The whole class was silent in surprise. Haiwan was shocked. Everything started unexpectedly and ended just as unexpectedly. But it is almost impossible to tame such an element, Princess Saruti asked in surprise. So Chris's magical rampage had stopped. Was he really able to curb his flow of magic himself? But Chris stood there and quietly moaned. As if he had been beaten with sticks, it became clear that he himself would not have been able to control anything, which meant he had received help. The goddess Hersia watched closely from the heavens as everything that happened to Jurien at the first Royal Magic Academy. Seeing the end of the duel and the actions of the young man when Chris's magical rampage suddenly erupted, the goddess sighed with relief. Good. Hersia was very pleased with Jurien. He did exactly as he was supposed to, and he was also gradually mastering the powers given to him. The goddess told Jurien with a smile that he now finally realized what she had once told him, when they met, about the limits of his power. Everyone in the audience turned to Jurien in surprise. Could it really be that he was the one who managed to stop Chris's rampage and save all the guys from the explosion? There was a deathly silence in the hall where the magic duel was taking place. Everyone looked from Chris to Jurien to Haiwan in confusion. Finally, Goliath asked what just happened here. Rizzo replied that it was probably something Chris had planned to do in advance. But the special student Jurien was able to curb Chris's magical rampage, and he completely lost this magical duel with the commoner. Hina objected to Rizzo. This was impossible. The power of the magical rampage was much stronger. Besides, it was very unstable and unpredictable. So, suppressing a magical rampage like this alone is beyond the power of even an adult wizard, let alone an ordinary first-year student. Princess Saruti's admirer was sure that this was unrealistic. But nevertheless, Chris's magical rampage was suppressed by Jurien. The young man smiled. He felt that the goddess Hersia was speaking to him, and he was very glad that he did not disappoint his heavenly patroness. When Jurien first took the magic test, he failed to control his power, causing the magic tool to break. At that time, there was someone who noticed a surge of magical power in the young man. But nevertheless, Jurien's heart did not break. Today, during the magical duel, the same thing happened. Was the threat of a broken heart a lie? That was the thought that came to the young man. It is clear that if you use enormous force on a weak body, the heart may burst, unable to withstand the enormous load. In other words, the standard of strength is clear. It seems the goddess had something else in mind when she warned him, endowing him with unprecedented strength. She then told the stunned Urian, "The moment your true power is revealed, your heart will break and you will die." Turning to the goddess, Urian asked, "Hersia, can this be the standard of a hero's strength? Did I understand your words back then correctly?" The goddess smiled joyfully. She liked this young man with an amazingly pure soul very much, and she was pleased with his success in the world. She laughed cheerfully and told Urian that he finally understood everything. It was funny to watch how he tried to keep the secret. Hersia said to Urian, "You're right, I meant it. When someone shows power greater than a hero, their heart breaks. This happens because this world is filled with chaos. It is beautiful and terrible at the same time." Urian probably already realized this. In this world, people and demons, intelligent beings endowed with magic and a thirst for power over others, live side by side. In addition, this world is inhabited by monsters, dragons, and other powerful creatures. Most of them are eternally at odds with each other. In one small world, many different ecosystems are precariously maintained, all of which must be kept in constant balance. But when the human part of this world gains enormous power, the balance in the world collapses, and a tilt in one direction begins. The goddess told the young man that his power would bring peace. He was an incredibly powerful being who must walk a lonely path. Urian healed his dual opponent, Chris, who, after a magical rampage, found himself completely wounded by his own magic. When Chris woke up, he looked around. Everyone was looking at him with a grin, and this made the minister's spoiled son even more angry. Haiwan asked Chris if he would admit his defeat. Rizzo laughed. "Loser, trash, die of shame." And how much showing off there was. Chris said that he wanted to repeat the duel, but something just went wrong today. He couldn't just lose this fight to Urian. Everyone in the room laughed. Chris's stubbornness was simply funny, and Ella even clapped her hands. Well done, he doesn't give up. Seeing the reaction of his classmates, Chris gritted his teeth and sighed. He realized that he had greatly lowered his authority by losing the duel. He clenched his fist. He needed to gather his strength and, no matter what, admit defeat, and not pretend to be an all-powerful fool. Chris lowered his head and said, "The competition is an important event for the pride of our kingdom. That is why the result is more important than status." The guy, having gathered his strength, said, "This is my defeat from the special student of the magical profile Urian. I admit that I lost to him." Haiwan smiled. She was glad that Chris stopped grimacing and admitted his defeat, although it was very difficult for him to do so. Addressing everyone, she explained that all people must be able to admit their failure. Only then will they be able to grow further. The teacher approached the upset and almost crying Chris and told him, "It was a good duel, Chris. You understood a lot." Urian mentally thanked Chris. Thanks to him, the young man learned about the standard of his strength. Now many things will be much easier. Haiwan summed up the results. The friendly competition with the Empire has been confirmed. 10 Academy students are participating. These are the best students from advanced classes who have demonstrated maximum results during their studies and current exams. 5 representative participants will now be announced. They will take part in the competition as representatives of the first year. The first to be recognized as a king is Jurian. His healing will undoubtedly play a significant role in group battles. The second Saruti is undoubtedly the best first-year student, excelling in all aspects befitting a representative. Next up is Ricky. He has outstanding abilities. There is no first-year student who can defeat him in close combat. And rounding out the top 5 are sisters Sia and Mu. The sisters believed that it was natural. Each of them possessed excellent abilities. But when sisters join forces, they truly become the strongest, as the midterms showed. So, here are the 5 who represent the first year of the first Royal Magic Academy in the competition. The boys were given a dress uniform, which they must wear to international competitions to defend the country's honor. Rizzo was disappointed, he said with resentment, that of course it didn't really bother him. Let them go and represent our kingdom. But I would still like to know what the criteria were for selecting representatives to participate in this prestigious magic competition. The bully was absolutely sure that he was stronger than these guys. But for some reason, he was not chosen as an honorary representative. Haiwan smiled. Everyone was probably curious as to why these particular advanced class students from the Magic Academy were chosen. To put it very briefly, there were no selection criteria because there was no longer any need for them. Because with the exception of Urian, the other four were able to defeat a level 3 monster in this midterm exam. Of course, the sisters Sia and Mu have joined forces. But this does not make them any less skilled and powerful fighters and sorceresses. Jade was stunned. They all managed to defeat a 3rd level monster. Wow! The princess and Ricky, of course, but even they did it. The guy felt a little ashamed, but he and Ella also fought with Hurricane. But Ricky came and finished off their monster. Mu calmly said that everything was simple. And Sia teased Jade, because he always joked about being stronger than them in terms of rating. Haiwan added that they would initially set detailed criteria to select representatives for the competition. But a first-year student's victory over a 3rd-level monster is something that doesn't need to be compared with any grades or criteria. This is considered an exceptional achievement. Raizo remained silent. There really was nothing to object to this. This is truly very cool. So far, the only time a first-year student has ever defeated such a monster was the student council president Deus. Goliath asked in surprise if Deus had actually defeated a level 3 monster. Hina asked if it was possible at our age. Ella was perplexed and silent. Her classmates were truly incredibly strong people. She herself had been able to verify this more than once, and so had her brother. She remembered the 3rd-level hurricane monster that attacked them. Although she and Jade fought with it, they did not kill it. The girl mentally promised that she would become stronger and would definitely be there for her Urian, because she was his older sister. But Urian didn't like the dress uniform. He looked at it, and the design seemed a bit old-fashioned and too pompous to him. While Urian was critically examining the formal suit, Sia approached him and called out to the special student, who looked back. Without further ado, the girl asked Urian if he wanted to be with her. They could make a great couple. Mu, hearing her sister's statement, was stunned by what Sia was doing. Why was she making such proposals to some commoner? Ella, hearing this, opened her mouth in surprise. She did not want to admit it, but she was very angry at such a proposal from Sia. And Sia explained to Urian that with such abilities, together they could transform from the strongest into invincible. That's awesome. Besides, Sia can make Urian a nobleman by marrying him. Isn't that good? The young man didn't immediately find what to say. Finally, Urian couldn't stand it any longer and indignantly asked the girl what she was talking about. Sia was genuinely surprised. And what exactly did she say? Urian explained. I don't like this. Are you stupid or something? Marriage is something you do with someone you love, not with someone who is right for you. Sia was silent for a moment, and then told Urian that he was still such a naive child. Many guys in his place would agree. While Urian was fighting off one sister, the second one quietly approached him and laid her head on his shoulder. He glanced sideways at her. Sia immediately stood up for the younger one and warned the young man not to insult her sister or be rude to her under any circumstances. She repeated thoughtfully, "Marriage is what you do with the one you love." That's really true. I forgot something very important. Mu turned to her sister in surprise. She didn't understand whether they needed this guy or not. Urian looked at her. They are really strange. Then, Haiwan appeared in a dress and hat and said, "The explanation is over, so everyone pack your things. We are leaving right now." Hina asked in surprise where they were going. Goliath didn't understand when Haiwan had even managed to change her clothes and pack her suitcase. Hyo replied, "To the Empire. They were originally supposed to leave in the morning, but were a little delayed watching an interesting match." Jurian grimaced slightly. Weren't things moving too fast? Monsters, a king, a duel, a competition, and now an empire. Soon, the students of the Magic Academy found themselves within the borders of a vast empire, where an international competition was to take place. Ella was delighted with how beautiful it was here. She had never seen such big cities, spacious squares, and, most importantly, the sea. So this is the empire. How great that they came here together with the competition participants. You can take a walk here. The girl exclaimed, I smell something delicious. Jade confirmed. She was absolutely right. It was baked seafood. Jade was very glad that he had such a wonderful opportunity to be alone with Ella without her younger brother Jurian. The representatives had something to do, so they went with Haewon. The rest went to the Empire. And from there, Chi Li would guide them. Jade goes on a date with Ella in the Empire without Jurian, who was so glad he wasn't chosen as the kingdom's representative. This is a chance to get closer to Ella. He asked the girl if she had ever tried grilled clams. Ella didn't even know what it was. He explained that the Empire was famous for its seafood, and that grilled shellfish were incredibly delicious. Hadn't anyone ever eaten them? Jade asked before joining forces if we should go and try something quickly. Ella was unsure if that was okay. The guy nodded. It wouldn't take long if they ate quickly. He really wanted to treat her to different seafood. Chris suddenly appeared and said, Clams are good, but this body clearly wants shrimp. Let's try grilled shrimp. Ella looked at Chris in surprise. He smirked. What a reaction. Just don't tell me you've never tried them. The imperial shrimp tastes sweet, Jade was in despair. Now that Jurian was gone, that strange guy, Chris intervened. Jade suggested Ella to eat king crab. He knows where they cook grilled king crab, which is even tastier than shrimp. The girl looked at Jade with delight. King crab. It must be incredibly delicious. Of course she agrees to go, Jade said. This is a dish that suits your dignified image. I'm treating you. The guy thought how cute she was, but then Chris intervened again. Oh, I love king crab. Let's all go there right now. It will be fun, Jade replied. Sorry, but only 2 people can go there. Why don't you go with someone else and to another place? But Chris didn't give up. He wanted to go with Ella, the guy said. Is there anything I can't do? I'll try to convince the owner. Rizzo remarked dismissively that it was so noisy here. Hina told the boys that the 3 of them would go ahead and that they should also catch up. Chris was surprised. Acting alone in a foreign country, frivolous people. Jade dreamed that the guy would also just leave. Suddenly, Jade heard a mocking voice behind her. Someone asking why these uncultured people were making such a noise here. A trio of teenagers approached the boys. Their leader asked contemptuously, They are apparently from the kingdom. It's immediately obvious that they are savages. Jade realized that the uniform belonged to the Imperial Academy of Magic, which meant that these were Imperial students, and they would be meeting with them. The Imperial students started talking. Judging by their badges, they seemed to be from the elite class. And why did the girl have a black brooch of a commoner? So it's true that this year the kingdom lacks talent. Accepting such people into the elite class, the kingdom has gone downhill, Jade exclaimed indignantly. Hey, don't speak rashly. Ella is far superior to you in strength, magic, and intelligence. One of the Imperial students smirked. How dare you say that a commoner is better than us? What kind of bad joke is this? They are the elite class of the Imperial Magic Academy. First-year students Lee Ertel, Lee Jedek, and O Baru ranked 3rd. Ella looked closely at the arrogant Imperial students, Jade realized. The elite Imperial class. They were asking for a fight. This guy, O Bakru, is ranked 3rd. Is he one of the country's representatives in the friendly competition? Here Chris, who had remained silent until now, arrogantly declared that everything these teenagers were saying was a complete lie. Every single word. Chris told Lee Jedek that a scumbag like him could never be part of the distinguished and noble Imperial elite. Ella chuckled softly. Jade clenched his fist in satisfaction. Excellent work. As expected from the arrogant son of the royal minister. Lee Jedek angrily asked what the boy said. O Baru added, The inhabitants of the uncivilized kingdom do not have discerning eyes. O Baru suggested that the guests show them what they are capable of. And at a nod, his companions rushed towards the kingdom's students. The students of the empire were absolutely confident that they were stronger than their guests and could easily defeat them on their own territory. They rushed with their fists at the impudent inhabitants of the kingdom of Rarente, shouting, "Feel the crushing power of the great empire." Ella told the guys that she could handle it alone. Jade asked the girl if she was sure. Maybe she should help her with this. Chris noticed. I don't want to admit it, but because of the argument with that guy this morning, I realized that you all seem too frivolous. Ella, meanwhile, calmly walked out to meet the guys from the Imperial Academy of Magic running towards them. Li Ertel was the first to receive it. The girl then dealt a short blow to the indignant Li Jetic. One blow was enough for the Imperial students. The spectacled Jetic couldn't believe he had really lost so quickly, and to a commoner at that. What an incredible shame for him. And Ella noticed with a smile that Jetic was too slow and weak. Could he really be from the elite class of the academy? Oh, Bakru angrily shouted at his classmates. Stupid idiots! This is a disgrace to the great empire. How could they lose to a girl? He declared that he would now show him how to fight. And Baru summoned 2 stone swords capable of killing strong monsters. But then a skull appeared above his head. It was the first form of a demonic sword of terrifying power. It was not to be trifled with. Oh, Bakru looked up in surprise. Wow, these guys! The student clenched his teeth. He didn't expect these savages to give such a fight back. Jade warned us that if it's just a fight, we'll accept it. But if you cross the line, be prepared for serious consequences. Obaru was perplexed as to what kind of magic this was. Apparently it was a demonic sword, but it was a terrifyingly powerful and rare weapon. He asked Jade why he wasn't with the distinguished members, since he possessed immense strength and rare weapons. Jade and Ella looked at each other questioningly. Not knowing what to answer the Imperial student, Jade really deserved to be there. The young man smiled and said, "Well, we have a lot of outstanding guys." And Ella added, "We will never lose. Our students are the best." Oh, Bakru looked at the guests silently, he thought. Who said that the kingdom lacks talent this year? This is an absolute lie. Suddenly, he heard the indignant voice of the first-year student Ryu Se behind him. She asked Baru, "What did I just see?" The girl asked with a grin, "Baru, are you scared?" The students of the great empire are scared of some kingdom called Rarente. The top one of the elite first-year class of the Imperial Magic Academy, Ryu Se, appeared in the square, her right eye closed. The 3 Imperial students shook and exclaimed, "Ryu Se, it's not that. We're not scared at all, they're just stronger." But the girl didn't listen to them. She clenched her fist and filled it with mana, saying that they had disgraced the great empire and would pay for it. Ryu Se immediately attacked her own classmates, directing a blow of enormous force at them. The guests were amazed by this. The Imperial elite students screamed in horror at Ryu Se to stop, saying that they were innocent and shouldn't attack. Unexpectedly for everyone, Jade used the 8th form of the demonic sword shield and blocked the Imperial students from the attack. Baru and his companions stared at Jade in surprise. They had already mentally said goodbye to their lives. Because Ryu Se knows no mercy. The guys asked Jade why he was there, why he saved them, because they were the ones who attacked them first and wanted to beat them up and scare them badly. Jade shouted at Ryu Se, "This was too much. If I hadn't blocked the attack, it wouldn't have ended with just injuries." Ryu Se asked, "What are you talking about? What attack? Blocked what? Are you seriously deluding yourself into thinking you blocked my attack?" She exclaimed, "It was just a warm-up and... You idiot! Now there will be a real attack. You definitely won't be able to block it." Jade was surprised at how aggressive their freshman leader was. She was actually attacking them, and it was getting out of control. The boy once again used the 8th form of the demon sword, turning it into a huge shield to defend against Ryusei's attack. The girl once again released a stream of destructive energy towards her classmates, who were defended by the guests. Chris was surprised that he couldn't completely block an attack of this level, but he should at least help Jade do it. And he strengthened the demonic shield with his defensive magic to stop this aggressive Imperial-class girl. Ryusei's eyes flashed, and she asked angrily, "Are you saying that you can stop an attack of this level to some extent?" And she struck the opponents with magical power. A bright flash flashed. The guests from the kingdom did not even have time to understand anything yet. Jade looked around in confusion. What was this? He had never seen anything like this before. What kind of power did this Ryu Se possess? A stream of battle magic whistled past him, his strong shield unable to stop the attack of the girl with a sealed right eye. Jade was at a loss. He couldn't handle this attack. The leader of the elite first-year class of the Imperial Academy is really strong. He looked at his demonic shield and couldn't believe his eyes. Could his super strong shield really have broken from one blow? The townspeople were asking each other what that loud sound was. Was there a fight or something like that? Maybe it was their Ryusei again. Everyone wished for Ryusei and the Empire to win. The girl turned to Jade. "Since you said so, block my attack if you can." She explained to the boy that those who brought shame on the Empire would only face despair, and that they, as guests, should not interfere with this. Now, Ryusei will strike Jade with magical power to discourage the other guardians from interfering in his affairs. The girl clenched her fist and filled it with mana, preparing to hit Jade, who was stunned by surprise. But suddenly, the mana disappeared. She looked around questioningly, not understanding where her magical power had suddenly disappeared to, since she had just felt it. Ricky, who suddenly appeared in the square, used the wind to move towards the confused Jade and protect him. The boy teleported to his classmate and placed a wide wind sword right in front of Ryusei, blocking the unarmed Jade from striking him. He told the girl to step back. He would not allow her to attack their friend, who was now unable to defend himself. The girl didn't move, and Ricky used a hurricane. A strong stream of wind threw Ryusei further away, but she was able to stop. This Imperial Magic Academy student was truly amazingly strong and stubborn. She wasn't going to give up easily. She asked Ricky, who had just made her magic power disappear. It was the first time she had encountered something like that. Ricky calmly replied that it was him. Her magical power was gone due to the wind magic of the great spirit Vi, whom he serves. Ryusei rudely answered the guy. "Don't joke like that, idiot. It can't be someone like you. You're clearly not up to such tricks yet. Only a more powerful and massive magical force could do this. And you do not possess such power, although you are also quite strong." Suddenly, Ryusei's gaze stopped on the fragile figure of Urien. He was standing right there in the square, magical power emanating from him. He looked closely at the girl who tried to kill his friends, an angry magical glow emanating from Urien's calm eyes. Ryusei flinched and opened her mouth in surprise. She whispered, "That's right. It was you who just took away my hand's strength." The girl shouted to Urien, "Don't stand still. Come forward. I will use all my power against you. We must fight you." The girl heard, "I also like to watch fights. But the showdown will take place at a friendly competition." Haiwon added that it was time to stop the current dispute between the members. "As a teacher, I can't pretend not to see it." Ryusei recognized the teacher, the former warrior Hye-won, and when she managed to sneak up, the woman noticed that the girl's hair was so soft. The girl jumped into the boat and shouted to the others, "Come on, let's get ready and leave." And her classmates obediently rushed after her. Ryusei told the boys, "We will see each other at a friendly competition. Residents of the Kingdom of Ryrente. And then there will be no mercy." Urien asked Jade if he was okay, and Riki silently watched the angry Ryusei. He realized how dangerous this girl was. It was a rare occasion when Jade was truly glad that Urien was here, because he really could have died now. The young man suddenly remembered how Ryusei's magical power seemed to disappear from her clenched fist in an instant, saving him. Jade suddenly remembered how Urien had clenched his fist this morning during his duel with Chris, after which the magical riot had died down. Chris's mana flow stopped, and the explosion did not happen. Everyone in the class still did not fully understand how this could have suddenly happened. Jade looked at Urien questioningly. Was it really him who had stopped the explosion of magical power this morning? Urien looked at her sister's friend in surprise, wondering why he was staring at her like that. He was probably very scared of that fury. And Riki thoughtfully turned around and looked at his sword. Cracks ran along it. Ryusei was able to damage his wind weapon. Riki was stunned. How was this possible? He was sure that no human could do this. Because this weapon was given to him by Vi herself. He remembered the moment of the attack, whether it could have happened at that time. But Urien had already managed to deprive her fist of magical power. It was obviously a normal punch with no magical power, yet it destroyed his sword. This girl is surprisingly strong. Riki told Urien that they could let their guard down in this competition. The young man was surprised, but Why, unless something had already happened? In the evening, all participants of the upcoming competition gathered in a luxurious exchange hall, where luxurious tables were set. The first-year students of the Royal Academy of Magic stood together to the side, Urian drooling from hunger. Baru looked at them, wondering if these were representatives of the kingdom from the first year, and if they were really stronger than the guy with the demonic sword. Urian noticed that there was plenty to eat in this exchange hall before the friendly competition. When would they let people sit at the tables? The famous Deus, the first-ranked third-year student at the Royal School of Magic and head of the student council, approached the princess. Saruti smiled. Deus, please feel free to speak casually. I am not a princess at the moment, but a student. Deus laughed, saying that Saruti had grown noticeably. He hadn't seen her for a long time. This student was considered the best in the Royal Academy, Sia said quietly. Deus is the only outstanding student in the third year. Urian grinned, and his hair is like a three-pointed spear. Haiwan asked the guys with a smile. Well, is everyone here? We need to check if anyone got lost on the way to the important competition. There is only one representative from the third year, Deus, but he is surprisingly strong, so he is worth an entire squad of fighters and sorcerers. The second year is represented by 4 people. They look around with delight and stare at the real knights in the hall. Well, the first year is represented by the 5 most gifted students of the Royal Academy of Magic, all, it seems, in their places. Haiwan concluded. There are only 10 representatives and everyone is here. We can calmly begin the grand opening ceremony. Deus came up to her and said, Teacher, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. One smiled, replying that she had high hopes for him. Deus respectfully thanked the teacher, noting that it was an honor for him, and warned that the grand opening would now begin. Professor Kizar exclaimed, First of all, welcome to all the distinguished guests from different countries who came to visit. The speaker introduced himself. I am Professor Kizar from the Imperial Academy, and I sincerely welcome all of you, our dear friends. For the past 7 years, the Empire and the Kingdom have held friendly competitions annually, strengthening the friendship between the countries. And during this event, students can learn from each other and grow. But recently, the kingdom has been overrun by monsters. But visitors from other countries need not worry. The Empire has the power to withstand even a level 5 attack. From now on, the Great Empire will take the lead in protecting everyone. Magus frowned. Kizar was clearly trying to humiliate them. Then a representative of the kingdom came out and said, Nice to meet you. I'm Professor Jerry from the Royal Academy of Magic. Through this competition, students from both countries will learn from each other and build friendships. Kizar bowed to his director, who praised him. This speech definitely dealt a painful blow to the kingdom's pride. Jerry continued, And I hope that in every country there will be outstanding talent. We all came here today knowing 2 things. First, these are the outstanding students of our kingdom who successfully withstood the attack of a 4th-level monster on their own. This achievement will certainly go down in history, once again proving the greatness of the kingdom and its glorious young knights and future heroes. And secondly, the Empire is currently suffering a series of defeats in 3 friendly matches against our kingdom of Rarente. If the Empire can learn at least a little about the kingdom's magic through this competition, there will be a great magic academy here. Let this friendly match be a reminder that in order to protect others, you must first become strong. Now, in the remaining time, everyone was invited to strengthen the spirit of camaraderie, and the competition itself will take place in 2 days, Urian shouted. Well, now that the boring speeches are over, shouldn't we go and eat, my king crab? I've noticed it for a long time now, and apparently there were grilled clams too. Delicious. But the second years stood sadly on the sidelines and didn't join in the feast. A second-year representative from the Royal Academy turned to Haiwan and said, Professor, I'm a little worried that we might fail. The second-year advanced class is currently in the hospital after the attack, and so they became representatives. The student lowered his head with a sigh and explained that they were all afraid that they might become a hindrance to their team in this competition. After a series of defeats, the Empire will definitely try to win this year, but it remains to be seen what dishonest tricks they have in store. The guys thought that at the moment, when 4th-level monsters appeared, there was no reason to organize this competition. Urian asked with his mouth full. Doesn't that mean we just need to win? Can I continue eating? Everything is very tasty. The second-year students looked at Urian's carefree behavior in surprise. It seemed like this young man was not afraid of anything here. Princess Saruti and Ricky approached the boys and confidently said that they would never lose, even if the game was unfair. Sisters Sia and Mu were intrigued by what kind of foul play they were talking about. It sounds funny. It would be interesting to see. The second-year students looked at the strong first-year students in confusion. They knew that the guys had killed the third-level monsters. Hai-Wan told the boys that a person's strength lies not in their position or status, but in their essence, inner world, and faith. It doesn't matter whether you belong to an advanced class or whether you occupy this position because you are an outstanding person. She reminded the boys that they were participants, not substitutes for an advanced class. And Vaughn believed in her outstanding students. The second-year students were touched by such trust from the national hero, and they tearfully thanked Hai-Wan for her support and kind words. 2 days flew by, and now the 8th Friendly Mania competition between the Empire and the Kingdom has begun. In the arena of the first round, the host announced that the moment you had all been waiting for so long, preparing so carefully, had finally arrived. The 8th Friendly Competition of the Imperial Magic Academy. Let's begin it, and may the strongest win in the arena. A student from the Imperial Magic Academy approached Deus, informing the boy that the first match was a one-on-one competition for third-year students. Hai-Wan admonished her student. She was a little worried about the Empire's determination to snatch victory from them in battle at any cost. She reminded Deus that he knew he would die if he lost to his rival from the Imperial Academy. They did not spare the losers. The third-year representative of the first Royal Magic Academy answered Hai-Wan with a smile that he never loses. The director of the Imperial Academy admonished his student. Deus is undoubtedly a strong opponent, but you have a good chance. A third-year student from the Imperial Magic Academy, Baga Nuzag, came out to meet Deus, eager to show him the Empire's power. The opponents met in the ring. The fans shouted, "Stay strong, Kingdom! Fight until victory, Empire!" The commentator announced that the competition would consist of a total of 3 rounds, and the academy that won 2 matches would win. Shi Li sighed. "Oh, it's so tense." Magus asked her, "Is this probably her first time watching the competition?" The teacher confirmed. Magus asked if Chi Li knew why they had been beating the Empires for the past 3 years in these friendly competitions. The teacher probably assumed it was because our students were much stronger than the students of the Great Imperial Academy of Magic. The director of the academy objected with a smile. "No. This all happened because Deus was born in our kingdom and ended up in the academy." Deus smiled at his opponent. "It seems we meet again this year in the arena of friendly competition. How are you doing?" It was time for both players to get ready. Nuzag replied to Deus, "I have become even stronger since last year. Now you will not forget my name." The commentator announced that the match was starting, and the representative of the Empire activated his new abilities. There were as many as 8 of them. Nuzag's buffs include physical resistance, magic resistance, increased physical strength, steel skin, and many more. Usually, the magic buff is limited to 3 to 5. If you get more buffs, the body can't handle it. Magus was amazed. "This is an 8-fold buff, a huge boost," Chi Li exclaimed. "I really want to see this up close. How interesting." The director of the Royal Academy said thoughtfully, "But this requires a huge amount of energy. Such a fighter will quickly get tired." Deus answered his opponent with a smile. "I see you don't want me to forget you. And I'm sure you haven't wasted any time this whole year." Summoning his weapons and equipment, the kingdom's representative offered the enemy, "Then show me what you are capable of now." The representative of the Empire frowned. Deus was holding a Reaper's Scythe, a deadly weapon capable of cutting through even magic itself. If this fight drags on, depleting Nuzag's magic will be his downfall, so he must finish his opponent off with one blow. Ricky asked in surprise what this strange pose was, and Urian thoughtfully replied that it looked like a starting stance for running. Ricky was puzzled as to why he needed a running stance. Urian suggested that maybe he was a ninja, and Sia looked questioningly at the arena. Li Lurfan laughed to himself. The guys from the kingdom were probably as surprised as he was when he saw this stance for the first time. During training, he asked Bagu Nuzag what this strange pose was. He explained that it was a charging pose. Lurvan did not understand why it was there. The student explained to the teacher, "Deus is strong. For the last 2 years, I have not had a single chance to stand against him in the combat arena. Lervan countered, well, that was the case. But this year is different. Your 8 buffs will be able to destroy Deus and bring us victory. Baga Nuzag asked the teacher doubtfully, is this true? Because during this time, Deus had probably increased his strength and reached a new level. Lee Lervan frowned. He understood the student's doubts. This combination really did have a rather serious flaw. 8 buffs is undoubtedly a powerful magic. Even Deus won't be able to escape unscathed after a direct hit from Buga Nuzag. But Nuzag doesn't have enough time to hit the enemy directly. After being strengthened, the representative's magic can quickly be depleted. Strengthening it 5 times or more certainly increases his strength, but his body cannot cope with such a colossal load and collapses. Having put in a lot of effort to achieve this, Nuzag is now able to handle 8 buffs within 30 seconds. In this short period of time, he must be able to defeat his opponent Deus from the kingdom of Rarente in the arena. Of course, Nuzag achieved amazing results, but whether he will be able to achieve victory in just 30 seconds is still a question. Suddenly, Nuzag told the teacher that he was going to hit Deus within 5 seconds. Lervan was stunned at how this was possible. The student explained that with the charge I had developed, I would be able to reach Deus in just 5 seconds, and then I would strike him. As soon as Nuzag assumed his mysterious pose, streams of magical energy began to flow around his body, and he truly began to charge. The teacher admired his student. His desire to defeat his opponent at any cost was worthy of respect. A pleased Lee Lervan exclaimed, I understand that you have come up with a plan for this most important moment, so as not to waste time in vain. Lervan smiled. This is a charge that Nuzag developed to destroy Deus, so there is no point in even thinking about dodging it. Baga Nuzag said, 8 buffs, charge preparation, low start on the way to complete victory over the Empire's enemy Deus. The student of the Empire knew that the stance he developed was the best position for running at maximum speed over various distances. And with 8 buffs, Nuzag's destructive power is equal to the hero's power, or even more, so let Deus try to dodge it. Deus smiled. It really works. I also want to finish this as soon as possible, so let's not drag out this friendly duel. Magus noted that he uses strength to squat and jump, strengthening the body and maximal strength. A truly terrifying technique. But still, Baga Nuzag is not the best opponent. He can't compare with Deus, so the Empire can say that it won the first round. The representative of the great Empire rushed towards Deus at maximum speed, hoping that he would not have time to react and would miss the blow. But Deus used his weapon, the Reaper's Scythe, instantly dealing a crushing blow of incredible power to the student rival. Deus's scythe cut his opponent from head to toe, and Nuzag's face was frozen in surprise and fear. He had lost. Lee Lervan cried out in shock. Was it really possible that his student had been killed in the competition arena? He leaned forward, trying to understand what had happened to Nuzag. Deus reassured the professor. Don't be afraid. I only cut the magic. The man remained unharmed. We don't kill our opponents. The exhausted Imperial student collapsed onto the arena, and the presenter announced that Nuzag had been defeated and could no longer continue the battle. The winner of the first match is Deus from the Royal Academy of Magic. Our congratulations to the first champion of the friendly competition. Deus turned to his defeated opponent and said, It was a good match, Nuzag. Don't be upset. You really have become even stronger. After losing, Lee Lervan entered the Imperial Team Competition Operations Room and was attacked. What a disgrace. Lervan was reminded that he was bragging like that, and what happened was that the match lasted less than 30 seconds. That was incompetence. The Empire must win this year. A 4th consecutive defeat is unacceptable while the kingdom is overrun by monsters. They are already under suspicion from other countries. At this time, the Empire must take the initiative into its own hands, pushing aside the kingdom. And what's happening now? The ace of the Magic Academy, a 3rd-year student, was defeated in less than 30 seconds. Who will answer for this? Lervan thought he could get to Deus, but he is a being that is impossible to reach, no matter how hard you try. The professor of the Imperial Magic Academy confidently declared that we, the Empire, will win the remaining matches of the 1st and 2nd years. The real competition is just beginning now. Not all students of the Royal Academy are as strong and talented as Deus. One of those present reminded us that if we lose this friendly competition, the blame will not fall solely on you, remember. High One studied the competition program. The remaining matches are the second and first years. We just need to win one of these matches. The teacher addressed the second-year students, saying, "Don't let this chance fall into the hands of younger students. You are seniors, after all." The second-year students, inspired by the speech of the renowned High One, clenched their fists and headed to the competition arena with the students of the Empire. The former advanced class student of the Royal Academy of Magic clenched his fists. He realized that he had a chance to prove himself here. He remembered how Laryl had asked a year ago, "If there was anyone else here who wanted to challenge me, then stand up and come to me." The young man then lay bloodied among the others. Laryl declared, "In that case, I will now dominate the advanced class." On that fateful day last year, the boy vowed not to run from a fight. But yesterday he showed his weak side again. This participation in a friendly competition on behalf of the kingdom is a good opportunity. It is a chance to be reborn and become different. The presenter reminded the viewers that the kingdom was currently leading with a score of 1-0. So how could the Empire really lose like that? A second-year representative of the Empire's Magic Academy, Vul Zaha, grimaced when he saw his opponent and asked where Laryl was, if they were waiting for him. Saka said contemptuously, "There is no time to play with scum like you." "Bring Laryl," the guy asked Saka. "Do you have problems?" The student of the kingdom chuckled. "Laryl is now having fun with your mommy." Zaha jumped. "Are you kidding me like that?" Meanwhile, the presenter reported that this might be the last match of the second year in a 4-on-4 format in such a competition. The match was announced to begin, and the second-year students of the Royal Academy of Magic clenched their fists, preparing to defeat their opponents from the Empire. The host announced the match, Kingdom versus Empire. The two strongest opponents meet again in the competition arena. A fierce, friendly battle is about to begin. The kingdom has taken the initiative and is currently in the lead. Will the Empire be able to win the remaining matches? Or will it be a clear victory for the Kingdom of Rente, as has happened 3 years in a row? The second match, which will decide the fate of the friendly competition, the second-year match in a 4-on-4 format, begins right now. The fans loudly chanted, "Kingdom, go ahead, finish it all right now. We believe in you and your abilities." The Empire's fans called on them to show their pride. Their defeat this time would mean shame and death as a team. Saka noticed that the opponents didn't even have advanced class badges. He asked if this was a joke or something like that. He once again demanded that the guys go get Laryl. They were all eager to tear this bastard to pieces and scatter him around the area. The captain of the Imperial second-year team attacked the opponents with a stream of magic, showing how much stronger they were. The boys closed their eyes, not understanding what kind of magic it was. They were unable to fight these second-year students because they were weaker. The captain of the Imperial team, his eyes flashing, suggested to everyone that they should not retreat, since they were here as representatives of the country. The students glanced fearfully at the captain and at their strong opponents, who were clearly stronger and more experienced than all of them. The Imperial students laughed. It seemed like the guys were scared. It was very funny. But the group leader ordered them not to interfere. The captain was going to hit as brutally and mercilessly as possible. This is the moment when the students need to show outstanding skills. Vul Zaha explained that the second-year students of the Imperial Academy of Magic would forever have ugly scars from the dagger on their faces. And Zaha has this scar that runs across his entire face, disfiguring his previously attractive appearance. This scar reminds him of his humiliation. The reason for these scars lies in last year's competition. These wounds were inflicted on the boys by the madman Laryl, enjoying his victory. The guy slashed the faces of the entire opposing team. He cut their faces and laughed madly. Everyone present was horrified by this. Laryl exclaimed how nice it was to see the dagger up close. They shouted at him to stop, because the match was already over. But he did not hear. The boys spent a whole year honing their skills to get revenge on Laryl, and now they will have to fight these bugs. Not him. The captain of the Royal Academy students ordered everyone to take their positions. They must fight while protecting their mage as much as possible. The captain of the Imperial students asked his men, "Guys, are we really going to fight these kids? They're weaklings." Zaha accelerated as fast as he could and moved towards the team of second-year students from the Royal Academy of Magic, without them even noticing. No one had time to understand anything, and Zaka was already standing in front of the enemy team's mage, who was stunned by surprise. That's speed. Everyone looked at Zaka in shock. No one could understand when he even started moving. It seemed like he had just been standing and chatting with his people. Zaka said, "I prepared for a year to beat Loril, and because of the humiliation I received last year, I can't wash it off." The guy exclaimed, "I must kill Loril with my own hands, and bugs like you will never be able to stop me." He instantly dealt the guys several blows. They helplessly fell to the arena floor. Blood gushed out. Only the team's mage was saved. Elal lay on the floor and wondered what hit him. It happened so quickly that he couldn't even understand what it was. He gritted his teeth. They were still alive, which meant he had to get up and continue the fight. They were representatives of an entire kingdom here now. The guy got to his feet and shouted to the others, "Don't get distracted. Be careful of the enemy's sudden attack. Deploy your defense." Zaka asked contemptuously, "Are you really the same second-year students as me? Somehow your level doesn't correspond to this." The kingdom's second-year players were back on their feet. Zaha's shots were painful, and those who weren't hit were very happy about it. The magician quietly told the captain that Zaka hadn't hit him. Elal was surprised. Usually the team's magician is the first to be neutralized. Strange. The student explained to the captain that when the guy suddenly appeared close, he instinctively distanced himself and avoided his attack. The captain of the Imperial second-year team only hit the guys who were closest to him, not the rest. It seemed that Zaha had a skill that allowed her to attack people who were nearby. Elal was delighted. Here it was, the enemy's weak spot. The Imperial students noticed that those guys were up to something. The others also wanted to fight, but the directors strictly forbade it. As for this friendly battle, the team leader will single-handedly defeat the representatives of the Kingdom of Rarenta. Despite the blows he had received, Elal raised his sword again and his eyes flashed. He was not going to give up immediately after the first attack. He told Zaha that this match would end in a victory for the kingdom, no matter how hard the Imperial students tried to make it happen differently. Elal's classmates opened their mouths in amazement. And where did such courage, bordering on madness, come from in the captain? Elal didn't know why, but this guy Zaha was fighting alone, and the captain of the kingdom's team believed that this was their chance to win. He told the guys, "Everyone listen to me. There is only one enemy. He has the ability to attack from close range." The captain ordered the guys to prepare Formation 3. Everyone was happy. "It means that their enemy's weakness is long-range attacks," Zaka asked in surprise. "Is it he who is weak against ranged attacks? What nonsense!" These children seem to not understand anything at all. It's funny. He told the guys from the kingdom, "I will not counterattack for 30 seconds. Try to defeat me in that time." Elal asked in surprise. 30 seconds, his classmate answered. "This is probably some kind of cunning trap of his. He is luring them there." The magician exclaimed, "You are just standing there. Hurry up, let's attack him, since he generously gave us such an opportunity." The boys rushed at the lone opponent, who deftly dodged and counted down. 30, 29, and so the countdown approached 0. The carte blanche given to the students of the Royal Academy of Magic ended. Everyone froze. Zaki's hands began to swirl with combat magic currents, and now he was about to put an end to this rather strange fight with the children. Zaha struck once, and all 3 of the kingdom's warriors flew apart in different directions. The enemy captain's strength was impressive. The magician cried out in despair, "That's it! Now they can't continue the fight. They must at least try to heal the wounded guys." But Zaka advised the magician to worry about himself rather than about these pathetic and weak bugs who were not worthy of fighting. The magician was amazed when this guy managed to get close. He didn't see anything at all. At what speed he was moving. Instead of answering, Zaka struck the mage, throwing him towards his wounded comrades, who were sprawled on the floor after receiving blows. Chi Li sadly noted that there was too much of a difference in skills. The kingdom's students were like helpless kittens. Mages chuckled. Perhaps that was true, after all. That was the difference between a normal class and an advanced one. Chi Li asked the principal if it was okay to continue the match like this. Our students would only suffer more. The director of the Royal Academy was silent for a moment and replied, Well, their coach is Hye-won, and we should trust her judgment as a hero teacher. At this time, Hye-won was closely watching what was happening in the arena. The second years were clearly not capable of winning, but she carefully watched how her students behaved in such a situation. How strong their intention was to win this fight. Zaha's fist was already smeared with the blood of his weak opponents. He tried to break Ilal, who did not want to give up. Time after time, the second-year Imperial Magic Academy student struck the boy in the face, sending streams of Ilal's blood spraying across the arena. To strengthen his blow, Zaka filled his fist with mana. He was already fed up with this weak brat who got up again after every attack. Zaka immediately dealt the young man several painful blows. Throwing his bloody body aside, the floor was already covered in blood. Ilal coughed painfully. His consciousness was clouded by pain, but he forced himself to hold on. He must not give in on his own. Looking at the bloodied enemy, Zak noticed. Now you must have understood this for sure. You are not our rivals, but bugs. He explained that no matter how hard people like you try, you will not surpass advanced students. They are completely different levels. Sakat demanded that the representatives of the kingdom, like beetles, crawl on the ground and beg him for mercy. Perhaps then they would survive. Elal replied, I understand. I know very well that I am like a bug. I know that no matter how hard I try, I will not get into the advanced class. Sakat stared at the boy in surprise. He was stubbornly rising to his feet again, splattering the floor with blood, even though he was very weak due to his wounds. Elal said everyone watching this match will probably make fun of me, asking why I got into a fight I couldn't win. The guy said that everyone probably already knows that I have no chance and that no one cares about me. However, I will never give up. The young man remembered himself a year ago and declared that the me who once ran away from Laurel in fear no longer exists in nature. Elal suddenly realized that he was evolving, and if he ran away now, like he had then, he would have to live as a weak individual again. The young man stubbornly shouted that he would no longer run away. No matter how strong and cruel his opponent was, he would never give up. Enraged, Zaha struck the impudent boy in the face again, blood spurting from the wound, and everyone was amazed at Elal's resilience. Throwing aside the stubborn one, Zaka said, well, since you don't want to give up, then die. This will serve as a lesson to the rest of the overly daring bugs. Despite numerous wounds, Elal rose again. To the surprise of all observers, the guy returned to his opponent. Clouds of dust rose up in the arena, and for a few seconds no one understood what was happening there, or whether the impudent student Elal was still alive. When the dust cleared, everyone saw that the wounded Elal was standing not far from Zaka. His legs were buckling, and blood was gushing from his wounds. But despite the pain, weakness, and wounds, the boy stubbornly shouted that he would never give up. It was better to die than to beg for mercy. Sakat chuckled. I never knew that such stubborn weaklings studied at the Royal Academy. Your stubbornness is simply ridiculous. But the Imperial student still wanted to make this proud man crawl, and combat magic streams began to swirl in Zaka's hand again. He said to Elal, then I will break your legs so that you will never be able to stand up again, but will crawl for the rest of your life. Zaka clenched his fist filled with mana, preparing to maim his opponent. But suddenly the magical power from his fist disappeared somewhere. He swung his fist, and suddenly saw that between him and Elal stood a thin young man in the ceremonial uniform of the Royal Academy. A second-year student from the Empire's Magic Academy asked the young man, "Who are you? You apparently really want to lose your legs too." Urian looked with a smile at the fist hanging in front of him, from which the power of magic had completely disappeared. The young man did not answer. Surprised, Elal asked the special student what he was doing here. That idiot Vul Zaha could hit him now too. Lee Lurvan shouted to the second-year Empire representative for Zaha to stop right now. He had already done enough. The opponents are already out of action. This match is over. There is no point in shedding unnecessary blood. The Empire has won this round. The referee raised his hand and began the count in case the kingdom's second-year team suddenly decided to continue the fight. After finishing the countdown, the referee lowered his hand and solemnly announced that the match was over, and the Empire won the second match. Zaka said to Urian with a grin, "You're lucky, commoner. You'll leave the arena on your own 2 feet. Otherwise, you'd be crawling like an insect, too. The girl exclaimed, "Our captain is the strongest. Such cool, magical control. He was able to stop and not hit the boy." Another confirmed that yes, even if Loril had been the opponent today, the captain would still have won. But Zaka didn't listen to them all. He silently looked at his hand and did not understand where his strength had suddenly gone. Zaka realized that he could not control his magic. Ella gasped in surprise. She didn't expect Urien to do that. It was completely unexpected, but very brave on his part. And Jade thought with a smile that he was not mistaken. And today definitely confirmed it. Urien has this ability too. The magic of that guy, Zahi, dissipated in an instant when Urien stood in front of him, shielding the wounded poor Alal with his body. Jade laughed cheerfully. Urien can perform instant magic nullification, although these skills of his are beyond common sense. Turning to the bloodied Alal, Urien said to him, "Elder, you didn't run away and didn't give up until the very end. That's impressive." The young man smiled and said that the second-year team was truly worthy of admiration and respect. They were cool. A stunned Alal looked silently at his savior. He understood that if it weren't for Urien, it was unknown how everything would have ended here. Ilal stuttered as he answered the younger one. Well, even though I didn't do anything, and yet, yes, for the first time in my life, I didn't run away from a fight." The guy suddenly burst into tears. For the first time in his life, he was truly able to overcome his fear and pain and stand firm against the force to the end. But suddenly, Ilal's strength left him. He swayed slightly. His eyes rolled back, and he, just like his teammates, fell to the floor. The spectators screamed. The student fainted. "We need a doctor. Call doctors to the arena quickly. All the fighters need treatment." The fans were genuinely indignant, wondering if the guys from the Empire were too harsh. How could they allow students to fight so harshly? Urien looked at the second-year students with a smile. Despite the difference in strength, they fought bravely. They definitely all needed to be healed. He extended his hand, ready to use his signature instant full heal on the boys to get them back on their feet. But as soon as the young man bent over Ilal, Viscount Reyes ran into the arena and shouted at the special student to stop. The minister asked Urien what he was trying to do. He must not waste his unique gift of healing. Urien looked questioningly at the fat man and replied that he wanted to heal this guy, who had been badly injured in the battle with the Empire. Reyes yelled, "No way! Your healing has a limited number of uses. It can't be wasted on these losers." The minister shouted that Urien should use his healing ability to prepare for the next match. The young man objected, confused, that if he didn't heal Ilal now, he might suffer side effects from such injuries. Reyes stated that this place was not created for students to heal each other. The event cost them too much. The minister demanded that Urien hand over the patient to the medical team that had rushed out and prepare for the next match. Urien watched as the medics rushed in and tried to heal the badly injured second-year students of the Royal Academy. All the representatives of the kingdom watched this scene in horror. Ella could not believe that her brother would back down from these guys. Ricky was also surprised why Urien allowed others to do the healing when he could completely heal them instantly. Sisters Sia and Mu watched the events unwaveringly, wondering if this young man would disappoint them and not help those second-year students. Princess Saruti also kept her eyes on Urien, hoping that the boy would not listen to the fat minister and would cure him. Haiwan didn't interfere. She wanted to give Urien a chance to show his character and stand his ground by healing the wounded boys. Fire burst from the heroine's eyes. She was incredibly infuriated by these palace henchmen who did not value human lives. The healers who arrived at the arena pointed their magic wands at the boys, trying to heal their wounds. But so far, they were unsuccessful. The healer informed the leader that the healing was going hard. The boys' condition was critical. They had sustained too much damage. The doctor ordered that first aid be stopped and that the injured students be immediately transferred to a special room. The brigade commander frowned. This is a condition that cannot be cured by healing. This year, the Empire has become much stronger. Urien pushed the healer away and approached the boys. He was very surprised that one of the kingdom's representatives was doing here. Seeing the young man heading towards the students, the healer shouted, "Hey, they are still being treated. You need to get ready for the match." Minister Reyes angrily called out to the Academy's special student, asking if he hadn't understood what he had just told him. Urien replied, I'm sorry, but I promise to use my power to help those I want to save, and not according to the instructions of the ministers. The fat man yelled that a special student had no right to do this. He was obliged to take care of his abilities and use them wisely. The young man approached the injured boys and instantly healed them. The power of his magic was such that the healer turned away. The head of the medical team couldn't believe his eyes, he muttered in confusion. What is this? It's simply unreal. The second-year students stood up. They looked at themselves in surprise. The doctor exclaimed, "What's happening? All the patients were healed at once." The doctor grabbed his subordinate and growled, "Are you doing your job wrong?" He replied in fear, "No, I did everything right." Princess Saruti hurried down to the arena to the scene of events. She was very glad that Urian did not listen to Viscount Reyes. She winked at the young man and said, "I would have been disappointed in you if you hadn't done this, but it turns out you're such a nice guy." Sia leaned towards Urian and said, "The more I see you do this, the more I want you. How about being mine?" Riki also joined the representatives of the first year of the Kingdom's Academy, who spontaneously gathered in the competition arena. Sia quietly said to Urian, "Well, we can discuss this later, and then you will be mine." The young man snorted. "You are still about this." Viscount Reyes still couldn't calm down, but he shouted at the young man again. "Special student, listen to me. You mustn't." But the minister's angry speech was interrupted by the blow he received. The fat man groaned painfully. He somehow collided with Haiwan. She turned to the minister and said with a smile, "Oh, excuse me. It's just that this place is so tiny, there's no way to get around here." Haiwan glared at Reyes. "Besides, get out of here. Only officials and representatives are allowed in here." Falling from the blow, Reyes hiccuped in fear and muttered, "If we lose this time, it will be your responsibility as the coach." Haiwan casually replied to the minister that he could do whatever he wanted. She shouted to the Empire if they could start right now. The presenter was at a loss. She didn't know if the team of first-year students from the Empire's Magic Academy was ready for battle. Shouts came from the stands that this was a provocation by the Kingdom of Ryrente. They wanted to show that their first-year students couldn't fight. Li Lurwen tried to argue with Haiwan that this was not the way to behave in a friendly competition. But the Empire team appeared nearby. Ryu Se loudly declared that the Empire does not run away from the competition. If the Kingdom's team wants to join the fight, then they are not against it. The girl pushed herself off the floor. She was in a hurry to meet that mysterious guy who had managed to deprive her of her magical powers the day before. She crouched down on the floor, preparing to launch into the arena at the head of her team. The others were already nearby and ready to go out. Ryu Se led out the representative team of first-year students from the Empire's Magic Academy and informed Haiwan that they were all ready. Bakru thought in confusion, "I went out, captivated by the atmosphere. The coach won't be angry that they all went after Ryu Se." Om Ham, the fourth-ranked one, exclaimed, "Wow, that was a perfect heal. We must defeat them and take them for ourselves." His elder brother Om Jin replied, "Yes, brother. It is as you said. It is impressive. But this commoner only knows how to heal." Li Hebi, who was ranked second in his elite class at the Magic Academy, exclaimed, "Riki, you son of a bitch, you're dead!" Ryu Se quietly warned her people, "If you cannot prove the bravery of the Empire, know that in this case, you will all die at my hands." The stands were worried. The Empire immediately responded to the Kingdom's provocation. Could the next match really start so quickly? The doctor said to the surprised Ilal, "Since the match is about to start, let's get out of here." The guy agreed with confusion. He remembered everything that happened in the arena and could not believe that he was healthy again. This young man, Jurian, saved them all from death here. Urian sensed Ilal's thoughts and answered him, saying, "Elder, please leave the rest to us. We can handle it." Ilal smiled. These first-year students are truly amazing guys. There is no doubt that they will cope with their task. He wished the younger ones good luck in the battle and calmly left the arena, covered in his own blood, now a completely different person. Li approached Haiwan and asked if the third round was really starting right now, and if the guys were ready for this last match. Mages chuckled thoughtfully. This match will determine who will win the 8th friendly competition between the two countries. Li noted that if we look at it from the perspective of strength alone, there is no doubt about our victory. But there is concern. Magisa was also concerned about the intentions of the Empire, which was suspiciously persistent in promoting the camaraderie of this competition. Haiwan said that the Empire had been experiencing years of defeat, and to wash it away, they insisted on competition even in dangerous times. In this match, they will try to win by any means necessary, in which case, the Haiwan kids just need to win as usual. So, the final round of the 8th friendly magic competition between the Kingdom of Rirenta and the Empire begins. The presenter exclaimed, "We have reached the final match. The academy that wins this round will be the winner of the competition." The Kingdom of Rirenta is represented by the 5 best students of the advanced class, who have shown excellent results in their studies and exams. An equally strong team of academy students represents the Empire. The battle between the 2 rivals will end today. And now the 8th friendly competition, a 5-on-5 first-year match, will begin, and the stands will burst into applause. Ryusei told Urien that this time he would not be able to escape. They would definitely measure their strength. The girl was sure that she would win. Urien chuckled, but he wasn't really planning on running away from her. It was strange that she decided that way. Well, girls always think things through. Suddenly, the attention of the participants and fans was drawn to the unexpected appearance of a representative of the competition organizers. He took the microphone, greeted everyone, and introduced himself, saying that he was Lee Ailes, the General Secretary of the friendly competition. Lee Ailes said the competition this year is as fierce as last year, thanks to the excellent and strong field. Therefore, for players who compete in exciting games, the Secretariat will add a special rule to the final match. Chi-Li wondered what kind of special rule they were referring to by suddenly changing the competition rules at the last minute. Mages asked if they had come up with this because they were losing. The Empire must have had some dirty trick planned. Lee Ailes said that a first-year 5-on-5 match is essentially a continuation of a second-year match, and it's not very interesting to watch. A huge tower called the Cosmic Bloom suddenly appeared in the arena, and everyone stared at the structure in surprise. Lee Ailes explained to everyone that the goal of our newly prepared 5-on-5 match was to draw a sword at the top of this tower. The sword, symbolizing victory in the final match, is located at the top of this huge tower, and only the strongest can reach it. The tower is divided into a total of 5 rooms, each of which will house 1 player from the Empire and 1 from the Kingdom. For example, Group A will consist of the number 1 student of the Empire and the number 1 student of the Kingdom, and they will have a duel. The student who wins the duel can go up the stairs and continue the competition with another student. This means that the more teammates that rise to the top, the more advantage they will have in trying to get hold of the sword. The coach of the Royal School of Magic objected. Wait a minute. This is a rule that was not announced to the Kingdom in advance. The Kingdom's group specializes in team battles, but due to a rule change, it has become an individual match. Lee Lervin said our members were also selected as a team, but the Empire will follow the new instructions from the Secretariat. The competition's Secretary General stated that he would not accept any objections because this was a general decision of the Secretariat. Haiwan said with a smirk, "You bastards of the Empire. You planned this and prepared a competition to lure us here." She exclaimed, "Okay, let's start the competition, because my little ones won't run away anywhere and will win against the Empire's chicks in any case." The boys gasped, and all the students headed towards the high tower, which was to become the arena for the final duel between the 2 teams. The host announced that if everyone agreed, then the final round of the 8th friendly competition would begin right now. The Secretariat representative said, "Let the exciting game begin. Members of the participating teams, please go to the tower." The Imperial Academy's first-year team, led by Ryusei, was the first to head to the tower. It seemed like these guys knew everything in advance. The first-year students from the Royal Academy's advanced class, led by Princess Saruti, also stepped towards the entrance of the arena tower. The entrance to the tower lit up. It seemed like it was a portal that would transport each participant to the room of their battle. In the Situation Room, the professor reported to the director that the players from the Empire and the Kingdom had just entered the match tower. The director laughed contentedly. "That's good. So the Empire's victory is already half achieved. These guys are one team. Among them, a commoner who can only use healing, and sisters who become stronger when they unite. Compared to them, the Great Empire's team is excellent, consisting only of players with good individual skills." The director of the Imperial Academy exclaimed, Fight hard in the individual competition arena, you fucking degenerates of the kingdom. Urian, having entered the portal, was transported to some room. A bright light was shining in his eyes. He intuitively covered his eyes with his hand and looked around. The young man gasped. How light it was here. I wonder where I am. Urian's eyes gradually got used to the light, and he was able to examine the room. At the other end of the room, he saw Baru. He was also looking closely at the guy. Urian was surprised. So that means he is my opponent. So, the first pair of opponents was like this. Special Student Urian against the third-ranked elite class O Baru. Princess Saruti was very surprised. It seemed like everyone entered together, but they were scattered, which means that this is the lower level of the tower. She asked her opponent Ryu Sei if she understood the condition correctly. Then if I defeat you here, then I can go upstairs. Ryu Sei grinned. The princess hopes to defeat her. Wow, what amazing self-confidence. No one has ever succeeded in this. Saruti asked, which of us is self-confident? But enough chatter. It's time to start the battle. Mana glowed in the princess's hand. Mu slightly closed her eyes and sighed. I'm so sad that I'm away from my sister, but I have to fight this nasty bald freak. Omham laughed when he saw Mu. She came, my toy. Now I will play to my heart's content with this cute, big-eyed doll. He told Mu that he was going to pull out all her hair, and then she would be exactly like him. And it would be more beautiful and even more fun. Mu calmly said, please wait a little, sister. First I will scold this pathetic person, and then I will come right away. His brother Om Jin said, as I calculated, my opponent is Sia. The probability that my brother will lose to her twin is 0. Sia yawned. The group competition had suddenly turned into an individual competition. Well, it didn't really matter. Ricky looked carefully at the room he found himself in. He was surrounded by gold, stucco, candelabra, not at all like a battlefield. The guy was surprised. Apparently, there was another space connected to the tower. But for some reason, there was no visible staircase to the very top. And then Ricky heard, hey, you idiot, die, Ricky. You idiot, die already, you arrogant freak from the shitty kingdom of stupid savages. Ricky looked calmly at the enraged opponent named Lee Hee-bi, wondering why he was so angry at him. It was even strange. The guy asked Hebi, they said that we will win if we pull out the sword. But where is the door leading up to that very sword? Lee Hee-bi became even more angry and exclaimed, hey, you just ignored me, what? Do you think you are the coolest among everyone? Hebi chuckled. Well, that's right. Just because you received the protection of the Great Spirit, you think that you now own the whole world, too. A wind sword appeared in Ricky's hand. This guy was clearly asking for a beating. He always got offended when people spoke dismissively about V. The guy attacked Hebi with lightning speed, hitting him with the wind sword. He staggered, but still stayed on his feet, withstanding the attack of Ricky's sword, the favorite of the Great Wind Spirit. I noticed that this room had become too noisy. Some unworthy freak was talking nonsense. Lee Hee-bi coughed painfully after being struck by the wind sword. Ricky was confident that this strike was enough to defeat his opponent. But suddenly, Hee-bi burst into laughter, and his whole body burst into flames of rage. It turned out that Ricky had not caused him any damage. Ricky looked at the student of the Imperial Academy in surprise. Even monsters couldn't withstand the blow of his sword. But this one didn't care. The guy looked at his sword and was stunned. The sword of wind melted. But how is this possible? Because this sword was given to him by the great Vi herself. Hebi burst out laughing. You idiot! Can you imagine? You are no longer the only one who has received the blessing and protection of the Great Spirit. The Imperial student said that his body had received the protection of Al, the Great Fire Spirit. And he, Lee Hee-bi, intended to have some fun here now. The guy chuckled contemptuously. What a loser. Now it's clear why he was so angry. Hebi is infuriated that Ricky still has a blessing. The director of the Imperial Academy of Magic was in a great mood. He giggled incessantly, counting on victory. He told the professors, we start with 3 claps. Look at these panicked idiots of the kingdom. They can't do anything. The teachers at the Royal Academy are shocked that the first-year team competition has turned into an individual match. Now, if the students of the Empire rise to the top, the kingdom will be greatly humiliated. The Imperial Director was even worried about them. Lee Lervin thought this year's friendly competition would definitely be decided in the freshman match. And my analysis was correct. The Empire had planted a spy in the Royal Magic Academy in advance to collect and analyze information on all of their first-year students. The students' strengths and weaknesses were analyzed to create a winning strategy to ensure the Empire's victory. The presenter exclaimed, "Attention everyone! The first participant in the battle is already climbing up. I wonder which team he is from." Lervin smiled. How quickly? Who could it be? According to the analysis, the people who will win the fastest are twin brothers. The professor assumed that it was probably Jin's older brother. His style of winning immediately, without any mercy to the enemy. But on the other hand, the younger brother is one of those who enjoys slow and brutal victories. He is a sophisticated, sadistic killer. Lee Lervin stared at the raven leading to the top platform, curious to know who the #1 fighter was. And then the doors carefully opened. All the spectators stared at the golden arch of the roof gate, wondering who would appear there now. Suddenly, Urian's head appeared in the doorway. He quietly peered out onto the landing, trying to figure out if anyone was there. But at the top of the tower, it was quiet. The young man carefully examined the platform. Perhaps someone was hiding behind the ledges. He carefully examined every area, scanning for the presence of alien mana on the top floor of the tower. But there was no one there. Urian cursed. It seemed he had gotten here too quickly. He should come later. And the young man disappeared again behind the arched doors. The top platform of the tower was empty again. The spectators and teachers fell silent. No one expected Jurian to appear there, but Lee Lervin was the most shocked of all. All his vaunted analysis, which he was so proud of, went to hell. What will happen? Lervin told Bakru, his opponent Urian, "Wait, student. He can use healing 3 times a day. 1 has already been used." The professor said the ability itself is great, but the match is individual, so his healing will be useless there. Baru's mission is to completely subjugate the commoner, as healing him will be a problematic skill. Baru thought the director might ignore Urian just because he was a commoner, but I never let my guard down. The Imperial student said to Jurian, "Since you are a representative, I acknowledge you and will meet you with all my strength." Baru summoned 2 stone swords at once. Urian sighed. Lit up from the very beginning, he suggested the guy fight longer. He replied, "Sorry, but no. I want to take at least 3rd place. And to do that, I need to hurry. Otherwise, other students will get ahead of him." The guy explained that if he didn't finish quickly, he would end up in last place. And that didn't suit him at all right now, Urian thought. Right. They need to go up there. The sword is hidden there, which will symbolize the victory of the whole team. The young man decided that 3rd place suited him just fine. It wasn't too flashy, and at the same time, he wasn't quite at the back of the team. That was it. He asked Bakru if it was too early to go up now, in case there was no one up there yet. They were probably still fighting. Baru chuckled. Not at all. Students from the Imperial Academy of Magic were probably already there, having defeated their opponents. He said angrily, "You thought that even if you had to fight us separately, you could either draw or win. But the difference between the Great Empire and the Kingdom of Rarente is that there is a huge difference in strategy," Baru said mockingly to Urian. "Your friends have probably already become victims of our strategy and may have suffered seriously." The kingdom was so arrogant, and the Empire accepted defeat and learned its lessons. "We will continue to improve." Urian replied with a smile. Yes, thanks for the explanation. So if I go out now, I will end up in 3rd place. That will suit me." The host announced that the 1st place winner was Urian from the kingdom. But why he returned back to the tower is still unclear. Lee Lervin decided that perhaps Baru had stopped the commoner after all. But his appearance on the upper landing frightened him. Lervin cursed. "We can't let our guard down for the kingdom for even a second. They're unpredictable." He asked the twins to act according to the plan and not be distracted by their various whims. This is very important for the Empire. Jin told Sia that they, the twins, had already been fully analyzed. They were the twin monsters of the Rarente Kingdom. It is said that when the sisters Sia and Mu were born, they accidentally killed their birth mother and sealed their magical powers. Now, in order to use their true magical power, the 2 of them must stick together. Sia chuckled. You tried, Jin stated. Compared to you twins, we are much better. We don't need to be together to be strong. Jin's hand flared with magical power. He prepared to quickly attack Sia, as he was ordered, with the utmost brutality. His younger brother, Ham, immediately sensed that Jin was preparing to attack, his slanted eyes immediately sparkling with joy. He cried out, "Brother, you are using your power. I feel it. The power is transmitted to me." And indeed, Ham's hand also began to burn. Jin and Ham's strength is shared, even if they are far apart. Ham asked Mu, "But you and your sister don't have anything like that, do you?" The brothers even shared power with each other, and their actions instantly synchronized. The brothers' strength was great. They were extremely cruel. Their souls were as ugly as their repulsive appearance. Jin explained to Sia that the moment this third competition began, their differences from each other had already been clearly confirmed. The flaming Lee Hebi laughed and shouted at Riki, "Do it again, again, again! You make such a funny face after the sword melts." Riki hit the laughing Hebi on the chest again, but he didn't even flinch. He was enjoying the fiery power of the spirit of Al. The fire guy chuckled cheerfully. Riki was as fast as expected from a man blessed by the great wind spirit V. Hebi chuckled. "But none of your attacks worked, idiot. Can't you see it? That means you're weaker than me. You're going to lose." Riki couldn't believe that he couldn't handle it this time. Was this guy really stronger than him? It just couldn't be. He glanced at his melted sword. He really couldn't even scratch this smug Lee Hebi. What should he do? And Hebi was having fun. He shouted, "Hey, you were so confident in yourself before. Did you really never think that you could lose to someone?" He asked Riki what defeat tasted like. And with that, Hebi sent a powerful blast of fire at his opponent. Noticing the attack, Riki created a wind shield, which had always helped him block any attack from even stronger enemies. Streams of fire and air rushed towards each other. Two great elements that exist in the world met, and then came the moment when the two streams collided with each other. And for the first time in his life, Riki saw that his windshield had changed. His eyes widened in horror. Flames crackled around him, swirling and carried by the currents of wind that made up the shield. Riki found himself in the center of a stream of fire. Hebi was rolling with laughter. He exclaimed, "You idiot! The wind won't be able to stop the fire," Hebi told the enemy. "Fire is strengthened by the wind, which means you will never be able to defeat me no matter how hard you try." Chi Li whispered, "I'm nervous because we don't know what's going on downstairs." "Urien is back. Maybe something happened there." Magis replied that due to the sudden change in rules, our students are probably fighting down there at a disadvantage. The headmaster of the Royal Academy of Magic felt that he had to immediately stop this match and prepare a complaint. But when he saw Haewon's confident expression, all such thoughts disappeared. It seemed like she wasn't worried about the boys at all, and Haewon said quietly with a smile, "Now you can slowly start winning, my dear talented kids." The flames around Riki grew more and more fierce. His windshield turned into a fire shield. The boy felt himself getting hot. He gathered his strength and pushed back the streams of fire. This was all becoming very dangerous. It looked like this idiot had decided to kill him, and Hebi laughed harder and harder. He shouted, "That's right, resist harder. It looks really funny, especially your facial expression." Having escaped from the fiery captivity, Riki again summoned the wind sword. He needed to somehow neutralize this idiot. He was very dangerous. Fiery Lee Hebi glanced sideways at his opponent. Riki's confusion greatly flattered his pride, and he sought to humiliate him even more. Noticing Riki's movements with the sword, Hebi exclaimed, "It seems you really don't have any brains. You don't know how to draw conclusions." Lee Hebi spread his arms and doubled the power of his fire. Now the power of his fire was at its maximum. He was going to finish off Riki. He declared to the favorite of the great wind spirit Vi that this time he would melt everything. First his wind sword, and then his body and bones. Realizing that things were bad, Riki turned to his patroness and quietly asked, "Vinim, please give me the strength to win." Hebi chuckled. "Ah, Vinim, how touching. But you will never win, no matter how strong the wind is. This fire cannot be extinguished." At that very moment, Riki felt his great patroness respond, and his body began to fill with strength. Ricky's eyes flashed as he quickly circled around the laughing Hebi and cut through the streams of his enhanced flames with his sword. This time, the wind sword in the boy's hands did not melt. Now it suddenly turned out to be stronger than the unquenchable flame of the great fire spirit Al. Lee Hebi didn't understand how this was possible. He asked plaintively what happened. Had my powerful fire really gone out? Fireboy tried to summon fire again, but nothing worked. Hebi asked why my hot fire was no longer burning. Hebi recalled a recent conversation with his father, where he happily informed him that he had become a representative participant in the competition. The young man exclaimed, "I will prove that our fire family is the best by defeating my strong opponents from the Royal Magic Academy." The father replied that there was no need for proof. Even if Hebi tried to do something like that, it would still be useless. The father grabbed his head and shouted in despair, "We will never do this. We will never be able to defeat the wind. It is unrealistic." The head of the family loudly lamented, "Among the four great spirits of this world, those who can give people power are fire and wind. And the greatest power of these two is the wind. And the great spirit of fire no longer loves their family. Now he does not help or protect them." Father Hebi exclaimed, "I have failed, and now our blood is not loved by one of the great spirits. We have become losers and outcasts." The boy knew that his father had always served the great spirit of fire and honed his power. But 3 years ago, he had experienced despair and started drinking heavily. And only now did Lee Hebi understand that this is despair, when your unquenchable great fire goes out and you feel powerless. Ricky asked his opponent what he was doing, where his recent joy had gone, why he was no longer laughing and bragging about his strength. The guy reminded Hebi. He said that he would melt Ricky's bones. Well, let him try to do it. Let's see what he can do. Jin, filling his fist with magical power, attacked Sia. He decided that it was time to finish with this girl and go upstairs. But the girl jumped back, and the bald freak missed. Hitting the floor with his fist, it turned out that it was not possible to finish off Sia quickly. She looked at the bald Jin. He turned out to be quite strong. This time she dodged, but still had to do something with him. And Jin continued to attack the girl, his failures angering him more and more, and the magical power in his hand became even stronger. While Sia successfully dodged, figuring out how to defeat this freak, I wondered how long this mana reserve would last him. She smiled and remarked, "Yes, it really is a useful striking force. But you don't really know how to use it, bald guy." Jin grimaced even more and asked angrily, "Useful one, I think you haven't fully realized the situation here yet. He said you can't even use your power. I wonder how long you can be so carefree and daring." An angry Jin stated, "Well, you won't last long anyway, so everything is going according to plan. There don't seem to be any deviations." Sia laughed. "So you are one of those who always act according to plan. So boring. You are unpopular among students, especially girls." The girl thought, "The individual match is getting a little annoying. I wonder if I should do this or not." Now the magical fire was burning in both of Jin's hands. He irritably asked the girl, "Do you think you're very popular?" Sia continued to irritate Jin by saying, "Oh, it's not just your missing hair, but you don't even have eyes to see." At that moment, the door to the room where Sia and Jin were fighting quietly opened, and the opponents shuddered at who had come here. Urian stood at the threshold. He gasped in confusion and said that he was lost. The young man noticed that Sia was having a very hard time right now. Urian asked loudly, deliberately, if anyone knew where my room was, because all the doors here looked the same. Sia looked at Urian in surprise and asked how he got there. She was incredibly happy that help had finally arrived for her. Jin's fists sparkled with magical power, his anger flaring up as this girl bullied him mercilessly. He increased the flow of magic even more and said, "I am very curious how long you will behave so carefree and daring." He asked, "I wonder what expression you will have on your face when you cry and beg me to spare you and not destroy you." Sia chuckled. Magical power in both hands. It's really quite a useful ability. But what made you think you'd win? When Urian entered the room, Jin was surprised where this boy came from. He should have already been lying unconscious. Sia exclaimed joyfully, "Urian, it's great that you came here. It means you've already dealt with your opponent. You're quick. Jin didn't like this idea. This guy was a special student. His opponent was supposed to be Baru. Did he really die? But Jin was sure that Baru couldn't lose to a guy who only used healing. And Urian again asked where his room was. Urian didn't know if it was against the rules for him to come here. Maybe it could get him into trouble. Sia was puzzled by what Urian was doing here. Whether he was really lost or had come specifically to save her from that bald freak Jin. Of course, she wanted to think that he came to save her. She suddenly remembered an old conversation with her younger sister in the academy library. Mu then asked her sister, "Do you know about the prince on a white horse?" Sia was surprised. "What kind of prince on a white horse is he? Is he from the Empire?" The younger one answered, "No, it's a person who appears and helps you when you're in trouble." Sia asked, "But he's probably strong." Mu read that instead of being strong, he recklessly does everything he can to protect the person he loves. The younger sister shrugged her shoulders in bewilderment. It seemed they were referring to a completely stupid person. It was all very difficult to understand. Sia replied thoughtfully. So he's trying to protect the one he loves no matter the danger. Well, that's very brave. She decided that here he was, her white-haired prince. And Urian said to Sia, "Since this is how it happened, let's go out together. But you will go ahead." Jin remarked dismissively that the boy's appearance was a minor variable, and that everything would go according to their plan in the end. Urian noticed that almost all of Jin's body was already ablaze with magic. The bald man muttered angrily, "I just need to get rid of you." Ham immediately sensed his older brother's anger and his intention to kill the annoying opponents, and the younger one smiled. He exclaimed, "I understand you, brother. You want to end this quickly? Well, you are the elder, you of course know better." Ham turned to the defeated Mu and said, "I wanted to play longer, but I think my brother wants to end this quickly." Mu waited in horror for what would happen next. She was already badly beaten and lying on the floor in the hands of a vile, bald, sadist pervert. Suddenly Ham stood up, his body blazing with blue magical fire. Mu noticed that he suddenly began to change. She watched quietly. The same thing happened with Jin. His opponents noticed that the beginnings of hair seemed to appear on his bald head. He was changing. Mu was surprised. Ham's rather wide, slanted eyes suddenly narrowed and began to roll back. The girl looked at him with interest, but Jin, on the contrary, his eternally closed eyes began to open. Both brothers Ham and Jin suddenly united into one. In this state, the brothers' strength was equal to 100%. Now both of their eyes opened and their facial expressions became calm. Both brothers suddenly became the same. They now had one heart and one body. They were now invincible due to their enormous strength. Jin said the time I can maintain this state is a full 2 minutes and 22 seconds. During this time, as planned, the elder brother was going to finish off both of his opponents, and brother Ham would do the same. Urian was very happy. "This means that I can join this battle after all?" Jin said that it does not contradict the rules. Jin replied contemptuously that he would gladly finish him off too. That was all Urian wanted. He clenched his fist, and as soon as Urian's fist clenched, all of Jin's magical power suddenly vanished, and he looked at his weak hands in confusion. After all, Jin just wanted to strike the mischievous and sarcastic Sia, but there wasn't even a drop of magic left in his hands. It simply disappeared. Jin instantly turned back into a vile, blind, whining creature. He muttered, "Ah! Where is all my magical power?" Ryusei looked closely at her opponent. She noticed a red stone on Saruti's chest, which meant that the princess herself was in front of her. The representative of the empire said to the princess, "Everything around sounds like everyone is fighting fiercely. Maybe we should get down to business." Saruti calmly replied that she was thinking the same thing. It was time to finish the pleasantries and move on to the competition itself. The princess looked closely at Ryusei of the empire and assessed her abilities to understand who she was dealing with. The girl's assessment is that Ryusei is a talent that appears only once in 100 years. This girl is incredibly strong and quite dangerous. Her special ability is a magical strike that causes an explosion, and a scarlet magical power glows in the girl's hand. She warned Saruti that the blow was merely a greeting. so that she could assess who she was dealing with in the competition. Ryusei directed a magical blow towards the princess, which had previously shattered the demonic shield that Jade had put up. Tsurugi realized that the girl was using her special ability. She was attacking with an explosion of magical power, which is called Jirugi. A scarlet explosion thundered. The tower vibrated slightly. Ryusei's strength was truly extremely great, especially for a teenager. But this blow did not harm Princess Tsurugi at all. Soon the smoke cleared, and Ryusei noticed that her opponent was unharmed. Tsurugi's index finger turned pink as she used her power to block the Imperial Academy representative's attack. Princess Tsurugi wasn't worried about Ryusei's special ability, because she knew full well that she could easily block it. Ryusei asked the girl, "I'm curious what you're planning to do after you graduate from the Royal Academy of Magic." Tsurugi didn't understand the question. What does it mean? What to do? If she is learning magic, then she will continue to practice it. That is probably clear. Ryusei said, "You are a member of the royal family. What kind of life are you going to live after studying? You will take care of flowers in the castle." Tsurugi remained silent. There was a lot of truth in Ryusei's words. She really was a princess, and much had already been decided without her participation. Ryusei clenched her fist. "You don't even need to graduate with honors. You're a princess. Your life will definitely be very easy." The princess replied, "You are absolutely right. I am not the eldest daughter, and I have a brother who will inherit the throne of the kingdom of Rarente." Tsurugi wouldn't have had to graduate with honors if she had been her former self, who looked like a houseplant. The princess generated a magical flow and told Ryusei that she would also greet her, showing only a small part of her power. The representative of the Imperial School of Magic, caught up in the powerful current, crashed into the wall of the room where the competition was taking place. The impact dented the wall of the room, and Ryusei freed herself from the gap. Her opponent turned out to be no weak, pampered girl. The Imperial Magic Academy student suddenly noticed with surprise that Tsurugi was using his fingers. But that couldn't be right. Ryusei glanced at the girl's flaming index finger. There was no doubt that she had that surprisingly rare gift. The next second, the princess's index finger became normal again. She suppressed the magic, becoming a very ordinary girl. Now the middle finger on Tsurugi's hand was on fire, she answered Ryusei. She was going to use her power to save the world. Ryusei climbed out of the wall and jumped back down to the floor, feeling humiliated by this calm beauty from the palace. The Empire representative's fist flared up again. She wanted to deliver a counterblow, this time much more powerful. Ryusei said sarcastically, "So, you're going to save the world? Well then, try to survive until then. Or at least survive the attack." Fire burst from the girl's eye. She concentrated enormous magical power in her fist. She could not afford to lose. Another magical explosion flew towards the princess, but Tsurugi was ready. She activated the magic of her middle finger. Everyone noticed that the tower in the arena was visibly shaking, and the spectators began to whisper about what was going on there that made the building shake. Lee Ailes clenched his teeth and groaned softly. He had not imagined that attacks of such devastating power would occur in the tower. The Secretary General of this competition mentally asked Ryusei to be gentle, because the tower was supported by his magic. He knew that if the girl had attacked with all her might, the tower would have already collapsed. At this rate, Lee Ailes could have fallen before the tower. Deprived of magic and beaten, Sia Omjin kept repeating, "Everything is going according to plan. It is a very minor variable." Sia asked Urien in surprise where he was going. He replied, "We have to get up. Stop hitting him and follow me." Having abandoned the bald man, Sia asked Urien how we could get up, and he replied that if we kept going, we might find a way. Lee Lervin exclaimed, "They cheated. It can't be that the kingdom's students came out first. It's not a fair fight." The presenter announced that Ricky and Moo had reached the top of the tower, taking second and third place in the competition, respectively. Ricky declared, seeing the new obstacle, that the Empire was playing unfairly. The rules had suddenly changed again. This was low. The sword, symbolizing victory in the final round, shone literally 2 steps away from Ricky and Moo, but they could not approach it. The competition organizers posted guards around the sword to prevent the kingdom's boys from drawing it. The guard explained that this was not a sudden change in the rules. The sword could only be drawn if the group leader arrived. Drawing a sword without the leader's participation is grounds for disqualification, Ricky snorted. That's why I'm still standing. The guy threateningly remarked that he didn't think he could listen to this nonsense any longer. And the representatives of the organizers fell silent in fear. Mu wondered why her sister hadn't gotten up yet. She wanted to see her as soon as possible. She probably also won by using this. Ricky wondered why Urian hadn't come out yet. It clearly wouldn't take him long to deal with the enemy. But what made Ricky even more nervous was that for now, he had to play along with the representatives of the great empire in their dirty games. The guy looked down. Teacher Haiwan was starting to get angry, which meant it would all end soon. They wouldn't dare go against the famous hero. Haiwan really exclaimed indignantly. The kingdom has already won, the dirty empire. How much longer will you deny it? But suddenly Haiwan froze. Her face changed dramatically for some reason. She looked up in horror, unable to utter a word. Ricky asked the teacher in surprise what had happened. What could have made the brave and strong Haiwan's face change so much? The boy followed the direction of the teacher's gaze, trying to understand what was going on. What had happened that made her suddenly freeze like that? But Ricky saw only the blue midday sky. What did she see that the eye of an ordinary person cannot see, Hyo? Tell me. What caused that expression on her face? Hee-won muttered. Was that fourth-level monsters appeared here, several at once? Mu didn't notice anything. She sighed sadly because she wanted to see her sister as soon as possible. Why wasn't she here yet? The girl hoped that her sister would also rise soon, while Sia and Urian were looking for a way to the upper platform. But after walking through several corridors, they again found themselves in the room in which, after the battle, Jin lay unconscious, beaten to the point of blood. Seeing the bald man, Urian was surprised how they returned to where they started. Sia sighed. The two were lost in the magic tower. Sia asked her companion how long they had been walking. Her legs were already starting to hurt. Was the way up really that difficult? Urian assured the girl that this time they would definitely find a way up, because he had already climbed up there once but returned here. Sia purred. I don't mind if we continue to be together, but our friends up there will be at a disadvantage. The young man agreed that his friends were waiting for them. They were probably the only ones left downstairs, so they should hurry. The girl sighed. If more players of the Empire rise to the top, it will be difficult for the younger sister. She probably rose. Sia suggested to Urian that they pass each other here. Then at least one of them would definitely go up and help his friends. Ryusei concentrated her power and struck her calm opponent, causing the room to flash with a bright burst of magical energy. The representative of the Imperial Academy of Magic tried to do everything to at least knock out the girl and quickly get upstairs. She chuckled. You're good at running away, princess. So far, not a single blow of mine has hit the target. That's even commendable. Sia replied that Ryusei was too obvious in her attacks, so it wasn't very difficult to figure out her next move. Saruti thought. Ryusei has such power without using any equipment. It is impossible to block it without a barrier. Sei asked, why don't you stop dodging and start fighting? I want to get this over with quickly and go upstairs. It seems they're the only ones left downstairs, the princess agreed. It really did suddenly become very quiet here for some reason. The princess activated her index finger magic again, saying, well, let's get this over with as quickly as possible, I agree. Ryusei stepped back. She asked Saruti if she was going to throw her against the wall again. It turned out to be quite painful. Saruti countered it wasn't throwing, but telekinesis, a very useful talent, especially when it was necessary to end a fight as quickly as possible. Ryusei exclaimed, my body! What's wrong with it? The girl's hands were wrapped around the magic chains, and her body was engulfed in the magic emanating from them. The princess warned, now I'm going to crush you, and began to quietly move her index finger, increasing the pressure on Sei. The imperial student replied, I understand. This is apparently a divine blessing, an amazingly rare magical talent. However, it was not easy to take Ryusei. She quietly concentrated magical power in her leg to answer Saruti. Sei kicked the magic chains and they instantly collapsed. The girl was free again and could fight again. The princess was amazed. Ryusei struck not with a fist, but with a foot, and from such a position, an amazing mastery of magical combat. Saruti felt that they had indeed lingered here, which meant there was no time to dodge. They had to finish the fight quickly. Ryusei dealt another blow and chuckled. Now she can move again. But the princess's skills are truly impressive. But then the smoke from the explosion cleared, and the Imperial elite student realized that Saruti had once again managed to avoid damage from the blow. Sei was amazed. This time she knew for sure that she had hit the princess. She should have been at least seriously injured. She asked Saruti in surprise how she stopped the attack. With this level of barrier, she wouldn't be able to block a blow of such power. Ryusei suggested that the reason she couldn't deal with the princess was because of the famous divine blessing. In the past, people were very weak both physically and magically. They hid in caves and defended themselves with simple weapons. And despite the fact that civilization developed thanks to their unique abilities, they were still quite weak. Other races of this world possessed greater magical power and a lack of pity. They cruelly exterminated entire nations of people. A little more, and under the pressure of stronger and more cruel races, people could completely disappear from this beautiful young world. Then the god, who loves people, granted magic to one man, filling his fingers with power, and this is considered a blessing from God. This power is passed down from generation to this day, but it takes incredible luck to get the god's middle finger. Ryusei said, "Suddenly my legs gave way. Is this really that legendary power? It's just amazing." But the Empire student was not going to give up, she exclaimed. "Then before you take advantage of this blessing, survive." Saruti was surprised at how fast Ryusei was moving, which meant it was time to use Weaken to reduce her magic power. This time, the princess activated her thumb magic, subtly weakening the girl so that she could no longer escape. Saruti exclaimed, "Divine blessing control. Caught. The battle really needs to end and go out to the roof." Ryusei was confused for a second. It was as if she found herself in a vacuum, and there was very little magic left in her. But still, it was there. Suddenly, she struck the princess with her fist. She barely managed to dodge. The Imperial student's fist hit her lush hair. And although Ryusei missed, Saruti quietly said, "It was so close, it was uncomfortable. This girl really is the most unbridled of them all." The princess used the divine blessing of telekinesis, and the surprised Ryusei hung in the air. Now she was a prisoner. Now the princess's magic completely blocked the manifestation of Ryusei's magic, and for a while she became an ordinary girl. Saruti sighed in relief, remembering the recent conversation she had with her older brother when she decided to enter the academy. The heir to the throne of the kingdom was very surprised. "The Academy of Magic? What are you talking about? You are a princess. There is no need for this." She then answered her brother in the same way as Ryusei does now, that she uses this power to save people and fight monsters. Ryusei, once again pressed against the wall, was silent for a moment and replied, "You received this power and got out of your cozy greenhouse." The girl lowered her head. Then she added, "I also left the greenhouse because of force. But I did it by no means of my own free will." Because Ryusei has this power, she was simply thrown out of the warm world into the cold one. Like an unwanted puppy, she jumped down to the floor of the room and said that for this reason she curses this power. But unfortunately, the power is a part of her. A magical power glowed in the hand of the Imperial Academy student, she said. "I would also like to be as weak as you." Saruti replied that she would not fall for such a cheap provocation. Right now, they were simply opponents in a competition. The princess activated her little finger magic and suggested that Sei settle this right now. Otherwise, her friends upstairs were already waiting for her. Ryusei silently looked at Princess Saruti. The girl did not know what skill was hidden in her little finger, whether she would really lose the fight. At that moment, the doors of the room where the girls were fighting began to slowly open, which was unexpected. The girls glanced sideways at the door, wondering who it could be. The uninvited guest said nothing and was in no hurry to appear on the threshold of the room. Ryusei said that it looks like some idiot got lost on the way up and decided to look in on them. "I wonder who it could be." But then the door opened wider and the girls were stunned. It was not one of their classmates standing on the threshold, but something unexpected. The princess couldn't believe that what all their teachers had feared had really happened. But where was the Empire's security? An ugly creature entered the room. It was a fourth-level monster named Disease. But how did it end up in this tower? The monsters smiled creepily and told the girls that he would kill them instantly as soon as they made a sound or moved. A few seconds ago, Haewon noticed the appearance of level 4 monsters at the friendly competition venue. She noticed these monsters before anyone else, but she could not move or raise the alarm, and only watched their appearance. Ricky noticed the teacher's unusual behavior and facial expression, but he couldn't figure out what exactly could have caused it. And soon after, the sky darkened from an unknown magical force, darkness quickly descending on the competition venue. This magical force was so unpleasant and heavy that it even prevented all people from thinking or even speaking normally. It is said that the magic competition stadium was the quietest in history when an unpleasant magical force clouded the sky above it. Eventually, in the place where the dark magic was most concentrated, 4th-tier monsters appeared. Darkness continued to descend upon the stadium where the friendly magic competition between the kingdom and the empire was taking place. 3 level 4 monsters were heading straight to the arena where the final round of the competition between first-year students was taking place. Ricky and Moo watched the monsters approaching in confusion. None of them knew what to do. The guy remembered the meeting with the darkness. The host and the general secretary of the competition opened their mouths in confusion. No one expected a monster attack in broad daylight. The spectators in the stands fell silent in fear. Even when the monsters were quite far away, people instinctively became nervous with fear. It had been about 2 minutes since Haewon was the first to recognize the 4th-level monsters approaching above the stadium. She noticed that the monsters were heading towards the top of the tower, which meant that their target was her first-year students. Ricky couldn't move from horror. Dark magic and the memory of his last encounter with a similar monster paralyzed all his strength. Beads of sweat ran down the young man's face. He understood that he had to do something, to confront the monsters, but he was paralyzed by fear. He was like a fish out of water, just helplessly opening his mouth, feeling the sweat treacherously dripping from his face onto the floor. While everyone held their breath, the first one to move was the terrifying 4th-level monster named Disease. Moo looked in horror at the monster that had landed on the top platform of the tower. She wondered what it was going to do here, but Disease didn't pay any attention to the guys standing there and headed straight for the doors leading inside the tower. Ricky stared at the back of the departing monster without looking away. It seemed he knew exactly where to go and who to find there. Disease opened the door and quickly entered the tower. No one dared to stop him. Everyone just silently watched the monster go. And then the door slammed behind the monster, and Ricky and Moo continued to look there, wondering who he was hunting now. Ricky asked in confusion, wondering why he went inside. The stunned Moo babbled, "My little sister is walking around somewhere there." At that moment, Haewon landed on the top of the tower. She came to protect her babies and fight the monsters. She looked down and saw her student in the stadium arena. Just how could she forget that he was also at the competition? Deos stood below and looked questioningly at the teacher, waiting for instructions from her. He was ready to help Haewon eliminate the monsters. The boy called out to the teacher. He understood that any unnecessary actions could interfere with Haewon's ability to deal with the uninvited guests of the show. Their eyes met, and he understood everything. Instantly pushing off from the ground, he rushed towards the entrance to the competition tower. Deus moved so quickly that some didn't even notice his movements. He was rushing inside to save the first-year students. A couple more steps and he would find himself inside, where Disease had gone in search of the monster's pre-selected attack target. Haewon said with relief, "Then I leave it to you, Deus. I hope you can crush the 4th-level monster Disease." The teacher's body was filled with energy. She decided that in this case, she would stand on this side and fight the rest of the monsters. Suddenly, a green-eyed girl appeared next to Haewon and turned to Hironim with a smile. She hadn't seen her idol for a long time. The girl sat next to the famous heroine and smiled sweetly. Haewon realized that something was definitely wrong here. These were monsters. She asked the girl, "Nellie, what are you doing here?" She quietly laughed in response. Yes, it was Nellie, the little cutie from the heroes group. Nellie said to the heroine Haewon with a smile, "I can't believe I see you so fast and decisive again. Do you remember me?" Haewon replied, "Of course I remember. How could I forget you? But why are you here right now? What are you doing here?" Nellie laughed again and suddenly asked Haewon, "Then, Hironim, why did you kill us? Why did you abandon all of us? Why? Haiwan felt the energy of the monster. Yes, it was him in front of her. The fourth-level monster that causes grief in people. The girl suddenly started wailing. I trusted only you in our group. Blood started flowing from her eyes and her face started to slide off like dough. Nellie continued to cry bloody tears, and her face began to transform into the ugly face of a depression monster. And now the deathly pale monster exclaimed, "Why do I have to be so ugly? Why do I have to be dead?" Depression screamed, "It's all your fault, Haiwan. You ruined our entire group. But you're still alive, so die." Haiwan lowered her head slightly, and the monster screamed, "Die. You must die like us." Streams of dark magic were thickening around her. The heroine calmly remarked, "You're still playing those disgusting games, Depression, but you won't play those tricks on me." She dropped to her knees and instantly cut through Nellie's illusory body with multiple blows of a weapon that looked very much like a laser. At that very moment, the mirror wall created by the monster crumbled into pieces, and part of the monster's body was damaged. The despair monster hopped on one leg because the other one had been cut off and had not yet recovered from Haiwan's swift attack. The monster laughed. As expected from a former hero, "You withstand mental attacks well. You even cut off my arms and legs," the monster asked with a grin. "I suppose you weren't happy to meet your former teammate, who had already died." Haiwan wanted to answer the monster, but changed her mind. These creatures can take advantage of everything and try to turn it against you. Flames burst from the girl's eyes. Her aura sparkled. She was ready to engage the monster and finish it off on the spot. The monster, noticing her mood, laughed and suggested leaving everything as it was. He said that they did not come to fight. He said, "Haiwan, just don't move for 5 minutes. Now because you destroyed the other me, I want to kill you all. But I endure it." Haiwan was surprised. They destroyed another one of his. She knew that the higher the level of monsters, the stronger they are, but their numbers are much smaller. Among all the monsters in this world, there are only 8 level 4 monsters, and there can be a maximum of 2 identical monsters of the same type. In other words, initially there were 2 4th-level depressions, and now there is only 1. But who destroyed it? Haiwan asked the monster, "Even though 3 of the 8 Mari came, you say you didn't come to fight. Did you come for a picnic?" Depression was indignant, not Mari, but men. "And please refrain from unnecessary provocations." The monster was extremely angry at the girl. Flying closer, the freak repeated, "I'm telling you again, we're not here to fight. Is it really that hard for you to understand?" Having flown over the tower, the monster said, "This is just a threat. Do not make any movements for 5 minutes. That will be enough for us." Depression threatened that if you don't listen, things will get much worse for everyone, especially since the 4th-level monsters are very angry. The Depression Companion released one of its many arms to show Haiwan the possible consequences of her actions. The stump of an arm separated from a huge chain of other similar stumps. Everyone watched attentively what the monster was showing them. The monster separated a small drop from the stump of the arm and carefully pulled it. It was a large, concentrated drop of blood. Soon, a drop of blood developed into a bacterium capable of quickly causing a deadly epidemic and killing hundreds of thousands of people. Depression threatened Haiwan. "We will kill everyone, from your students to your colleagues and everyone around you. Think about whether you should take such a risk." The other monster still held the deadly bacteria in his hand, showing with his whole appearance that he was ready to release it at any moment. Haiwan realized that he was trying to restrict her movements. Even though they were just monsters, their movements were well planned. Ricky stood on the top platform of the tower, looked at the monsters and did not dare move, only quietly muttered, "4th-level monsters." The guy clenched his teeth. He was both ashamed and scared at the same time. He understood perfectly well that the disease had gone after one of his friends. He quietly turned to his patroness, whispering, "Vinim, please help me." He knew that the great wind V could do anything. The girl heard the call of her favorite. She shuddered, leaned forward, but then sighed and remained in the same place. She could not. V said quietly, "I'm sorry, Ricky, but last time I made a deal, so this time, unfortunately, you'll have to figure it out on your own." The eyes of the mistress of the winds became very sad. She sighed, "I can't interfere. Who knew that the monsters would attack you again? Disease asked menacingly. Which of you is the princess? You little pests are so similar to each other that I don't see any difference. The girls silently looked at the suddenly appeared monster, trying to figure out how best to act in this unusual situation. Unexpectedly, Ryusei timidly replied that she was the princess. Saruti shuddered. Why did a student of the Imperial Academy do such a thing? And Ryusei asked the monster what would happen if she said this. Would he kill her right away? Or did he want something from her? What was the matter? Disease silently looked at Sei and said, Small human pests are the fundamental evil of this world. They lie as much as they breathe. He chuckled. I guess I'll never know if you're lying, but I have to complete the task anyway, so I'll have to play it safe. Saruti thought. An instinctive feeling of fear arose. Could it be a fourth-level monster? But if so, how did it end up here? If you believe the words of this freak, then he appeared here precisely because of the princess. That is, precisely because of her, Saruti. But why do monsters need her? Saruti collected her thoughts. If he didn't need them alive, he would have killed them from the very beginning, which meant he wanted to capture her alive. Ryusei smiled. If you can't trust my words, why don't you go and find out who the princess is and then come back? She smiled even wider and assured the monster that they would wait for him very quietly and would not tell anyone that he had accidentally come here. Disease looked at the girl carefully with his empty eye sockets. He was almost sure that she was lying, but he couldn't check. The monster also smiled and said, I have a good idea. I can't tell which of you is the real princess, so I'll do it like this. He took a threatening step towards the girl, saying, I will cut you two in half and take half with me, and then the elders will sort it out. Princess Saruti quietly approached Ryusei so that they could talk quietly among themselves without attracting attention. Ryusei quietly called out to the princess, who looked questioningly at her opponent in the competition, still surprised by her actions. The imperial student offered Saruti a choice of several options on how they could now proceed in the current situation. The first option is that they can combine their forces, push back the monster and run away. The second is to use Ryusei as bait and run away. Ryusei chuckled, as you can guess. The second option has a higher chance of success. Saruti glanced at Sei in surprise. The princess finished Ryusei's speech, and the third one. She will reveal that the princess and Sei will run away alone and call for help, as she likes this option. Ryusei quietly replied that this was not an option. If this freak had come specifically for her, the princess, then it would be better if he didn't get her. Saruti smiled. Then there is no other way out for me. I can't allow someone else to suffer because of me at the hands of a monster. Ryusei quickly said that in that case, she had another option for Princess Saruti. It should definitely suit her. She suggested that from now on, they would have a temporary truce until they got out and dealt with the monster. Urien grabbed the handle of the next door. He had been walking here for a long time, on the first floor, but he couldn't find the right room. It was strange. He opened the door and looked inside. It turned out that he had already been in this room several times. It was as if the corridor had led him here on purpose. The young man chuckled in confusion. He thought so. But at some point, this place suddenly turned into a confusing and complex labyrinth. No matter how much Urien walked through the corridors, he always ended up in the same place, as if someone was stubbornly preventing him from getting to another. He realized that some unknown force was trying to prevent him from entering certain rooms, and he wondered why this was happening. But because of the obstacles that arose, Urien wanted even more to get into these rooms and find out everything that was going on there. The young man asked himself if I should find these rooms. He smiled broadly. The answer was obvious. He would find them no matter what. The plague had been hovering above the magic tower all this time, creating a huge barrier around the stadium, so that no one could get out of here now. Lee Ailes couldn't understand what the hell was going on, why it suddenly became so scary, and how he could overcome this terrible state. He wondered why the monsters invaded just when he was in charge of the competition, since they had been so quiet before. The tower needed to be gotten rid of immediately, and action taken with the knights. But Ailes couldn't do it. The structure didn't obey him. Power over the tower was taken away by monsters. Now Lee Ailes could no longer control his creation. A completely different magic was blazing there. Now he was watching everything that was happening in the Plague Tower. The monster hung over the building and constantly made sure that no one interfered with the disease. And inside, Disease was making fun of the girls, planning to cut off half of each of them and take them with him. He liked the idea. The monster snapped his fingers and a powerful stream of magic flew across the room, sweeping away everything in its path. Disease laughed loudly at the people. The girls barely managed to dodge the magical blow aimed at them. They were amazed by the power of this sudden attack of the monster. The princess was surprised. He attacked with magical power. But what kind of power is this? It is impossible to resist. It is definitely the 4th level. And indeed, the room burst into flames with just a snap of his fingers. This monster was incredibly strong compared to them. Ryusei quickly concentrated magic in her legs. Behind a curtain of flame and smoke, she wanted to try to quickly escape from the monster. She quickly picked up the confused princess in her arms and prepared to run away. Saruti did not immediately realize what was happening. Ryusei told her, "Let's get started. Maybe we can escape from here, but we need to hurry. It's clear that this freak is very strong." The princess came to her senses. Indeed, she activated her middle finger and cast a divine blessing of weakening on the monster. The disease laughed. "It seems to be magic that reduces strength. Did you really think you could stop me with this technique?" The 4th level monster raised its hand and prepared to attack the princess again, but she desperately tried to weaken the enemy. Saruti stubbornly exclaimed that this magic not only reduces strength, it can do much more than the arrogant monster thinks. At this time, Ryusei entered the battle. Attacking Disease with her powerful magic, she again concentrated her power in her right fist. Ryusei used 7 of her most powerful magical attacks against the level 4 monster in order to at least delay the beast. But Disease only laughed in response to the girl's attempts to compete with him. He was sure that the small, pest-like humans were not up to the task. There was a deafening explosion. It was Ryusei's attacks that worked. The entrance to the room was covered in smoke. The girls tried to break through to the door, but Disease didn't even waver. Angered by this stubbornness, he silently pointed his finger at Ryusei's right hand, attacking her with Disease. Then the monster, smiling, pointed to his own right hand. The girls did not immediately understand what this monstrous pantomime meant, but literally a second later, Ryusei's right hand hung and began to turn blue, like a dead person's. The girl looked around in surprise. She suddenly realized with horror that she couldn't feel her right hand at all. So that's what the monstrous monster's finger poking meant. Sei looked at her right hand. It was deathly blue and some strange, heavy and suffocating death magic emanated from it. Noticing that Disease was attacking Sei, Saruti in turn attacked the monster using her divine blessing of telekinesis. The Disease was thrown into the upper corner of the room. The princess ran to Sei, asking if she was okay. She asked not to make a noise. Ryusei told the princess that against a level 4 monster, it's natural to sacrifice at least one arm. It's not that bad. But more importantly, they made the exit as planned. And indeed, after Saruti's attack, a large hole appeared in the wall. Ryusei said to Saruti, "Listen to me carefully, princess. To be honest, we can't defeat a level 4 monster." The girl wasn't even sure that they could survive. Everything would depend on many factors, but this disease was too strong. But to even try to save themselves, this plan must be carried out correctly the first time. They will not have a second try. The plan was to create a hole in the wall. Saruti probably noticed that after the appearance of the disease, changes occurred in the tower. A dark magical force surrounds this entrance door and the entire wall. Girls will probably not be able to open this door using normal methods. From what she saw, Ryusei concluded that they would have to make a new door to escape from here. Otherwise, this freak would simply kill them here. It turned out to be more difficult than Sei thought. If they could get through this hole, they could get out. Now they needed to discuss the rest. But suddenly Ryusei felt that she suddenly became ill. Blood gushed from the girl's mouth and nose. The monster disease attacked again. The same thing happened to Princess Saruti. The girl swayed slightly and thin streams of blood ran down her sweet face. Disease returned to the room again and pointed to his chest, which meant that he was going to attack one of the girls with disease. But the 4th level monster decided that it was better to attack both of them, because these girls turned out to be too nimble and warlike. The monster said, "We were born to kill you humans. Our nature is your death. You are weak, useless, pathetic creatures." He growled menacingly at the female students, telling them not to dare to look for a way to survive in front of him. They were still destined to die at his hands. Around the stadium where the friendly competition was taking place, the monsters created a huge magical barrier protecting them from the knights. The people in the stadium stands were in a depressed state under the influence of dark magic, and were silent almost the entire time. Students and teachers from both countries were also confused and did not understand what was happening to them and what they needed to do now. Mages thought that this fear was so overwhelming that it was difficult to even move. It seemed to be a mental, magical barrier of the monsters. Mu realized that they were surrounded by a barrier. Perhaps its purpose was to hold all the people in the stadium hostage. The girl believed that these ugly, fourth-level monsters most likely wanted to restrict Teacher Haiwan's movements. Mu was surprised that the monsters acted so thoughtfully. They had developed both strategy and tactics. But what was their main goal? She remembered that as soon as the monsters appeared here, one of them immediately walked past her and Ricky and entered the tower. The girl understood that since the monster immediately descended down, it meant that their target was below, inside the tower. But who was it? Could it really be her sister? And Ricky was sure that the monster's target was the princess, who had not yet arrived. The monsters stopped the teacher in order to get to the princess. The young man clenched his teeth in anger. And for the sake of their attack, these scumbags are holding other people hostage. Hateful monsters. Ricky turned to Haiwan in desperation. "Teacher, maybe there's something more important than our lives right now that needs to be saved. After all, there is something that the kingdom really needs. The time has come to make a wise decision, to make a difficult but necessary choice." The boy exclaimed that he was ready to die for the kingdom, but to save the life of the princess, which was so necessary for their state and all other people. Haiwan replied to the young man with a smile. "Ricky, do you really think that I am such an incompetent teacher? The protector has already gone there." Ricky suddenly remembered that Deus had sneaked into the tower without the monsters noticing. So that was who Haiwan had sent to help the princess. Haiwan extended her hand and summoned her flaming sword. Ricky called out to the teacher in fear. He didn't understand what she was going to do. Depression, seeing Haiwan's movement, exclaimed, "As I thought, you are one of those who abandoned their comrades before. And now it's the same." The monster screamed, "Your selfish actions will cost the lives of all people." But Haiwan cut the monster off, telling it to shut up. The hero glared at Depression and said, "I'm already angry enough, so just stop." The monster suddenly fell silent. Before anyone could understand anything, Depression's ugly three-faced head separated from its body, struck with lightning speed by Vaughn's sword. The fourth-level monster's head landed with a thud on the floor of the tower's upper platform and rolled to the side, leaving the monster at a loss. And Haiwan, looking at her flaming sword, turned to the plague hanging in the air and said with a smile, "You will be next." The Depression's companion still hung over the tower, and one of its hands held the pathogen of a terrible, deadly disease. The plague was just waiting for the signal to release its bacteria into the people sitting in the stadium stands, frozen with terrible fear. Depression raised his head from the floor and said, "To use so much energy even after that incident, it's just amazing." The monster added, as expected, "You are a pest who was once called a hero, but you have become very weak and cannot kill us. But as a result of the former hero's prank, all the other people here will face a painful and quick death." Chuma, hearing the words of his brother, immediately prepared a bacterium to launch into the mass of people located under their magical barrier. The monster filled the pathogen with magic, and it seemed to come to life. Now it was ready to bring death to all the people under the barrier. The plague is a creature that only wants the end of humanity. It was born to kill as many people as possible and as quickly as possible. Haiwan warned Plague, "If you were going to kill someone in front of me, you should have brought at least a level 5 with you." She immediately dealt several precise blows with her sword to the newly recovered Depression, cutting through the body of the vile monster. The same thing happened with Plague. Haiwan used her sword so fast that the fourth-level monsters were a little taken aback at first. After chopping up the hideous bodies of the monsters, Haiwan calmly returned to the top of the tower, where 2 students from her class were waiting for her. Ricky and Mu froze in fear. They were very worried about their homeroom teacher, who was rushing straight towards the monsters. But when they saw that both fourth-level monsters had turned into salad, the boys opened their mouths in surprise. What a cool teacher they had. Moo couldn't believe her eyes. Hae-won chopped up the enemies and calmly returned to the guys. She was not afraid of these monsters at all. The girl calmly returned to the top platform of the tower, as if she had done something completely ordinary and not at all remarkable. Ricky was stunned. She cut down 2 fourth-level monsters at once. So this is what the power of the former hero of the Kingdom of Rarenta is like. Suddenly, Hae-won felt weak. Her head was spinning, and blood started pouring out of her nose. The teacher realized that plague had attacked. Ricky asked the teacher what happened, why her face suddenly changed so much, and why her nose was bleeding. Hae-won remained silent. She realized that these vile, fourth-level monsters had decided to kill the people trapped by the barrier in the stadium after all. Depression's severed body laughed. The monster was genuinely happy with Vaughn's behavior, because now their hands were untied. Laughing, Depression exclaimed, "Amazing! Even after the hero's power disappeared, you, Hae-won, are still quite a strong fighter." Having collected the body parts back together, Depression noticed, however, "You, a former hero, will not be able to destroy us. Your strength is already too weak." Nu asked in surprise, "What is this, instant regeneration? What kind of magical power is this? Why do they recover again and again?" Hae-won, wiping the blood from her face, asked, "Do you really think I can't kill you, you worthless bastards? How stupid to believe that." Chuma croaked in response. "The stupidest one here is you, vile heroine Hae-won. You shouldn't think about how to destroy us." The monster reminded the former hero that she had a more serious task: how to make monsters kill fewer people. Having said this, Chuma released the bacteria from his hand and, flicking his finger at it, threw it straight into the stands, which were packed with people. The magical bacteria glowed and began to quietly descend, spreading the black magic of the deadly plague disease around itself. Tsurugi felt that it was difficult for her to breathe. Maybe the disease had struck her and Ryusei's hearts. But then, why was the blood flowing? The princess thought, no, her heart doesn't seem to hurt. Maybe she has problems with her respiratory system. But that's not so important. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and felt that her body was getting colder. Something was clearly wrong with her body. But it was unclear what exactly. No, it's still heart problems. The princess looked up at the monster and saw what he was showing them, what he decided to strike. Disease smiled broadly and pointed his finger to the middle of his chest. The girls couldn't understand what exactly he had affected in their bodies. Streams of blood flowed from the fourth-level monster's empty eye sockets, as if it were laughing at its victims until they cried blood. Ryusei thought, this was not an attack with the intention of killing us. If a monster of this level fought seriously, we would have already been dead. She told Tsurugi that the order must have been given to capture the princess alive. That's the only reason we're still alive. Sei suggested changing the plan before the disease found out who the princess was. She wanted to sacrifice herself so that the princess would survive. She explained that one of the reasons for her actions was that the chances of both of them surviving against the monster were 0. Tsurugi clenched her teeth, sobs choking her. She considered herself guilty that a fourth-level monster had attacked them and killed them. She suddenly remembered herself several years ago, when she constantly watched her older brother's activities with delight. Tsurugi then thanked her brother for his hard work and training, and he was surprised to see the little girl back on the training field. The girl exclaimed that she was so envious of her brother, and he was surprised why she envied these constant, tiring training sessions. But the princess did not pay attention to her older brother's grumbling. She enthusiastically asked what her brother had learned today. Her eyes sparkled. She asked, "You learned powerful swordsmanship, powerful magic. I also want to grow up and learn this." Tsurugi exclaimed that she would learn everything when she went to the academy. The prince asked the little girl to stop talking nonsense. He stated that the girl did not need to learn all these things. Then the prince casually asked the maid if his bath was ready yet. Hearing that the bath was ready, the prince went there, leaving his younger sister in the hall, as if not wanting to continue this conversation. Realizing that the princess was upset, the governess tried to explain her older brother's behavior by saying that he was very tired. She told Tsurugi that the prince was very tired now. In another situation, he would certainly have spoken to her completely differently. The princess asked Melissa if she got good grades at the Magic Academy. Would everyone treat her differently? Suruthi burst into tears, saying through her tears, "I don't like that they always keep me locked up in the castle, not letting me go anywhere. Unlike my brother." The princess sobbed. "Being locked in the castle every day, I don't want to be called a flower in the golden royal greenhouse." Melissa burst into tears. She felt very sorry for the little talented princess, who was noticeably neglected by everyone in the family. The governess hugged the crying girl by the shoulders and said, "I am sure that this will be so. You will be able to live the way you want." Hugging the princess, Melissa advised her to continue trying and try to awaken her magical talents. When she announced to her father that she wanted to go to a magic academy, he objected, saying that she could not go to the academy. She asked in surprise why. The king replied, "Suruthi, you have no reason to study at the Royal Magic Academy. Why is this?" The king suggested that his daughter enroll in an educational school where she could study the principles of peace and the liberal arts. Suruthi categorically disagreed. She exclaimed, "Father, I want to defend our people with my own hands, like a hero." King Brehadin looked sadly at his romantic daughter and replied, "Everyone has their own role. You cannot save people." The princess asked her father. He says so because she is a girl. Melissa tried to reason with Suruthi and take him away from the king. The ruler of the kingdom was silent for a moment, then answered Suruthi, "It is because you are weak. You cannot fight the enemies." He explained to the girl that if she went into battle, there would definitely be casualties among the knights because of her, and this was not really saving people. Moreover, saving people does not always involve the use of physical force. One can benefit one's people in other ways. A strong monarchy and good governance. The development of a strong country is as important for its people as a strong and invincible army. But Suruthi did not want to be a flower in the royal greenhouse. And then one day the god answered her, endowing her with amazing magical powers. The princess shouted to Ryusei that under no circumstances should anyone be sacrificed. She would never allow that to happen. She used God's blessing again to immobilize the 4th level monster so they could try to escape together. 2 years ago, thanks to the blessing she received, Suruthi was able to get out of the greenhouse. And then she made a promise to herself. Disease watched the girl's actions with curiosity. He realized that she was the one he was looking for in this magical tower. Suruthi told Ryusei that she once promised herself that she would always protect people with her own hands. She gathered all her magical powers and used the divine blessing of telekinesis on the disease. The monster did not even move. The princess thought I was planning to crush it on the floor, but it turned out to be so heavy that she couldn't even move it. Suruthi gritted her teeth and continued to attack the monster with her magical power. She cannot lose to the monster. Finally, she decided to change tactics and use the divine blessing control, commanding Disease to lie down on the floor. He laughed and pointed at himself in surprise. This little brat was giving him orders. That was just ridiculous. Those arrogant little people. But suddenly the monster swayed and fell to one knee, and the princess was able to at least partially subdue the 4th level monster. Ryusei was stunned. Wow. The princess managed to control this monster. She really has amazing power. The disease was on its knees, trying to get out of control and get back on its feet. It had found its target, and it was time to leave here. Suruthi felt him resisting. She held him down to the floor with all her strength, not allowing him to rise to his feet. She thought, even so, he only dropped to one knee. It turns out that this is my current level of strength. Still not enough for a fight. And yet, at this rate, there would be no casualties. But then Disease raised its head and said, I understand. You are the real princess. Suruthi's mouth dropped open in surprise as this freak realized that she was the princess. Apparently, he knew something about her talents. Ryusei shouted for Suruthi to quickly move as far away from her as possible. She would try to kill this level 4 monster now. At this time, Disease pointed 2 fingers at the girls, and they did not immediately understand how this monster planned to attack them this time. The Disease, without rising from his knees, put both fingers to his eyes. He decided to blind the obstinate girls in order to weaken them. At that very moment, streams of blood gushed from Princess Suruthi's eyes, as if someone had gouged out her eyes, and the girl's body was overcome with pain. The same thing happened to Ryusei. She whispered in confusion that she couldn't see anything. What did that freak do to them? Did he really blind her? The disease got back on its feet, he said. This is the very hand that received the divine blessing. I need it. He demanded that the princess give him this very hand. He came here for the hand with a magical divine blessing. Ryusei shouted at the monster to get away from her. She would not give him the hand with the divine blessing. It was not for him. The disease laughed. It seems the girl had injured her brain. He poked himself in the head, thereby inflicting a fatal injury on Ryusei. The girl screamed, swayed, and her head began to turn blue, just like her half-dead right hand. The disease had mortally wounded her. The princess saw nothing and tried to understand what was happening in the room. Why Ryusei, who had been constantly talking, suddenly fell silent. Tsurugi called out, asking Ryusei what was wrong. She begged her to answer. The princess was horrified at the thought that Sei was dead. Continuing to call Ryusei, the princess approached almost right up to the widely smiling monster, who looked at her melancholy with a smile. And Tsurugi remembered the words her father had once told her. If you enter into battle, there will definitely be casualties because of you. The princess thought with horror. If only I had not tried to get out of the castle greenhouse. If only I had not dreamed of anything. Tsurugi sobbed. If only I hadn't wanted to be acknowledged, none of this would have happened. Ryusei would be alive now. The disease objected. It doesn't matter what you tried to do in the past. Death doesn't change anything. But it makes all people equal. The princess stood in front of the evil fourth-level monster and cried. She was terribly sorry that she had left her castle into the world. There was complete darkness before her eyes and silence reigned all around. But suddenly she saw a flash of green light far away in the darkness. The princess woke up and was surprised to feel that she could see again and that nothing hurt, and that green light was streaming around her. She heard Urian's voice. The young man asked Tsurugi in surprise if she had really been here all alone, and no one had helped her. He smiled at his classmate and added, "It's because you're an amazing princess. You're the strongest in the advanced class." Tsurugi was speechless from surprise. She looked at Urian in bewilderment, not understanding what he was doing here and where the monster was. Finally, she exclaimed, "Urian, how did you get here? And what about the level 4 monster that attacked her and Ryusei?" The young man asked with a smile, "What other monster?" There was no monster here, only 2 wounded girls whom he was healing. But the princess did not lag behind. The disease could not evaporate. Urian chuckled thoughtfully, and right in front of him stood only the legs of the monster. Urian continued to wander the corridors of the first floor, trying to find what someone unknown was stubbornly trying to hide from him. If you think about it, this was the first time in his life that Urian had walked through a labyrinth, and this only further piqued his curiosity. He wanted to find a way out. The young man thought, "It seems like this is quite a complicated labyrinth. It will take some time to get out of here, but no matter." And then he saw a bright flash ahead. Ah, well, of course. Magical power is visible in the distance, which means he needs to hurry there. Urian smiled. Let's see what's hidden in this mysterious place. It must be interesting, since that's what they created the labyrinth for. The young man broke through the wall of the room and flew inside. Just at that time, Disease bent over the princess, getting ready to take her hand away. The guy asked what was going on here. And who was this freak who had climbed into the tower and even injured students from 2 magic academies? Disease turned around in surprise, hearing that someone else had appeared in the room, even though it was reliably protected by dark magic. The monster sneered contemptuously. "Another pest has gotten in here. Well, there is no problem killing another little human." And yet this alarmed the monster, because no one was supposed to enter this room until he dealt with these 2 girls. I wonder what kind of pest this is. And Urian, not paying attention to the monster, approached the bloody Tsurugi. She did not see anything. Urian quietly called the princess, but she did not hear him. The young man realized that the monster had seriously injured her and the girl needed to be healed. Disease tried to kill the guy who suddenly appeared by putting his finger to his head. Urian asked if Tsurugi had really lost consciousness. The monster extended a finger towards the young man's head, but he didn't react to it. He thoughtfully remarked that it seemed like a lot had happened here. The disease was surprised why there was no reaction. So he decided to blind the guy by putting 2 fingers to his empty eye sockets. Urian turned to the monster and asked in surprise, "Did you really create the labyrinth just for this purpose? To attack the girls?" The guy explained to the monster that he thought something was happening here and ran here, and then some freak injured the girls like that. He asked Disease if it was really necessary to create the labyrinth, and the enraged monster swung at Urian. But he didn't have time to strike Disease. The young man struck him with his fist, and a stream of healing green magic immediately swept away the ugly monster. Urian's magic destroyed Disease's body and carried what was left of it outside the room into the hole the youth had made. Having gotten rid of the monster, Urian asked, "But where did this guy come from? Were they attacked by high-level monsters? And where are the guards?" Looking at the monster's remaining legs, the young man noticed that it seemed to be level 4. These monsters were all so ugly. He turned to the bloodied girls and said, "Now it's time to take care of them while they are both still alive and can be cured." Urian applied healing, and soon the princess opened her eyes in surprise and looked around in confusion, looking for where the monster was. Ryusei sat on the floor and silently examined her right hand, which Disease had injured first. The hand was completely healthy. She said in confusion, "All the wounds inflicted by the 4th-level monster were healed in an instant." "Amazing," Sei said to the guy. "I knew you were the strongest," he replied. "I'm just an ordinary commoner," Sei objected. "You can't fool my eyes." Saruti looked at her hands in surprise. This was the first time she had experienced Urian's healing and was amazed at its effectiveness. The girl thought, "I have seen this several times from the outside, but to experience it like this for myself is a completely different impression." She looked at the thin young man and wondered how many people he could save with this amazing ability. The princess again remembered her father's words. He had told her then that in order to save people, it was not necessary to use physical force. Saruti's lips twitched. She realized that Urian had truly earned her father's approval. Compared to him, she was just a weakling. Urian noticed the princess's excitement and reminded her that she was able to withstand a level 4 monster, which was very cool. He smiled at the girl and said that only a few could boast of such an achievement. So she was an amazingly strong girl. But Saruti still couldn't recover from the shock she had received. She looked at Urian and then at Ryusei in confusion. Suddenly her cheeks flushed and she began to stutter. Urian wondered if I had praised her too unexpectedly. She was a princess after all. And then the guy realized that he had suddenly attracted too much attention to himself, without even noticing it. And this was not right. Ryusei asked the princess if everything was all right with the divine blessing. Saruti gasped in confusion. She had completely forgotten about it. She activated the magic and answered, "Yes, everything is fine." Ryusei was surprised. How strange it was. Why the monster did not take the princess's hand? After all, the 4th-level monster's goal was the blessing of the god. He could have taken it by simply extending his hand. Why didn't he do it? Ryusei suggested that maybe he had another goal. Urian supported the girl. Perhaps this is indeed the case. In any case, it's a miracle that Disease probably thought the girls were dead and left. We need to leave before he comes back again. Ryusei suggested going through the hole she made in the wall. We need to hurry and tell about the attack of a strong monster. And then the girl's gaze fell on another hole, in comparison to which hers was just a barely noticeable little hole in the wall. She froze and stared in bewilderment at the huge hole in the wall, at what enormous power this creature must have possessed. Sei asked what that big hole was. I had to use magic attacks 7 times to make a hole. It was probably Disease that made such a huge hole in the wall, Urian was surprised. But wasn't it just an ordinary wall? Ryusei looked at her hand again in surprise. She could feel it again. It wasn't blue, and it still worked perfectly. The girl grabbed her head, mentally cursing. For a second, she went crazy when she thought that she almost died. Suddenly, she realized, no, she really had died at the hands of this monster of Disease, and if she had not been healed, she would have definitely died. And this is not the end. That 4th-level monster did not disappear, but simply hid. He can come back here for them at any moment. Then Ryusei came to her senses. But why did she suddenly become so calm? Surely there were still monsters like him left. Saruti asked how Urian had gotten there. And the young man replied that he was just walking and saw this hole and decided to look inside. Ryusei watched the young man and understood that something was wrong here. For some reason, he did not want to say that he came here to save them. Tsurugi thought, this means that the disease left before this. Urien was very lucky that he did not encounter the 4th level. But then, Ryusei took Urien by the shoulder. He looked at the girl in surprise. Did she really understand that it was he who broke the wall? He said that Ryusei surprised him. What was the matter? The girl answered. She understood that his healing was not only on the physical level. She shouted that it was perfectly normal for her and Princess Tsurugi to panic after this attack from a level 4 monster. But looking into Urien's eyes and talking to him, making plans without feeling fear, this is not normal. This should not be. Sei shook Urien by the shoulders and asked if he now understood what a great deed he had accomplished. The young man screamed in horror. Tsurugi thought in surprise. It's normal to panic, yes. Sei was probably right. Because when the disease attacked, they were very scared. It turns out that after Urien was healed, even the fear evaporated. But is that really possible? She had never even heard of such a thing before. So this amazing young man heals not only physical injuries, but also psychological ones. But is this really possible? Ryusei shouted at the princess to be careful. Danger appeared behind her again. While they were chatting, the monster returned. Indeed, behind the princess stood disease. And with the appearance of the 4th level monster, the atmosphere in the room became oppressive. A confused Tsurugi heard that she should not even think about resisting him. The monster named Disease. He hissed, "No matter how much you resist, our plan will still work without a single mistake." The Disease extended its dead hand to the princess and said, "In the end, your efforts are in vain. Realize this at last, weak people." Ryusei rushed to the princess, trying to save her from the vile monster that literally hypnotized Tsurugi with magic. The girl cursed. She was too slow and wouldn't have time to reach the monster. He would be able to take the blessing from the princess. The disease had already extended its terrible hand towards the princess, intending to tear off the girl's left hand, which contained the blessing of God. But suddenly all the magic of the disease evaporated. Tsurugi felt relief. She realized that the monster had lost its power. The princess looked questioningly at the terrible enemy. She did not understand what had suddenly happened to him. Why he had lost his strength. Could it be possible that the 4th level monster's magic suddenly disappeared? As if someone had blocked the monster's invisible mana flow? Disease turned to Urien and angrily exclaimed, "You're bothering me again, you little pest. Now I'll definitely deal with you." Urien stood to the side. He caught the flow of the monster's mana and squeezed it in his fist. As soon as the young man did this, the monster's magic immediately disappeared. Last time the guy was afraid that the tower would break, so he lightly hit the monster. But he quickly recovered. You have to take into account, Ryusei Frey flew up to the confused princess, her fist glowing with scarlet magical power. She was about to attack the vile monster. Disease laughed scornfully that her pathetic attack wouldn't work anyway. So it was just a waste of time for the little pathetic bugs to try. But Ryusei still wanted to try to use her most devastating power, given to her by nature and magic, on him. The girl opened her second eye, which she had always kept closed, and used a super attack with magical power on the monster. A stream of terrifying magic flew towards the disease, as if a volcano had erupted and a giant aerial bomb had exploded. The space where the monster stood was engulfed in flames, and it seemed as if nothing and no one could survive such a super attack. Sei, Tsurugi, and Urien jumped aside. The young man admired, "Wow, that was a really impressive attack." Nothing to say. Ryusei chuckled. Indeed, that was true. But the monster just stood there as if nothing had happened, not caring about such attacks. The girl sighed. "I'm ashamed, but I just used all my strength. But I couldn't harm him, not even scratch him." Tsurugi objected. "You don't need to be ashamed. Your strength is equal to mine. And I also couldn't do anything to the monster, no matter how hard I tried." The princess explained. "I mean that even though we both try our best, there is no way to defeat a level 4 monster. He is on another level. Even if they both rush at him, they won't even be able to touch the collar of his tattered clothes. It needs something that matches its power. like a heal that makes the disease attack look like it wasn't there, or a neutralizer that can completely deprive a 4th-level monster of its power. And then it can be destroyed. The special student's magic is working on a 4th-level monster, the girl said. Now it's your turn to act, Urian. With just one gesture from the 4th-level monster named Disease, the body of any ordinary person is instantly destroyed. The monster realized that acting as if nothing had happened after such an attack was already a critical situation, and this should not happen. Sei understood that Urian had stripped the disease of its magical power and even healed their wounds. His power was now their only hope for salvation. A monster's strength is determined by its ability to kill, and Urian has the ability to heal. His strength is deadly to monsters. Ryusei exclaimed, "Urian, prepare your attack spell!" The young man answered her in surprise that he didn't have anything like that. The princess offered him her magic wand. It should withstand the power of Jurian. He asked if they even listened to him. The monster regained his magical power and barked at Urian. "How dare you interfere again, you worthless human?" Disease was seething with anger. He shouted at the young man to know his place and not to dare disrupt the plans of the great monster creations. Ryusei explained, "Just gather your magic power and attack. Or you're not going to do it because you haven't tried." Tsurugi supported the guy. "This is quite understandable, considering that this is the first time. You are talented. I am sure that you will succeed." Ryusei shouted, "Hurry up!" The monster started moving again. The girls also prepared to support Urian with their attacks. The young man lowered his head. Why did he suddenly attract so much attention to himself? He was just a lost student, and that's all. The young man sighed. Nothing could be done, but should he go for it? Maybe think of something. Act at half strength. He took Princess Tsurugi's wand and channeled his magical power through it, causing the wand's stone to glow with a bright green light. Seeing this, Ryusei smiled and said, "Okay, we can do it. We can defeat this ugly monster disease." Tsurugi was also smiling. All her sad thoughts had evaporated with the appearance of her classmate from the academy, Urian, in this room. "I warned you about the disease. Don't be so presumptuous. You still can't cope with me. Humans can't do this. You are not heroes." The monster was absolutely sure that no matter how hard the students tried, the situation would not change. They would all soon die at his hand anyway. Seeing that the small pests were not listening to him, Disease decided to attack them again, depriving them of sight and causing other serious diseases. The princess used the divine blessing of dominance and telekinesis, commanding the monster to lower its hand. At that very moment, magical chains wrapped around the monster's right arm and pulled it down. Disease resisted, but his arm dropped. He chuckled. "You little pests, you're just delaying the inevitable. You can't defeat me no matter how hard you try." The monster told the princess that he would take away all the power she had wasted, but she would still not be able to keep the blessing. The princess asked Disease, dreaming of the power given to people by God, "Aren't you afraid of God's wrath for such sacrilege of yours?" The Disease laughed. "For you, they may be gods, but for us, they are simply the root of all evil in this world, and we are not afraid of them." Tsurugi was indignant. "How dare you blaspheme?" She saw the monster moving his hands. She could no longer stop him. Ryusei shouted, "Enough, princess." She smiled. "But I can hold out for another 3 days. I even liked these battles." Sei smiled. "It sounds very plausible, but leave it to Urian and me. We'll try to give the monster a good beating." She turned to the young man and warned, "Let's attack now. While this monster hasn't fully recovered, we still have a chance." Ryusei turned to Disease, closely observing the behavior of the monster, who continued to laugh at the humans. Urian continued to concentrate magical power through the princess's magic wand and thought about how best to proceed. Ryusei exclaimed, "Special student, give us a sip of amazing magic that can defeat a powerful monster." Urian was worried. His goal after reincarnation was to live a full life. But now he needed to use offensive magic. Of course, this will help to clarify the standard of strength. But if he shows himself now, there is a high probability that his work will be in vain. The young man couldn't allow this. Ryusei looked at him questioningly and asked if he was ready to act right now. The princess watched her classmate's actions and could not understand what exactly he wanted to do. Everything looked very strange. Contrary to all the expectations of the two girls, Urian used a completely lousy attack spell. He formed a sphere. Urian's original magical power was meant for a powerful life. But now he's decided to throw a fight. Before entering this world, playing dodgeball, Urian dreamed of surviving to the end and being active. But he couldn't play to the end. Urian's original attack magic was created out of such regret. That's right. He decided to play dodgeball with the monster. A green ball of sparkling magic flew across the room and hit the monster right on the head. And he didn't even think about dodging the blow. Urian was happy. He got it. Isn't it funny? He dreamed of this in his past life, and he was able to realize it in this one. The power control is also just perfect. The level 4 monster is still fine. Everything worked out perfectly. He didn't get caught. So, now the final point. We need to try to play well so that these two girls will definitely believe that he is a weakling. Urian grabbed his head and started apologizing. That's all that came out. But it's so bad. I'm such an idiot. I can only heal. Thanks to this, Urian's life is safe again. Although there is still a moment in which he is slightly disappointed in this situation. The two who had a good opinion of him seemed disappointed. But nothing could be done. Something had to give. But the princess's thoughtfulness was explained in a completely different way. She was not disappointed. She was amazed by what she saw as a sphere. Suruti was stunned by the fact that Urian, without any special training, literally in extreme conditions, was able to create a perfect sphere, a magical crystal ball, a round fruit, a carriage wheel. Even the best craftsman in the kingdom has not yet created a perfect sphere. The princess couldn't believe it, because humanity's technical capabilities still allow it to create an ideal sphere. She looked at her classmate in surprise. Did Urian really manage to make a perfect sphere with the help of magic? But it's difficult. The nature of magical power is such that it is like water. It flows without stopping. It exists in a free and non-standard state. There is no point in turning such magical power into a sphere. Except how can one turn water into such a state? But Suruti had just seen with her own eyes how Urian grabbed and threw a magic sphere at the monster. That was completely impossible. Ryusei was also stunned by such a strange magical attack. She had seen a lot in her short life, but this was the first time. The girl thought, amazing special attack magic. It's like a child throwing a ball at a specific target. But the most amazing thing is that he hit. And now the disease is not moving. The sphere of Jurian has completely absorbed the head of this monster. Everyone stared at the frozen figure of the 4th level monster named Disease, wondering what would happen to him. Suddenly, there was a loud crack, and the magical sphere, along with the head of the disease, separated from the body. Everyone screamed with joy. The green sphere, along with the monster's head, rolled off Disease's shoulders and rolled across the floor. The monster still didn't move. Ryusei laughed. Urian cut off Disease's head, and she thought he could only cast healing spells. Such nonsense. The girl thought that the kingdom was hiding something terrible, while Urian returned Princess Suruti's magic staff. So, contrary to the girl's expectations, they rated Urian highly, and he asked Ryusei to take the princess and run away from here immediately. The young man felt that the monster had recovered. And indeed, Disease had already extended its terrible hand towards the boy. Enraged by the attack, the monster grabbed Urian and slammed him into the wall with all his might, turning it into a huge pile of stones and dust. The 4th level monster's blow caused the wall to collapse, creating a large gap through which one could escape. Ryusei looked on in confusion as the monster tried to deal with its opponent, but she was sure the guy was alive. Suruti's mouth fell open in surprise. She didn't know how they could help Urian, or whether her strange classmate was even alive. For a second, everyone froze. One of the walls of the room turned into ruins, filling part of the room with stones of varying sizes and weights. Urian understood perfectly well that, as expected, one such attack was not enough to defeat a 4th level monster. Princess Suruti called out to Urian in confusion, hoping that the young man was still alive despite the terrifying force of the blow. The girl saw her classmate's thin legs sticking out among the rocks. Urian didn't move. Couldn't he have been healed? Suruti's eyes widened in fear. Could it really be because of her that such an amazingly talented young man died? That would be simply terrible. Ryusei was the first to come to her senses. She picked up Saruti in her arms and rushed out of the room through the holes she had made in the wall earlier. Surprised, Saruti asked Sei what she was doing. But the girl remembered that she had to take the princess and run. That's what he told her. The angry monsters shouted after the girls not to get their hopes up just because of some cheap tricks. The disease again prepared its index finger to attack the fugitives. This was all beginning to anger him greatly, and the attack dragged on. But Ryusei didn't turn around. She was in a hurry to get away from this damn tower, away from the ugly and invincible monster. The disease stated, "I have a motto, never give up, and I never give up. So you pests are trying in vain to save yourself. The logic of level 4 monsters is this. Find a way to survive longer. Use the people around you to survive yourself." Disease glanced sideways at Urian's legs and added, "A good pest is a dead pest. Use them, throw them away, and repeat." At this time, consciousness returned to Urian again. A green magical light of life shone in the darkness. It was time to finish off the monster. The monster demanded that the girls beg him for death, because death was their only salvation from terrible torment. Suddenly, Disease heard the voice of Urian, whom he already thought was dead. The young man said, "Don't be angry, the bouncers were just a joke." Behind the monster, a huge green magical stream erupted from the rubble, and Urian was taking on his true battle form. The knight jumped out of the pile of stones and stood between Disease and the running girls, saying that last time was not a real attack. Urian informed the stunned 4th-level monster that a real attack was about to occur. Try to survive this attack. The monster's hideous body was instantly covered in a dense green magical mesh, entangling it from head to toe and blocking it. Urian waved his hand, and the magical network cut the disease into many small pieces. The monster's blood gushed out, and he screamed. Magical currents began to flow throughout the room from the place where disease stood, and an explosion was heard. This time, the monster was unable to come back to life. Plague, the ruler of the magic tower, noticed that an explosion had come from the room where disease was, killing his brother. The explosion was so powerful that the magical barrier created by the monsters around the stadium cracked slightly and became much weaker. Jurian looked at the result and asked himself if it had been a little rough, perhaps. But the result was excellent. All that's left of the level 4 monster are its feet. There will be no recovery this time. And there's no need to worry about the princess. Chuma, realizing that his brother was killed, was very surprised at how weak female students could defeat such a powerful monster. Blood gushed from Plague's beak. The death of a monster like him weakened him. He began to worry. Was there really another hero out there? Plague informed Depression that Disease was dead. It seemed he had been caught in the explosion that had just happened. Depression was shocked. Chuma added that the barrier was also almost broken. Fortunately, I survived it, but I received some damage and became weaker. Depression thought for a moment, then asked Plague if the explosion that killed Disease was a divine blessing or not. Chuma replied, "I don't think it was a blessing from God. It was a completely different force, and it was really unpleasant." A clod of dark magic swirled in Plague's hand. He was eager to take revenge on the people for the death of his brother Disease, who had been killed by them. He told Depression, "Now we don't need to leave hostages alive anymore. We need to deal with all these parasites." Haiwan felt the dark magic begin to thicken, which meant something had happened for Plague to decide to use all-out force. When the explosion that marked the destruction of the disease occurred, the entire magical tower shook, almost falling apart. Deus, who, like Urian before, was wandering through the corridors of the first floor in search of Saruti, grabbed his head. It looked like the tower was collapsed. The guy stopped and silently looked around. It seemed that the source of the explosion was exactly the place where he needed to hurry right now. After all, this explosion was most likely the work of a 4th-level monster. Because of it, the lower floor suddenly turned into a complex labyrinth. However, due to the explosion that occurred, Deus can now guess the approximate location of the monster and the princess it attacked. The guy saw a bright green flash at the end of the corridor and realized that it was there. He had to hurry to save the young daughter of King Brehedin. Deus immediately jumped up and rushed to where there had just been a flash of magical light. The place had now been found. He summoned his weapons and equipment as he ran, preparing to immediately engage in battle with the monster. no matter how strong it turned out to be. A death scythe appeared in his hands, stronger than any of the senior students from 2 different magic academies had. The guy cut his way through with a scythe, knocking down the moving walls of the labyrinth to get to the very room where the explosion took place. And finally, he cut through the last wall and burst into the room where Saruti and Ryusei had previously been imprisoned by the evil monster. Deus was determined to immediately engage the monster in battle, his mighty weapon, the Death Reaper's scythe, in his hands. As he walked into the room, he was sure that nothing could stop him. But once he was in the room, he was stunned by surprise. Deus froze and stuttered, muttering what it was. How could he fight it on equal terms? It was so unbearably huge. A giant knight, glowing green, was looking at the boy. He was so big that Deus could have fit in the palm of his hand. The boy was perplexed by this enormous and all-consuming magical force. There was nothing like it in the kingdom or the empire. Deus suddenly felt that he couldn't breathe normally. This magical force was freezing even the air here, and it was terrifying. Seeing that it was Deus in front of him, Urien returned to his normal height and asked why the third-year student was at the bottom of the tower. He waved his finger to stop Deus's raised Reaper scythe, which was considered invincible in the Magic Academy. Deus, gritting his teeth, cried out, "Die, 4th-level monster!" and rushed to attack the strange knight in greenish armor. The guy dealt blow after blow, trying to attack the knight, who exclaimed, "Hey, calm down for a while. Have you gone crazy or something?" But Deus didn't hear anything. Anger was seething inside him at the high-level monsters that were increasingly attacking and killing people. Urien understood that this guy didn't seem to want to talk. Was he really that scared? But what was he so afraid of? And Deus continued to swing his weapon. Pressing on the knight, he activated the maximum power of his death scythe. Urien remarked, "Oh, so this is the very same Reaper's scythe that experts say can cut through magical power." The young man wondered if he would be harmed by the blow of this weapon. Perhaps he could try it since the opportunity presented itself. He stopped and stopped defending himself, giving the nimble Deus the opportunity to strike him with his famous weapon. The guy decided that the monster was afraid of him, and inspired, he swung his deadly weapon, the Reaper's scythe, at the enemy. After the blow, Urien chuckled and said, "It's not worth getting hit a second time. Perhaps that's enough of the experiments." He used the same technique against Deus, slashing the magical shell with his sword. The boy flinched in surprise. The force of the knight's blow was such that the crack from the swing of his sword ran across the entire room, destroying the beautiful decoration of the room. Deus groaned. His battle magic equipment began to disintegrate after the blow he received. He was turning into a student. Urien asked the guy, "So that's how you do it? Cutting the enemy's magical power with a scythe. An interesting technique, we need to take it into account." The knight asked Deus, "But this only reduces the power and does not destroy the enemy, so it is not enough to fight the monster." Exhausted, Deus fell to the floor of the room. He didn't know what would happen to him now, and why the monster hadn't finished him off yet. Deus asked the knight, "What are you going to do with the princess?" "I will kill you at all costs if you cause her any harm." Urien was mentally glad that Deus had survived, he answered him. "How do you think I should know the plan of a 4th-level monster?" Deus was stunned. He looked at the knight and asked, "So you are not a 4th-level monster? But then, who are you and what are you doing here?" "This level of magic and swordsmanship is a power that first-year students don't have," Deus asked the knight. "Are you a student of the Empire?" Urien chuckled and replied, "No, I'm not a student of the Empire. And anyway, it doesn't matter. In any case, I'm definitely not a monster. Calm down." Deus looked at the stranger in confusion. So he was not a student of the Empire, yes. It was a stupid question. Students of the Empire are weaker. Yes, that's understandable. No first-year student can block the attack of the Reaper's death scythe and defeat a third-year student. Urien told Deus that if he was looking for the princess, then he should go back and look for her. Deus noticed that the knight's voice was young. The guy was sure that the stranger was younger than him. His voice and physical form gave it away. He was stunned. The knight was young, but already stronger than him. Suddenly, Deus told the knight that he was a monster. Urien was surprised that the guy was talking nonsense, and why he assumed that the knight was a monster. The third-year student summoned his equipment again and shouted, You are a monster disguised as a student who is meant to distract me, Urian asked in surprise. Do you think I look like a student? That's a very interesting observation. And what gives away my appearance as a teenager? Deus demanded. If you are not a monster, then take off your helmet and show your face. Prove that you are a human and not a high-level monster. Urian asked his favorite student Haiwan with a grin. Why are you so angry? I told you it's not a monster in front of you, but a princess who has left. The boy grabbed his death scythe and shouted, Die, level 4 monster. At that moment, Deus was eager to kill this enemy. True, for a moment he really thought that perhaps the person in front of him was not a monster. But Deus immediately pushed that thought away. He decided to kill the enemy with his special move, and at full power, it was a form of death scythe called Reaper's Dance Maximum. Death magic flared around Deus. He was seriously going to finish off the knight, whom he sincerely considered to be a 4th level. Urian chuckled. Well, the guy got carried away. It seems he really considers him a 4th level monster and is going to destroy him. The young man warned Deus, as I said, he shouldn't get hit by the death scythe a second time, so he'll have to defend himself. Deus woke up and opened his eyes slightly. His whole body ached, but he was alive. The guy tried to remember what happened to him. He was lying in the middle of the room. The guy sighed and looked around. Yes, he was still in the same room in which he fought with that monster. Urian approached Deus and, sitting down, asked if he had calmed down or if he still needed a beating. The guy looked at the knight in bewilderment. The warrior told Deus, If I were a monster, you would have been dead long ago. The guy understood that this was indeed true. But who was he? Deus agreed and admitted that he seemed to have made a mistake for a moment and asked the knight's forgiveness for trying to kill him. Urian replied, Don't worry about it. The princess went in that direction, so go after her. She might still be in danger. The guy told the knight that he should also leave. There is a 4th level monster here, he reassured him. Don't worry about it. The knight informed Deus that he had already killed the 4th level monster, so the tower was safe and there was no more monster there. Deus was stunned. How could one kill a 4th level monster? Until now, almost no one had succeeded in doing this. Only heroes were capable of this. The boy stuttered and said to the knight, Don't lie to me. How could you cope with such a terrifying force that kills people on your own? He knew that no matter how strong you were, 4th level monsters were, you could say, the maximum strength of monsters. Deus asked, Hey, Helmet, have you by any chance seen on your hands or on the back of your hands or anywhere else a coat of arms in the shape of a sword? Urian was surprised. The coat of arms is in the shape of a sword. I don't have anything like that. But Deus still insisted. Think about it very carefully. The coat of arms usually appears on the back of the hand, but can also appear on other parts of the body, such as the shoulders, wrists, or buttocks. The young man flared up. I'm telling you, I don't have anything like that. Deus asked thoughtfully. Helmet, are you by any chance the new hero of the kingdom? Urian didn't expect such an assumption. He fell silent in surprise, wondering why he would suddenly become the kingdom's new hero. After a pause, he asked the boy why he had come to such a conclusion. Didn't the kingdom have its own hero who fought against enemies? The sword-shaped crest is a mark that appears on the person chosen as a hero. He inherits the power of the previous hero. If a hero loses their power, the next hero must be selected immediately, and the new hero inherits the crest along with the hero's power. Deus explained that after the former hero Hei-1 lost her hero power, they were unable to choose a new hero to replace her. If everything were as usual, a new hero would be chosen in a week at most. But now we have to fight monsters without a hero. That's why Deus believed that the knight could become a hero. He has that level of power, which means he has that coat of arms somewhere. Deus offered the knight to take off his clothes. He would help him find the coat of arms. Urian barked at the guy to shut the pervert up already. The knight said to Deus, In any case, I'm definitely not a hero, so go and find that sword-shaped coat of arms of yours somewhere else. The guy sighed. If so, see you next time. And finally, I want to ask what your name is. I'm interested to know it. The knight started to speak. My name is Juris, but suddenly stopped himself. There is no point in telling this guy any name, he might guess. But it was already too late, Deus exclaimed in surprise. "So you are Yuri-san-kun," the knight replied. "Call me whatever you want, it doesn't matter." The boy was puzzled as to why Yuri-san-kun was here killing monsters. He was considered an enemy at the Royal Academy of Magic. Urian headed for the exit, saying to the guy, "Well, we seem to have figured everything out." "Then I think I'll go," Deus asked. "Where are you going?" The knight turned around and said, "Finally, make your dreams come true. Live a calm, full life in this wonderful world." Haiwan took up her sword again. The dark magic was growing stronger. Plague was raging with anger at the death of a monster like him. Depression prepared to attack Haiwan. The monsters were intent on taking brutal revenge on the humans for killing disease. The monster attacked Haiwan, but the girl skillfully dealt blow after blow to the eerie, lifeless hands of Depression reaching out to her. The heroine's fiery sword slashed at one of the fourth-level monster's main arms, causing the beast to spurt black blood. Depression frowned. This girl, a former hero, fights fiercely and is still extremely strong. How to suppress her? And Haiwan had no intention of retreating. She had already missed fighting monsters and was happy to inflict significant damage on them. She asked the monster, "Didn't you say that there would be a full-scale battle now? But somehow you are weak in fighting for the battle." Haiwan chuckled. "Or for you guys, a full-scale battle means a shameful flight from the battlefield." Depression descended on the tower. Mu was surprised. Haiwan is really strong, even in front of such an opponent. If I could, I would also want to fight alongside her. But the girl understood that she would only interfere with the teacher. Only if her sister were here. Then they could fight the monster. Depression grumbled for Haiwan not to be so overconfident. They hadn't really started fighting them yet. But before the monster could finish speaking, he received a blow from Haiwan's fiery sword. She had no intention of chatting with the enemies of humanity. The girl cut the fourth-level monster that had come too close from head to toe, splitting its body in half. Depression looked questioningly at his opponent. He had not expected such a lightning-fast and fierce attack from a human. The monsters thought it made sense to keep their distance from the former hero Haiwan, even though she had already lost her special hero power. Among all the heroes, Haiwan had the best ability. She can interfere with space and time. This is a very rare gift. The simplest round fruit is the apple, which in this world is considered a natural prototype of the ideal magical sphere. An apple in its normal state, when falling from a tree, rolls down freely, having traveled a certain distance on hard ground. Having fallen in front of a tree, it rolls for about 9 seconds and is then stopped by a natural barrier in the form of a stone lying on the ground. An ordinary apple, which everyone is used to seeing in their gardens and markets, stops after it rolls down a bit. However, the apple that Haiwan is looking at has the ability to interfere with space and time. This apple can change shape. It probably looks something like if a regular round apple was taken and stretched out into a long sausage, and it is able to hang. In other words, if Haiwan hits a tree with a sword, the apple on the tree will also receive the same hit, but in a smaller size. Until today, no one has been able to fully understand this. She is the only one who has encountered a 5th-level monster. Time. She was definitely a threat to all the monsters, so no matter what, Depression felt he had to try to kill her. The monster once again took the form of Haiwan Nelly's deceased comrade and, in her voice, uttered the suicide spell, "I don't want to die." Haiwan, as usual, didn't fall for this mental attack from the 4th-level monster. She knew their techniques too well. The girl instantly swung her sword and cut down the enemy of humanity, although she could not completely destroy this monster. But the recovered Depression already had 2 people in his hands, and he turned to Haiwan, saying that he wanted to ask her something. The monster warned her that if she did anything reckless, they would both die, so she should just answer his question quietly. Depression explained to her that he had 2 people in his hands, an old man and a young man. They had completely different destinies, but the outcome depended on her. This man killed a man when he was young, but after paying for his sins, he lives hard for his family and works honestly. The second man dedicated his entire long life to his country and saved countless people from death, but his time is running out. The monster told Haiwan that she could only save one of them, the one she chose, a young ex-convict or a very old hero. Haiwan looked at the monster in silence. She knew it very well and understood that these people would surely die. Ah, if only she had the strength. Depression laughed and said to the girl, "You know very well that you can't save anyone because you've lost your hero power." Having said this, Depression smashed the heads of the poor fellows he held in his hands, and streams of their blood gushed onto the platform of the tower. Depression declared that everyone in this place would die just like your former comrades, whom you did not save and abandoned to their death. The monster told Haewon that she would suffer and regret, and this would weaken her even more, finally making her vulnerable to the monsters. He threw the bloody bodies onto the tower platform to the horror of other people, Depression hoping that Haewon would destroy herself. Depression told her, "Haewon, you will end up being the one who kills you because you will be tormented by your conscience and regret." At this time, people sitting in the stands of the stadium began to show signs of illness, and many suddenly began to have blood pouring from their mouths. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening to them, why they all suddenly started to feel so bad. One after another, people began to cough up blood. Everything hurt. They understood that they had caught some very terrible disease. The stadium corridors were already littered with sick and dying people, and everything around was covered in blood that was pouring out of their mouths. Moo and Ricky looked down in confusion. Down there, among others, were their friends, as well as teachers and ordinary townspeople spectating. Ricky asked, dumbfounded, what was going on there? What was wrong with these people? Why no one could help them? And what kind of disease was decimating them? Moo muttered, "One after another, everyone is dying. Is it really impossible to stop this? And all the people will die before their eyes." Plague's eye sockets glowed as it spread its deadly magic among the people trapped under the barrier, killing them mercilessly. His entire hideous body was ablaze, and he continually attacked those whom he considered the parasites of this world, and whom he sought to exterminate. Haewon silently looked at the monsters and the dying people, wondering what would be the best thing to do to stop the death of the spectators. Depression came back to her. Former hero Haewon, you always prided yourself on being very strong, and you really are. The monster admitted, to be honest, it's almost impossible for me to kill you, despite the fact that you have lost your former heroic strength. Depression laughed, saying, "But I can easily kill everyone else, those who are dear to you, and just the people around you." And for Haewon, it's also impossible to kill the monsters. Now that she has lost her hero power, she can't kill them. She can't stop them. The monster chuckled. In other words, Haewon was unable to save these people without killing him and Plague. So she was now powerless. Depression suddenly said, "But I'll give you one chance, Haewon. Cut off your right hand with your own flaming sword." He promised that if you do this, we will leave this place immediately. And I assure you that the rest of the people here will remain alive. The monster added, "Former hero Haewon, who was always proud of herself, this is the last chance I give you out of respect." Haewon remained silent. She knew that the monsters would not go away, and that Depression's ultimate goal was to kill her. The rest was just his tricks. Depression told her, "We still hate you, but we respect your abilities and efforts to save humanity from the attacks of enemies." The monster continued to press. "Don't reject my words and face the truth. You can neither save people nor destroy us. No hero can break through the barrier and get here. Haewon can only save people if she makes a deal with the monster." Depression said, "Haewon, you can save them all by sacrificing just one of your arms. Is that such a high price?" The monster tried to break through Haewon's defense, saying, "I believe that the former hero will never abandon the people he can save." Worried, Ricky called out to the teacher. He was afraid that she would not withstand the pressure and would follow the lead of this insidious monster. Haewon responded by saying how annoying it was that even though she knew it would be dangerous, countries were holding friendly competitions because of politics. But those who plan these stupid competitions can do nothing in an emergency, and the participants find themselves hostages. What's even more annoying are the freaks who use people as hostages and threaten others. These vile monsters. Depression thought Haewon was simply going crazy, but she gripped her fire sword even tighter, preparing for a quick attack. Haewon added, "And I, who can't even show my abilities because of this threat, am really irritated by all of this." The girl struck the hated monster with a sword. Depression exclaimed, "This is stupid. You are taking away the last chance from those people." Instead of answering, Hae-won dealt several more blows, cutting the monster's body into several pieces, making it difficult for it to recover. Depression exclaimed that he had barely managed to distance himself from Hae-won. But this was still a very powerful ability of the former hero of the kingdom. The girl's sword blazed as she delivered fiery blows that melted the extremely resilient bodies of fourth-level monsters. Depression felt that no matter how strong Hae-won was, her attacks were being held back by the emotions she was experiencing, and she was becoming weaker. He shouted to Chum that Hae-won was now in her weakest state. It was time to eliminate all the people who were here. The monster cried out, "Plague! Create a nightmare for the foolish former hero who so foolishly rejected our last mercy to the people." Fourth-level monsters are born only to kill people, and among them, the Plague has the most vile power. Suddenly, Depression was surprised to see that Plague's bloody head had fallen onto the tower platform right next to his body. The monster glanced sideways at the dead head of his brother and called out to Plague in confusion. But he didn't answer, and his magic had completely disappeared. The remnant of Depression couldn't believe that the Plague was killed. There wasn't a single hero here. So who had the strength to destroy this monster? Following the severed head, Jurian landed on the top platform of the tower, hidden under the knight's armor and helmet. Finding himself on the tower, the young man sighed with relief. He had destroyed another fourth-level monster and the barrier. His green eyes flashing from under his helmet, he cheerfully asked if he had arrived on time. And everyone stared at the stranger in surprise. Hae-won couldn't believe her eyes. Where did he come from here? Because no one could get under the dome from the outside, which means he was here before. A few seconds ago, Depression gave the command to Plague that his time had come. He could have fun killing everyone in sight. Plague nodded his beak happily. He was just waiting to kill everyone here, especially after Disease was killed. Today, people will see one of the most terrible days. Here, behind. Jurian exclaimed, "What a beautiful landscape opens up from here." Chuma was stunned when this knight managed to appear behind my back. Jurian asked him, "You are also a fourth-level monster, right?" The young man said thoughtfully, "Monster? Wait a minute. I think I've seen you somewhere before. If only I could remember." Plague answered, "That's right. I am Living Despair. And the monster began to list the disasters it brings to people, but the knight interrupted him. Jurian exclaimed, "Oh, I remembered. You are a mosquito monster, right? You have a nose like a nasty, squeaky, annoying mosquito." Chuma glared angrily and growled, "You're the only one who looks like a mosquito. You're the only one who buzzes annoyingly, you pest." The knight said cheerfully, "I remember that the mosquito's weakness is this," and unceremoniously grabbed the fourth-level monster by its long beak. After Jurian patted Chuma's nose, it drooped pitifully. The young man laughed merrily. The monster now looked very funny. The enraged Plague shouted at the knight, "You always show courage before you part with your life, you pathetic, weak, useless creatures." Jurian got tired of the monster's threats and cut off his head, but Plague continued to threaten. "You continue to irritate me for no reason." Thus, the severed dead head of the Plague ended up next to the grimacing, melted, but living stump of Depression. Hae-won couldn't believe that someone was able to kill the Plague. She asked in confusion what this meant. Was this monster really destroyed? Jumping down to the top of the tower, Jurian asked if he had arrived in time to deal with that big-nosed monster. Mu was amazed. What nonsense! Did he really just defeat a level 4 monster? Ricky asked in surprise. Is it Yuri Seung-kun? Hae-won looked at the knight in confusion. Could this guy really be Yuri Seung-kun? He was almost a child. And where did he suddenly come from here? At that moment, Deus landed behind Hae-won and called out to the master. He was in a hurry to report what happened inside the tower. Deus said, "I dealt with the situation downstairs on the first floor of the magic tower. The fourth-level monster named Disease is dead." At this time, Jurian looked carefully down to where the rest of the people were still and noticed, and I thought that I had arrived on time. Almost all the people below were infected with the Plague. They were coughing up blood, the dark, deadly magic still flowing around them. There were also many who had already died due to the bacteria released by the Plague, which the monster had strengthened with its terrifying magic. Jade covered his classmates with a demonic shield and held it with all his might, so that the boys would not become infected with the disease and die. Jurian's eyes flashed with anger. These monsters had managed to destroy too many innocent lives, and many of them were beyond help. He angrily noted that there were far more casualties at the stadium than he expected. The young man turned to Haiwan. "What do you think, former hero?" Haiwan lowered her head in silence, feeling immensely guilty for every human life that the monsters had destroyed. Deus turned to Yuri Sung-kun, trying to intercede for his master, but Haiwan cut her student off, asking him to be quiet. She lowered her head and said sadly, "He's right. There really are too many victims at the stadium. The monsters killed people." Deus tried to calm the master down, because she couldn't save all the people, especially since she was no longer a hero and it wasn't her responsibility. The knight interrupted him. "You can have a good talk later, Deus. You need to do something urgently to save the people below." Urian told the boy to go to the place where the spectators are and use the scythe to cut the magical power of the people who are coughing up blood. Deus was indignant should he harm the spectators, but the knight explained that this attack caused breathing problems. This is a magic spell that causes infection. Ideally, people with symptoms should have been quarantined, but due to magical attacks, this is unlikely to be possible now. So Deus needs to use his skill and neutralize the magic. The knight concluded that this was the best option at the moment. And a stunned Haiwan asked the guy, "How do you know all these details?" She was amazed. The knight knows everything from the cause to the cure, and about the attacks of the plague, a 4th-level monster. Urian replied, "It's because I've experienced it before." Haiwan didn't hear his answer and wanted the young man to come closer. The young man asked if it was important now. People needed to be saved now, so Deus should hurry while there was still someone to save. And while Deus was saving people, the knight promised to take care of this big-nosed guy, who had already quietly landed behind the young man on the tower. Ricky exclaimed, "A 4th-level monster appeared. He regenerated so quickly, everyone already thought he was dead. But he came back to life again." The stump of depression advised them not to let their guard down. This was not the end. They, the great and powerful monsters, would still take revenge on them. Haiwan immediately slashed at the overly talkative stump of depression with his fire sword and cut it in half. She told the monster, "That's right. Don't let your guard down until the very end when you're in front of me. Otherwise, you'll turn into steaming mince." Depression angrily gritted his teeth. This woman irritated him beyond measure with her audacity and strength, and he could not kill her. The enraged plague released many of his arms, and in each arm appeared a bacteria, strengthened by his magic, bringing death to all. All these hands struck their fingers at the deadly balls, launching them into the crowd of people, already tormented by a dangerous disease. Everyone watched in horror as the magical bacteria began to descend onto the stadium stands, where there were still living people. But suddenly, each of the deadly balls was cut through, and the knight was able to neutralize every single bacteria sent down by the plague. Explosions were heard around plague. The magic balls he had sent were exploding, but they were now harmless. The enraged monster yelled at Urian, "How dare you interfere with me, pathetic little human? You still won't be able to save them all." Urian replied, "Hey, mosquito, don't be a coward and stop spraying that. Fight fairly. You are attacking unarmed, weak people." The knight offered Plague a one-on-one fight against him, if, of course, the long-nosed monster had enough courage for it. Ricky exclaimed, "How can you go one-on-one against a level 4 monster?" Moo added. "This is too reckless. You will die." Deus thought it was a reckless act. No matter how one looked at it, he wasn't even a hero. One had to be ready to help him. At the same time, Deus wanted to confirm the knight's true abilities, since he had killed a 4th-level monster down there. Haiwan watched closely what was happening. It was clear to her that under the helmet and armor there was a boy who was simply very strong. Chuma replied, "We agreed. Even though I don't understand your language, you pests, but you still make me feel uncomfortable." The plague's aura exploded, its magical power blazing around. It seemed that no one could cope with such wild power. The 4th-tier monster, Plague, related to disease, was discovered relatively recently, only 95 years ago. At that time, the city of Palton was home to almost 6 million people, and it was there that the deadly plague monster first appeared. Pal Cassis, the ruler of Palton, gave the order to kill the monster that pollutes the sky and burn the body so that no trace remains. Thanks to the ruler's orders and the knight's skills, the situation was quickly resolved, and he prevented the destruction of an entire city. However, more than 5 million people died, making it the most severe human damage the plague has ever caused. Ricky and Moo clenched their fists. They were afraid to even look at what was happening in the air. No one believed in this knight's victory. After all, if such a fourth-level monster possessing the power to kill everyone directs all its power at one person, what will happen? Deus exclaimed, his hands joining together into one. They turned into one giant hand, pointing at that knight. Haiwan shouted anxiously to Urien that it was very dangerous. This monster was cunning and very strong. You need to be careful. During this time, Depression managed to partially recover. He extended his dead hand to the guys standing here on the tower. The monster shouted with a laugh. Look at me, former hero. If you look down on me again, I will kill all your students. Haiwan glared at Depression. She knew that the boys wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of this monster and would immediately kill themselves. Plague threateningly told the knight that before him was a special skill of a fourth-level monster, the death of one, capable of killing all. The monster grinned. This is a force that can kill at least 10 billion people, not to mention one small pest. Urien asked Chuma with a grin. Is it because you are a mosquito? You really are too noisy. It's time to finish with you, big-nosed one. The plague was indignant. I repeat once again, this is the same powerful hand that is capable of killing 10 billion people at once without any problems. With these words, Chuma directed a huge hand towards the impudent knight, which was formed after merging all the monster's hands. Urien chuckled. So this is a hand capable of killing 10 billion people? Well, let's see how strong this hand is. He extended his hand to meet the monster's hand flying towards him and said, let's play then. One hand against another hand. It's easy. We were playing rock, paper, scissors. The young man made a scissors sign against the approaching palm. The monster's hand stopped. Chuma didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. Why his mighty hand stopped and didn't move. A man can't be that strong. And suddenly everyone saw that the plague's giant hand was cut in half, and a green magical cut was glowing along the entire palm. The arm of the terrifying fourth-level monster broke in half, and along with it, the plague itself was cut open from the top of its head. Black death magic began to emerge from the monster's body, as if from a punctured balloon, and the barrier immediately began to collapse. Everyone watched in amazement as the two halves of the plague slowly separated from each other, and a clear blue sky appeared behind it. The knight laughed merrily, exclaiming, I have won! A magnificent victory! The mosquito monster has already been defeated. He has lost this round. Haiwan and Urien's classmates looked at the mysterious knight with their mouths open. No one expected the battle to end like this. Deus asked in shock, did he kill a level 4 monster with one blow? But that was simply impossible to do. Urien still showed everyone the scissors sign in the game, but the same sign was often used to show that victory had already been won. The knight laughed merrily like a child, exclaiming that he had won. The monster could not defeat him in this simple children's game and died. Haiwan couldn't believe it. He defeated the plague monster, which has the darkest track record in human history. She didn't understand whether this knight could do it so easily. And Urien continued to laugh. Looking at their surprised faces, the knight commander exclaimed, the barrier is removed. We move forward to meet the terrible monsters, brave knights of the great empire. Depression couldn't believe that Plague was dead. He kept calling out to his comrade. How could it be that both disease and plague died at the hands of people? Haiwan approached the partially recovered level 4 monster named Depression to prevent it from escaping. She told him, you must feel terribly depressed because you couldn't kill me. Depression. The monster laughed. That's right. I think you feel the same way. Because you missed the chance to meet your comrades. Haiwan sighed. That's true. I would really like to see my fallen comrades again. I would like to bring them all back. Urien watched the commotion below. People were shouting. People's condition is serious. Isolate the sick and stop the spread of the infection. Dead, bloody bodies covered with sheets were already lying along the stands. It was a painful spectacle of mass death. Deus tried to persuade people to cooperate with me. I will simply cut off the contaminating magical power. But many people were terribly afraid of him. The priests exclaimed, "The great imperial army has captured a 4th-level monster. Harm it so that it cannot recover." Haiwan called out to the knight. Although Urian was in a hurry to leave to return to his previous form before all his friends missed him, the teacher said, "Yuri Sung-kun, I want to thank you. You have helped me a lot, and all the people in this huge stadium." Haiwan added, "If things were as usual, I would never forgive you for attacking my young students that one time. But now, Haiwan is ready to pretend that she didn't notice anything." The knight chuckled. "I know that I came at the right time and helped you." Still, the knight thought Haiwan was going a bit overboard. She could easily defeat those 4th-level monsters herself. He asked Haiwan if she was deliberately hiding her strength, and the heroine looked in surprise at the strange knight standing in front of her. Haiwan lowered her head and smiled. After a pause, she said, "I am grateful for your words, even if you meant something completely different." She realized that now, by protecting everything she had, she could continue this path of fighting monsters for the life of humanity. The knight, leaving, said, "Well, I will not ask about the reason why you hide your powers, because I am the same." Haiwan stopped the knight. "Wait, I want to ask you something. If you answer the question, I will side with you in court." The knight laughed. "I don't plan to go to court because I'll disappear again and you won't be able to stop me unless I want to." Haiwan's eyes blazed. "Well, I'm sorry to do this to you when you helped me so much, but I'm not going to let you go so easily." The knight stood on the railing of the top platform of the magic tower and turned to Haiwan and the rest of the people present. He waved his hand at Haiwan and exclaimed, "Remember this well and never forget it in the future. I will come back to you again." The knight declared to everyone, including the knights, "I am the hero of today, and I will continue to be such a hero in the near future." Everyone looked in surprise at the strange knight standing on the edge of the tower, and he loudly said that he was the absolute greatest being. Suddenly the knight disappeared, leaving only a fragment of his last phrase in the air. "Never forget that my name is Juris." The knights were confusedly talking among themselves, who he was, where he disappeared to, what all this meant. Haiwan was in slight shock. Haiwan's aura was burning with anger. This arrogant boy just up and ran away from her, even claiming that he was an absolute being. She sighed and quietly asked if I should let you go so easily this time. The mysterious, strong young man who saved us all. Haiwan looked thoughtfully into the distance, to where the knight had recently disappeared, and quietly asked, "Yuri Sung-kun, who are you really?" Meanwhile, Urian returned to the room where Disease was holding the princess with Ryusei, and where the girls, running away, left the young man in the rubble. Looking for the place where he lay helplessly, Urian laughed merrily at how cleverly he had pulled it all off, killed the monsters and not revealed himself. He lifted the huge stone he was lying under and exclaimed, "Excellent! Everything went according to plan and in the best possible way." I was satisfied. The young man smiled. "Good. Thanks to this, my life as a person who hides his true strength is just perfect. Now everyone will know for sure that Urian is the weakest student, who didn't even have an attack spell work against the monster. And Yuri Seon-kun is a hero who saved everyone from a dangerous situation and easily finished off 2 terribly strong level 4 monsters." In other words, even though others look down on Jurian from the outside, it is better for him to operate from the shadows. Having thrown a stone, the young man exclaimed, "Everything is fine, and now I will disguise myself and wait until someone comes and saves me." A huge piece of the wall thrown up by Jurian fell on him and crushed him. It looked as if he had never climbed out of this rubble. The young man fell silent and began to wait for help. But for some reason, no one came. He was already getting bored. Why does no one come here? He lifted one leg higher and positioned it so that it would be more visible from the door. He asked, "My legs are visible from under the rubble, right?" 2 weeks later, the incident was announced to be over. The competition was cancelled, and a large number of casualties were discovered during the match. However, even after everything that happened, the citizens of the Empire were happy. They drank, glorifying His Majesty and the Empire. The townspeople shouted that the great Imperial Army had captured a level 4 monster. Long live the Empire, the hope of the people. All this happened because an unexpected incident that could have led to the destruction of the empire was successfully resolved. Vul Zaha, looking around, noticed that it looked like a celebration even after so many people were injured and many died. Bakru replied, "Don't you understand? We haven't encountered level 4, so we have no idea what the situation was. It's like what it was like before, when monsters attacked people constantly and killed hundreds and thousands." Zaha agreed. The guy looked at the next table and noticed that the people who had encountered these monsters were emitting a completely different atmosphere. Zaka was surprised why the people from the kingdom were still staying in the empire. Baru had heard that they still had some work to do here. Looking around the tables, Zaka noticed Urian, who was wolfing down meat with gusto. The guy was surprised. He felt fine. Nodding towards Urian, Zaka asked if this brat hadn't encountered a level 4 monster. He seemed to be okay. Ella diligently fed her little brother, who was trapped under the rubble in the tower. And Urian did not refuse meat. The girl heard that the boy was crushed by a rock because of the monster, and she was very glad to see that her brother was okay. After swallowing his food, Urian remembered that Ella, like the others, was in danger. He answered her, "I'm glad you're safe too, sister." He said sadly, "I couldn't do anything. I tried to use an attack spell, but it was difficult and I failed." Ella reassured him. "Everything is fine, Urian. Don't blame yourself too much. You need to eat and gain energy." The young man agreed. They decided to eat with pleasure, because it was free food. Urian was happy. He managed to create the image of a weak student. Zaka remarked with disdain. "These brother and sister are so simple. Isn't it because they are commoners? How did they get into the Magic Academy?" The fire guy suddenly remembered that Bakru had fought a commoner, and Zaka envied him, as it had been easy to defeat him. Bakru flinched in surprise and stuttered as he answered Zaka. "Of course, it's easy." The young man laughed reluctantly, sweating. He knew that he had completely lost to this kid. Moreover, he didn't even really remember how exactly he lost and when he passed out. If it turns out that Baru lost to a commoner, he will be disgraced, so it is better to remain silent. But then Ryusei approached him. Sei said, "I heard the first one to reach the top was Urian, so she was worried that Baru might have been seriously hurt." Fool Zaha exclaimed, turning to Bar, "That she means that you lost to that small-time commoner. But how did that happen?" Baru muttered in horror. "No, I didn't lose. It must have been some kind of mistake. How could I lose to that weak commoner?" Ryusei asked Baru, "What are you talking about?" "Actually, the greatest power of the kingdom is the special student Urian. He cut off the head of a level 4 monster with his magic power, and Baru is completely fine after fighting such a person." "So in Ryusei's eyes, Baru is amazing." The guy sighed, right? "You can't even imagine how strong this boy is." Zaka exclaimed. "What are you saying? This small-time commoner is the greatest power in the kingdom. What kind of nonsense is this?" The fire guy suddenly burst out laughing, exclaiming, "Ryusei, for the first time in my life I heard a joke from you. Well, you went too far with that." Everyone saw information about him in the investigation materials. This snot-nosed commoner and orphan, a pathetic street foundling. Zaha was amazed at how Ryusei could joke about being the greatest power in the kingdom, and with such a serious face. The girl replied, "I don't know whether he deliberately hid his power to lull us into a false sense of security, or whether he had another reason." Ryusei leaned on the boy's table and quietly said that she herself had seen his strength. Moreover, he had saved her from death in that tower. Sitting down at the table, she explained that they had clearly lied, that the special student Urian could only heal and nothing more. The girl saw it with her own eyes when he appeared in the room where the 4th-level monster named Disease was. Urian's overwhelming magical power blew off the 4th-level monster's head, and the special student told him and Saruti to run. Zaka was stunned. It couldn't be. This little brat had cut off the head of a level 4 monster. It sounded completely implausible. Ryusei said that after cutting off the head of that monster, Urian told them, "Ah, that's all I got. It seems I can only heal." Zaha wondered what kind of stupid excuse this was. Ryusei nodded her head. But what he said at that moment was very strange. Urian wanted to make himself look like a fool who could only heal. That is, he tried to hide his offensive magical power. Baru wondered if this was the secret power the kingdom was researching. or if they were researching magic for use in wars. Ryusei explained to Baru, "That's why I was worried about you. But you're fine, even though your opponent was that same Urian." The girl looked at Bakru with respect and said that now she saw him in a completely different new light. He really turned out to be strong. The young man proudly declared, "I am from the elite class. Even though I lost, I fought." It was a lie. He didn't even remember how he lost consciousness. Zaha chuckled. "Baru, what you're trying to say is that there's a reason why you're ranked third in the elite class." Fire Guy asked Ryusei, "Who do you think would win if you and a special student fought in a match at a competition?" He was sure that her strength when she removed the blindfold from her eye was superior to Deus. Who would win in such a fight? She or Urian? Ryusei calmly replied, "I won't last even 10 minutes and I'll lose. Even though I have a talent that only appears once in 100 years. Zakad jumped up in surprise. He screamed in surprise. Could he really be that strong? It was simply unthinkable. It couldn't be. The fiery guy screamed so loudly that the townswomen glanced at him in fear, deciding that this young man had drunk too much and started to act up. Ryusei said thoughtfully, "If we have to fight on the battlefield, I won't be able to last longer than 3 minutes against Urian." Zaka was stunned, which means that if the team match had gone as planned earlier, without the tower, the Empire would have definitely lost the fight. Oh, Baru chuckled. Should we be grateful to the monsters who canceled this friendly competition with the kingdom? Ryusei told the guys, "Pretend you didn't hear what I said. Urian must have a good reason to hide his power." Urian, who happened to be passing by, overheard this conversation between the students of the Imperial Academy. This alerted him, and he chuckled. The young man greeted Ryusei in a friendly manner. "Oh, Bandage, we meet again." The girl shuddered in surprise. He heard everything. She quickly pulled herself together and greeted the special student with a smile. Urian said, "I'm glad you're okay." Ryusei thanked her and replied, "I'm also glad that you're okay. I was going to officially thank you in the morning after the events." She added, "Thanks to your sacrifice, I was able to save the princess." Urian smiled. "I'm glad everyone is safe." The young man looked at the boys and asked with interest what you were talking about. "You were making so much noise that even passers-by were looking at you." The frightened students assured Urian that they were just eating. They hardly talked about anything. It was just that the food was very tasty. Urian chewed the baked strawberries with gusto and looked at the Imperial students with interest, asking if this was really true. Suddenly from the street, Urian heard a frightened cry. Some man was shouting that it was blood. His friend was probably infected. The young man fell on the pavement and coughed. Blood was coming out of his mouth. His friend asked him with concern how he was feeling. The patient's friend cursed, saying, "You always have fits when you drink alcohol. Why did you drink so much?" A man shouted to passers-by to call a doctor. A person had become ill right on the street and needed immediate help. Passers-by were shouting, "He needs first aid! Someone, help him!" Maybe there is a healer nearby. Urian stopped eating his berries and headed towards the man coughing up blood. He really did need urgent help. The sick man's friend shouted at the boy to move away, but Urian ignored him and immediately applied his full healing. Passers-by froze, watching as the half-dead patient suddenly sparkled with the green, life-giving magic of a special healing. After a couple of seconds, the patient opened his eyes in surprise and silently looked around. He felt great. The bleeding had stopped. And then the one who had just been lying on the pavement shouted, "Bring more drinks, the great empire has won! Long live the emperor!" The guys were shocked. This was high-level attack and healing magic, meaning Urian wielded the most powerful spear and shield. And the young man calmly said, "I'm glad that I can at least use healing and help my friends and everyone around me," Urian said loudly. "If I couldn't heal others, I wouldn't be in the advanced class like all of you." Very talented guys. The guy looked at his hand and remarked that a good mage should be able to use attack magic. But I was really pathetic. Ryusei was confused. Is he testing me? She immediately replied to Urian, "If you try hard enough, you will definitely succeed." The young man smiled and thanked Ryusei. He still thought that everything was going as well as he had planned before. People on the streets of the Empire were having fun and shouting hooray, praising the great kingdom of Bahan and His Majesty the Great Emperor. The girl thoughtfully watched the joyful inhabitants of the empire from the palace window. She asked if this wasn't a funny situation. The beauty was perplexed. "I can't believe they are in the mood to celebrate when the city was just captured by those monsters." Zayalafdin objected that if we take only the results, then it was a victory for the people. Perhaps the emperor created an atmosphere of peace for the citizens. The girl chuckled. "This is called the victory of humanity. It's funny. And the emperor is actually quite stupid for a ruler." She noted bitterly that if I had been deployed instead of the imperial army, there would have been no casualties among the population. Then there would be no need to deceive people and protect them from something like this. Zayalafdin remained silent and did not argue with the heroine. It was one of the 4 immortals of the empire named Sekras. She was outraged why she was not sent against the monster. Zayalafdin replied, "They may have thought that the army and Haywan could stop it, but no one expected that 3 monsters would appear." Sekras chuckled. Haywan couldn't do anything at such an important moment. The knight was surprised she still hated Haywan. The girl snorted. She asked Zayalafdin to tell her more about Yuri Sung-kun. She heard that he was even stronger than Haywan. She asked the knight if this guy was probably the next hero. Zayalafdin replied that they didn't know anything about him yet. There is no understanding whether Yuri Sung-kun is their ally or enemy, and whether he is even human. No one has ever seen his face. The commander of the kingdom's knights looked at the closed door and said that they were probably discussing him there right now, and the girl agreed. The sudden invasion of 4th-tier monsters into a developed imperial city shocked the rulers of all mankind. This problem could not be covered up by simply saying that strong monsters had appeared, which meant that monsters could appear anywhere. This world still can't even accurately predict the weather, and in the current situation, it's impossible to predict how and where monsters will appear. That's why people gathered for an emergency meeting about the incident. It was a global, united defense council of people. The Emperor of the Kingdom of Bahan, Jenny Runs Alps, welcomed the guests and thanked them for their participation in this meeting. King Brehedin replied that humanity is currently in crisis, and we must work together to overcome it successfully. The Pope of the Holy Church, Armin Iris, suggested that everyone first pray before discussing such a situation and begin the meeting. Federal Republic President Munich Litron said it was an emergency. There were many casualties and ordinary people were affected. The emperor said that representatives of humanity have gathered here. It is necessary to determine the direction in which the council will take place. We can no longer put off the problem of the existence of terrible monsters that threaten humanity. They are holding this meeting in order to do everything possible for the peace and well-being of mankind. The priest nodded. Munich Litron raised his hand. The president of the Federal Republic wanted to express his opinion on this incident. The president, in a general's uniform, barked, "Then I'll say something first." The emperor glanced warily at the warlike Litron. After waiting for the floor, Munich Litron declared, "We declare war on all these monsters of different levels. We will destroy them." The president of the Free Republic opened the meeting. He said that he was very surprised by the appearance of monsters in the very center of the empire. The empire and the kingdom are the 2 greatest powers, and suddenly, 4th-level monsters suddenly appeared freely in the center of the city. This means that humanity can no longer prevent monsters from invading its territory. And this is very sad. We wonder about the reasons for the 4th-level monsters taking over the stadium, and whether the monsters may invade again in the future. Munich declared that as the president of a free country, I declare war on monsters. We will protect people from their lawlessness and evil. Munich Litron was confident that if his people stepped up their attacks, the monsters would at least not be able to attack civilians. King Brehedin asked Litron, "Do you mean to say that the best defense is a good offense? Do you want to attack monsters first?" The Pope of the Holy Church, Armin Eris, smiled. He liked the idea of this soldier going out to kill monsters on his own. The emperor replied, "I agree with you. If this is how citizens can be protected, other countries, including the empire, will support you with troops." Alps noted that people currently lack a hero, and attacking monsters without a hero is like digging a grave. In such a situation, talented soldiers would simply be senselessly sacrificed in the name of protecting people to no avail. Brehedin recalled that several years ago, a man who was called the greatest warrior was unable to kill a level 5 monster. After this incident, King Brehedin was not sure that ordinary soldiers could do much in battles with very strong monsters. Armin-Eras clapped his hands loudly and folded his hands in prayer. Everyone looked at the priest in surprise. He had not intervened until now. The father of the Holy Church tenderly stated that now, in such a difficult moment for people, we must pray fervently for the salvation of humanity. Litron snorted, and the priest continued. The only way to protect humanity from monsters is to wait for divine mercy. Think about our long history. Humans have always been weak. They have always lived in conditions where they were threatened by other races of the world. And every time this happened, God protected the people by giving them a hero and the strongest blessing so that humanity could live. Eris cried out to regain his heroic strength. The people have no choice but to spend the day in fervent prayers to the deity. Litron asked. Then the reason why the hero hasn't appeared yet is because they all haven't prayed enough. What nonsense. Or the saint wants to say that God will be upset and take back the power he gave if Eris does not pray enough. The father of the Holy Church grimaced with anger. He hissed at Litron. What did you say, pathetic atheist? All because of people like you. The emperor slammed his fist menacingly, calling on the old adversaries to stop squabbling during this important meeting. He said, I hope you both will put aside personal feelings for the sake of humanity. At least this meeting should pass without conflicts. Munich Litron said to the enraged Armin-Eras, I did not mean to blaspheme. I apologize if I accidentally offended you in any way. The Free Federal Republic was a country that had abolished the class system and was based primarily on the development of science. King Brehedin thought that these two were not on very good terms. How tiresome it all was. And they would even fight among themselves. The emperor said, Now I will tell you the real reason why I organized this meeting. Humanity has fallen into a trap. The monsters that invaded the empire and the kingdom did not appear overnight. They had been preparing for these attacks for a long time. King Brehedin asked the emperor to explain this in more detail. Everyone gathered here knows very well that monsters have existed for a long time. The emperor explained that there is one thing we have learned from that bloody incident with the 4th-level monsters. Investigation and comparison of all the facts showed that high-level monsters have a specific purpose in attacking people. And this goal is the divine blessing of Princess Saruti. King Brehedin shuddered in surprise. His daughter is in danger. The emperor said, Remember when the first level 4 monster appeared in the kingdom? During the first-year exam? And this time, the monsters appeared during the first-year team competition. And they knew in advance where Saruti was. Exams, competitions, every time 4th-level monsters appeared, students quickly ran away in fear. The monsters appeared when there were few people around the princess, Litron asked. So there was an information leak. King Brehedin looked confused. Did this mean that someone was constantly informing the monsters of his daughter's whereabouts? Armin-Eras summed it up. In other words, there is a spy who has betrayed humanity, is close to the princess, and is working for the enemy. Munich Litron doubted this. How could a person transmit information to monsters? This was an unrealistic assumption. Nonsense. Eris explained that there is a possibility that he is not human. Perhaps he is now in human form and hiding among people. The emperor announced that their empire had managed to find out who the spy was. Brehedin let out a worried gasp and stared at Jenny Rune. The ruler of Bahan exclaimed, This is Yuri Song-kun. He is a spy who betrayed humanity and helped monsters attack people. King Brehedin stared at the emperor in surprise. He had completely different information about this knight who helped people. The straightforward Munich Litron was shocked by the news. Everyone knew that 2 of the 3 monsters that had taken over the stadium had been killed by Yuri Song-kun. The father of the Holy Church remained silent. Such conclusions were to his advantage. Now there was a person who could be made responsible for everything. The emperor saw doubt in their faces and said, The king knows when his youngest daughter, Princess Saruti, was first threatened. Brehedin replied that the princess was first threatened during the final entrance exam to the Royal Academy of Magic. The emperor said that according to the information, Yuri Saruti was threatened by monsters and also appeared during the competition, but he failed and monsters intervened. Litron objected. I heard that Yuri Sung-kun is a hero who defeated monsters. The ruler of the kingdom of Bahan frowned and suggested that the head of the Free Federal Republic think about it some more. On the ground floor, the imperial student Ryu Se managed to evacuate the princess from a dangerous place right under the monster's nose. At the same time, the imperial army was on the verge of invading the stadium from outside to rescue people and resolve the situation. If Yuri Sung-kun really was a hero who defeated fourth-tier monsters, what reason did he have to hide? Armin Eros added, "From what I heard, Yuri Sung-kun's strength seemed to be completely different. He was definitely not a human, and it is completely blasphemous to call oneself absolute. Only God is absolute. There is only one great one. We must remember this," Bredheden thought. A country where people believe that those who are directly given power by God can be considered superior. The emperor pulled Eros up short. He was diverting the conversation, he meekly said. "God's mercy will get rid of the enemy of the people, Yurisanka." The ruler of Bakan quipped, "Oh, if the god comes forward, we will have nothing to worry about." Eros suggested moving on to another matter. The priest warned us in a soothing tone that we must not allow ourselves to be deprived of the blessing given to us by God himself, the super talent. Armin Eros believed that for this reason, Princess Saruti should be under the reliable protection of our Holy Mercy Empire. Turning to the king, the cunning priest stammered that, of course, she would be provided with the best living conditions. King Bredheden frowned. He didn't like this slippery type, the Pope of the Holy Church, who also intended to take his daughter to himself. Armin Eros, with a sweet, endearing smile, looked expectantly at the great ruler, hoping that he would give up the princess to him. Bredheden thanked her and declined, saying that the princess would be kept in the castle under 24-hour guard by strong knights. Eros smiled even wider. "Then please send student Jurian to our seminary as an exchange student. His healing ability is amazing. Perhaps his healing talent is another skill given to him by God." King Bredheden replied evasively that they would think about it at their internal meeting in the kingdom and at the Magic Academy. At the meeting, it was decided to organize a world allied force to prepare for anything that threatens humanity. A week later, Alspred of the World Allied Forces announced to Jurian that he had been selected for his outstanding talent to join the honorary army. He will be training as a reservist for the next 2 weeks. And the guy was very surprised why children were being drafted into the army. Alspred grimaced. "You are a soldier in name only. This is done for the purpose of identifying and training talents. You will not go to the battlefield." The Duke said contemptuously, "You have nothing to worry about. You will never be called up as a reserve soldier," and tore up the order. The World Alliance was created to protect the future of humanity, and only the best talents can join it. Urian looked at the pompous Alspred in surprise. He didn't understand what kind of forces these were, and why they were trying to shove him into them. The Duke concluded that such a young man clearly did not fit into a place like this. There must have been some kind of mistake. The envoy of the World Allied Forces saw Urian's black brooch and realized that he was a commoner and could not be talented. Alspred said, "I will inform you that the entry was cancelled due to lack of talent." The delighted Jurian thanked the Duke. The recruiter looked at the young man in surprise. He was stunned. Did this kid really not regret anything? Since this was the most prestigious place, Urian thought, "I will never do such unpleasant things as joining the World Allied Forces. I need to lower my notoriety." Hearing Alspred's conclusion, Armin Eros was shocked. Was he really serious? And why did he assume that the boy was untalented? Alspred explained that recommending a commoner to the World Allied Forces, "With all due respect to you, it was simply ridiculous. The higher the status, the more magical power a person is born with, and the lower the status, the less magical power all people have. Magical power is a gift from God, and status is given by God himself. It is strange that His Holiness showed interest in a commoner." The Pope of the Holy Church, Armin Eros, interrupted Duke Alspred's fiery speech about how such a commoner was not worthy of attention. Eros explained that Jurian was noticeably different from other commoners. He was incredibly talented and needed by the Holy Church. "This young man has the gift of instant, complete healing. Nothing like this has ever happened in the world before. Many do not believe it. The Holy Church's mages work hard on their research, but it doesn't even come close to Urian's talent. The healing he demonstrated completely changed what magicians had been studying. It was like magic from another universe, another world. If we talk about healing, then this is magic that is centuries ahead of the magic of the church. Humanity has already encountered something similar. The appearance of a hero and the appearance of a blessing. A power like a miracle appeared overnight. It is an instant, complete healing. A stunned Alsprit listened with his mouth open to the head of the Holy Church. Now he understood how wrong he had been in relying on the brooch. Armin Eris calmly approached Duke Alsprit, who must go to the kingdom of Rarenta and correct his mistake. The priest said, "We must make Jurien a citizen of our blessed nation. All the gifts of the gods must be ours." Taking the Duke by the shoulders, Eris explained that the World Allied Forces would initiate this, and you must enroll the young man in these forces. The Duke was perplexed, even though His Holiness said so. But I will allow myself to disagree with him. This Jurien is suspicious. Alsprit decided that if I saw him and he was not up to par, I would immediately refuse to enlist him in the force without any hesitation. Hearing that the World Forces enrollment was cancelled due to lack of talent, Jurien exclaimed, "Yes, please cancel it!" Duke Alsprit was shocked. This commoner does not regret anything, and does not even ask that this decision, which is honorable for him, not be cancelled. The young man rushed forward, and the Duke shouted after him, "Wait a minute, please! Wait, answer! Why don't you want this?" The Duke asked Jurien, who had already run away, "You surely understand what it means to be elected to the World Allied Forces?" The guy looked questioningly at Alsprit. He didn't know what the World Allied Forces were. He evasively answered that he had heard. The young man said with a smile, "I know my place very well. A person like me is not suitable for this. There are probably aristocrats there." Duke Alsprit was puzzled. He didn't even know what to answer. This boy really wasn't like other commoners. He chuckled. Perhaps I was wrong, and this young man really is worthy of being in the ranks of the World Allied Forces of people. Faced with a position everyone dreams of, the guy maintained his composure even after insulting words were directed at him. With magic centuries ahead of its time and deep self-control, his capabilities are truly great. The Duke declared that you had passed the test, Jurien, not just as a student, but as the chosen guardian of humanity by God himself. The solemn day has arrived for young recruits from all over the world to enter the training camp of the World Allied Forces. The instructor informed the young soldiers that the induction ceremony would be held in this mansion, so please come in. The boys were greeted by Kiren, born in a great empire and chosen to serve in the World Allied Forces as an instructor. Siren's role was to nurture young talents who would lead humanity into battle in the near future. And Sirene's boss was none other than the beautiful Sekras, who bore the honorary title of the Immortal Empire of the Kingdom of Bahan. Immortal Imperial Knight Sekras was the commander of the Human World Allied Forces training camp. Sekras carefully watched the young warriors who arrived at the mansion, her attention immediately drawn to the saddened Jurien. The girl was surprised to be elected to the World Allied Forces. And yet, how could one look at it with such astonishing contempt? Jurien really didn't understand why he was here. He was supposed to be modest and inconspicuous, the weakest student, a commoner. Isn't this place meant only for the best of the best? Why then was he suddenly dragged here? Where did it all go wrong? Maybe it's all because of that guy, Chris. Ever since Jurien defeated him to find out his power level, he's been shining. Entering the mansion, the young man sighed heavily. He just needed to make sure that he was kicked out due to lack of talent or something else. Jurien's mood couldn't have been worse. He was taken away from the Magic Academy where he dreamed of studying and separated from his little sister. But then the guy looked up and froze in surprise. A smile played in his eyes. He saw something that always pleased his eyes. In the huge hall, luxurious tables were set. They were bursting with various dishes. Jurien immediately froze in delight. What a sight! Chefs in snow-white uniforms conjured up sweets and desserts, beautifully arranging fruits and pastries and decorating cakes. The young man was delighted. Perhaps this place would not be as bad as he had thought at the very beginning when he had just arrived. And the table with meat and seafood delicacies took Jurien's breath away. Such beauty made the guy's mouth run. Looking around, Jurien tried to figure out if this was a banquet. Many people here seemed to know each other. There were even friends. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud voice. "Welcome to all those who are the future of humanity." The guy looked around questioningly. At the top of the wide staircase stood a warrior. He introduced himself. I am Kythiotis, responsible for conducting this training for the youth. Kythiotis explained to the boys that he was from the nation of God's grace and also served as the commander of the Holy Knights. And the listeners began to whisper. Urian chuckled. It seems that this Kythiotis is about the same level as teacher Hae-won, which means he is a pretty strong guy. The knight said, "We will put your safety above all else, and anyone who poses a threat will be punished in the name of God." Come to think of it, teacher Hae-won is quite remarkable. She must have been one of the strongest humans in the past. Kythiotis explained that the training would last 2 weeks, but I would appreciate it if you would treat it like a social party. Deo smiled. I like all of this very much. His opponent Baga Nuzag frowned. And why did the guy suddenly become so pleased? The knight said, "You are all talents who will save humanity and become good comrades saving each other on the battlefield." Kythiotis raised his goblet and exclaimed, "Now please enjoy the banquet. You all should try to become friends." The knight invited everyone to raise their cups to all of humanity, to peace, and in the name of God. The boys in the hall responded with approving noises. The cooks moved quietly around the room, constantly refreshing the dishes, clearing away the dishes, and setting out new dishes for the young people. A mountain of empty, dirty plates instantly rose in front of Urian, and he devoured the food with astonishing speed and appetite. The young man was delighted. It was amazing. He had never tasted such delicious dishes in this life or in the past, and there was so much of everything. Suddenly, Urian heard a familiar voice behind him. The girl noticed that he was eating with such amazing energy, the guy gasped. Ryusei stood in front of him. The young man exclaimed, "It can't be." The girl smiled. "I knew you would definitely be chosen too." She explained with a smile that the dishes here are always prepared in real time by famous chefs from around the world. Urian, looking at the leg with gusto, said, "I was planning to leave early, but the food is so delicious that it's worth taking seriously." Ryusei was amazed to find herself in a position that everyone dreams of and gives all their strength for, simply because of food. She asked thoughtfully if this meant that being truly strong did not mean being tied to any position. At that moment, a guy approached the girl and exclaimed, "Oh, headband! You must be the famous Ryusei from the Bahan Empire." The guy introduced himself. "I'm Shinchan. It's a great honor for me to meet a genius who appears only once every 100 years. Shinchan looked questioningly at Ryusei. She didn't answer him. He was surprised why she was ignoring him and talking to that runt. Ryusei replied casually to Shinchan, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in weak people. So go your own way and leave me alone." The guy laughed as I heard, "You are funny. And who could it be next to you? Whom do you consider strong and worthy of communication?" The young man took a break from another delicious meat dish and introduced himself. "I am Urian from the kingdom of Reirenta. Nice to meet you." Shinchan thought. Urian from the kingdom. And so you are that very special student from the advanced class of the Magic Academy. The guy asked Ryusei if she wanted to join them at their table. Their table had even more delicious dishes than here. Urian perked up and exclaimed, "Oh, I want to go with you too. What kind of exquisite dishes do you have there? I have to try them. It's a banquet," Shinchan shouted indignantly. "How dare a commoner, shunned by God, ask for such a thing? Be glad you were allowed here at all." The guy added, "I don't know how you got here, but I hope you will behave in a manner befitting your status." Urian grinned. "Thank you for saying that." Shinchan stated that only the best of the best, geniuses among geniuses from all over the world, the future leaders of people, gather in this place. As they grow up, everyone will achieve their goals in different areas, and they were all given time to communicate in such a wonderful place. Shinchan felt that wasting such precious time on a commoner was too much, and he persistently called Ryusei to come with him. The guy wanted to introduce Ryusei to his friends, who would greet her warmly, but the girl was irritated by this clingy guy. She rather abruptly told Shinchan that she felt the same interest in him and all his friends as a newborn baby does in magic. Shinchan was taken aback. What was he supposed to understand? Didn't the girl really want to meet the best representatives of the country's aristocracy? The guy laughed. "Miss Ryusei, you may have the greatest talent, but it seems you lack insight." He asked the girl if she thought that he, Shinchan, was worse than such a commoner, while Urian was consuming mayaso. Ryusei replied calmly, Whether you ignore Urian or not, the choice is yours. But there is something you should consider. The girl said, "Let me give you one piece of advice. If you let your guard down, you can quickly lose your head too." Shinchan snorted derisively. "Sorry, yes, I will be careful. I can't lose my beautiful head. Many girls like it." While the others were arguing, Jurian was tucking into his food. There was a plate of delicious, juicy meat in sauce in front of him, and he was eating with pleasure. The young man couldn't understand why everyone was just talking and leaving their food untouched, when everything here was so amazingly delicious. Urian decided that he would eat with pleasure. But suddenly someone else stuck a fork into his piece of meat, and the young man was very surprised. He looked up and looked in surprise at the one who decided to take his piece of meat. It was strange because there was a lot of food around. Some young man, clearly not an aristocrat, stubbornly stuck his fork into the same piece as Urian and looked at him defiantly, testing his reaction. Then the stranger jerked his fork sharply, literally tearing the piece from Urian's hand, and sent it into his mouth. The young man was amazed at such audacity. Urian looked questioningly at the guy, trying to understand what just happened, whether he was provoking him into a fight or showing him something. The unfamiliar young man chewed a piece of meat that had been torn from Urian and looked at him insolently, as if to say, "That's it. It was yours. Now it's mine." Urian stuck his fork into another piece of meat, wondering what was wrong with this guy. Was there not enough meat on all these tables? Or was he looking for a fight? But a second later, the young man had already forgotten about the incident and happily brought the next piece of meat to his mouth, intending to enjoy the dish. Unexpectedly, this piece of meat was also stolen by a strange boy, and this time, he almost literally tore the meat out of Urian's mouth. The young man was stunned. This was sheer impudence. This boy was clearly provoking him with this kind of behavior. Well, he had to answer him. Urian looked at the impudent fellow in surprise, wondering why he was acting like this. Was he just a bully, or did he have some kind of perverted entertainment? And the stranger demonstratively chewed the meat torn from Urian, showing that he could do nothing with it. The meat had already been eaten. Urian didn't like this at all. Tasty meat was something almost sacred to him, and then a piece was brazenly ripped out of his mouth. The stranger, having swallowed the meat, remarked that it was not really that tasty. He just wanted to take these pieces of meat from under your very nose. Urian was amazed that this bastard didn't want to eat at all. He just wanted to have fun by taking away his coveted pieces of meat. This is something that needs to be punished. Urian's anger flared up. For no apparent reason, this kid decided to ruin such a wonderful evening. The stranger, looking intently at Urian, demonstratively stuck his fork into the last piece of meat in sauce lying on the plate. He picked up a piece and pulled it towards his mouth. Urian could not help but respond to such a challenge. He frowned and quickly decided what he should do. Meanwhile, the unfamiliar boy opened his mouth wide, getting ready to shove in the last juicy piece that Urian wanted to eat. The young man released only 5% of his power to teach the impudent man a lesson, but not to harm him, because they would have to become a team. The thief, meanwhile, put his fork in his mouth, getting ready to start demonstratively chewing the last appetizing piece from the plate. But this time the provocation failed. Closing his mouth, the boy suddenly discovered that there was no meat left on his fork. The fork was empty. He opened his mouth in surprise and pulled out an empty fork. The stranger tried to understand how and when the piece of meat had disappeared from his fork. The young man looked up at Urian, who had that very last piece of very juicy meat from the plate on his fork. Urian, looking intently at the strange opponent, demonstratively bit off a piece of meat and began to chew it. The meat was very juicy. The stranger's mouth fell open in surprise, and he watched with regret as Urian chewed the meat that he already considered his prized prey. After biting off a piece of meat, Urian calmly placed the rest on his plate, intending to finish it after he had calmly chewed and swallowed it. The unfamiliar young man did not take his eyes off the bitten piece of meat. It seemed that for him there was nothing more delicious in the world. Magic was barely visible flowing from Urian's eyes. He understood perfectly well that the young man would try to get even, and he was completely prepared for this. The stranger's eyes also oozed magic. He had no intention of giving up the last piece of meat, as if the tables around him weren't bursting with food. Urian stuck his fork into the half-eaten piece, intending to finish it despite all the tricks of the strange, unfamiliar boy. He immediately stuck his fork into the piece and quickly pulled it into his mouth, showing that he would quickly take and eat this very meat. The guy put his fork in his mouth, and only then realized that something was wrong. His face reflected genuine surprise at why he had no meat. Urian smiled and mockingly asked his opponent, "Well, it's delicious, isn't it? You should eat more vegetables." The young man opened his mouth in confusion. On his tongue, instead of a juicy piece of meat in the sauce, lay an onion, taken from the same plate and deftly replaced. Urian laughed. "And I will eat this meat. It is actually quite tasty. I really like meat cooked in a spicy sauce." And on the tongue of the confused Johnny there still lay a curled-up onion feather. The young man's face darkened from resentment and such humiliation. The enraged boy spat out the bow, and at the same moment the hairpins on it began to glow. The enraged youth began to radiate strong energy. Urian watched the boy with interest. He seemed to be quite strong. But this was the first time in his life he had seen such strange strength. Having enjoyed the meat, Urian licked his lips and continued to look at his angry opponent in the fight for a juicy piece of meat on the plate. But then an older guy approached the stranger and looked angrily at the younger one. Realizing that he was releasing magical power, he stopped him. The elders slapped the boy on the back of the head and asked in surprise, "Are you really that stupid that you're going to use that here?" The guy said, "You'll destroy the building. Your skill isn't perfect yet. I told you to use it only when you need strength." Johnny from the Free Federal Republic said with resentment that he really needed the power because he wanted to eat meat. Arini, who came from the same country, noticed that there was also a lot of meat on other tables, and there was no need to fight over some piece of meat, Johnny noted with regret. But the most delicious meat is the one you take from the strong, and the rest is definitely not so tasty. Urian smiled and looked questioningly at the boy. This idea seemed interesting to him. Now he understood the essence of the entertainment, Shinchan said arrogantly. When various insignificant individuals raise their voices here, it greatly spoils the atmosphere of the holiday. Arini frowned and angrily asked the arrogant aristocrat, "What did you just say? Are you talking about us? You're probably asking for trouble." Shinchan shrugged. "Sorry, sometimes even the obvious truth shouldn't be said out loud." "Well, it's not like I'm lying now." Urian and the Free Republic citizens turned to Shinchan, who was trying his best to impress Ryusei. Shinchan stated that he was very worried. The lowborn and commoners had destroyed the divine order, and a commoner had ascended to the throne. The nobleman was sure that the moment of the country's fall was just around the corner. Johnny's body sparkled with magic, and Shinchan's words deeply touched him. He exclaimed, "Our president is an outstanding man, and you should not speak so carelessly about him just because you have a mouth." Arini smiled. "I am also worried. If you sit with your hands folded like dogs waiting for their master, you will never make progress." He added, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm sincerely worried about you people who know nothing but to always pray to God." Shinchan was shocked by the disrespectful behavior of the Free Republic residents. What these commoners allowed themselves here. The aristocrat barked at Arini, "Come on, I will judge you in the name of God." And he replied with a smile, "Fine, I wanted to trample you anyway." Sikras, who suddenly appeared in the hall, smiled. "Yes, come out. Let's check what you can really do, young talents of the world." The immortal heroine of the great Bahan Empire pointed her finger at the 5 boys and ordered, "Assign these 5 to the first squad." Among those Sekras pointed out, the first was Ryusei. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise, wondering why she was the one who attracted attention. The second was the arrogant aristocrat Shinchan, who tried to humiliate the commoners and show himself to be very cool in front of the proud Ryusei. The third member of the squad turned out to be Arini from the Free Republic. He looked at the head of this training camp with bewilderment. The fourth to join the squad was a young lover of other people's meat, Johnny from the Free Republic. The young man tried to understand what all this meant. Well, the fifth was Urian. He couldn't understand at all who this girl was and why she was giving orders here, but he still wisely kept quiet. Johnny asked in confusion. "This seems to be the immortal hero Circus, the leader of this camp." Urian was surprised. "What does immortal mean?" Arini replied to Jurian, "This is a title created by the emperor, as everyone knows. The duty of a hero is to work for the good of all people, regardless of the country. But from a diplomatic point of view, the country that has a hero has an advantage. The previous hero was Hai-One from the kingdom. To avoid inconvenience, the empire created an immortal. The emperor decided that 4 immortal heroes are much stronger than an ordinary hero. Kithiotis reported that the first squad was assembled. He asked his comrade Sekras what she was going to do with these young soldiers. The girl smiled in response. As I already said, these 5 will be assigned to the first squad, and I will personally train the first squad. All the guys present in the hall looked up in surprise at the beautiful Sekras, then looked at those she had chosen for the squad. Kithiotis smiled. Well, I understand. In the end, no one can object to your decision, but please be gentle with them. Sekras replied that it would largely depend on how the young soldiers perform. Everyone knows that I am a haystack, but very fair. All the boys chosen by the camp leader went into the forest. The trainer asked if all the soldiers from the first detachment had gathered here. The girl said, as I mentioned earlier, my name is Sekras, and I will be training you for the next 2 weeks at this camp. Well, enough talking about minor, insignificant details. First of all, it will be necessary to choose the commander of this detachment. Arini asked who would be the squad leader. Johnny suggested that Miss Sekras would choose the strongest among them. The head of the training camp warned the guys that over the next 2 weeks, the first squad needed to remember the most important things. The strong become winners, the weak become losers, and there is no place for losers here at all. Only heroes should remain here. Our goal is to bring together geniuses from different countries and develop teamwork. The intensity of training at this camp will be moderate. They hadn't originally planned to kick anyone out, but that would have been boring, and Sekras would make sure the extras were weeded out anyway. So, the test to select the squad leader will begin right now. Sekras really hoped that all the guys are ready to pass this test and win. Urian asked in confusion. This wouldn't be a mortal duel. The young man didn't want to show his abilities right away. Shinchan giggled joyfully. He could already clearly see himself as the commander of the first squad, which would be trained by the immortal Sekras herself. He quietly turned to Ryusei, who was standing next to him, and said that the commander would be chosen from among them, the aristocrats. That was absolutely certain. And the commander will be the strongest person. Shinchan said that he certainly respects Ryusei very much, but he is definitely much stronger than her. The guy smiled, saying that he wanted to avoid unnecessary quarrels. He asked if she agreed with him becoming the squad leader. Ryusei didn't answer Shinchan. She asked Urian if the special student was aiming for the position of commander of this squad. Urian looked at the girl in surprise and replied, No, of course. I'm too weak for this. Let someone else take this place. Ryusei smiled good-naturedly. Well, if you say so, then so be it. She understood that Urian had no intention of showing his strength. Arini calmly told the squad members, If we are talking about the most of all, none of you can lay claim to this place of honor, and neither can I. The guy looked at the lover of stolen meat and seriously declared that the strongest of all those present was young Johnny. Sekras laughed. All the guys in the squad are so funny, it's just hard to hold back from laughing. This is because they are all still very young. She explained to everyone that there was no need for them to fight each other. Sekras would choose the commander herself after checking everyone's background. And as Kithiotis said, they will all become comrades who will protect each other in the future when the time comes to fight. So, dividing people by nationality and status is strictly prohibited. Now they all exist as the first detachment of reservists. Sekras took out her flower-shaped magic wand and announced that we would begin a simple sparring match to choose a commander. Arini was surprised. Sparring? Would they really have to fight with the immortal Sekras herself? It was clear that they would all lose to her. The girl explained, I don't know who you are and what strength you have, but when we cross swords, I will be able to understand it. So after a simple sparring, the leader of the first squad will be chosen. The head of the camp asked who wants to try first. Shinchan whispered in confusion. Sparring with an immortal was too much. Ryusei remained silent. She was interested in trying her hand. No one dared to take the risk. And then, a young resident of the Free Federal Republic took a step forward. He wanted to try. Johnny timidly said that he would go first, because someone had to start this testing for the title of Reserve Squad Leader. Seeing the young man's confusion, Sekras reassured him that there was no need to be so afraid. It was just a test, and none of them would be injured. Johnny calmly replied that he wasn't afraid and took out some unusual device. Everyone looked closely at the boy. The young man turned some handle and his device began to spin, buzzing strangely. Sekras watched everything with interest. The device began to unfold, turning into something resembling a portable chainsaw with many levers. Finally, all the parts fell into place. The guys heard a quiet click. The weapon from the Free Republic was ready for use. Johnny took the greatly enlarged object in his hand and looked at the head of the training camp. He was waiting for her signal to spar. Sekras noted with a smile, "You even have a portable sword. That's very good, although it looks rather unusual for a weapon." She suggested that the young man begin the first stage of testing his skills. This is the simplest trial stage to understand the situation. The girl lightly pushed off the ground. She did not accelerate, but simply moved forward towards the young man with an unusual weapon in her hands. Running up to Johnny, Sekras lightly hit his weapon with her staff. The young man withstood the blow without even taking a single step back. Sekras and Johnny crossed their weapons, finding themselves face to face. The immortal heroine watched how the boy would behave. She had heard a lot about the warriors of the Free Republic, where they did not rely on birth, only on talent, and used science. Johnny, who came from a simple family, looked calmly at the girl. In his country, he was considered one of the most promising. He pulled one of the levers, and suddenly the blade of his weapon began to spin. Golden sparks began to shine on the blade. He aimed the weapon. As soon as the blade touched Sekras's staff, it began to crumble, shreds flying from the scarlet flower on top of the staff. Sekras shuddered in surprise. She had never seen such a strange action before. What kind of strange sword was this that cut like that? She jumped back to save the magic wand. The young man from the Free Republic definitely won this stage. He did well. The girl asked if we continued, I would be cut, right? This sword is fascinating, although it does not look very sharp. Johnny explained that when you cut something, sharpness is not the only thing that matters for a good result. Sekras chuckled. Very interesting, she asked. This is probably what you in your unusual country call science. Irini smiled broadly and stated, "Keep in mind, the transition from magic to knowledge is just around the corner, and soon it will become the standard of power." The boy was sure that magical talents would soon become archaic, and scientists studying the secrets of science would rule everything. Sekras didn't go into any further polemics and suggested that Johnny move on to the second stage of their testing, and then rushed forward again. Johnny thought with confusion that the head of the training camp had become even faster, making it increasingly difficult for him to keep track of her. Before he could look back, Sekras appeared right in front of him, threatening to attack him, magical power now flowing from her eyes. At the third stage, the young man did not have time to notice how she appeared behind him and delivered a light blow. Only then did he realize where she was. In the fourth stage of the text, Johnny was able to repel Sekras's attack by hitting the staff with a beam. The girl dodged and continued to attack. The young man realized that it wasn't just a matter of speed, but also of strength. With each new stage of attack, Sekras became more and more powerful, while Johnny managed to react and fight back, and sometimes even attacked the inspector himself. She smiled cheerfully and dodged. The young man was afraid to hit the immortal heroine with full force, because he was afraid of injuring her, which would definitely cause trouble. The fifth stage of the test began. Sekras's aura flared up. She released enough power. Now everyone saw how strong the girl was. Johnny looked ahead in confusion. He didn't understand where she had suddenly disappeared to, because she had just been ahead and was walking straight towards him. Silence fell over the forest clearing. Only a leaf quietly broke away from a branch and smoothly descended to the ground. All the boys tensed up and waited. Sekras gently tapped Johnny on his shaggy head with her staff and said, "Good, well done. Who wants to test their strength next?" The young man objected in confusion. "Wait, but I haven't shown even half of my real skills yet. Let's continue the test." The girl laughed. "I told you it was a simple test. Save your real skills for next time. They will come in handy." Next up was Irini from the Free Republic. He was much bigger than Johnny and was also considered a young talent in the country. He told Sekras that he might not be as strong as young Johnny, but he would show what he was capable of. There was no doubt about that. Irini passed the first stage of testing calmly, like his younger compatriot, repelling a light frontal attack from Sekras. The second stage was more difficult for him. The girl began to move faster and attack with more force, and her magic was also stronger. During the third stage of the test, Arini received a painful blow that made him cry out, but he still repelled the attack. In the fourth stage, Sekras hit him on the head, which meant his loss and the end of the test. Arini was very upset. The guy thought bitterly that starting from the third stage, it was difficult for him to even react to attacks. And then he didn't even notice it. Arini frankly didn't understand how Johnny had managed to reach the fifth stage. But despite this, it was clear that the young man was disappointed. Shin-chan giggled, noticing how cute it all was. Arnie growled, "What did you say, idiot?" He added, "Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you." Shin-chan of Divine Grace arrogantly told the boys, "Look carefully at what the power of magic bestowed by God means." But in the fourth stage of the test, the arrogant guy was hit on the head with a rod and sent back to his place. Arini told the upset aristocrat that he had seen his level and his skills were far from impressive. There were stronger ones. Arini chuckled with a smile. "My thoughts are this. God must really love everyone and doesn't give any special treatment to nobles. After all, whether it's Arini, who doesn't really believe in God, or Shin-chan, a fanatic gifted with magic, they all seem similar." Sekras turned to the girl, asking if she was probably Ryusei from the Bahan Empire. The immortal heroine had heard a lot about the student. She told Ryusei that she was looking forward to seeing her. She couldn't wait to see her power, a talent that only manifested itself once every 100 years. Sekras ordered Ryusei to get ready. She knew that the girl in front of her was not a weak girl, and these tests would be much more interesting. Ryusei passed the first 4 stages of testing without any problems, easily repelling the attacks of the camp leader and even attacking her. Sekras announced the 5th stage of the tests and attacked the girl with her flaming staff. This was already a powerful attack. Ryusei lowered her head. This time she needed all her strength, and she decided to remove the protective bandage from her right powerful eye. When she raised her head, the protective bandage on her right eye was no longer there, and her eyes flashed in response to the magical attack. A deafening magical explosion was heard, the result of Ryusei's super attack that Urien had already seen in the magic tower. Johnny and Arini's mouths dropped open in surprise. Who would have thought that this quiet girl was so extremely strong in battle? Sekras smiled happily. This eye, she had heard about it. It was cursed, wasn't it? That's why she was first in the ranking. And Ryusei prepared for a new attack. Concentrating magical power in her fist, the girl was ready to deliver a new blow. Magical power blazed around the girl. Of all the squad members participating in the testing, she was the strongest so far. Sekras asked in surprise what it was. Did Ryusei really still have the strength for new attacks after that explosion? This is amazing power. Arini asked if she had beaten the 5th stage. Johnny snorted. If I use my engine, I can go to the 100th stage. The head of the training camp announced that from the 6th stage onwards, this is already considered the ability of a high-ranking knight. Sekras announced the 6th stage of testing. The clearing burst into flames, and the power of the attacks became significantly stronger. Ryusei prepared herself. Now she used both her fiery eyes. In this state, not everyone could withstand her blow. Urien, who was watching the fight, thought that it looked interesting, but did he want to take the first step on this combat path? Ryusei took a fighting stance, and Sekras prepared to attack. This girl seemed very promising to the instructor. Shin-chan noticed that it seemed like Ryusei's result was the highest record at the moment. She was the strongest in their squad, so stage 6 has begun. If Ryusei passes it, she will be able to become an advanced knight. And at her age, this is simply amazing. The girl concentrated. She knew very well that the immortal Sekras loved to move and attack with astonishing speed. And indeed, almost instantly, the instructor's magic wand appeared right in front of Ryusei's nose. This is dangerous. But the girl dodged, jumped back and blocked this quick attack. She moved fast enough not to lose the fight. As soon as Ryusei jumped back, Circus was already behind her and tried to attack the girl with a magic wand from behind. Shin-chan was surprised. Circus split into 2. Arini grinned. Look carefully, you fool. She attacks with incredible speed. Ryusei reacted and dodged. Then Sekras turned in the direction Ryusei dodged and attacked again. The boys were sure that it was impossible to react to such a lightning-fast attack, and the girl would definitely lose to Sekras. Suddenly, the instructor dealt a painful blow to Ryusei's elbow. The girl winced in pain, meaning that injuries were still possible. Sekras's magic wand slashed across Ryusei's striking arm as the instructor attempted to incapacitate the overly powerful student. Johnny, who was watching the sparring closely, exclaimed that Ryusei was able to parry this attack as well, despite its speed. Sekras laughed. Ryusei was able to block a sixth-stage attack. It's really impressive, she thought. No one could. Sekras had a feeling that Ryusei had the abilities of an advanced knight. She was truly a rare genius. The instructor was looking forward to seeing what Ryusei would become when she grew up. She would surely bring glory to her native Bahan Empire. Urien smiled. Well, the eye patch was fine, but she could fight a little better than she did now. Sekras praised Ryusei and said that at this stage she can stop. She understands her abilities and level of power. Moreover, with such an arm, it would be difficult to continue the fight. The girl's left arm was already moving poorly due to the blow she had received. The instructor looked down. I actually said it was just a simple test, and still used a little of my power. She recommended seeing a doctor. Although there shouldn't be any serious injuries, Ryusei asked Sekras to continue. She asked Sei to call her instructor and promised to make sure she controlled her power better next time. Ryusei did not leave the field. She again turned to the instructor. The girl really wanted to continue sparring with the immortal hero. She exclaimed, "Let's carry out the 7th stage, please." Ryusei's aura flared. There was enormous power hidden within it. Sekras looked at the girl in surprise. After Hei won, she was very jealous of girls with great strength, and Ryusei remembered her recent escape from the tower from a level 4 monster and thought that she was tired of running away from the strong ones. Clenching her fist, the girl prepared to deliver an absolute magical blow to the instructor, to show how strong she had become. But Sekras said imperatively, "Stop. We need to stop now. Ryusei has shown herself well enough, and very well at that." The instructor warned the girl that if she didn't stop now, she would simply get unnecessary injuries, which was completely unnecessary. Sekras assured the upset girl that next time she would give her another chance to show off her amazing talents. Urien realized that it was now his turn to take the test. So he stepped out of line and headed towards a very upset Ryusei. When they drew level, the young man told her that she was doing well. It seemed that during this time she had become even stronger. It was very impressive. Ryusei stopped. An idea suddenly occurred to her. For some reason, she really wanted to annoy the immortal heroine at least a little. She said, "Special student, I'm sorry to ask this, but could you please show your true strength during this test?" The girl suddenly realized that she still lacked the courage to manifest the gigantic magical power inherent within her. The young man smiled and asked Ryusei to simply call him Urien, and not special student, so that it would be much easier for everyone. The girl remained silent. If you think about it, she has no friends at all. Everyone at the Magic Academy is terribly afraid of her because they are weaker than her. Sekras asked the young man if he was probably the last one. Urien confirmed and thanked the instructor for choosing him for this squad. Shin-chan whistled contemptuously. The sight of this commoner caused a strange feeling in him, but he despised him with all his heart. Arini pulled him back. He laughingly apologized that he shouldn't have laughed, but he still couldn't help but laugh at this. He was sure the boy would fail at the first stage. The gap was too big. He couldn't go through the same training as they did. The aristocrat dreamed of seeing Jurien humiliated and exiled. The young man told the instructor that he forgot to take the magic wand with him. Sekras asked disappointedly, "So you refuse to take the test? But then she will recommend expelling him." Urien objected no. He was ready to take the test, but instead of the rod, he would use this. And the young man showed an ordinary dry branch from a tree. Shin-chan laughed loudly. "Crazy commoner. He can't even afford a wand. And how did he even get here?" Sekras smiled. Very interesting. The young man immediately intrigued her. He held himself too freely and confidently for a pathetic weakling. The instructor exclaimed, "I like it. Then let's get to testing. Since you are the last one left from the squad." Contrary to the arrogant Shin-chan's expectations, Urien easily passed the first and second stages. and he could easily block attacks. Arini noticed that the boy was holding up well. Shin-chan chuckled that anyone here could do it. Nothing special. But when Urien overcame the third and fourth stages with the same ease, the arrogant Shin-chan's face lengthened with annoyance. The fifth stage began, and the young man blocked all of Sekras's attacks with the same ease with an ordinary dry branch. She smiled contentedly. Arini noticed in surprise. He was at the fifth stage. Shin-chan indignantly shouted that this simply couldn't be. How could he do this? And only Ryusei wasn't surprised by this. She looked at the young man's easy movements in sparring and said that this was what was expected from Urien. Sekras was surprised. This boy blocked even her false attacks without much effort, as if he was not straining himself at all. And the strangest thing is how he blocks attacks with a branch, even though it is filled with magical power. But it is just a stick. Urien originally intended to finish the test at the second stage. But since Ryusei made such a request, he would have to go further. But the young man couldn't understand why she asked him about this. He was the weakest, who couldn't even use attack magic. Ryusei must have been impressed by his healing power, and he thought she was disappointed in him. But it turns out she wasn't. In any case, this test is not aimed at attack. It is enough to block. Sekras was indignant. How dare the guy get distracted? The sixth stage of the test began. The instructor increased the speed and power of the attacks, but Urien successfully blocked them each time. The young man suddenly realized, "Oh yeah, I'm in the middle of a test right now. I've clearly been lacking concentration lately." Urien reached out and felt the magical flow of Instructor Sekras, flowing right next to him. Now it is above blocking. He clenched his hand into a fist, destroying the magical flow. Now the instructor will not be able to use his magic for some time. Sekras was stunned. Suddenly all her magical power evaporated. She suddenly felt weak, as if she were the most ordinary girl. She looked at the boy in surprise. What did he do? In any case, Urien had already successfully passed this stage. Shin-chan was beside himself with indignation. He did not understand what was happening, how some commoner with a branch could be strong. Ryusei explained that this instantaneous magical nullification, Urien destroyed even the magical power of a fourth-level monster. Arini asked how Sekras's magical power disappeared. Johnny countered that it was more like it was erased rather than disappeared. Arini objected. It was impossible. Magical power is energy. It can be made to appear to disappear, absorbed, reduced to nothing. But to completely erase the energy itself, as if it never existed, is contrary to all natural laws of nature. Shin-chan thought that they were just briefly surprised to see such a phenomenon. Were these people really that stupid? Well, a commoner, Johnny said calmly. This is a unique skill that is theoretically impossible. This young man is what our country needs. Despite Urien's antics, Sekras smiled, she noted. Who would have thought that the child would move to the seventh stage? Urien asked, is it really that surprising? It seems like he didn't do anything special just now. He just blocked. The instructor announced the start of the seventh stage of testing, and all the guys stared at the combat testing area. The figures of Sekras and Urien suddenly began to spin, as if they were about to disappear from the field, and whirlwinds of magic rose up around them. The battle itself was practically invisible due to the enormous speed with which the instructor and student moved. A continuous whirlwind. And now these two have come together in a real sparring match. Only their energies were visible. The magical power raised thousands of stones into the air. The squad members watched this fight with their mouths open. No one could have imagined that so much power was hidden within the fragile boy. Shin-chan growled, "Damn you, commoner!" And Arini noticed that he really did block the seventh stage attack. Johnny countered, no, his improvised weapon was broken, unfortunately. That would probably mean a complete failure. Urien looked at the branch that had served him so well during this test. The branch had indeed broken. Sekras looked at the young man with a smile. He turned out to be even more talented than the Ryusei, famous throughout the Empire, surprisingly. She announced that the test was over and ordered the first squad to gather together. She was ready to announce the results and conclusions. The instructor smiled and said that she would now announce her decision on who would become the commander of the first squad for the duration of the training. To begin, Sekras will remind everyone of their test results, which showed the strength and fitness level of each young reservist. "Johnny, the 5th stage," the young man muttered. "I was careless at first, but I can even reach the 100th stage if I try." "Arini, stage 4. The guy said he could have done better, but among these monsters it was normal. Although he didn't consider anyone a monster." Shinchan, the 4th stage, an arrogant aristocrat, grumbled that he didn't even try, and that his true strength was known only to God. Ryusei, 6th stage. The girl thought with regret that she couldn't even break through to the 7th stage. She needed to become stronger. "Urien, the 7th stage," the young man asked. "There is nothing special about this. It is probably a fairly common phenomenon." Secret said with a smile that she appreciated the efforts of everyone who participated in this sudden, impromptu combat test. The instructor announced the commander I had chosen. Shinchan interrupted her with a question. Surely it was Ryusei from the Bahan Empire, but Sekras named Arini from the Free Federal Republic, and the guy was surprised why the choice fell on him. Shinchan was indignant. What strange selection criteria? He was only in the 4th stage. Why was he chosen? Arini reminded Shinchan that he was at the same stage. But Shinchan insisted that Ryusei should be chosen. She was at stage 6. Johnny objected to the aristocrat. If we are talking about stages, then the one who has reached the 7th stage has proven himself to be the strongest. Secras explained that the commander must be someone who can take responsibility and lead without putting the unit in danger. A strong but stupid leader will simply lead the team to destruction, Sekras added sadly to herself. Just like that woman Haiwan. The instructor said that when we crossed swords, Arini seemed the most suitable candidate for the role of commander, and without objection. She commanded, "Okay, training is over for today, and now everyone can go to their rooms to rest. We'll meet in the morning." Urien watched the departing immortal heroine Sekras, and thought that he was very glad that he had not been chosen as the squad leader. Ryusei thanked Urien, saying it was brilliant, and the young man laughed sheepishly and said that he was just lucky by chance. Arini said to Urien, "It was an impressive sight. I'm proud to be on the same team with you. Call me Arini." The lover of stolen meat also introduced himself, saying that he was Johnny, and stubbornly noted that he was still stronger than Urien. Arini pulled Johnny away and, with a smile, asked Urien not to pay attention to the guy. He had a competitive streak. Ryusei also said goodbye to Urien until the morning. The young man was surprised by what a noisy group had gathered, especially Arini and Johnny. Shinchan gritted his teeth. It was hard for him to acknowledge Urien's strength, but the test had clearly shown that it was too dangerous to quarrel with him. The aristocrat reluctantly said, "At least we can go through the same training together. I acknowledge your strength, commoner." Urien looked at the churchman in surprise and said, "Don't pay any attention to me. It was just luck, nothing more." Shinchan sighed. "I'm sorry, but I'm not that stupid. You can't pass this test by relying on luck alone. You need tremendous strength." The young man looked at Shinchan in confusion as he walked away, wondering why they all reacted so strangely to his test results. It finally dawned on Urien that everything had gone wrong. It seemed he had overdone it by blocking the attacks with a simple dry branch. A frustrated Urien followed the rest of the squad back to the estate where their training camp was located. The day was already drawing to a close, and the young man was tired by this time. He wearily sank onto the bed, needing to think over everything that had happened. The bed in his room was so surprisingly soft, and he was alone in the room. It didn't look like a normal dorm at all. Urien stretched out on the bed, remembered today's banquet, and thought, "The food here is very tasty. If he screws up, he will be expelled." But even his diligent little sister gets bad grades sometimes. So Urien will just have to keep training. And when he returns back to the Magic Academy, he will need to spend some time with his sister. He has already missed her. The young man knew he had no time to relax, and in the morning the squad began intensive training on a special site. The first squad, under the personal leadership of Sekras, trained endurance. The boys ran lap after lap for time and speed. Urien was not very good at running, but he repeated like a mantra that he had no time to relax and picked up his pace after the others. The instructor told the boys with a smile that they only had one last lap to run, and then they would begin another workout. The sweaty Shinchan groaned. "My heart feels like it's about to explode." The pampered aristocrat is not used to physical exertion, but Sekras did not listen to his lamentations, but forced the future defenders of humanity to train their young bodies on the court. Finally, she said, "Stop. The morning endurance training is over. The unfortunate Shin-chan fell to his knees, vomiting mercilessly. The instructor praised the guys. Everyone did a great job. I have a meeting scheduled, so I entrust everything else to the squad leader. Shin-chan asked in bewilderment why mages needed to engage in endurance training. Their strength lay in something completely different. Arini answered him, "You are just weak. Don't you know where your magical power comes from?" Shin-chan asked what you said there. The guy explained to the indignant aristocrat that the main thing is blood. Magical power comes from blood. This has long been proven by science. The quantity and quality of magical power depend on a person's basic endurance and nutrition. Shin-chan grimaced with displeasure. Johnny didn't understand why Shin-chan was so unhappy. Isn't running a wonderful exercise? It strengthens the entire human body. He looked at the other squads and asked in surprise if we were the only ones here who were actually training. The remaining reservists enjoyed delicious food and fine wines, laughed and joked, but certainly did not train. Say agreed. Only their squad was training, Urian added, and the commanders said that they should think of it as a social meeting. Arini was surprised. This was definitely strange. Shin-chan suggested, "Let's stop training and just eat and have fun." Arini objected. That's not the point. If the goal of this training is really to select talents and not a social meeting, 2 weeks is a long time. Considering that the kingdom and empire were invaded by monsters, they wouldn't gather geniuses from all over the world just for a social gathering. The guys came to the conclusion that there was another purpose to the training. Shin-chan tried to object that it was just a cheap theory and that's all. Ryusei remained silent. She agreed with the guys. But if there really was some other purpose, what could it be? Or who? After all the boys arrived at the estate, Kithiotis hurried to His Holiness Armin Eros with an urgent report. The Knight Commander reported that the target had successfully completed the induction ceremony and was currently assigned to the first squad. The plan was slightly changed due to Sekras, but this is nothing serious. The Pope of the Holy Church thanked Kithiotis for the report. He corrected the Knight, however. This is a blessing, not a goal. Someone might misunderstand if they hear such talk here. Kithiotis bowed and corrected himself. I apologize, this is a blessing, and he is now in the training camp of the forces. Armin Eros said, Kithiotis, you know very well that you need to completely control this training. We have already lost a lot. They must bring blessings to their country. The knight bowed. We will definitely bring blessings to our country. The commander of the Holy Knights stood before the head of the country, bending one knee. Everyone in divine mercy feared and revered him. But when Kithiotis looked up, he was struck by how much the expression on Armin Eros's always calm father's face had changed. A pair of holy men approached the knight and took him by the shoulders. Eros's face distorted by the terrible, not at all holy anger that was choking him. He shouted, "Then tell me how you can do this, how you will present it according to the plan." Urian was supposed to be in the 3rd detachment, and now, thanks to Sekras, he ended up in the 1st squad. The plan is falling apart. But Kithiotis says that it is not such a big problem. Eros yelled, "You have God's blessing right before your eyes, and you have no idea what to do. Or, you are a child of Satan that you are ruining everything." Kithiotis exclaimed, "I will fix this. The blessing is absolutely necessary for us, and I do not take it lightly at all." He reported that Urian had unexpectedly ended up in the 1st squad. But that was no problem because she had also been immediately assigned to that squad. Armin Eros was puzzled. Who was she? What was Kithiotis even talking about? And why was he so sure that this was no longer a problem? And then he realized. The face of the Pope of the Holy Church immediately spread into a smile. So she is there too. Then you can be sure that everything will work out. The eyes of the head of the country sparkled, talking about the youngest employee of the secret special organization, the Corps of Holy Swords. Arini looked at the girl who approached them in bewilderment and asked, "Are you also in the 1st squad? We didn't see you yesterday." She smiled. "Yes, I had things to do at home, so I couldn't attend the inauguration ceremony. I hope they will forgive me." The girl introduced herself. "My name is Maba. Nice to meet you." She was a secret agent of the secret organization's Sacred Sword Corps. She looked closely at Urian and realized that she had found her target. She had to kill this boy in 2 weeks. Kithiotis explained to Eros that in order to ensure the blessing of His Holiness, Maiba was immediately sent to the first detachment. The Pope of the Holy Church thought, well, then everything should be fine. And yet, it would be better if their plans were not thwarted. After thinking for a moment, Armin Eras smiled. Perhaps this version of the plan to capture Jurian would be even better. The secret special organization, the Holy Sword Corps, was created to do the dirty work of the clergy. The Pope of the Holy Church knew that people are not perfect and that priests are not enough to follow God's dreams of utopia. Without dirtying their hands, the Holy Fathers will not be able to find happiness. But God will not forgive them for their bad deeds and will deprive the country of His mercy. But there is a secret special organization that hides from God. They dirty their hands in the name of humanity. And the youngest agent in this secret organization, the Holy Sword Corps, was a promising girl named Maiba. Irini looked at the girl suspiciously. He remembered very well that Sekras had personally chosen the members of the first squad. Johnny was also worried about the appearance of this girl. Even though she was smiling widely, it looked rather suspicious. Urian was indignant. She shows up right after the endurance training. Let's make her run in circles, Shinchan asked the girl suspiciously. Maiba from the Kingdom of God's Grace. But he had never heard that name before. Maiba replied, I'm a commoner, so I don't study at a magic school. I attend a regular school that specializes in theory. The girl smiled. It's a great honor for me to be in the same squad with all of you, and prepare to protect humanity from monsters. Shinchan shouted that only commoners, rejected by God, who do not possess magic, are sent to a regular school. Maiba looked at Shinchan with wide, naive eyes, surprised, as if she didn't understand why the guy was yelling like that. And Shinchan was raging. In the first detachment, there are now only 2 aristocrats, which means we cannot accept another commoner. He turned to Irini and exclaimed, Hey, Commander, drive her away. We don't need some commoner here. There are enough of them. Irini didn't know if he had the authority to accept her into the squad or not. So Johnny suggested conducting an entrance test. He explained to Maiba that in order to join the first squad, she would have to pass a test that would determine her magical power level. The young man said, Since the instructor has left, I, as the strongest, will help you with this test. Johnny felt a threatening aura coming from Maiba. It seemed that this girl was not as harmless as she wanted to show everyone. Maiba replied with a smile that she would try hard to prove herself, and asked the young man to take care of her during the test. Urian had already gotten some popcorn somewhere, he laughed. This would definitely be a very funny fight that everyone should watch. But at that moment, Irini placed his large hand on Johnny's shoulder, making it clear that he would definitely not participate in this. The guy said, As the squad leader, I can't ignore the guy's opinions. He asked Ryusei if she could conduct the test. Johnny was indignant. He reminded Irini that he wanted to conduct this test with the new girl himself. He definitely had enough strength for it. But Irini put the young man on his shoulder and objected. You don't want to conduct a test. You just want to fight one of the fighters. The test is to determine the opponent's level, not just fight them. So this test will be conducted by Ryusei. She's strong and calm enough to handle this properly, Ryusei warned Maiba, greeting first. The Holy Sword Corps agent looked at the stream of magical energy sent towards her by Ryusei in confusion. Johnny watched Ryusei's actions closely. He asked Irini if this wasn't a fight. The guy remained silent in response. The guys from the other squads looked up from their tables and asked each other what that noise was. It sounded like someone was fighting there. Impressive. After Ryusei's magical explosion, the training ground was filled with thick clouds of smoke and dust, and everyone stared at it with interest. Maiba said it was very close. The girl was still able to block Ryusei's magical attack, which not everyone could do. The new girl approached the squad leader. I think I repelled the attack well. Can I consider myself to have passed the entrance test? Ryusei chuckled quite well, especially for someone who, according to her, had no practical experience with magic at all. She replied to Maiba, This was not an attack, but a greeting, idiot. Don't you listen to what you are told? How will you be a member of the squad? Irini noticed that the situation was getting out of control. An offended Johnny snorted. That's why I said I'd do the test. Maiba glanced sideways at Urian. This man, her target. He didn't look all that gifted or special. Meanwhile, the young man was chewing popcorn. He asked, Is it all over already? Let's fight some more. Otherwise, it's not interesting. The girl wondered if Urian was really a new divine blessing. She needed to check it somehow. What if it was a mistake? While she was distracted by Urian, Ryusei hit the girl with a magical blast, the blow hitting the new reservist right on the forehead. Shinchan was delighted. Great, it was a perfect hit, Johnny agreed. It was a strong, magical attack. Urian chuckled to himself. Ryusei had definitely gotten stronger. It seemed like the test she had gone through in the tower had done her some good. Ryusei explained that this was an attack. It was unclear why, but the new girl caused a strong hostility in the girl, almost aggression. Miba exclaimed, "Wow, you surprised me. I didn't expect you to attack so suddenly. You have a very strong magical attack." The Holy Knight's core agent smiled broadly again and said, "I think I repelled the attack well enough. Now I've passed." Arini felt like Miba missed the attack for a moment, and the spectators exclaimed that the attack level was very high, but the defense was even better. The squad leader mentally replayed the attack. Ryusei's strike was very close. Everyone was sure that the magical explosion had hit Miba, but the girl reacted automatically and repelled the attack. She is definitely very strong, even though she tries to show that she is ordinary. Arini was sure it was unintentional. Rather, her body reacted. Her abilities were better than it seemed at first glance. The guy said, "That's it. The test is over. I don't think we have the right to test Miba at all," and apologized to her for the cruel joke. Miba laughed. "Oh, it was a joke. It's okay." In places like this, it's probably normal to joke around like that with the newbies. She flashed her eyes and turned to Ryusei. Then, "Since we are joking, could you attack me seriously? With your full strength?" The girl noticed that since there was an eye patch, it meant that the person in front of me was probably the famous Ryusei from the Bahan Empire. "You are a celebrity after all." Miba asked Ryusei to show her the genius power that everyone was talking about. The secret agent of the Holy Church flew close to the girl. Ryusei felt threatened. He replied that the test was already over, and further fighting was reckless if they were in the same squad. The girl watched the new girl with suspicion. She was clearly asking for a fight. Ryusei didn't understand why Miba needed this, and the member of the Holy Sword Corps had already made a decision. She was going to provoke Ryusei and Urian into taking action. Standing in front of Ryusei, Miba released her very dark and aggressive aura. She really wanted to kill the famous genius. The girl immediately felt this ominous aura. It suddenly reminded her of those fourth-level monsters that killed people. Arini and Johnny felt it too. The younger one realized that he was not mistaken when he first approached this girl. She is very evil. Shinchan sweated in terror. He was perplexed at how a warrior from the country of divine grace could have such a terrifying dark aura. Sensing the mortal threat and monstrous aura, Ryusei immediately rushed forward. Without hesitation, she attacked the new girl. Miba smiled. Her provocation had worked perfectly. Now this mad woman would strike her, and Urian would have to treat her. There was a deafening explosion, leaving a hole where Ryusei had struck, and stones scattered across the training ground. Seeing the result of her attack, Ryusei was stunned. She never expected that it would turn out like this. Because Miba is clearly very strong. The girl woke up when Urian was nearby, and Miba was already sitting among the stones in a pool of her own blood, but without damage. Ryusei looked at Urian in confusion, but he, as always, smiled and pretended as if nothing special had happened. Ryusei remembered how she suddenly felt a very strong thirst for blood. This thirst came specifically from the new girl. Feeling the terrible threat, Ryusei's body instinctively moved forward. She clenched her fist and prepared to attack immediately. Without understanding the situation, Ryusei attacked first because Miba was clearly threatening her. Provoking an attack, it felt like that. But despite the enormous strength that Miba possessed, she did not defend herself at all, but simply stood in a threatening position. Ryusei stood confusedly over the new girl's bloody body, looking at the rapidly growing pool of blood beneath her. She didn't know what to do. Ryusei killed a fellow student for the first time in her life, a girl who was a member of their squad. Suddenly she heard Urian say, "It's fun to watch the battle, but if anyone gets hurt, we'll all be in trouble." Ryusei turned her gaze to Urian, and then to Miba. The girl was alive. Urian instantly healed her, just like Ryusei once did. The young man turned to Maybe and said, "It turns out you're quite the joker. You decided to try to die here right during training." The new girl smiled. "Oh, I thought you all liked jokes too. But that was probably a bit too much, I admit. I apologize." Maba was sure that her flesh was torn and her bones were broken. But in an instant, everything changed as if it had never happened. That was an instant full heal, as expected. Urien is the target that Maybe needs to kill. His talent is confirmed. How long did it take to heal? A second if you miss. He will recover. You need to strike when he loses his vigilance. The young man leaned over to Maybe and asked, "Are you having trouble standing up? Did the healing not work completely?" He noticed that Maiba's face was red. Urien asked, "Does anything still hurt?" But the girl blushed because of the excessive closeness. Shinchan didn't understand anything. Since Maba fell, Ryusei won, loses immediately after arriving. That's the whole point of commoners. Johnny quietly asked Irini if he had seen what had happened. The guy quietly confirmed. Both residents of the Republic were in shock. Irini noticed that this was healing, not regeneration. This boy had already been found to have two skills that could not be explained. The guy sighed in confusion. It felt like he was from a nation more developed than ours. He had such enormous power. Johnny said thoughtfully that they still didn't know much, and suggested that Irini continue her research in case there was still talent. Meanwhile, Maba continued to be amazed at the effectiveness of Urien's instantaneous full healing. Everything healed instantly. That same night, in the forest near the estate, a meeting of the Holy Sword Corps members regarding the operation was held in a small house. Having entered a modest, lonely forest house, the secret agents had to go down into the dungeon through a secret door. This passage was known only to trusted people. No stranger could get in here, since the organization did not officially exist. After passing through the tangled corridors, the members of the Holy Sword Corps found themselves in a large room where the meeting was taking place. The voices and faces of the organization's members were hidden. They communicated using a special device that transmitted thoughts. Meba and her two superiors were sitting at the table, all wearing camouflage suits and masks. The girl did not know the faces of her superiors. The girl's handler told her through the machine, "Agent Maba, your actions today were reckless and dangerous to the case." The girl explained that this was done to find out if the target had a true blessing before starting. As a result of the actions, an instant full healing was confirmed. The target indeed possesses this valuable blessing. A higher-up pushed a button and said, "We approve of Agent Mabe's proactive actions. She did everything correctly." As expected, this young secret agent is ideally suited for this important mission for God and his country of divine grace. The curator added angrily, "Even if you have good intentions, impulsive actions are prohibited. Every action must be coordinated." Maba remained silent. Excessive talkativeness was not encouraged in this organization, especially among the most humble of the Corps' lower agents. The curator concluded that actions, not words, must demonstrate loyalty. Otherwise, you will be removed from this important task. The girl replied, "Okay, I will follow your orders." The higher-up was pleased with the girl's actions. A high-ranking official, a woman by her figure, pushed two tightly sealed flasks towards Maba. The woman said through the machine, "Agent Maiba, the internal competition at the forces camp is scheduled for the next 2 days. After the competition, when the target is exhausted, Agent Maiba must give the young man this red potion, in a manner she will decide for herself." The woman carefully pushed a bottle of red potion towards the girl. Maiba guessed what exactly was in this bottle. She was told it was an aphrodisiac potion, made from prohibited substances and filled with love magic power. The night after the competition, after the target drinks the potion, Maiba must ensure that she becomes pregnant by that very same Urien. Thus, Urien will receive citizenship of the Kingdom of Divine Grace. Maiba lowered her eyes and replied that she understood. The woman wished Agent Mabe good luck, but if anything went wrong and the girl failed, she should give him a blue potion. The leader pushed a vial of blue liquid towards the girl and explained that it was a powerful magical poison from which there was no escape. It is made from a piece of the 4th-level plague and the fresh blood of a 4th-level depression captured by a great empire. When someone who has a blessing dies, his power is passed on to the next generation. This is well known in the world. If the blessing is not in divine favor, then it is better to kill it and wait until it is reborn. 2 days are given for the mission. The secret meeting of the Holy Sword Corps ended, and the members of the secret organization quietly scattered to their own affairs. Soon, Maiba found herself in her room in the estate, where the training of future saviors of all humanity in the world took place. The girl sighed. These followers of God, they always make her deal with such unpleasant situations. She looked at the windowsill, where there were 2 vials of potions that she had just received from her superiors. The girl faced a dilemma: to give birth to Urian's child or to kill him, and this had to be decided as soon as possible. Maiba said quietly, "Urian, I don't have any ill feelings towards him, but I can't marry him right now. I'm not ready for that yet." The girl decided that as a holy knight, she would definitely kill him as quickly and accurately as possible, and this task would be completed. The next day, all the guys who had gathered in the luxurious estate early in the morning headed to the huge hall that served as a dining room. There were already luxurious tables set up, laden with all sorts of treats and delicacies prepared especially for the children. Urian filled a tray with all kinds of meat and sighed. We were probably the only ones who would be training again today. He decided that he had better eat more. Irini noted with a smile that Urian had a very good appetite despite his thinness. The young man smiled. "Well, someone continues to steal my food." At that moment, Johnny had already stolen a piece of meat from Jurian's tray. Johnny muttered with his mouth full. "Food tastes best when I take it away from you." Jurian wondered what young Johnny's problem was. Urian heard Ryusei's voice and glanced in that direction. The girl was at the other end of the hall and did not approach their team table. The young man noticed that Ryusei had become quite popular since yesterday and was surrounded by a crowd of adoring fans. The girls and boys gasped, asking Ryusei about her gift and fighting abilities. Everyone wanted to talk to the celebrity. Irini explained that since she demonstrated high-level attacks yesterday, it seems like everyone has become her fan now. Shinchan added, "She was always a star. She was a genius that appeared once in a century. Everyone needed a reason to befriend her," Urian said in surprise. But Maiba also demonstrated a very high level of magical protective power yesterday. Shinchan chuckled. "You're kidding. This place is full of geniuses. They will become important figures who want to be friends with a commoner." Urian took his tray and went to the table where Maiba was sitting alone. He said that it was probably much nicer to eat together. Looking at the tray, he was stunned at how the meat had disappeared so quickly. Johnny shouted to him, "Thank you for the very tasty treat." Maiba asked Urian, "Please don't look at me with pity. Such kindness makes me feel uneasy. I'm not used to it." She explained sadly, "I'm used to being alone, and I don't want to tie myself down with unnecessary ties like friendship. I don't have any friends." The girl told Urian, "After all, we won't have anything in common with each other once the training is over." At that moment, Sekras entered the hall and cheerfully shouted, "First squad, everyone gather! It's time for magical training!" Irini told the guys to get ready quickly. Johnny grumbled, "But I haven't finished eating yet. Should I go to training hungry?" Shinchan answered little Johnny with a grin. "You can eat, of course, but I don't think it's worth it. The instructor will shake everything out anyway," Urian exclaimed. "No, wait! I haven't even eaten anything yet. How can I go to magic training on an empty stomach?" But Sekras didn't listen to anyone, and soon the half-starved members of the first squad found themselves on a training ground in the middle of the forest. Urian cursed and promised to eat a triple portion for dinner. Johnny teased him. Irini pulled his friend to stop. The instructor said cheerfully, "Okay, everyone is here." She turned her attention to the new girl and asked if she was the new member of the Maiba squad. The girl confirmed. She apologized for being late. It was a great honor for her to train with the immortal heroine Sekras herself. Kitiotis sent the first detachment to Maiba, but Sekras found too little information about the girl. He was curious to know who she was. Maiba replied, "Sorry, I don't think there's much information about a nobody like me. I'll try not to delay your squad." Sekras was really counting on this. In general, she didn't like the fact that Kitiotis had pushed the girl in, using his authority. The instructor announced to the boys that it was time for magic training. But did they all really want to train now? Sekras admitted to the boys that she had actually taken them away on purpose in the middle of their meal, and everyone stared at her in surprise. The immortal clapped her hands loudly and shouted, "Yes, give it here!" And all the members of the first squad fell silent in curious anticipation. Seeing that they were being taken to a forest clearing, Urian almost jumped with joy. "Wow, They really wanted to feed them here. A cook appeared in a forest clearing, pushing a huge piece of baked meat on a cart. It looked delicious. Secrets explained that this was not ordinary meat. There was very little of it. It was of the highest quality and only available to the very rich people in the empire. Moreover, this meat was prepared by Ramobi, the first-class chef of the empire. The best chef quietly chuckled at the idea. Even though an immortal has the same status as a hero, bringing such products and the best chef to a training camp is too much. The instructor smiled. You need an incentive to keep going. The reward for magical training is incredible meat, Urian asked. Wait, I think she said that only very rich people can eat this amazing meat. Wow. Secrets explained that each of you will have a separate room. Open the chest inside, and you will pass the test and receive the meat. The chest is locked with a special magical lock. To open the chest, you need to unlock its complex mechanism with your mana. How the guys open it depends only on them. They will destroy it, take it apart, pick the lock, cut it up. The choice is theirs alone. They need to open the chest as best they can, Johnny said. I'll give it my all this time. And Shinchan was sure that mana would help him. Urian's mouth was watering. This was incredible meat. Only the richest could try it. And now he could eat it too. The young man's eyes sparkled. Okay, time to show himself. He released 50% of his power to train his mana. Secrets explained that the only limitation when opening the chest is time. They must complete it within 3 minutes. A reward in the form of high-quality meat awaited them after the end of the training. Everyone licked their lips looking at the prize. Urian pushed the others aside. He wanted to be the first to complete the training and enjoy the meat, so he asked the guys to step aside. Urian, who was dying of hunger, moved forward and told Sekras that he would go first to open the chest and then enjoy the meat. But the instructor objected. She wanted the squad leader to go first. She invited Irini to go through the training first. The guy immediately stepped forward eagerly. Johnny asked in confusion if maybe they should wait for him somewhere else. Urian cursed. He really wanted to be first. Ryusei said with a smile that his turn would come. Everything was fine. Sekras asked her assistant Kirin if everything was ready for training. The guy flinched from the loud voice of the immortal. He confirmed that everything was ready and pointed to the door of a small wooden house. The instructor thanked Kirin for her help. Irini was very surprised. It turns out there is a house in this forest. It seems they were in a hurry to build this house specifically for training. Sekras took hold of the door handle and invited Irini to come into the house with her, where a short training session of his mana awaited him. The guy hurried to follow the instructor into the house. For some reason, all this seemed rather strange and unnatural to him. Irini entered the house and carefully looked around. Everything here was very modest, an ordinary forest hut, of which there are thousands. The instructor showed the commander of the first squad a small chest standing on the table. It was his task to open it in 3 minutes. The guy is leaning over the chest. It looks like an ordinary chest, but it must be locked in a complicated way. How can he open it? Irini reached out his hand to the chest and felt that it had a double closure system. No, a triple one. Nothing complicated, really. This chest is easy to open sequentially, but in this case, all the locks must be opened at the same time. And that is more difficult. Sekras reminded Irini that 1 minute had already passed. Only 2 minutes were left to open the chest. She needed to hurry. The guy looked closely at the small chest. It was slightly vibrating from magic. How to open it? There were several locks there. The instructor reported that 2 minutes had already passed, and the commander needed to make a decision quickly and complete this easy task. Irini cursed. Time was running out. He had to deal with the chest quickly. He, the squad leader, couldn't fail the training. The chest crackled with magic, but its magical charge was not that strong. Irini could easily interrupt it with his own. Then the guy came up with the idea of simply breaking it. Since he couldn't open it properly, and there was absolutely no time for it, he reached out and placed his hand on the lid of the chest, extinguishing some of the magical energy of the object, so that it could now be broken. Sekras told Irini that 2 minutes and 32 seconds had passed, leaving less than half a minute left until the end of the test. The guy broke the chest and showed it to the instructor. In fact, everything turned out to be much easier than it seemed at the beginning of the training. The squad leader said thoughtfully that he had simply broken the chest roughly. Was it really necessary to open it like that? But that was nothing. The instructor praised Irini. He managed to open the chest in the allotted time for the training. This is good work. To Irini's surprise, even for such a rude act, he received a reward. A table was set up in the clearing, and the boy looked at the meat in surprise. Urien was beside himself. The aroma of tender, perfectly cooked meat drew him towards it like a magnet. He was ready to gobble up the whole piece. Shinchan was surprised, bringing a luxurious table and chairs to such a remote forest like this. All this looks rather suspicious. Irini looked at the meat with excitement, even though he had already eaten. But the smell alone made him feel hungry again. This dish was delicious. The guy suddenly realized that all his organs wanted this meat. It was no wonder the instructor chose it as a prize. There was no other product like it. The commander of the first detachment picked up a fork and knife and began to eat. Everyone watched with envy, since almost no one had time to eat. After cutting off a small piece, Irini decided to try what kind of meat it was that only the richest people could afford. The meat turned out to be surprisingly soft and juicy, as if it wasn't meat at all, but a piece of soft cheese. All that was left was to eat it. Putting the delicacy in his mouth, Irini was amazed at what it was. He had never tasted anything so delicious and so tender. Urien couldn't hold back his scream. Irini was surprised. He only had to chew a few times and the meat disappeared. It was the first time in his life he had tried something like this. Chef Ramobi chuckled. There is a meadow behind the imperial palace where ordinary people have no access. Special animals graze there. Since the emperor highly values culinary arts, the chefs treat the raw materials with love. The raw materials for the dishes in the palace are the best in the world. Ryusei was stunned. This means that this is one of the dishes that His Majesty eats. Sekras brought these products to the training clearing. Irini sighed excitedly. The reward for completing the training was eaten. It really was an incomparable meal. The squad leader ate it all so quickly without realizing it, even though he hadn't intended to. It's strange, but after eating this meat, you feel such happiness. After eating his portion, Irini shared his impressions with the other guys. He exclaimed, "People, the meat is unusually tasty and tender." Urien cried out in despair. "Instructor, it's my turn now. I also want to train in magic and get this unique dish." Johnny quietly asked Irini if he used force to complete this task of opening the chest with mana. The young man was interested in whether Irini had used the engine's power. Johnny really wanted to use this power himself as soon as possible. Irini reminded that Johnny is not allowed to use the engine because its unit is still imperfect, and it is dangerous. Even with 3 devices, it is difficult to cope with such power, so he can only use the engine as a last resort. Sekras asked Irini if it was delicious. Really? Of course it was. After all, this dish was from the best chef in the empire. Ramobi smiled contentedly. The instructor said with a smile, "So the next one to try this meat will be Ryusei." The poor Urien howled in disappointment. The immortal laughed and asked Urien to wait his turn. In any case, there was plenty of meat here. Enough for all the winners. Ryusei and instructor headed to the same small wooden house in the forest clearing for magical training. The girl carefully looked at the chest. Sekras reminded that 1 minute had already passed. Only 2 minutes remained. Sei thought that if Irini was able to open the chest, then her strength should certainly be enough for this. The only question was how to open it. She lightly hit the lid of the chest. The lid opened immediately, the instructor reported. Ryusei finished in 1 minute 13 seconds. The girl happily settled down at the luxurious table and ate the luxurious meat prepared by Ramobi with great appetite. The instructor announced that Johnny was next. Urien almost cried with frustration. What kind of injustice was this? Why not him? Johnny didn't hesitate for long, but almost immediately struck the chest with magic, completing the task in just 1 minute and 2 seconds. The young man immediately gobbled up the tender, unique meat from the emperor's table, and later said, "Not too much, but still delicious." Sekras reported that Shinchan was going to training next. Urien was beside himself with anger. He growled, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Shinchan pored over the chest for 2 minutes and 24 minutes, sweating from the strain, but finally opened it. Sitting proudly at the table, the aristocrat, with divine grace, said that such an exquisite dish should be eaten with elegance. The instructor said, "Next up is Mabe's chest." Tears welled up in Urian's eyes. Why is it so unfair? Seacrest told the girl that if she was ready, she could begin. Maiba thought that now was the time to use a skill, but not a very strong one. She pushed the chest lightly with her hand. It moved, but did not open. The girl realized that she needed to try something a little stronger. Maiba ordered the chest to open. It didn't obey. She thought it looked like the item had a triple protection system. Although the locks look quite complicated, they are actually easy to open, and most of them may already be broken after 1 minute. The girl decided that if she opened it too quickly, she might expose herself. So she opened it in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Leaving the test house, Maiba found herself at a set table, with an impressive piece of delicious meat lying in front of her. She looked at the plate in confusion. The aroma from the dish was amazing, and her mouth literally began to water. Arini told the girl, "Eat it while it's still hot. It's very tasty. You've probably never tried anything like it before." Maiba asked with a smile. "Excuse me, but can I wrap this meat? The thing is, I can't eat outside. I'm not used to it." The instructor agreed, of course. "No problem. It's your reward." Shin-chan warned that it's not worth it. It's better to eat it. Now it was finally Urian's turn. Sekras announced that he would now go train his mana and open the chest. She invited the silent and very angry Urian to go with her to the house and open the chest, which was closed with magic. Kiran informed Sekras that the chest was inside. Urian walked silently towards the house. He was very hungry and incredibly angry at their instructor. Sekras warned him not to be surprised by anything, and not to tell anyone what would happen next. The instructor told the assistant, no matter what happened, to smile and monitor the situation, and if he sensed danger, to shout. Kiran answered the immortal with a smile that he understood everything, and was glad to help the renowned, all-powerful Sekras in all her deeds. Entering the house, she asked Urian if he was ready. As soon as the chest was opened, the most delicious meat would be right in front of him. The young man pointed to a small carved chest standing on the table and asked if this was the very chest, and if so, it needed to be opened. Sekras confirmed and reminded that Urian only had 3 minutes. As soon as he was ready, he could begin training. The guy looked carefully at the object standing in front of him. It was clearly not a simple chest. It was heavily protected by magic. Sekras carefully watched the young soldier Urian, a commoner from the kingdom of Rerente, to see if he could cope. Meanwhile, Kiren stood near the house and made sure that no strangers approached the immortal heroine Sekras and Urian. She had noticed long ago, even on the very first day, that many of the young man's abilities did not correspond to the level of a first-year student. Commoner, magic specialist, elite class, instant healing, magic cancellation. Too much suspicious. Sekras was sure that this chest would reveal Urian's secrets. It would show how strong this strange young man really was. Urian felt that there was some very dangerous magic in this chest. He did not say anything, but his fears grew. While Kiran kept watch over the house, the boys cheerfully discussed today's easy and unexpectedly enjoyable magic training. The instructor watched Urian's actions closely, while he studied the unusual object standing in front of him and remained thoughtfully silent. He wanted to open the chest right now, but he was afraid of revealing himself. The young man decided that he would open it in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Moreover, Urian thought that this chest looked a little strange. The young man couldn't even immediately determine what kind of power was in it. This chest contained a magical power that Urian had never felt before. But this power was clearly not a good one. Urian would even say that this power is more unpleasant than that of a level 4 monster. Will everything be fine if he opens it? Focusing, Urian said that he was starting. It was time to have fun, and even be curious to find out what was inside. The young man covered the chest with his magic. Sekras watched his actions, and the first minute passed. She hurried Urian. He tried to find a weak spot in the item's defenses, but so far he hadn't succeeded. The chest was too well protected. Urian couldn't believe what it was. Was there really not a single hole in it? He had come across a tough nut. You couldn't open it right away. The chest diligently repelled Urian's magic and defended itself. The guy was perplexed at how they managed to do this. They tried really hard. The young man realized that opening the chest probably needed to be taken a little more seriously, Sekras reported. 2 minutes had passed. She asked, "What's the matter, Urian? You're the first special student in the kingdom. Can't you just open the chest?" The instructor added that everyone else had opened the chest. Only Urian remained. The guy hissed irritably. He was no weaker than the others, but the chest stubbornly refused to open, despite the efforts of the young man. Time passed. 2 minutes and 30 seconds had already passed. Urian understood that it was time to open it, but the chest did not want to give in. It was closed by someone very strong, even stronger than the monsters. All this began to irritate the guy. Magical power flashed in his hand. He directed a stream of his energy at the stubborn chest, but the energy directed by Urian bounced off the chest like a pea off a hard surface. He was unable to penetrate its defenses. The young man was puzzled. Was this really just training? And everyone else had managed it. It just couldn't be. He realized that his magic was being reflected. Urian muttered, "This is definitely an unusual chest. There is a lot of magic concentrated in it." Sekras said, 2 minutes and 40 seconds had already passed. Urian clenched his fist. "No, my meat. I have to quickly break this box." Meanwhile, 2 minutes and 50 seconds had already passed, and only 10 seconds remained to open this chest. Urian exclaimed, "Okay, wait." And the instructor began the countdown. The young man clenched his fists. He cannot refuse meat. The guy looked angrily at the damn chest that didn't want to open, and Sekras counted. 9, 8, 7. Time was running out. The young man clenched his fist, in which magic blazed. The seconds flowed away quickly, like water in a stream, a little more, and he would not be able to taste the tender meat. He stood in front of the chest and remained silent. The last seconds remained, and the instructor continued counting down the time out loud. There were only 2 seconds left, Sekras thought bitterly. It seems I was wrong about him. He also does not have the strength to open this chest. She was sure that Urian was better than other children, of course. He could not open the chest because no one could ever do that. Maybe Urian was just lucky on the first day, Sekras said regretfully. The countdown is over. Time is up. And suddenly she heard Urian's joyful cry. The chest was open. The immortal was taken aback. How was this possible? How did he do it? A satisfied Urian exclaimed, "Yes." There was only 1 second left, and the chest opened, which meant I could eat the best meat in the entire empire. Sekras rushed to the chest. She couldn't believe that Urian had actually opened it. The immortal wanted to make sure of it. She stopped in front of the table with the chest and opened her mouth in surprise. The old chest was indeed open. Inside the chest opened by the young man lay a scroll sealed with a mysterious seal. The girl froze, looking at the message in admiration. The unique scroll that many would like to obtain now lay before Sekras. She could not believe such happiness. Suddenly she felt that someone was watching her. The girl turned around sharply. Urian confusedly asked the instructor what was going on. Sekras turned in the direction of the signal and looked around carefully. There was no doubt that she and Urian were being watched. This meant only one thing. The small wooden house in the forest was under close surveillance. Someone was aware of the chest. The invisible window stretched its gaze towards the dense forest edge. Someone had been informed about the experiment currently being conducted. Indeed, the experiment was closely monitored from the residents of the Holy Knights based in Divine Mercy. Recently, every step and action of Sekras was under close surveillance due to the immortal's fiery nature. Kithiotis sensed that something significant had happened at the edge of the forest, and directed his keen gaze as the commander of the knights there. The captain looked thoughtfully into the distance. He did not believe that the ancient chest could be opened. Hundreds of church magicians were sweating over it. The knight suddenly remembered his recent meeting with Sekras, when he gave her a priceless artifact that they could not open. Then, looking at the chest, the immortal asked Kithiotis with a smile where he got it, because such things are a very valuable relic. The instructor quickly realized how reckless she had been, and the girl immediately corrected the situation by hiding from everyone's eyes. Sekras used concealment magic, covering not only herself, but also Urian, the chest, and even this wooden hut with a dome. The young man wondered why the immortal had created such a dense protective barrier. Was anyone planning to attack them here in the forest? Secrus invited Urien to come to her and to the chest he had just opened with a mysterious scroll. He needed to know what it was. She told the young man that the first hero of this world, when he died, left his descendants 3 chests, each containing a message on a scroll. Urien asked in confusion, was it really true? He began to understand that his suspicions about the chest were not in vain. It was not so simple. Secrus explained that each chest was protected by special magic, and the hero's descendants had tried many different methods to open them, but no one except Urien could open the chest. The young man was stunned that the instructor was saying such a thing. Such a thing couldn't be. The hero's descendants believe that it is too early to open the chests. They store them in different places, in secret places in different countries. There are such chests in the kingdom and in divine mercy. This chest is one of the 3 left by the very first hero of the world. Urien was shocked, which meant that the immortal had deliberately slipped him this chest under the guise of magic training, which is why it was the last one. Ryusei Sne glanced anxiously towards the wooden house, hidden from the rest of the boys by a small strip of trees. She noticed with bewilderment that Urien was late. The girl, like no one else, knew that it was easy for a guy to open a simple chest. Shinshan laughed, right? Maybe the commoner had already failed because it was too difficult for him. The sarcastic aristocrat of divine grace said, well, if I were in his place, I'd probably be sweating profusely right now. Urien couldn't believe that no one had been able to open this chest before. So it turned out that he had just done something impossible. But if the heroes couldn't open this chest, and Urien did, that means he is stronger than the hero. But is this possible? It's simply unrealistic. Secrus reassured him, saying that the young man did not need to be proud of this. She knew that it did not take much strength to open the chest. The young man sighed with relief. What luck! He apologized to the immortal for his conceit while she read the scroll from the hero's chest. Urien asked Secrus cautiously. It is clear that this is magical training, but why is he opening a national treasure here? Secrus didn't answer. It seemed she was shocked by what she read in the scroll from the open chest of the very first hero of this world. Urien called out to the instructor with concern. She seemed to have forgotten about the young man's presence, and he felt uneasy. The immortal quickly rolled up the scroll and thoughtfully said that this chest interested her. She returned the hero's message to its place. The young man didn't understand anything. He looked questioningly at Secrus, trying to understand what she was talking about, and why she could be interested in the chest. She smiled again and told Urien that there was no need to think about such trifles. What was important was that the chest with the message was finally opened. The girl laughed. It must be great to be able to open a chest that no one else can open. That's cool, Urien said in confusion. Wait, but this isn't just something you can just celebrate and end it, right? Immortal Secrus replied that none of this mattered. But what she was about to tell him must not be told to anyone else. Needless to say, the first hero left this message, and that she must pass it on to the person who opened this chest. Urien didn't like all this. What kind of message was this? Why did he need it? And the magic of this chest was very similar to the magic of monsters. The guy started to carefully move towards the door and asked, "This is all fine, but can I just leave? I don't need any messages?" Urien didn't think it was okay to be involved in this matter, and besides, he was just a commoner, so this was too much for him. Secras objected. She was sure that for her this was already a blessing, as support for all her aspirations and search for strength. The chest that was previously impossible to open is now open. It must have been the will of the world's first hero. The immortal was sure that this chest could not be opened with force. But Urien knew that he opened it with his force. The hero's power, which is considered a gift from God, is actually inherited magic left behind by the very first hero. Urien was taken aback, and Secrus explained that the hero's strength is not a gift from God. This strength belongs to the hero himself and is passed on to his descendants. It was written on the scroll that was in the chest. The power that the hero left behind cannot be passed on beyond the 5th generation. Thanks to Urien, Secrus finally realized something. 4 years ago, that woman made everyone try so hard to kill the monster. Urien may know this story about the quest against the 5th level monster, but the hero's power will soon disappear from this world. The last heir to the hero's power is the 5th hero of this world. He won from the kingdom of Rerente. She was indeed very strong. The young man remembered his teacher and their homeroom teacher, Hye-won, a strong but almost always sad beauty. Kiran turned around and looked in the direction where Sekras and Urian had just entered. It seemed like the wooden house had literally evaporated. The immortal's assistant smiled. Apparently, everything was already over. Could Sekras's plan have really succeeded? That would have been an amazing event. Now the forest clearing was empty. Or rather, the barrier spell created the impression that the house had disappeared. Sekra simply defended herself like that. Kiran was surprised. He didn't hear anything and didn't see the house, which was clearly there, which was expected from Sekras. She's amazing. The immortal's assistant turned back to the boys. He needed to continue smiling sweetly, watching and being on guard. 4 years ago, an operation to eliminate a level 5 monster began in the magical forest, led by the hero Hye-won. Sekras was part of the heroes group and participated in that operation. He told Hye-won that she was too careless and did not think about other people. All the party members are very tired. Now that the level 5 monster has escaped, they must stop the operation and return back. After all, not everyone has the strength of a hero like Hye-won. Most of the group members are extremely exhausted and unable to fight the enemy. Kane said that 20 members of the heroes group and 40 knights participated in the hunt. 4 of the heroes group and many knights died. Nelly from the heroes group sighed heavily. Everything didn't turn out as they all expected. This level 5 monster was too strong. Hye-won replied that the operation couldn't be stopped. The monster was now cornered, and they needed to catch up and kill it before it came to its senses. Sekras shouted, "You only need to do what is necessary." Even when Wan led them on this mission, they blindly followed the hero. But now we need to stop. If the group pursues a level 5 monster in this state, then everyone will definitely die. The exhausted knights and members of the heroes group were silent, but they all agreed with Sekras. They could no longer fight in such a state. Hye-won stubbornly replied that if they didn't kill the level 5 monster now, it would become a problem for all of humanity in the future. The hero said that if we do this now, our friends' sacrifices will be in vain, and our families will suffer even greater damage. But Sekras didn't understand why Hye-won was in such a hurry. They still had a lot of time, but the heroine didn't listen and continued the operation. Urian knows the rest, Sekras added. The hero's power will soon disappear, because Hye-won was already the 5th hero and lost her power. The young man asked, "So it turns out that Instructor Sekras knows Hye-won, his teacher from the Royal Magic Academy." She hugged Urian and asked him not to tell anyone anything. He himself really didn't want to get involved in all this. After this, Urian enjoyed the meat of the highest quality. It was so delicious that the young man even burst into tears. The young man recalled a recent conversation. The instructor asked him, "So, Hye-won is your teacher at the Royal Magic Academy, right?" Sekras said that they were former comrades, and that they once fought shoulder to shoulder against high-level monsters and enemies. In any case, she asked Urian to keep what happened today a secret. She herself doesn't know what to do with it yet. The magical training ended, and the boys returned to the mansion. Poor Urian sighed heavily. The meat was so delicious. The young man recalled the dish and his mouth watered. Arini said that today's training brought him great satisfaction. Yesterday it seemed a little unfair because only their squad was training. Johnny was silent. He also wanted meat. Urian suffered. "Oh, if only I could eat that meat again. I would die happy right now. I can't stand it. It was so delicious." Ryusei asked Urian what they would be doing at tomorrow's training. According to the schedule, it should be some kind of competition. Suddenly, Urian's classmate entered the room and asked Ryusei if they should perhaps fight the second squad. Urian was stunned. His classmates were here too, but he hadn't seen anyone during all this time, probably because they were always busy. Goliath smiled cheerfully. "It's been a while, Urian. This is the first time we've talked like this, right?" Urian confirmed that it was true. The young man's face was covered in beads of sweat. He realized with horror that he didn't know the name of this guy with bangs. Goliath gasped. It seemed that Urian still didn't know his name. It was a really awkward situation since they were classmates after all. The guy reminded me. Magic Academy, advanced class, 10th in the ranking. Goliath. Urian laughed embarrassedly. Ah, right. Goliath said that he himself did not understand why he ended up here. He was absolutely sure that he did not belong here. There were so many geniuses here. Jurian countered that it wasn't exactly true, but the fact that Goliath was here meant that his younger brother was probably here with them too. Goliath replied, "Unfortunately, he was not there. Among the first-year students, he and Urian were chosen as young soldiers. And Hina also came here," the girl said with a sigh. "Why should I be in a place like this, where there is no princess?" The fourth one here is Rizo. The bully was disappointed. They haven't done any training since they were accepted. It's like death. Goliath summed up that there were only 4 of them from the class here. Urian was surprised. That's what it was. But what were the selection criteria here? The young man believed that if they chose a commoner like him, then they should have chosen Ella too, since she was very strong. But Goliath thought that Urian had shown himself well enough to be chosen, and he didn't know why he and Hina were chosen. After all, he and Hina weren't at a friendly competition, and didn't do anything, by the way. Rizo, he's a pretty funny guy. When he was denied admission here, he became indignant, shouting at the knights that he was the strongest and they had no chance of defeating him. He shouted if a 3rd level appeared near him. No, he could win even if he fought a 4th level monster. Rizo exclaimed that he was the strongest, but it was simply because the knights had not seen his performance, so they did not choose him as their force. But the guy decided to show how strong he was and attacked the stunned knights who were recruiting for the allied forces. Rizo wasn't originally chosen, but since he was reported to have defeated those knights, it seems his courage was highly praised. Urian laughed. "Rizo is just crazy." Ryusei said, "If they fight the 2nd squad tomorrow, who will be included?" And then Urian heard the familiar, cheerful voice of the strongest 3rd-year student of their academy, Haiwan's favorite student. It was Deus. He announced that he had become the commander of the 2nd squad, and was very glad to see a junior academy student among the opponents. Baganuza grumbled at his old rival not to let Deus go too far. The boy was also part of the 2nd squad. Also, members of the 2nd squad were Urian's classmates Goliath and Hina, both students at the Royal Magic Academy. Rizo grumbled that he had no plans, so he would return to the room. He was also one of the members of the 2nd squad. The bully threatened that if anyone disturbed him in the room, he would kill the impudent person without any warning and without any pity. Laryl supported the stern younger student. He had already recovered from the meeting in the forest and was also part of the 2nd detachment of the Allied forces. Urian exclaimed in surprise that Laryl was also here. The young man did not expect to meet a 2nd-year demon who was trying to kill him. The 2nd-year student was furious. What kind of Laryl was this? Did he really look like a friend of a despised commoner? What unheard-of impudence! Suddenly, Laryl fell silent. He felt a threatening and oppressive aura. The guy immediately became quiet and looked around himself. This aura emanated from Deus. The guy called out to the bloodthirsty 2nd-year student, who timidly looked back at the strong commander of their squad. Deus' eyes flashed and calmly told Laryl not to dare raise his voice again, or he would already forget what it led to. The 2nd-year student obediently fell silent. He knew perfectly well that he shouldn't anger Deus. He was too strong, and Laryl couldn't defeat him. Johnny watched with interest the interactions between the members of the 2nd squad, with whom they would have to measure their strength tomorrow. Laryl clenched his fist feverishly. It was clear that obeying Deus was very difficult for him, but he still kept himself under control. Lowering his head, Laryl reluctantly said to the squad leader, "Okay, forgive me. I just forgot myself a little. I don't like vile commoners." Urian couldn't believe his ears. Laryl apologized, but this was an unprecedented event. What could have happened to him that he changed so much? Deus explained to those present that in the past, Laryl almost killed Urian. Ryusei was in shock. Someone managed to make an attempt on him. The commander of the 2nd squad said that he still cannot forgive that incident. It seems that Laryl was hypnotized then. Urian was taken aback. That is, how Laryl was hypnotized. By whom? And for what purpose? But Deus, unfortunately, did not know this. The 3rd-year student said that Laryl attacked Urian in the forest and was later taken to the hospital with a massive wound. His chest was cut open. During treatment, Laryl realized that his memory was not accurate. After examination, it was discovered that he was under the influence of illusions. Laryl said it was an unpleasant feeling. Killing just one person wasn't enough for him. All he could think about was killing everyone. Deus recalled that the classes that day were initially focused on theory, but it suddenly turned into a monster hunt. Suddenly, one of Johnny's hairpins lit up. The young man, despite Irini's prohibition, used the magical engine. A magical charge whistled past Deus, and the boy was very surprised that someone had attacked him right inside the mansion. The young man's entire body was ablaze with magic, and he irritably told Deus to stop telling such terribly boring stories. Johnny told Deus that if he wanted to stay alive, he had to fight now. And a strange object appeared in the young man's hand. Deus summoned his magical equipment. He asked with a smile, "This is apparently a new weapon from the Free Republic." Very funny. A third-year student at the Royal Magic Academy suggested, "Let's try this weapon." And Johnny smiled contentedly in response. Ryusei looked at Laurel with disdain. How could this weak rat try to kill Urien? He couldn't even defeat her. The girl didn't have time to come to her senses before she was already standing in front of Laurel, ready to finish off the second-year student who had attempted to kill Urien. Laurel answered her, "I don't argue. It was cruel. But since then, I decided to live a righteous life." The second-year student suddenly fell silent. The next second, his eyes flashed. He took out his favorite dagger and yelled, "Hey, listen here, you stupid bitch!" A fight suddenly started. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy. Those present split into pairs of opponents. Deus was about to clash with Johnny from the Republic. Laurel took a fighting stance in front of Ryusei. Another second and they would start attacking each other, turning the room into a battlefield. Baga Nuzag warned the squad leader, saying, "Don't do this, Deus. The match is tomorrow. Then everyone will be able to show each other their skills." Deus objected to Nuzag. "I'm sorry, but I'm not one to refuse a fight, especially when it's so persistently offered by my opponents." Irini yelled at the cocky guy, "Johnny, what are you doing, you madman? Put your gun away and turn off your engine right now." The young man replied, "Don't worry, Irini. It won't take long. This boar can be dealt with very quickly and beautifully." Irini cursed. Johnny still hadn't gotten rid of his stupid habit of starting fights with someone very strong. Ryusei told Laurel that she heard that he single-handedly defeated all the students in their academy's year in last year's competition. Laurel shouted contemptuously, "I'm Mr. Laurel to you, brat. Show at least a little respect. Otherwise, you'll bitterly regret it." Goliath smiled. "It looks like these two are going to fight too," Hina snorted. "They are so pathetic. And I miss my princess so much." Urien was puzzled. The match would only take place tomorrow. Why were they already fighting? He hoped he wouldn't get into trouble because of this. Deus looked at Johnny, the hair clip that increases mana, and the device that compresses mana and then releases it. The guy asked the enemy, "It seems like you're using technology to make up for the lack of mana. Very impressive." Instead of answering, the young man pointed his magically glowing weapon at Deus, ready to attack this strong-looking guy. There was a bright flash as Johnny fired a charge from his weapon towards Deus, and many in the room closed their eyes and froze. Deus looked at the charge with interest. He noticed that this was indeed an achievement of science, and truly an extremely interesting thing. Now the boy understood why teacher Haiwan emphasized the importance of knowledge and insisted that students study the laws of the world. Deus used the death scythe and instantly cut Johnny's magic. The young man didn't even have time to understand what had happened to him. The third-year student smiled, but no amount of technology could defeat the raw talent of a true mage. Laurel told Ryusei that he had also heard something about her. The girl's fame had long since transcended the borders of her native Bahan Empire. He sarcastically asked me to remind him what they call her. Apparently a genius who appears only once a century. Isn't that funny? In response, Ryusei lightly hit the arrogant Laurel, warning him that she always starts with a light greeting. He asked if Ryusei knew how he managed to stay in the academy despite all the trouble he caused. Laurel's eyes flashed as he used his magic, which had once helped him survive more than half of the students in the class. The girl felt as if reality had stopped for a moment, and she suddenly lost sight of her opponent, whom she had hit. When Ryusei woke up, she felt someone trip her and push her leg hard, causing her to lose her balance and fall. It turned out that it was Laurel who dropped her on the floor. The guy arrogantly said that he was staying at the academy because he was a genius, and everyone forgave him. Laurel asked with disdain, wondering if Ryusei had been born in the kingdom of Ryrente, Would she have been given the same title or not? Seeing the blow of Deus's scythe, Arini called out to Johnny with concern, asking how he was feeling. He was worried about the boy. Deus told Arini not to worry. He only reduced Johnny's mana reserves. Besides, he didn't take the young man seriously. The guy said the match was tomorrow, and it was just a little introduction, so there was no need to worry about it. But Arini didn't listen to Deus. He didn't take his eyes off the young man. And suddenly, the commander of the first squad shouted desperately, "Johnny, don't do this!" Deus looked at the boy in surprise. He felt his strength growing exponentially, like a huge wave. Johnny told his opponent that this hair clip does not increase the amount of mana. It is a device that, on the contrary, reduces it. Deus is right. It's usually used as a booster. But Johnny was born with much more mana than other people. Without this device, using mana puts a serious strain on the body. Laurel turned towards Johnny in fear. The young man decided to show Deus his true strength. Laurel thought the boy looked quite dangerous, but everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Ryusei managed to analyze the guy's actions. She said, "It looks like you are channeling your magic through your eyes." The girl realized that this was how Laurel overloaded his opponent's brain, and he knocked her down before she realized what was happening. Laurel grimaced in disdain. And so what if Ryusei figured out his skills? It still didn't change anything. The girl answered, of course, nothing. At that moment, her body was engulfed in flashes of magical power. Ryusei was preparing to respond to the guy's blow. She raised her head. The bandage from her right eye disappeared. She said, "I just really wish I were as weak as you." Laurel's body was also on fire, and he broke into a smile, anticipating a serious fight with this renowned girl from the great empire. All three of Johnny's hairpins were glowing. He intended to release his power and make Deus regret his mocking tone. Streams of magic flowed from Deus's eyes. He had no intention of giving in to some boy, no matter how talented. Suddenly the door swung open, and the assistant to the head of the training camp, Kiren, loudly asked what was going on here. The fighters instantly lost their magic and froze in their fighting stances. Silence fell in the room. Kiren looked around carefully. The instructor asked the boys if everything was okay. It seemed like there had been some kind of violent fight going on. The walls were literally shaking. Deus replied with a smile. "No way. Maybe we got a little carried away, since a lot of time had passed since our last meeting." Kiren said, "Everything is clear. The competition will take place tomorrow, so please do not overexert yourself." Deus replied, "Of course." The door slammed behind Kiren, and Deus noticed that Jurian had done it just in time. Otherwise, they would all be in trouble here. The young man replied to Deus that he didn't want to get into trouble because someone suddenly decided to fight right in the building. Laurel asked in confusion, "What just happened to my mana?" Ryusei closed her right eye and explained, "It was Urian." Baganuzag was stunned. "So this is what the famous mana reset is," Goliath noted. "It is very difficult to resist it." Deus said to Johnny, "What a pity. Everything was just starting to get interesting. Unfortunately, we'll have to put off the rest until tomorrow." Johnny replied to the guy, "You are very lucky that everything is over. No one can stop me tomorrow, so be prepared for it." The captain of the second squad smiled. "Of course I'm looking forward to it. It looks like tomorrow's match promises to be very exciting." He gathered the members of his squad, and they all left the room where all the members of the first squad usually gathered. Watching the second squad appear out of nowhere, start a fight, and then leave gave Urian serious pause. Urian grew up a little. He realized that this is what happens when children gain power. They start fights without thinking. Arini hit Johnny and exclaimed, "You have to stop causing trouble. If it wasn't for Jurian, everything could have ended badly," Johnny said quietly. "Arini, I have felt this for some time now, that Jurian is much stronger than we can imagine." Johnny glanced sideways at the young man and added, "I don't think we need to worry about competition. Jurian is the strongest ally." Maiba watched the boys silently. They were all only children in the family, which was to be expected because their mana was concentrated. Maiba decided that as soon as the competition was over, I would eliminate the target. I refused to conceive a child with the help of an aphrodisiac. The girl was lost in thought, and suddenly Urian appeared right in front of her. He asked what Maiba was thinking about. She shuddered in surprise. Urian asked if she was nervous about tomorrow. There was no need to worry because their squad had become stronger thanks to her arrival. Maba's cheeks flushed again. The young man had come too close to her. She tried not to let anyone get that close to her. They froze opposite each other. Urian looked in surprise at Maiba's frightened and confused face when the door to the room opened. Ella stood at the threshold. She shouted, "Hello, Urian. I came to see you." The girl's eyes were shining. She missed her brother. Urian smiled widely. He was pleasantly surprised how Ella ended up here. What a surprise! He was also very happy to see her. Secrus was genuinely surprised. She had no idea that there was such a terrible place, the most secret prison, under the Emperor's palace. So this is where the captive level 4 monster depression, which people managed to capture during the competition, was kept. She said to the monster, "I came because I have a question. Since you don't age, I thought maybe you knew the first hero." Depression, bound by the most powerful magical chains, laughed, asking why the girl from the heroes group needed the first hero. Suddenly, children from the orphanage ran into the room with Ella and cheerfully greeted their brother Jurian. The young man was stunned. And the boys were here too. How wonderful it was. They had grown so much since he had seen them. They would soon catch up with him. Ella said that she was the one who invited the guys, and she was allowed to take these two with her on a tour of this training camp. Urian smiled. It was so wonderful. It was so nice to see again the little ones with whom they had experienced so much together in that shelter. The kids ran up to Urian. "He's a soldier now. That's so cool. The uniform suits him very well," the young man laughed. "Impressive, yes," Ella asked Urian. He was probably training and tired. The visits were scheduled for tomorrow, but the guys really wanted to see him. Urian reassured his sister that there was no need to worry about him. He was perfectly fine, and he was also very happy to see the kids. They were great. The young man stroked the happy children's heads and asked Ella how things were at the Magic Academy, whether everyone in the class was okay. The girl replied that things had been a bit gloomy at school lately, not like they had been at the very beginning of their joyful education. Princess Saruti and Lady Hyewan are currently permanently residing in King Brehidin's palace under constant guard and surveillance. In addition, security on campus has been strengthened, and royal knights can now be found at every turn. Ella said it was a bit cruel and sometimes quite stressful. Urian replied that it was all clear. It was all because of the monsters. He remembered Princess Saruti. How sad it must be for her to sit in her father's palace under constant surveillance. It seemed to the young man that the princess tried very hard to escape from the palace. It was a pity that everything turned out this way because of the attack of the disease. Ella was a little sorry that she wasn't taken here. She also really wanted to train with Urian and the other guys. Urian asked his sister not to worry. It would only last 2 weeks. They could train together when he was free. The girl laughed. Urian shouldn't react like that. There's no need to worry. She won't let this upset her. Everything is going well. Still, Ella asked that Jurian try to return safe and sound. He always puts himself at risk for others. The young man was very surprised. Could it really be true? And he had never noticed this, but his older sister confirmed that it was indeed so. She extended her little finger to her younger brother and said, "Promise me on your little fingers. Promise that you will return home safe and sound." The young man confirmed, confused of course. He was ready to promise, Urian understood. It seemed that Ella was really very worried about him. Ella warned Urian that he better keep his promise or she would be very disappointed. He replied, "Yes, I promise you." Suddenly Ella and Urian heard a loud cry. Someone angrily shouted at them to get out. The brother and sister turned around in surprise. Urian said it scared him. He didn't know there were other people in the guest rooms, because visiting time was tomorrow morning. The young man cautiously looked into the next room. He didn't understand whether they had quarreled during the meeting. It was rather strange. He noticed that Mibo was in the next room. The girl was shaking with rage. She was passionately expressing her opinion to the visitors. Her mother, sitting at the table, was crying bitterly, and her father was trying to reason with his daughter, saying, "Maba, please, just listen to me." The girl angrily told her parents that they didn't understand anything, that they should forget about it and never remember it. She slammed her palm loudly on the table and declared that they should not look for her anymore. She would not meet with them anymore. Maiba quickly left the room without looking back. Her father begged his daughter to wait. Because they hadn't seen her for so long, they missed her. Urian stood near the entrance to the room and asked Maiba in bewilderment what had happened and why she had shouted so loudly at her parents. The girl didn't answer. She walked past very quickly and headed away. She clearly wanted to be left completely alone as quickly as possible. The young man managed to notice that there were tears in Maiba's eyes. She clenched her teeth to keep from crying here, where there were so many different people. Urian felt that she was in great pain, but he could not understand. Her parents clearly loved the girl, and she loved them too. The guy involuntarily looked into the room from which Maiba had just run out, wondering what could have happened there. Suddenly, Urian saw on the table in a small box the meat that Maiba had asked him to wrap up for her after today's training. The next day, Urian, as always, went to the spacious hall for breakfast. He was planning to eat properly before the competition. He filled a tray with all kinds of meat and went to the tables, but was surprised to see that the hall was practically empty. And where were all the guys? And then he remembered, oh yes, it's visiting hours now. Everyone is probably having breakfast in the company of their close relatives. Urian placed the tray on the table where Maiba was sitting and said, I think that now this entire luxurious hall is at our disposal. The girl asked Urian in surprise why he sat here. There were plenty of free seats. You could easily eat at another table. The young man had already filled his mouth, and he replied with a smile, because food tastes better when you're in company. Hadn't Maiba noticed that? He asked Maiba if something had happened to her yesterday. It seemed like her family would like to talk to her longer, but she ran away from them. The girl replied that she was annoyed that they had called her, but they continued to chat about stupid things, so I just left. Urian chuckled. What he saw in that room was completely at odds with what Maiba was deliberately saying here in a cold tone. The young man suddenly told the girl that her parents said the meat was delicious, and the face of the core secret agent suddenly lengthened. It was the meat from the magic training, and Urian wondered why Maiba had packed it, since she wanted to give it to her parents. Urian told Maiba that she was a good person. It was obvious. The girl leaned over the table and muttered for the young man to shut up. He looked at his interlocutor with a searching gaze. It was clear that she was hiding a lot from everyone, and was suffering greatly because of something. Maiba realized that Urian had gotten too close and decided to change the subject. She quickly pulled herself together. The girl winked at her interlocutor and remarked that he seemed to have had a good time yesterday. She asked who it was that came to see him. Urian replied that they were his only family. He had no one closer, so he was very glad to see them, and they were also very glad. The young man said that he grew up in an orphanage, so Ella and these guys are the most precious thing he has. Something like a family, Maiba repeated in confusion. Family. Her face suddenly became inexpressibly sad. It seemed that this topic was painful for her. Urian looked at the girl and did not understand what was going on, but he saw that she was very dear to her parents, and they were also dear to her. Just like then, he devoured the meat with gusto, and at the same time watched the girl. For some reason, she interested Urian, but he didn't know why. Noticing the young man's intent gaze, Maiba stood up from the table. Urian was surprised that she had already eaten. All the food on her plate was still whole. Maiba smiled cheerfully and told Urian that they would see each other later, since today they had to fight the second squad. The young man replied, yes, of course, they would see each other. But still, before the battle it would be better to have a good meal. Otherwise, you never know when they would return. The girl calmly left the hall. She needed to be alone. Urian's words once again stirred up the excitement of yesterday's meeting in her. She remembered the words of the young man. They said that the meat was tasty. Maiba smiled. That's good. At least she did something. Suddenly, the girl heard a signal from the Sacred Sword Corps. One of the senior members of the secret organization was calling her to get in touch. She was afraid of what the knights were doing here and why they had come. The girl noticed that a messenger was standing next to a spreading tree. The elder asked if you enjoyed spending time with your family, Agent Maiba, since it had been a long time since you had seen them. She turned towards the knight. Fear flashed across her face. Were these cruel worshippers of the god really going to kill her parents? Maiba was silent for a moment and asked what happened. There were a lot of people here and they could be seen. Why were they taking such a risk? The elder knight said that the plans had changed. The girl should not talk to him, but simply listen and remember what was said. Maiba's handler informed her that the plan to conceive a child had been cancelled, and that she must carefully eliminate the target during the competition. So, the Holy Sword Corps had given Urien the death sentence, which was to be expected, but it was in line with Maiba's plans. The Elder Knight ordered her to immediately dispose of the red potion and use another one to eliminate her target. The messenger informed that the target could only use his healing ability 3 times a day, and that a cunning plan had to be developed. As he disappeared, the senior knight of the Holy Sword Corps reminded her that she must kill Urien during the competition itself. Maiba grinned. It all came together perfectly. She was going to kill him anyway, so be it. It would happen today. The girl's eyes became sad again, but cruelty flashed through them. She had already turned into a killer, the punishing sword of the Corps. And Urien was still enjoying the food. These two people were in a completely different, even opposite state of mind. The contented young man exclaimed, "How wonderful! I ate almost everything, so that weirdo won't try to steal my food anymore today." A little later, Kethiotis gave the command. "First squad, second squad, attention! We are starting a team competition between squads." The commander of the second squad said, "Well, let's see what comes out of this competition. The guys in both squads are strong." The commander of the first squad, Arini, grumbled in response. "I already have a feeling that this will be a complete mess, not a competition." Baga Nuzag glanced at his opponents and thought that it didn't look like there was anyone in the first squad who could resist his enhancement. The guy's gaze stopped on Ryu Sei. Perhaps this girl could be a worthy opponent for him. The rest were weaklings. Raizo was already shaking Johnny by the lapels, demanding that the brat repeat himself. But he replied that he wasn't interested in the bully. He was very weak. Laryl asked in surprise why he was getting into a fight. What a terrible person! Goliath mentally chuckled at this guy. Hina snorted in displeasure. She didn't want to take part in this competition. She wanted to finally see the precious princess. Maiba stood silently in the forest clearing. She was not at all interested in the competition. She only had to kill Urien, and he stretched with pleasure and said, "Well, the competition between the squads is a great opportunity to show your weakness." Urien had eaten his fill that morning and was in a fantastic mood. Maiba noted that the murder target was smiling broadly.